talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know Delilah? I see your
bass. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. 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 Yeah. Second verse after the first. Taken forward words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show.
It's day 3 here at the Asia Pacific Challengers Group Stages, and today we will be seeing 3 teams bid farewell to their run for Masters, and it's all or nothing right now. Everything is on the line for all the teams involved in the elimination matches, and we have to move on further and introduce the Asia Pacific Challengers.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring alive, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Recon guard, flash away.
Oh, no.
Tabatal, though, making the most out of a bad situation, actually fights to respond here, where Shun cannot react, and they're taking down bit by bit. Oh, this is bad. They know that Sky's gonna be holding the back of the side with a judge, and they've circumvented the defense, and now Boom Esports have just won the round.
So
my question is, they pop the null command, they get those 2 picks, but we still see the Killjoy hanging back towards A. You can honestly play the maximum proxy and push that jet
on their local scene, so it's another configuration that FakeRx is willing to bring, but you can see immediately.
Actually, Forsaken that got picked off. MyFreeze is still here. I thought he was the one that got picked off, and maybe, just maybe, he can get the kills, the value. Yes, he does. Use the Viper ultimate already. Forces him right in. The flasher from Killers does absolutely nothing. And BMB, it's just 1 bullet away by King. And look at that. Heisey starts it off with an explosive headshot onto Forsaken.
Yeah, he's heating up. Spike defuse though is upon us. Benkai, able to get half?
No
Benkai?
Way.
What?
Defenders win.
No.
Yes.
No.
It just happened.
It's not as anticlimactic as that. Next. No.
Look at, yeah, they you talked about that. It doesn't matter who's the jet. It matters how you incorporate him into the composition. And Cruz, a 4K spray down with the Spectre. All really tagged up because of the decay.
Being a bother, might be able to get the touch there on the side. Here now with the tap. Finally, the Silver will fall. But ONIC push on forward again, and they wipe out Sushi Boys in the end. A wave of momentum here for ONIC. Sushi Boys trapped. First victim is there. Second one, third one as Scary is set up the crossfire. And this looks to be it. Asher is desperate to fight for the life of ONIC. It does seem like they're destined for the lower bracket instead. Starsha with a commanding map number 3, 30-3 to end the series 2-1.
They are looking like the most, or one of, at the very least, most consistent teams we have in APAC. Able to, you know, go to the lands twice last year, and here once.
Favor of Full Sense. They just peeked out 1 by 1, and now Full Sense, they can actually make this into angles to check out. And he doesn't even know yet where to peek out, but he's answered the call, and Poppy Chula once again! Poppy Chula's gonna come into this with the Sheriff. Is he good enough to actually transition? Not really! What? Might not be aware, but once again, Shaw is going to be holding the lurk onto double doors. That being said, though, Donaldson's found 1, PDC with 2, Papachulo is alone, and now he's got a 1v3 situation where Cha again with a late lurk from double doors shuts it down, and Full Sense show to us why they're the strong region, or, well, why Thai region is the strong region.
Again, they show their fang.
Unmute check. Welcome to day 3 of the Asia Pacific Challengers of Nomad. Joining me on the panel today is Black and Blue and Raph. How are you guys doing?
Doing real good, man. We got 2 days already done here so far, but we got 4 more ahead, and today's one of them. I can't wait to get these elimination matches going.
Honestly, I've stopped counting the days. We've already had so many matches within our opening flurry. And I have to say, no matter where we look at it, lower bracket, upper bracket, and no matter which group, it's been all exciting. It's all been super entertaining. And I feel like everybody's fill of Valorant still not satiated.
Yeah. I mean, all things considered, compared to the matches we've had during day 1, day 2, it was relatively kind of a breeze here. Mostly 2-0s for the entirety of the day, save for the last series that we have for the day, Cersia and with Cersia and ONIC on the third series today. Everything else, all 2-0s, all smooth sailing for the teams, but it was as close as it can get on all those series.
Yeah, I mean, it might have ended as 2-0s, but some of those individual maps and halves especially were pretty close between a lot of these matches. In Thailand and CERBERUS also, Boom and No Namers, that was one of the openers, and it ended in 2-0, so did PaperX and Fancy. I mean, it was a story between kind of like, you know, the team that was touted to supposedly win it and the team that was basically the underdogs. And we got the result that we were kind of expecting for his first opening matches, with Boom and PaperX really dominating the competition. And then when we move on over to the third series, that's when things got a bit more complicated.
That indeed is the case, as again, it's not being shown in the highlights, right? But it began with the map veto. It was really peculiar, even at the beginning of the the Cerebral matchup. And even with teams working with that deficit, they've showed up really And I feel like quite a number of our panelists and all the fans in the world got a little upset with some of the results yesterday.
I mean, well, we're looking at the Sersha and ONIC game first and foremost, and this one was really a toss-up. We did predict Sersha to win, and as we said, you know, the longer the series goes, the better Sersha gets, and that's basically what we saw. And when it got to that final map, when we had to end things off on that third map here between Sersha and ONIC, they just ran away with it, and it seems like, you know, Ascent was really just a high rise here that, well, ONIC weren't able to, I guess, conquer.
That too. Now we're moving on with a full sense with the South Built matchup. Again, we talked about how South Built can be an incredibly slow starter. We did see the flashes of brilliance that we've become accustomed to with this team. But now since they've been knocked into the lower bracket, they really have to, once again, be as awake as possible for all their upcoming matches.
If there's anything we kind of found out from their qualifier, they are a lower bracket team, so let's see if that is going to pan out for them this time around.
Hopefully we'll see South Built Esports and the rest of the teams in the lower bracket make their run into the knockouts. But we have to have a look at the tournament format for you guys that are watching at home, because if you're just tuning in, the journey that these guys are going through right now is not an easy journey into the Masters. So without further ado, here's a quick recap on what these guys have to go through all the way to knockouts.
Something like this though, it's all about that dual play. I told you, dude. Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of two spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and bad guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 playing teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There's a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
All double eliminations here for these guys, and already we're seeing the eliminations come into fruition here. 4 sets of teams will be battling it out in the lower bracket. We got 3 of them playing out today. Let's have a look at the updated group standings here for you guys at home. Over at Group A, we're seeing No Namers and CERBERUS Esports in the cusp of elimination, and this feels like a match that we have to relatively watch out for the day. But moving further into the next group of that we have for the group stages, we've got Group B. It's Fancy United Esports and Bonkers, and definitely the Oceania region wants to keep fighting in towards the knockouts. Moving on over towards the Group C, we got ONIC G and NAOS Esports fighting their way into survival here, and NAOS Esports is going to have one hell of a matchup moving forward if they wish to continue on in towards the knockout stages. And lastly, For Group D, we're not going to be seeing this match. We're not going to be seeing this match today. It's South Built Esports and Oblivion Force. We'll be witnessing that tomorrow. And South Built Esports, they look like they have a chance to defeat Oblivion Force here, but Oblivion Force, pretty sure HK and Taiwan, they have a couple of tricks up their sleeves here to move forward.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, we're looking at the lower bracket teams right now, the lower bracket matches at least, and there might be like favorites to, I guess, win those specific matchups, but you can't really tout any of them out. You're in the lower bracket, you mess up once, you're done. You're out of the series, you're out of the tournament even. So you can really never count out any of the teams you're going to see in these lower bracket matches moving forward.
I mean, again, I just had a quick glance of all the groups we've had. We are going to have a little bit of a preview of how that's going to turn out with our opener in just a tiny bit, right? But yeah, speaking of our opener, the schedule is going to be right there, folks. I know a lot of you guys are rooting for all these teams, really, because, well, again, this is their final chance. There's quite a bit of weight to whatever's going to transpire today.
Yeah, you know what they say, cornered animal is the most dangerous type of animal that we have here. And all of these teams involved today, they are cornered animals. We've got Cerberus Esports and No Namers going up first, followed by Bonkers and then Fancy United Esports. And lastly, it's NAOS Esports and ONIC G. And what can we say about the upcoming matches we have here?
I mean, you got normal animals and you got mere beasts as well. Those in the upper bracket, they're the ones who are really looking really nice right now. But I say that because you look at these lower bracket teams, and some of them you feel like they deserve, or rather should be, in the upper bracket if maybe they were paired up against someone else. Like ONIC, you would never expect ONIC to be in the lower bracket this early on. NAOS potentially could do the same. And, you know, teams like Cerberus as well, being the #1 seed from Vietnam, and tomorrow as well with South Built. So those, you know, having so many #1 and #2 seeds this low already in those, you know, that part of the bracket is very, very interesting to me.
I gotta say though, I feel like NAOS's run has been so difficult. To face Full Sense and now ONIC back to back, mind you, that's a lot of research to be done with two, I would say, completely different teams stylistically. So they had their hands full with that. We know they're pretty adaptive, but my goodness, just once again, this is the lower brackets, guys. Just imagine what it's like moving forward into our group stage.
Yeah, tensions are definitely high for the teams involved here, but for the teams that are coming up first here, I feel like it's just another walk in the park for them. Specifically for the first team that we're going to be introducing in the series, it's Cerberus Esports. A fitting name for this team to be in the underworld of the lower brackets here. Cerberus Esports wants to be the deadly hounds that they are. We've got Akashi, Daikyu, Kishi, Loki, and Red Neville.
Well, Cerberus Esports looking kind of in a very similar way to how we see the #1 seed of some of the other regions, like in the Philippines and SBE, where, you know, they're #1 seed. This is their first time playing in this tournament, wherein the #3 seeds of their region were able to participate in the play-ins and get themselves warmed up. I feel like that's kind of where Cerberus are. Now, they had a decent showing versus Made in Thailand Myth. When they were playing their opening match of this tournament, it went 2-1, and some of those maps were decently close, to be fair, like the final one on Split 39, so that isn't necessarily a problem, but I do think that they might have kind of problems getting into the game and at least starting a tournament real good, which is something you don't normally expect from the Vietnamese region, as we've kind of touted, is a region and has made teams that do start off strong quite often in tournaments and kind of maybe fizzle out near the end of things. So for a team like Cerberus, I feel like right now it's kind of opposite to what we expect from them, but I am expecting good things for them and for them to maybe potentially come back for this series, because they're the #1 seed of Vietnam and they're the ones we're looking at to maybe make some splash.
Yeah, absolutely. We have touted them to be the most fundamentally sound team when it comes to VN as a region. Cerberus, like you mentioned, they kind of need to get into that headspace that, oh my goodness, we are in APAC Challengers, and oh my goodness, now we're in the lower brackets. We just can't drop anything moving forward anymore, because I feel like the chances we've had, or at least the opportunities to move on the tournament, are just getting so finite. Cerberus, once again, still clawing at that. Question is, are we gonna see them as the guardians of the underworld as we touted them to be, or will they separate into just three regular adorable dogs?
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see if No Namers can separate the three heads that Cerberus has. Here comes the representatives from MYSG, No Namers. From MYSG, they kind of faltered when they went up against Boom Esports earlier on in the group stages, wanting to make a comeback for themselves in the lower brackets. No Namers has ZXN, Shun, Sky SG, Temps, and Vera playing on the field.
That we do, and we've talked about No Namers being the underdogs. I feel like that's such a different statement today, considering we did see them square up against Boom Esports very, very recently, and they held their ground. We talked about it. We wish we could see them hold on to one map, but hey, Boom is Boom. Moving on to No Namers, though, we know that they're pretty studious. They've had, or rather, they prepared anti-strats in the past, and it was very apparent in their last matchup. The question is, have they done the same for Cerberus? But again, if they haven't, then they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot here. Again, this is their last life. This is their last chance. And my goodness, man, the weight of all these matches are kind of getting to me already.
Very true. This is the last chance for all the teams we're going to be seeing here today, as it is the lower bracket elims. But I mean, No Namers, I have to say, I'm impressed from what I saw from them. They're coming to this being, the underdogs, being kind of a relatively unknown team as compared to the other two from their own respective qualifier, Bleed and Paper Rex, of course. So that was really just kind of like, what can these guys really do? But they went undefeated, not dropping a single map in the play-ins, and then they come up to the group stages. Yeah, they played Boom, but as you said, Raph, they held their ground, especially for that second map where it went 13-8. But still, they are the underdogs in most of those situations, but they're going up against Cerberus now, and I think they might just surprise us again.
Yeah, this kind of begs to ask the question, right? Going into this matchup, before seeing the map veto itself, before we get into the match itself, we're going to be looking at the match history. You guys mentioned it, that No Names were able to hold their ground against Boom Esports. It was a 13-6 and a 13-8 scoreline for themselves. And then for Cerberus Esports, they still kind of held their ground against Made in Thailand, 13-7. Then they won the second map 13-9. And then on split, they ended up in 13-9 in favor of Made in Thailand. And it's all because of these players that we have right now. It's Akashi and Shun. Do you guys think that these guys will be able to set things apart for the team and hopefully make those high impact frags to get the edge against their opponents?
I'm sure they definitely can. I mean, you're looking at these players who have really kind of made themselves more of, I guess, known because of their utility over necessarily frags here. I think Nomad, like when we look at the fragging capabilities, we look towards the duelist, but I think where they really kind of lock things down is being those utility players, right? Being the Sova, being the initiators to help enable the frag. So yes, they will get frags for their team, but not directly, but rather by enabling the rest of the team to do that.
With that being said, they play a very classical style of our initiators, really going into the hard support route. But as you mentioned, they are still very, very apt when it comes to fragging, when it comes to clutching for their teams. So with those being our featured players, then I feel like our head-to-head isn't going to be how explosive the match is. It's how to sustain that fire on both sides, because you did mention too that VN teams, they can be incredibly, you know, ferocious at the beginning, but it's that retention moving forward in the series, in the match, that they kind of really have to contain within themselves.
Yeah, that has been the theme that we have for the past couple of days, to be honest. Heat retention for the most part. Some of these teams came in hot going into the group stages, and these teams are not strangers to being hot on that. No namers. Just as a quick recap, you guys touched up on it, how they went through the play-ins in a 2-0 fashion. Then they kind of fizzled out against Boom Esports and CERBERUS Esports. Fresh game off of Made in Thailand, but they still managed to regain the heat they've had from their qualifiers. And if we're going to be looking at it from that standpoint, who do you think has the better chance in retaining their heat in this matchup?
Well, I mean, from what I've seen from the side of No Namers, not necessarily a team that likes to rely on that heat retention. I mean, it does help whenever you're the underdog, but they can play a more methodical pace, which typically lends itself to kind of resetting yourself as a team and resetting the whole game. So yeah, they'll get momentum from round to round, but they also know when to stop, when to slow it down, and they're not the type of team that just tries to snowball everything. And so I like that from No Namers, but from CERBERUS, I guess with them picking up Red Neville, they get that added firepower, yes, but they also get that added experience and that added veteran, I guess, knowledge to be like, hey, we don't always have to rely on momentum. And maybe that's why CERBERUS, unlike the other Vietnamese teams we've seen here, at least this tournament, these past 2 weeks, they're the ones who are kind of starting off slow because they're still going for that reading process and kind of, you know, adapting process instead of just trying to basically snowball everything from an avalanche.
Yeah, we're kind of letting the map veto bake in for a bit, but with just Breeze, we've talked about how it's one of the brawliest maps in the game, and I feel like the aspect of No Namers that people don't talk about enough is their actuation with their mechanics. Again, they have a fairly intelligent approach to the game considering how young they are, but they are no slouches when it comes to the direct gunfights. No Namers, they take away Split. Let me just take a quick glance why they would do that. Split's been pretty successful for CERBERUS, but I feel like it shouldn't be a prio ban. Maybe this is also adding to the fact that this may not be super comfy for NN, and does look like CERBERUS, they take Ascent for their first pick.
Definitely so. I mean, you're looking at Ascent for CERBERUS. Not necessarily, I mean, probably their best map. It is not a bad map by any means, but I wouldn't say it's their best. There are other maps I think in recent times have looked impressive, although yes, historically it has been a great map for CERBERUS. You look at it like during the entirety of their play, that it was looking like the best map, and they're okay on it recently right now, but I do think matchup wise, you know, No Namers are a pretty good team against them when it comes to Ascent, just their basic style, being able to, you know, be tactical and reset themselves. Haven is kind of like that too, but it's also a pretty decent map for No Namers, and it is a good map for CERBERUS, so I understand why they wouldn't want to go for Haven in this case. So all things considered, barring something like Fracture, which we've only seen once coming from CERBERUS in the past year, rather past 3 months, Ascent is a pretty good pick right now. And then on the opposite end of things, they pick Icebox here, No Namers, which has been looking like one of the more mortal maps coming in from from CERBERUS rather.
I think more often than not, we actually see the team that picks Icebox win the map and win the series. But then again, don't quote me on that. We did talk about Fracture being one of the default bans. Despite its somewhat considerable lifespan now, teams still have not scrimmed it as much as as the audience wants to. Really, it really becomes people keep asking, oh, when are they gonna play Fracture? When are they gonna play Fracture? But now we have one more veto in the bag. Maybe this could be Bind. I don't think NN are too fond of that map, despite having a 50-50 win rate. And there we go. They do take away Bind. Sometimes the win rates and the numbers can be deceiving because sure, they win more often than not, but the body language of the players is really telling.
Plus, they're playing in a different region, so it definitely is kind of a big point of contention on how those numbers really do hold up to the litmus test. So we're going to be going to Haven for that final map. Last time we saw CERBERUS play Haven was in the group stages, actually, versus Made in Thailand, and that was a map that was actually okay for them, all things considered. It was a map that they did win in that series, so they do have kind of that edge when it comes to Haven. On the other end of things, obviously, No Namers, they played against Boom, and we know how that went, 0-2, very heavily in the favor of Boom, but then again, it was Boom.
Oh man, I feel like the key points in this matchup is the actual depth of Cerberus. I mean, they've had the same roster for a good minute now, and they've only ever had an addition in the form of Red Neville, right? Namers, I don't think they have that agent depth yet. I don't think their strat book is that refined, so that could potentially be a problem. However, if they find themselves in a spot where they can engage in duels and capitalize on that, then maybe Cerberus is going to have a bit of a problem.
Well, with all that being said, and now we've finally seen the maps that they're going to be playing in, do you guys think that No Namers has the weapon to surpass the three-headed beast that is Cerberus? What do you guys think for the predictions?
I do think so. Now, I will say, by far, there is an upper hand kind of advantage here for Cerberus. They have more experience, they have more tenure, and they have Red Neville. What a devil he is. But Cerberus, well, they might be kind of like the pets of the devil, but in this case, I do think that No Namers, how do you even put someone down on the list for the River Styx if they don't have a name themselves? What do you even write down? And that's what I think No Namers come into this. They're going to surprise Cerberus, I think, and Cerberus kind of starting out slow in this tournament. No Namers impressing me by far. I kind of like to root for the underdogs typically, and so I'm going to go for No Namers in this one, 2-1.
Carrion needs coin to bring the dead, to bring them to wherever they need to be. But again, the comparison point here is No Namers. They just recently went up against Boom, and they had a fantastic showing. This is going to be great for their confidence. This is going to be great for their mental game. And they're probably going to have that super strong boss buff. You know what I mean? Like, you come off from a super difficult game, you're a little sharper, you're a little more wary of things. And if they can somehow keep that mindfulness, that diligence in their playstyle, I believe they could take this over Cerberus.
Well, for that, I'm actually going to go against the grain here.
What's your map score, Raf? You didn't say,
what's your map score?
No.
You serious?
No, yeah.
Give us the numbers.
Fine.
We want.
They want the numbers. No Namers 2-1, obviously.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm still going up against the grain here. You guys are talking about the underdogs, No Namers here. We're going to talk about the overdogs that will keep Hades safe in the underworld in the lower bracket. Cerberus Esports is going to take this 2-1. It's still going to be a close fight for No Namers. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to deliver a good matchup. But speaking of which, we have to enter this matchup. We're going to ascend into Ascent in this game, best of 3 series between No Namers and Cerberus Esports.
Good morning sa inyong lahat. Dito na nga tayo syempre sa pinakinaabang third day here in APAC Challengers. Kami ang shoutcasters. Ako si Rayrit, syempre kasama ko dito si Vil at may kita na nga natin ang mga bakbakan between all of the teams. Pero syempre bagong lahat, pasalamatan muna natin mga sponsor natin dito dahil if you want to start strong, well, we have Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber only 2,099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited pa. To shop, to learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Pero napapansin natin sobrang sweet. Kahit medyo nagkaroon tayo ng problema kagabi, pero okay lang yun, si PTC naman talaga walang ambag eh. Pero hanggang ngayon galit eh, no? Hanggang ngayon gigil kay PTC, no? Pero syempre, I mean, later on, makikita naman ulit natin yung NAOS game, so it's gonna be electrifying for sure if ever ginamit nila si Neon. Syempre, matik na yan. Pero dito naman sa No Namers tsaka Cerberus though, I mean, sa Cerberus naman, actually, there are some good days and bad days dito sa group na to eh. Lalo na sa team na to. Well, back then, nakasta rin natin ng team ng Cerberus, lalong-lalo na ang No Namers din naman. Pero pumunta muna tayo dito sa Cerberus. Sa Cerberus, medyo kinulang sila ng vitamins dito sa sa Made in Thailand eh. Pero one of the strongest teams so far na nakita natin, which is Fancy United Esports, tinrito nila to back then doon sa Grand Finals
ng Vietnam Challengers. So pwede nating makita na talagang this is actually the best in Thailand. I mean Vietnam rather. Ito Cerberus Esports, sila yung number 1 sa Vietnam sa region nila. So pwede nating sabihin na number 1 sa Vietnam versus number 3 or 4 siguro sa Singapore MYSG siguro. Pwede nating sabihin 'yon. Yeah. So pwede nating sabihin na baka makuha to ng Cerberus. Feeling ko, I have a feeling that Cerberus would get this, Ray. Napaldo.
Napaldo? ako, basta, di naman natin, di naman ka-region natin to, Bill, kaya okay lang sa akin kahit sino manalo. Basta 2-0.
Totoo naman.
Syempre, yun ang pinakamaganda. Pero, at the same time, let's not, eradicate itong mga no-namers, when they went up against Boom, it was a clean 2-0 but they had that good fight. Although, medyo challenging sa kanila, pero the way na nakakasabay sila, they give a good shutdown sa mga members ng Boom. I think itong mga to may potential sila to take down CERBERUS. But at the same time, when we take a look at how CERBERUS did their performance nga as a myth, nakita ko nga, Vil, na-stress kayo doon, naka-comeback pa nga, di ba? Daming pwedeng mangyari at lalong-lalo na ngayon. It's now or never. Kapag natalo pa ang mga teams ngayon, lahat ng ikakast natin today, magpapaalam na sila dito sa mismong VCT. Mamamaalam.
Mamamahinga na mananahimik na tong mga to. Kasi ano na to parang if ever natalo ka dito, see you sa next stage, see you sa stage 2.
Salamat na lang sa lahat.
Salamat na lang sa lahat. Ganun na talaga ang susunod na mangyayari. Pero, caster, start the game. Sa mga nanonood dyan, sa mga nanonood, I mean, good morning sa inyong lahat. Time check 11:28 AM. And, Ray, medyo, kamusta naman ang gising mo ngayon? Balita ko, inspired ka today.
Oo, inspired tayo. Masaya tayo ngayon. Lalong-lalo na pag umaga pa lang, kumain ka ng bulalo.
Ay, naku po, ano kinain mo?
Bulalo? Bulalo? Kasi kagabi pa ako naghahanap ng bulalo.
Naglilihi ka sa bulalo, gano'n.
Loko ka, Bill. Ano ba isip ko mga nanonood sa
Joke lang.
Baka maano na naman tayo dito. Ma-fake news tayo. Oo.
MTRCB na naman tayo no?
Okay. Ascent. The side ng CERBERUS, they're gonna be sticking with the chamber and with that breach, interestingly. While sa side naman ng no-namers, it's still the same na nakita natin kahapon. With that Killjoy, with that KO, and with that Omen. So, medyo patas lang May kanya-kanyang perks mula sa parehas na teams.
Yeah. Pero ang gagawin lang ni Sky SG dito is at least meron talaga siyang dedicated smoke na dalawa lang na mabilis ng pumunta yan kung saan mo pinindot. Pero itong kay Astra, there's no way na talagang maglalagay siya ng 4 na smokes dito. Kasi syempre, you need that gravity well to stop the possible push of no-namers. You need that concuss as well para syempre to stop yung pagpa-plant or pagde-diffuse ng no-namers dito. So, we're gonna get to see these players din talaga kung ano ba yung makakaya nilang ipakita, kung ano ba yung makakaya nilang gawin. Kasi, once again, elimination na ito. One team will go bye-bye, which is yan ang sinasabi ni Astra. Will go bye-bye.
So, binaboss na naman sila, Bill. At, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa amin sa YouTube, sa Twitch, tsaka sa Facebook, ang mga set of matches. Sa mga nagtatanong, kailan po ang NAOS? Last game sila, guys, sa mga nagtatanong. Balita ko, mainit daw yung NAOS ngayon So, tignan natin ano yung mga giging surpresa nila sa atin. Pero, syempre, sa mga nandyan, guys, chill lang kayo at nood na kayo dito. Kasi kagabi balita ko, Vil, na-stress ang lahat sa SBE. Pero ganun talaga, guys, sa mga bida, sa una lang nagpapatalo. Bukas babawi yung SBE.
Hindi, ewan ko kung sila na-stress, pero kami, nag-enjoy kami. Okay lang, natalo yung game. Basta at least panalo kami sa ibang aspeto. Okay lang. Okay lang.
Sa suporta panalo mga Pinoy team.
Isipin mo yung chat to, tapos na yung game pero hindi pa rin sila tapos sabihin na walang ambag yung kalaban. Oh, inaway
Ay, ginawa nyo kay PTC.
Men, inaway na lang namin. Wala naman kami magagawa di ba? Talo kami, pero at least aawayin na lang namin. Ganun na lang. Di ba? Oh. May bawi sila. Wala silang bawi. 2-0. 2-0. Ito 2-0 ang Full Sense at saka SBE. Pero 2-0 din ang Full Sense versus Caster. So okay lang yun. Wala silang bawi.
Siyempre, kapag ikaw talaga, Vil, wala talaga makakatalo sa'yo.
Hindi naman.
Kahit 1v1.
Hindi naman ganun. Totoo yun.
Tignan mo, yung sa ONIC, nagulat na lang tayo, nagka-game 3. Talo sila Nahabol. Naniniwala ka sa comeback. Ako naniniwala sa mga comeback na yan.
Talaga, syempre. Kaya if ever, nag-away kayo ni commander mo, may comeback naman. Shoutout sa mga, sa Twitch.
Yan.
Hello Twitch people, hello mga anak. Yung mga nasa PPGL Discord, alam ko nakikinig kayo. Hello mga anak.
Ay, di na namin i-drop yung Discord this time around. Baka makita nyo, isa na lang matitira sa mismong
hindi. I-send ko na yung tamang link para doon. Kasi ganito kasi, ito kukwento ko sa inyo. Siyempre, kwentuhan muna tayo. Story time. Ito, story time. Hindi punta ako 7-Eleven, joke lang.
SKL ka.
Hindi sa di PPGL Discord, 'di ba? Inaano namin. Just ko po yung yung binigay kong PPGL link, yung super private na na VCT link. Yun yung nabigay ko. Yung kung nasan yung iba't ibang bansa, yung super private ko nasan yung Riot, yung mga yun talaga yung binigay ko, Diyos ko. Tawag doon? Si boss yun sa kinabahan Nanlamig siya kinabahan siya Kasi mali yung link na nabigay ko Nagulat siya, ang daming sumasali na hindi naman dapat ganun Kinabahan si boss yun siya shoutout nga pala kay Boss Francis. Nanlamig siya.
alam ko ang napin kasi na comment hindi yung sa'yo, Bill yung kay Nomad.
Hindi, iba yun. Yung pinini Nomad, yun mismo yun. Yun mismo yun. Pero yung sinend ko, yung maling Discord link. Ayun, share ko lang.
Share lang namin Ganun talaga guys, masaya kasi kami. Gusto namin kasama kayo parate, syempre. Hanggang sa dulo. Nang walang hanggan. Hanggang sa puso.
Ko'y maghihintay.
Ay, di nyo ba alam, si Bill talaga tunay na singer ng December Avenue. Joke lang. Diba?
Sige. Pag si Raf tsaka si Taylor nagsama, parang Ben and Ben Edit nga.
Dami pang gusto sabihin.
Edit nga edit ko yung picture nila, tapos nalagay ko sa Ben and Ben. Wala talaga akong kwentang tao.
May multiverse na talaga dito ni Raf tsaka ni Taylor
Gustong sabihin.
Biruin niyo si Taylor, sobrang paldo niya. Nasa panel na nga siya. Nandito pa sa PH broadcast. 2-in-1.
Double pay, di ba?
Diba?
Double pay.
What is money? Paper only.
Talaga, man. So, magkano yung sahod? May sahod? Akala ko, thank you lang to. Ang sahod namin, guys, Valorant points. Mga 500,000 Valorant points, ganun. Selling account. Joke. Di pwede yun.
Ay, natatandaan ko na naman yung deal.
Yung may inaway ako? Oo. Ang kapal ng mukha nung inaway ko, ladies and gentlemen. Kasi bakit din kasi may nagbebenta. Ang daming Valorant points pero walang Radianite points. Diba? Ano yun? Anong ginagawa nun? Tapos yung battle pass, wala man lang siya ka battle pass kahit isa. Ibig sabihin nun, hindi talaga siya naglalaro. And Riot account yung binebenta niya. Ang kapal na mukha, men. Inaaway ko eh.
Dinilit niya eh.
Dinilit niya, wala siya nagawa eh. Sabi ko sa kanya, sige, pag na-add mo ako, bibiling ko yan ngayon na mismo. Sa live account, pag nakapaglaro tayo ng unrated. Men, dinilit niya eh. Wala siya nagawa eh. Kala niya.
Huwag yung gagalitin si Bill.
Aga. Joke lang.
Eto, Ascent. No namers, Cerberus. Sa mga nagtatanong, kakasiwala pa lang, hindi nga namin alam bakit na naman na ayan na, meron ng countdown na huwag kayong mag-alala. Walang curse ngayon dahil ang tunay lang na posibilidad ngayon ay mananalo ang PH teams natin. At ngayon na nga, okay, Cerberus. Na-miss ko to si Die Cute, si Red Neval. Oo naman.
Alam mo ba, I will never see Red Neval the same way again. Alam mo bakit? Kasi it's lavender. Pag binaliktad mo.
Ay. Oo nga. Sorry, name ko lang na.
Diba? You never thought na lavender yung yung talagang pangalan. Akala mo talaga Red Neval. Akala mo sa ilong siya, pero hindi. Lavender pala talaga siya.
Alam mo kung ano din yung buff ng No Namers. Nakita ko may isa sa kanila si Sky SG yata.
Oo, may baby girl siya eh.
May baby girl.
May baby girl. Oo nga eh. Kita ko nga.
Yung bleed din eh. Nakita ko nga eh. May baby girl din eh. Kaya, lugi nga pala yung ibang miyembro ng NAOS doon.
Bakit? Okay lang. Pwede naman nila akong gawing baby boy. Pero ito ngayon mga kaibigan si Vera. Hinadukin na kayo mga players na yun. Sabay silang bumaba dito. Vera with a kill again. Pero, first round go to the players of No Namers right now. Ayaw pa nilang umalis dito sa VCT. Lalaban pa sila!
Wala pa ka lang. This is a good start. Sabi nga ng panel natin eh, pagdating sa No Namers, hindi mo alam. Hindi mo ma-measure hanggang saan makakaya ng mga to. And looking at it, baka ito na yung great start nila. Basta hindi sila ma-shutdown, Vera is doing it, getting the most out of his confidence. Alam mo, it's gonna turn way into things na pabor sa No Namers in one way or another. Ang mga miyembro kasi ng Cerberus, konti na lang din sila. Pinilit na lang din nila yung plat kahit alam na lang matatalo sila. At ngayon na nga, makakapag full buy ang No Namers.
No Namers, it is talagang hindi na sila magpapaka-save dito kasi alam mo naman, they have the money. Ayaw nila mag-save. They really want to secure the second round already. Pero si Temps, yung grabe naman yung angulo ng camera niya no? Top to bottom. Diyos ko po. Ginagawa ko rin yan minsan mga ganyan. Uy! Vera! Welcome on to Die Cute. O Jubes ko, si DXN mga kaibigan, kinuha ng araw. Kinuha ng liwanag ang kuya mo. Kinukuha ng liwanag. Ayan yung mga ganyan na ginagawa ni Temps ha. Pero Temps masyadong mainit. Hinadukin na nga si Kishi ngayon. Nagkakapikan lang pero tamang right click pero not gonna able to tag out these players. Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi ganon kahirap ang Cerberus kasi napaplant nila yung spike.
Kailangan lang nila ng advantage. Pagdating sa barrel siguro, pwede na yon. And let's see how they'll manage to get the next round already. Dapat hindi na nila pababayaan dahil tong No Namers, malaki talaga posibilidad ng team na to with the amount of firepower that they have, amount of confidence. At kita mo si Sky ganda na upuan! Sana all! Maganda siguro setup na to. Pa-streamer eh.
Ano ka ba? Ganun din naman yung upuan natin. Pare-pareho lang naman tayo na upuan. Siyempre, ano ba yan? 2022 ba yan?
Oo, ata eh. Baka eh.
Yung sa akin 2022 eh. Yung may magnet sa likod?
Namamagnet.
O yung sa ulo, di ba? Pareho tayo. Ganun din kinuha ko eh. What is money?
paper.
yun.
O to. Aggressive yung mga taga no-namers.
Oh,
Sisi mga ni
no-namers.
Vera.
Oh!
Spike down mid.
He's gonna go down. Sayang yun. Mawawala ng controller. Ang mga taga Cerberus. Wala silang choice ngayon. Push right through already in sa A site. Pero nga lang yung spike. Ako po. Next problem
Right
nila
here.
to. Akashi pa, napindutan pa siya dito ni Teps somehow with that taps. And finally, Vera will be able to get the frag traded off by Kishi. And what will happen ngayon sa Cerberus? Dahil may mga trade-offs, it's just gonna be the two remaining members ng Cerberus. Pero buti na lang si Red Deval was able to tackle on Shun. Teps gets the head of Kishi. At siya na lang kagad ang natitira, the jet of Cerberus. And if this continues, nako po, medyo mahirap si Red Deval dito dahil 46 HP na lang siya. Wala pang armor. Uy.
Pero, saan ba talaga pupunta yung mga players ngayon na si Red Deval, si Lavin, talagang titira dito. Pero yun nga lang, oh my god, hindi pa nagkakatamaan. Pero sabi ni Times, ako na bahala sa'yo, baby boy. 3-0 and Cerberus. Kailangan nila makabawi. Wala naman silang pera ngayon.
Dami nga na dito. Shout out sa mga proud sa kanilang rank. Okay lang yan. As long as you're enjoying the game. At ngayon.
Tama, as long as you're enjoying the game.
Oo.
As long as you are enjoying everything that's happening in front of you.
As long as masaya ka sa kanya.
Oo, tama. Oo, tama. As long as hindi ka, as long as kaya mo pa.
Here.
Kahit ang sakit-sakit na. Ituloy mo lang yan.
Oh. Okay. Temps na naman gets the two members kagad ng Cerberus. One trap and one with that Vandal. At ngayon, save nga mga miyembro ng Cerberus. So talagang medyo gipit sila pagdating sa meron sila. While on the other side, Akashi already has his ult. Pero I think it's quite complicated already. Pumipili na lang si Temps. Sobrang dami niyang baril. Pumipili na lang siya kung anong pwede niyang kunin. But with that, to try to play along, he spots the members. He gets one, gets the third kill, flashes off that flashes off, gets the fourth. Ace nga ba to na may kita natin out of him? Dahil isa na lang kagad natitira ay yes. Sky SG nga lang, hita ka sa Loki and the 4 kills. Tinaktihan lang kagad ni Temp sa may garden. At sa may 3 rather. At ngayon, nakuha na naman ng no-namers ang 4th round.
Sobrang bilis ng nangyayari natin nakita dito. Pero it's just hindi na talaga hindi na talaga makabawi yung mga players dito sa no-namers. I mean, they can actually do some turnarounds if ever, pero kung ganito ang pinapakita ng Cerberus, talagang pinapakita nila hindi sila karapat dapat talaga mag-advance. Pero mali mo, makakuha naman sila ng comeback kahit papano. Though, I mean, this is the time na meron sila mga barrel though. So, tingnan natin if ever makakuha sila. Pero nga lang, it's just the momentum, the power of a no-namers is overflowing dito sa mapa na to. 5-0 already, Ray. And what is happening dito sa Cerberus? Ang Cerberus, actually, ito yung team na sobrang, parang marami ding branches to, Ray. Pati sa ibang bangbang meron eh. Nasasabi ko ang Cerberus team sa ibang bangbang eh.
Alam ko, talagang outstanding din talaga tong Cerberus. Hindi lang dito, diba? Sa Valorant mismo. Pero, nakita mo ba yung sinabi ni Vera doon? Wow! Napawaw siya sa sarili niya eh. Sa ginagawa niya. But I really do think ito yung kailangan i-shutdown ng Cerberus. Itong si Vera. Pumapalo talaga. And Temps also. We already know that these two are making a big impact for their team, even if Gahol parate, even if they went up against a lot of strong teams also. We all know that's gonna be favoring them. And Die Cute is gonna go down sa kamay ni Vera. Talagang ipit na ipit parati yung mga Cerberus. Ang daming pag-aalinlangan sa strategies nila here in Ascent, talagang hinohold lang kasi ng no-namers eh. Kasi duel pa lang, panalo na eh. Kita mo ngayon, paglalaroan ni Temps, Kishi, buti na lang sinabayan na din niya kaagad si Red Deval. And finally, after those little pick-offs, magiging posible na ata sa Cerberus ngayon na maipanalo nga itong round na to.
Pero dito naman sa mga players ng CES naman, it's just paikot-ikot lang sila. May pera, wala. May pera, wala. Titry nila mag-push ng mabilis. Wala nangyari. Titry nila mag-push ng slow. Wala rin nangyari. Pero yun nga, the players of CES is now revealed already. Pero parang wala eh. It's just the hold of no-namers is really, really good. Shun though, revealed yung isa pero not gonna be able to take down these players. Pero si DXN all the way coming in from market, mga kaibigan. Shot him down, 5-0. Pero but still, dalawa na lang natitira dito sa CS. The clock is ticking already. Ito yung maganda eh, no? Uy, salamat. And the Sky SG will get a kill, pero nga Shun will finish it off 6-0 already.
And now, no-namer still. What a clean retake. Pero yun nyo, flawless execution. Lahat. Yun yung nagiging pabor sa kanila. While on the other side, siguro nakikita nyo kung gaano kahirap i-shutdown ang lineup, ang agent lineup ngayon ng no-namers. You have that KO. You also have the biggest problem. It's gonna be the Killjoy. And kita mo naman sa post-plant, hindi na nakapalag ngayon ng Cerberus. And when you take a look at it, si Kishi, ginamit niya kasi yung Rolling Thunder niya as an entry point lang sa kanyang team. But as for the post-plants, hindi nag-work at all. Konektado ang lahat. No-namers just played it in a way na super magiging flawless ang lahat. And 6-0 na nga. And Cerberus, hindi pa sila umaangat dito. The standard ng SGMY is here. And Cerberus, the best from their own region, can't really take a chance so far. And alam naman natin na pagdating sa map selection, no-namers has the upper hand. And this is gonna be the dangerous thing about what no-namers can actually exemplify ngayon din. Pero tignan natin, malay nyo, nasa momentum lang yung namers. And if Cerberus got the key already, how to cover themselves pagdating sa attacking side, baka maging iba na din ang ihip ng hangin. Pero, Gabi, kaya mong ma-utilize talaga si Breach dito. Pero mukhang ngayon, sa side ng Cerberus, hindi nila ma-connect talaga after all eh.
You want to play? Let's play.
Here. Here. Here.
Sorry. Pero anti-flank lang talaga to. Pero ito mga players ngayon ng CS, mga kaibigan, gonna go here in A instead of Lavender. We're gonna tag out these players and then plus that dash, we're gonna take out DXN. Knowing na ito yung, ito Ray I mean, sobrang delikado talaga ng no-namers dito kasi map pick pa lang. Parang ano talaga nangyayari sa kanila. Die cute with that tour de force. Gonna shut down one player from Team CES right now. 3v4 winnable situation for CES. There's no way na matatalo sila dito. They got that site secured. They locked here already. Pero mapapanalo pa ba to ng no-namers?
Nagiging challenging to. Okay, it somehow works. One way or another, si Temps sa kasi Shun. Pero I think isa-isa na nga babagsak ang mga miyembro ng no-namers dahil lahat sila ay magmumula sa lahat ng angulo na kayang coveran ng Cerberus. And finally, Vil, after a lot of rounds, after 6 rounds rather, nakuha na nga ng Cerberus ang kanilang panalo. And maybe, ito na ang oras talaga makakapag-manifest na sila ng sunod-sunod na wins. Pero I think ito medyo naipitan lang talaga mga miyembro ng no-namers kasi kita mo naman, kayang-kaya nila pumalag. But buti na lang, Cerberus, they already taking care of those angle holds pagdating sa post-plant nila, and that's something that Cerberus needs to be consistent at.
Vera waiting for that perfect execute. Uy, muntik na, napakaganda na smoke! Diyos ko po! Nagulat si Akashi na merong ninja sa harapan niya. Akashi Senpai, what happened?
Akashi taga Kuroko basket yan ah.
Pop flash. Tignan natin. Tamang right click ng flash. Ito na. Pero tamang flash lang din sila. Nagulot sila. Pero yung Lavender with that big flick. Well, take down temps as well. Nagulot din si Lavender. Si Red Neval na meron palang tao sa harapan niya. Flick na lang din Look at the flick of the wrist. Loki. Low on HP. Tulad kung paano siya sinakal ni Thanos. Kaya umiyak si Thor sa endgame.
Paano iyak?
No!
Ginawa talaga.
Ganun sinabi ni Thor na.
Ito.
30 seconds left.
Entry points na onto the side of Cerberus. Sky SG tries to maybe get at least some pinches there. Pero wala siyang mapipick off. Alam na nga lang din ng mga miyembro ng No Namer saan ba sila manggagaling. Pero mukhang i-retake pa ata na ito. Merong lockdown si DXN. Pero sinamahan na nga kagad ng Cosmic Divide pagdating kay Luken. Speaking of, ilalabas na nga niya kagad to para lang ma-pressure ang mga miyembro. Pero nag-iingay yung Cerberus. Gumagamit sila ng kung anong meron man si Kishi just to be able to deny them. And tignan natin if gusto pa nga nila i-contest. No time already to actually do it. Pero DXN is getting the upper hand against Daikute. At hindi bibitawan. Hindi bibitawan ni DXN. Nakapaglamang pa nga. And actually, they still get it.
Akala ko mamapatay siya doon kasi biglang nawala yung smoke nung nagpalit siya ng barrel. Pero sabi ni DXN, I got you, bro. I got you. Muntik nang mapunit yung pants parang si Derek
Ayan, sinabi kagad ni Kenesu lahat ng games under Cerberus. Oo naman, alam namin. Pero thank you, para ma-update na yung mga hindi nakakaalam. Gulat din si Loki, buti na lang. Si Kishin tawag ng teamwork. Talaga, what's gonna with teamwork?
Teamwork makes the dream work. Mga kaibigan, tandaan yan. There's no I sa team. Pero meron sa itim. Happy lang tayo, happy lang.
Oo.
Akashi Senpai. Wala siyang nakita dito. Sky SG hindi man lang tinamaan doon. Temps with another one right now. Diyos ko pa, pareho sila na nasa na nandyan lang sa may sa may entrance ng A main. Pero si Temps actually medyo delikado ito ngayon. Oh! What a timing onto that knife though. Just stopping the headhunter of Daikute as well. Pero ito na, meron na siyang Vandal ngayon. 3v4. Lamang ang CS. Pero Diyos ko po, na 3v3 pa nga. Shot, they're not gonna connect on these pairs. Pero si Kishi, meron siyang Rolling Thunder. Pero DX na una. Shooting another one right now. 1v3. Vera! Vera kill dito sa likod ni Akashi Senpai. 8-1.
Guess ko naman yung rason kung bakit si Kishi Rolling Thunder. Pero in one way or another, ano mo yun? 50-50 yun eh. Pwedeng hindi siya useful, pwedeng oo. And hindi siya naging useful at all. Tingnan mo ginawa DXN. Sige, sabay lang ako sa Agos. At finally, Shun had that opportunity. Everything is connecting all together sa side ng No Namers. Vil, biruin mo. That is just a good tempo on what they can do with the beat against Cerberus. And finally, 7 rounds ang difference na nila. 16-4 si Vera!
Get out of my way!
16-4. Vera! Alam mo ba? Mamaya ako kito, pero Diyos ko po, perfect execution na ginawa dito ng Akashi mga kaibigan. Talaga in-anticipate niya na mag-dash out dito si Vera, pero Red Neval nagwawala na. Low on HP, 2v4. CES, eto na ba yung time nila na makabawi dito? Pwede ba mag-8-4 to? Pero nga, Shun nakaisa pa siya ko for the second one, pero denying. Kasi hindi talaga siya nagkakita. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, Shun is everywhere! 1 HP! Piso peligro! Sabi ni Kaya NG, pre, sasamahan kita, pareho tayo nandito sa may, sa may backside daw. Oh! Sky SG, winnable pa ba? 2v4 to, my man! Oh my God! No namers!
Winnable na sana yun sa Cerberus. Gumamit lang si Sky. Sabi niya, kasama lang tayo, tapos buti, naskantro pa kung nasaan. Si Loki, 1 HP pa, nabuhay pa. Dito wala na siya, sinayawan na lang niya kagad just in case na pwede pang may chance. Pero wala na nga lang din siya talaga nagawa ngayon. And now, 8 rounds. Ano na ang mangyayari sa Cerberus? Take this chance, probably. Pero, I think, medyo dehado na to unless 9-3 curse. Pwede pa nga ata mangyari yun.
Oo. Malay mo, di ba? Pwede na mangyari yan. Pero Diyos ko po, ano na mangyayari sa Vietnam? Sinabi ko pa naman, baka pwede manalo ang CS dito, pero hindi ko in-expect na magiging ganito.
Mamaya pa naman din ay, ito na nga. Di ka huhuliin ni Vera dyan, Loki. Okay, tama. Buti na lang. Lumipat na siya. Giging dehado pa yun eh. Kapag di pa naman, pag natalo pa naman Cerberus dito, tong Fancy United nasa peligro din. But mali mo, may magawa din sila. But it's Bonkers we're talking about. Pero ito na nga mag-e-end na si Red Neval. Ito ngayon si Sky.
Nag-fake. Kitang-kita. Oh, Hadouken. Sky SG pero Red Neval mga oh my God! Sky SG! Through that smoke! With a 2K! 3v3 Lavender, slow on HP. Temps kailangan ng buhay dito, pero ito na ata yung pagbangon ng api. Vera from the backside. Hindi na mabubuhay si Temps dito.
Spike planted.
Is this gonna be the clutch na inaantay natin dito kay Vera? Ito na ba yung highlight na pwede nang i-post sa Facebook tsaka sa Twitter? Tsaka sa IG kung meron. Sa TikTok lang din kung pwede pa. Vera mga kaibigan, or let's see what's gonna happen here, man. Op, Vera. Op, Vera with a kill. With a brainstorm as well. Hindi na alam kung nasan yung mga players ito, pero okay, just one! Oh my God! Vera! With a cross as a 1v3! Ladies and gentlemen, anong pangalan niya? Vera? Mga kaibigan, you've just seen the Vera Esports clutch moment of the game.
My God, Vera, ano yun? What? After popping off, one easy si Red Neval. Ang talino ng ginawa niya dito. Alam niya. Tapos itong si Akashi walang nagawa. Gulat din sila. Gulat din sila. Vera, you're doing it. Sabi nila, now it's a 10-1 Bill. 9 to dapat yun.
Tapos alam mo yung ginawa ni Vera? Nag-smirk lang siya. Gumanon lang siya. What was that?
What is happening? Sabi na makaklatch pa, Bill. Cerberus, ano na? Ang bilis.
Sige, okay lang yan. Okay lang na mabilis.
Oh, fast games.
Sana yung game 2 ganito rin.
Parang yung sa game 2 yung mas lalong alanganin. Tatandaan nyo ha, Cerberus mapik to. Yet hindi sila makagalaw sa first half. At kapag in-overtake lang sila ng no-namers, ngayon na nagpa-pop off ang no-namers sa first half, na po, very dangerous talaga to see how will Cerberus get out of this. Pero looking at it, si DXN, inaabangan lang sila. Oh no, nabawasan pa nga sila doon. It's not working. Okay. Buti na lang hindi pa napita sa mga biyembre nila, pero nahuli na nga kagad si Red Neval after taking out that paranoia. And still, they will be able to get the win. 11-1 curse. Pwede ba yun? Kasi sa tingin ko, ang hirap na talagang patumbahin itong no-namers.
11-1, men. Wala pa nag-12-0, di ba? Dito sa VCT APAC. Wala pa, di ba? So ito ang pinaka... Puro sila 2-10, pero wala pa nag-11-1. Ray. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wala
Tama,
pa
tama,
nag-11-1. Wala pa. This is the first 11-1.
May. Tapos si Vera ganto. Parang sabi nga nila 'di ba? Nakita nga natin ang nangyari sa no-namers. Sabi nila babawi daw sila. Nakita ko lang sa Twitter. So ngayon talaga, pinapakita nila. Naayaw pa nilang umuwi. Naayaw pa nila syempreng matanggal dito sa APAC Challengers. Sa tatandaan nyo if Cerberus wins this, they only have one representative na lang in their own region. And yun yung Fancy United. At medyo may pagkakomplikado nga kapag gano'n ang mangyayari sa Cerberus. At hirap na talagang ngayon, bumangon sa 11-1. Lalo na pag yung Pistolville. Wala na to. Medyo go next na tayo. GG go next. Ika nga.
So, tuloy-tuloy lang nila tong kasiyahan nila, my man. Pero, at the end of the day, makita na natin kung paano mag-pop off ang isang Vera. Sipin mo, di ba? Well, alam mo yung buff na meron si Vera? Sponsor buff.
Kapag pangalan pa na.
Nagwala. Ganun din ako mag-jet eh.
Yung kamag.
Mamaya guys, third game may watch party ulit tayo. Sorry, hindi na broadcast ang watch party yung mayroon talaga. Pag Pinoy team watch party, tinatandaan nyo. May watch party mamaya. Mamayang gabi sa PPGL. Pero Lavender with that kill onto Temps. DXN kinukuha ng liwanag mga kaibigan. Kaya hindi mo na mapa-flash dun si Temps eh.
Hindi ka talaga.
Vera.
Oh my.
With another one, DXN nakaisa pa nga. It's all up to the two remaining players of CS right now. Sky SG with a kill. Akashi Senpai. Oh my god. Ang sakit nun. NN. Match point already.
Match point.
Para tayo nanonood ng di ko alam kung anong gustong gawin na ngayon ng Cerberus. Bibili na lang sila eh. Sasabayan nila. Maybe. Mga pag kuha pa sila ng panalo. Pero looking at it, parang nahihirapan talaga sila basahin yung no-namers. Hindi mo malalaman saan mo ba i-expect si Vera yo. Kinuha lahat ng kills.
Ito na, nagwala na si Vera.
Oo nga eh.
Pero tingnan natin dito if ever makakisap siya. Chamba lang daw ba yun o isa pa?
Ito na parang hindi. Trade off, okay. We got Dykit, that's okay. I think Shun also. Mawawalan sila ng isang Sova sa no-namers. Talagang ia-agger na lang sila ng mga miyembro ng Cerberus eh. And still Sky gets Red Neval, Kishi, Loki at Akashi na lang. Will it actually work with the sheriffs that they have, with the force that they want to take on? Pero as for Loki and Akashi, meron naman silang Stinger together with that Spectre. So, hindi pa naman siguro tapos sa kanila. Pero alam na kanila na meron. And Akishi is actually aware of it. Pops of that smoke. Tries to deny ang mga miyembro ng no-namers. Pero ngayon, na somehow, alam na nga nila saan magpupush ng mga to. Mukhang talagang ginagawa ng no-namers dito magpaka-aggressive tayo. Pero lilipat pa sila. Meron pa naman silang oras kahit paano kailangan nila mag-take care kay Akashi na baka mapitas sila. Pero looking at it, pwede nga na mapitas. 1, 2, 3! Gets the 3. Oh no, may trade pagkaling kay DX and 2v2 pa to. Ipit na sila. If it take out si Kishi, alam niyo na kung saan mangyayari. Pero buti na nakapag-tap siya. At siya na lang natitira dito. 14 seconds left. And still, Kishi tries to make some of the noise here. Pero kalmado lang si DX and kahit talaga naaarawan yan. At may kita na nga siya ngayon. Wala na ring oras to actually plant it. And Cerberus still gets that win. May pag-asa pa ba dahil kailangan nila mag-abol ng 10 rounds? Sa tingin ko, yes, kasi yung DXN na Bumili sila ngayon eh. So, most likely wala na silang pera. Ang mga
ang pagbangon ng api. Ito na ba yun? Itutuloy-tuloy ba to ng mga players ng Cerberus, mga kaibigan? Pero walang pera walang pera ang no-namers eh. Kasi nag-buy sila kanina eh. So, tingnan natin. Tignan mo, ano lang, Marshall lang, Sheriff lang. Yan lang. So, safe buy ngayon ang mga players ng no-namers, pero Red Naval, Kish with another one, Kish with 2K, trying to go with the third one though. Just trying to get the head of Sky SG, pero meron pa isang tao dyan, napakabilis sa pangyayari dito, Red Naval. With a 3K, 12 to 3. Ito na ata yun eh. Pero I mean, walang pera yung no-namers kanina eh. Binigay lang na yung round na yun eh. Pamigay yung round na yun eh. Tignan mo, diba, andun lang sila dito eh. Nasa mid lang sila eh. Kasi alam naman nila na pinagbibigyan lang ata nila yun eh. Yung Cerberus dun sa round na yun eh. Pero tingnan natin. I mean,
para 13-3.
Alam mo ba, ang gusto kong puntahan na na bansa, Singapore. Hindi ba ako nakapunta ng Singapore? Isipin mo, nakapunta na ako ng iba't ibang bansa. Pero except Singapore, hindi ko
talaga?
alam bakit.
Hindi ba nakakapunta?
Oo. Pero nag-Hong Kong na ako, nag-Taiwan na ako, nag-Thailand na ako, nag-Cavite na ako, pero hindi ko pa napupuntahan ng ang Singapore. Pero yun nga lang, tips mga kaibigan, with the kill on to Loki right now, plus that knife, pero Akashi with a 2K. Akashi senpai! Pero yun nga lang, Akashi inuubos ngayon, pero sabi ni Shun, hindi! 2v2 situation right now, pero ito na yung rotation na ginagawa ko na CES mga kaibigan, pero kaya ba talagang ipanalo to? Daikute picking everyone, catches one, pero nalulusaw ngayon si Daikute, pero the damage is not enough for you to take down these players. Nandun talaga, pwedeng kaliwa, pwedeng kanan, pero DXN swinging from the left side. Kishi seeing him, pero Swarm gonna just stop the possible push of CS right now, pero si Daikute we're gonna get that kill. Ito na ata ang comeback na inaantay natin para sa CES.
Tignan na yung makaka-comeback pa ba to? Oh, no-namers. Nahihirapan lang i-close. Pero baka kala lang nila mag-take ng time. Medyo minamadali. Kaya hindi na nila madaliin. Kasi hindi naman na to yung side na pwede mong asimin eh. Dahil nasa attacking ka. Kailangan mo pa rin mag-ingat to check out every angles. And Akashi, biruin mo, he got 3 kills just by standing here sa may boat house. So, not that bad. Tapos kay DX and then medyo alanganin din ang kanyang pwesto talaga. And actually, Cerberus, count the steps. Kahapon nangyari to sa ONIC tsaka kay Sersha. Nawala lahat ng lakas ng ONIC eh. So, medyo maging complicated to. Pero Vera will finally unleash that Blade Storm. And maybe try up to come with something. Pero Red Deval takes him out. Susunod na ata to. Okay, mag-audition na kayo sa harapan ni Red Deval ngayon. Dahil nakabawasan na nga si Temps together with Vera. The particular players ngayon ng no-namers has been doing so much sa kanilang team ngayon.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa no-namers, wala naman sila magagawa dito eh. Kasi wala naman talaga silang pera eh. So, DXN, are they gonna swing? Are they gonna contest everything na pwedeng mangyari dito? Akashi Senpai, is he gonna peek or not? DXN, tahimik ang tanghali, pero nagpaingay na si Red Deval. Shoot with another one right now, but shoot with a 2K.
30 seconds left.
Up, Loki with a swing. Loki with a kill, but Loki will finish it off with an RGX Vandal.
Lahat ng mga pro players, RGX ang inaasam nila or ginagamit talaga. Pero yung iba si SOL eh, nakita ko kahapon eh. Mga miyembro ng Surshop, SOL ang gamit. But as for Red Neva, gets that river taps lang on towards the members ng no-namers. At no-namers, nasa point na kayo na lang. Baka naman gusto nyo nang tapusin to, especially in this round. Dahil full buy na naman kayo, no operator on hand, but we have Red Deval with that. Shun, tries to get a lot of information dito sa may mid para makapag-mid control sila. At mukhang bibigay ata ng mga miyembro ng no-namers to. Pero ito, sinasayawan lang ni Shun kagad itong ultimate ni Akashi at medyo nasayang yon, but at least nakabawas na kagad against Shun as he's also ready with that Hunter's Fury. But on the other side, Vera, pinoprotectionan. Okay, may kita nila. May kita dito na Akashi. Alam na niya na meron, pero mukhang buti na lang hindi na rin nagpaka-aggressive ang no-namers dito sa mid. So medyo nahihirapan sila dahil ginagawa ng Cerberus, they're putting off something na para lang talagang one way or another, madali ang mga no-namers sana sa execution nila at alam na nga rin nila kagad na meron si TXN.
Initiated.
DXN with that lockdown okay lang kasi ang lockdown naman sanay na sanay yung mga Pinoy dyan. Wala namang Pinoy dito.
At oy, mag-entry na sila sa may B. Binigay nila kagad. Vera finally takes si Akashi. The usual problem na meron ng no-namers as he just tries to spray through the smoke. At sana may mahuli pero si Daikito on the other hand, mapipitas na nga si Temps. And let's see if this retake is gonna work dahil aasimin lang ata ni Vera pero di papayagan ni Red Devil. Siyempre, nilabas na nga din kagad ang kanyang Blade Storm at mukhang mag-work na ata tong retake na naman nila dahil isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Shun and he gets the top. Dalawa na lang sa isa. And will he manage to get it?
Okay. Fury, oh.
May pang post plant siya pero nililito siya ngayon ni Kishi. Hindi na siya nakagalaw. And finally, Cerberus still takes this. Ay, nako! No-namers. Pinatagal pa! Save na naman sila!
Ay, nako.
Tayong Otsili. Oo, ayusin nyo. Maano tayo dyan? Natawa na lang si Bill eh.
Si Derek kasi nasiraan ng pantalon eh.
Awit nga yun, Derek. Okay lang yan, Derek. At no-namers. Kailangan nilang mag-decide ngayon. Nakakakuha naman sila ng entry point eh. Yung post-plant na naman yung problema eh. Parang problema din na Cerberus eh. So, di na dapat nila pinapabayaan yung ganitong rounds. Dahil nasa momentum yung Cerberus eh. Si Red Devil humahabol against Vera. So, this is quite complicated. If this is just gonna be continuing sa Cerberus and they're gonna be shot down all over. Pero, magpo-force pa rin sila dito. Ay, hindi na. Full buy pa rin sila. May pera naman ata sila. So,
may pera. So, pwede silang bumawi kahit papano, di ba? Pero, yun natin, if kaya pa ba, pero yun nga lang, Lavender, we're gonna shut down Vera ngayon. Medyo, medyo, na-jet diff siya kanina. Pero ang sabi ni Red Devil, sige, i-jet lag kita.
Jet lag? Ay! Nakita yung balikat. Okay.
Nagkakitaan ng balikat, pero yung nga lang Temps. At least activate pa naman yung ultimate na dito. So pwede pa siyang buhayin, pero yun nga lang, medyo mahirap na rin talaga. I think it's not gonna be in favor of NN na ngayon eh. Pero yun nga, kumakomeback 12-7 from 11-1 to 12-7, di ba?
Out of chat.
Here. Baka naman. Here. Cerberus. Tignan mo naman. It's just Red Devil denying Vera. And that's just it. Kapag no Vera, hindi nahihirapan actually yung no-namers eh. Dahil si Temps ngayon, medyo hindi natin makuha yung actual chemistry nila together with Vera. Si Shun pa ngayon ang may mga ibang kills, pero they're just waiting for Vera to be able to come up with something. Hindi naman kasi talaga dapat. But as for Red Devil, tries to seek out kung meron ba siyang mapipitas. Unfortunately, wala. Buti na lang nahuli na siya ngayon with that recon para lang talagang makita ng no-namers kung sino dapat nilang i-punish. Pero si Kishi, oh no, timing. It's perfectly at baka mag-line up. He gets the top one. It's gonna be the next one. Pero Vera still will be able to tackle on against Kishi. At tatlo na lang kagad. Pero alam mo naman advantage pagdating sa mga barrel dito sa Cerberus. So medyo lugi talaga ang no-namers.
Lugi, pero kakayanin. Lavender. Oo.
Type 7
Kasi isipin mo naman, sino bang pumili nitong mapa na to? CES, di ba? Tapos if ever na kunyari matatalo ang CES dito sa ganito, medyo mahirap. Oh, nakakita si Temps! Oh, hindi nagkatamaan! Pero Temps, tamang one tap to the head lang. Pero merong Vandal dito sa Temps. Doon nagkatago lang sa smoke. Pero yung naikutan ata ni kaibigang Kishi. Pero DXN, tamang peak lang. Pero Akashi, we're gonna end your life.
Mangyayari sa no-namers. Yung Cerberus, pinapakitaan tayo. Bakit silang best sa region nila? Actually, dikit nga with Fancy 3-2 eh. Pero
Sabi ni
Bill.
Shoutout nga pala kay MJ Chan Vera. Ang sarap daw pag sinisigaw ko yung last name niya. Oh. Meron pang
May sound effects pa. Sana magtagal kayo, Vera, Mr. Vera ng girlfriend mo. Picture gano'n. Iba talaga. In love. Di ba, Vil?
Oo. Actually, meron akong kilalang Vera eh. Back din nung kabataan pa ako.
Apelido?
Hindi. Yun yung first name niya. Vera yung first name. Pero, huwag natin isipin naman. Tapos na yung mga kabataan ng days natin.
Ready pa nabawasan. Kishi, will he deny? Oh no, he got the trade together with Dive Cute. Pero na 3VT. Alam na rin kung nasaan sila. Ba't ka naka-knife out? Pero wala na din siya masya choice dahil alam na nga nila kagad kung nasaan siya. At dalawa na lang kagad na dito na Loki's up there. And they just tried to pinch him down. Makakapasok na nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng no-namers after si Loki. Di na nga sila mapick dahil nga may mga nakatingin sa kanya. And this is it. This is it na ba ang gagawin ng no-namers para talaga ang makabawi na sila at makakonfirm na nga kagad ang asset. Mukhang meron pa pag-asa para kay Akashi. It's gonna be a 1v1. Temps! Wala siyang pang-counter. Papin na lang paano na lang pre? Kung nasaan. Eto na nga. Pero hindi binibitawan ni Akashi. Uy, hindi niya binibitawan He gets it. No-namers. Muntikan pang makambak dito ng Cerberus. Pero sabi nila, no way na makakambak pa kami. We need to finish it. And we need to make a good comeback para di pa kami umuwi. At they are standing still strong with a 13-8 dito sa Ascent.
Yeah, and hey guys, and we're back and we've seen it already that just no-namers talagang medyo nadurog yung Cerberus dun sa first half, pero at least nakabawi naman sila kahit papano. Nakabawi sila ng 7 points and yeah, that's good already. At least natapos tong round na to, natapos tong game na to na hindi talaga sobrang layo ng scores nila. They tried so much, pero we can say na it's just no-namer, sobrang lakas dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban.
At alam nga natin na in one way or another, pabor talaga tong map na to sa side ng no-namers, even if Cerberus is the best in the region, but no-namers, they gave a good shot every time na Ascent map. So, nakikita din natin ang talent ng team na to dito. Kahit natalo sila ng Boom yesterday, it was still a close fight within them. But as for Cerberus, buti na lang. Nakabawi talaga sila. But as you can see, all of the members ng no-namers has been popping off real good. And especially sa first half, it was really outstanding. Vera takes the clutches. Vera shutdowns the potential na si Red Devil maging aggressive. And yung breach din. side ng Cerberus, wala siya talagang nagawa no first half, pero nagmanifest ang kanilang lineup pagdating sa defending. So both of these teams, sobrang lakas sa defending. It's just that Cerberus, nakahabol kasi sila, kaya talagang mas naging wide yung gap between the two teams, especially on towards the first half na finish with an 11-1.
Pero for the side of no-namers naman, it's just wala eh. They're really their mind is really overflowing dito sa game na to. For Cerberus, they tried so hard to do a big comeback. Pero masyado nang malayo ang score ng no-namers dito. Dumating pa tayo sa puntos na talagang nahihirapan din ng no-namers kahit papano. Pero at the end of the day, match point na ito. Nagulat na lang sila, oh. Muntik na nga matuhog yun eh. Muntik na nga silang gawing barbecue ni Vera eh, no? Pero yung isang shot, di lang din tumama. Itong shot na to, napaka-crucial nito mga kaibigan. Tinan mo, para sinabi talaga ni DXN na I got you boy dito sa Sova. Pero this is it. The biggest clutch of the day, mga kaibigan. Vera with the Vandal on to one, plus a right click onto that Bladestorm, mga kaibigan. A dash in a headshot onto Akashi. We'll finish it off. Tinan mo, wala silang nagawa yung mga players sa NN dito eh, no? Umapiri lang sila. Yay! Let's go!
Buhat tayo nung duelist dati.
Oo.
Pero sabi na isa, what? Tapos si Vera, no? Bill, kumiti lang eh. Ganun lang. No way! Si Direk talaga. Ang saya-saya ni Direk. At ngayon, nabawi nga ang Cerberus, pero sabi na nga no names, tapusin na natin at buti na lang temps dahil marami pa posibilidad. That round was really something, and buti na lang sumakto na din kung nasaan nakapwesto si Akashi into that. At we're gonna be going sa next map between these two teams, pero all I can say is no namers talaga, one of the best teams in that is currently standing out sa region. And kahit nga nagsisimula sila ngayong stage na to, nakita nga natin na nakapasok sila here in APAC Challengers. Nakita natin that this team is already making a good name, and hopefully meron talagang mag-a-adapt sa kanila na isang org. Pero syempre guys, pupunta muna tayo on a break as we're gonna be seeing and we're gonna be heading off towards Icebox. Once again, kami yung shoutcasters. Ako si Riri, kasama ko si Vil guys, and see you after this short break.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you
talking about, man? You're so crazy, bruh. Land right over the hill line, and when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley, but it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in, but sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to.
Good afternoon sa inyong lahat. Nandito nga muli tayo sa laban between no-namers tsaka taga CERBERUS kami yung shoutcasters nyo. Ako si Rated, syempre kasama ko dito si Vil at ihatid naman namin sa inyo ang second map which is going to be an icebox na map pick ng no-namers. To summarize lang, ang first match natin ay 11-1 sa first half between no-namers and CERBERUS dito sa Ascent, pero nakapag-comeback pa nga. Pinakaba pa tayo ng mga taga CERBERUS and finally, tinapos na nga ng no-namers with a 13-8 scoreline. Pero ngayon, napupunta tayo sa Icebox and I think, Vil, pagdating sa SGMY teams, sobrang galing talaga nila. Lahat sila, sobrang consistent pagdating sa Icebox.
The consistency is the key. Ika nga dito sa mga players na to. Pero grabe yung consistency talaga na ginawa din ng no-namers kanina. I really thought that hindi magiging posible din to na ginawa nila. Lalong-lalo na pumili ng map na yon is syempre CERBERUS. So what just happened? What the hell just happened? Dito sa CERBERUS kung bakit nagkagalon si Pico, umiiyak. Pero dito naman sa next map natin, Ray, I mean, this is the map pick na ng no-namers. I mean, are we gonna see a map pick curse nga ba talaga na talagang nangyayari dito? Arguably, it's actually really happening dito sa mga matches natin ngayon. So, we can say na baka malay mo, manalo ang CERBERUS dito sa Icebox. Pero kung pinili ng Singapore ang itong mapa na to, talagang meron silang hiniintay, meron silang hinahanap na magandang, hindi naman hinahanap, I mean, meron na talaga silang strategy dito on hand. And a big shoutout nga pala sa kaibigan nating si Marky. Ayan, si Marky. Si Key ng Singapore. Ayan. Pinoy siya pero Singaporean siya. Nagkakasya actually na MYSG na VCT. Pero ang flag niya Philippines kasi taga SG talaga siya. Ayan. Really good friend of ours. A big shoutout nga rin. Yeah, big shoutout din pala sa sa mga nasa GC ng Balo Anyone. Na puro Mineski naman yung mga tao nandun, pero hello sa inyong lahat. At least sinoutout ko kayo. Sa lagi naming kalaro, si Dino, yan, si Sandino del Castillo, yan, laging kalaro. Si James Magallanes, lagi naming kalaro. Ayan, sino pa ba? Sila Mark Navarro, yan, si Boss Chili Mark, yan. What is money? Paper only dyan, yan, lagi naming kalaro yan. Dami pa. Puro mga taga-Mineski. Shoutout sa inyo lahat. And dito natin, if ever, ano bang kahihinatnan nitong game na to. Is this gonna be a 2-0? Or magawa naman pa nga nasa CERBERUS ang sagot?
CERBERUS, gusto nyo na bang umuwi? Pwede nyo naman yun. Pero kung ayaw nyo pa, kailangan nyo talaga galingan. Dito, pagdating sa Icebox na no-namers, we all know how these guys are really, really strong. They impress us so much coming in from the play-ins. And now, nandito na nga sila pagdating sa group stage. Pero titignan natin ang kanilang agent selection. At mukhang we're gonna be seeing a mirror matchup between these two teams. So, Ang bottom line na lang dito ay sino yung mas magaling gumamit ng agent, sino mas may magandang execution pagdating sa mga strategies nila, Bill.
Pero Pastor Chamber is back. Iba talaga yun. I mean, ito na talaga yung thing talaga dito sa mga malalaking mapa eh, no? Laking ganda if ever meron kang chamber talaga. Kaya nga si Wits nag-chamber na eh. Ito yung lineup ng Team Secret yan eh, diba? Yan mismo. Miss ko na nga sila eh. Gusto ko na nga maglaro ulit eh. Pero wala eh.
Ikaw, siya yung talaga yung nagtuturo kay Dubstep. Kaya siya si Sidestep. Ganyan niya naman. Dito sa side ng Cerberus, gising naman si Red Deval eh. Sadyang itong No Neighbors lakas mag-shutdown din talaga. But gabi nga dito sa comment section, mas magaling talaga yung mga teams pagdating sa defending daw. Oo nga, ngayon nga dito sa APAC Challengers, di ba usually attacking talaga sa Ascent kakaiba rin, but the defending when you got the first half, tapos ang laki ng advantage mo against sa kalaban mo, tinambakan mo ng 10-2 or kaya ng 11-1, sobrang you can just wait for the next 2 rounds para lang manalo, di ba? So that's already giving a lot of chance, especially with that KO tsaka Breach na nagiging particular just to be able to put it on stop when they're on the defending. But right now, here in Icebox, parehas nga. So, mechanically wise, magaling naman talaga si Diecute and si DXN. But I think this is just gonna matter na naman sa kung anong ipapakita na naman ng mga duels, how they make up with those space. And Cerberus Esports, sila naman ngayon ang magsa-start sa defending sa pinakauna.
Breach na peke. Ang dami mong dada. Ang kulit ng kanta na yun.
Oo.
Si Mama. Yung Mama Oni. Ba't pa naging Oni? Di ba Tony naman talaga? Ba't naging Oni na lang? Kasi yung T.
Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Baka may makakapag-explain. Siguro ano lang, ng fanbase niya.
Oni. Oni Phantom.
Yan ang ating gusto sabihin.
Grabe naman si Bero, electric pan sa gilid niya. Oh! Lavender! Pinakitaan ng isang headshot si DXN dito. Pero mukhang hindi ka ata nagkakitaan ng mga players natin ngayon. Pero nga, Sky SU gonna get that kill instead dito kay Lavender, mga kaibigan. Trade-offs is real. And wala nang Sentinel. Well, meron pa. Wala na chamber ang mga players dito ng NN. Pero naman sa CS, wala na silang Jet though. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Kishi blocking off the entry of the players of No Namers right now. Dash out kasi makapapatay sila ng mga players na nandito na sa may rafters. So Daiki gonna kill onto Temps right now. Pero Daiki with another one. 4v2. Vera low on HP. Kishi trying to catch up. Trying to mess up with the position of the players right now. Pero yun nga lang, Shun tinik talaga sinalo ang shock dart sa mukha. Akala ko sa shock dart lang ako akala ko sa ihi nila ako kikiligin tsaka sa shock dart. Alam mo kung saan pa?
Saan pa?
Sa urine rin pala.
Spike down A.
Ay, nako! Ay! Shoutout sa mga kumakain dyan. Pero Cerberus, off to a great start. Nanalo ng pistol bill. Ito na naman ata tayo sa Icebox eh. Na-trauma na ako dito eh. Kahapon, ganito din yung nangyari, DXN. May nakita lang siya na info dito sa may mid. Pero medyo nakakatakot dahil siya pa ata mapipick off. Pero to si Red Deval. Napanood. Sino ba pwede na makuha dito? And finally, he gets DXN. Medyo kala ni DXN siya pa magkakaroon ng upper hand. Fortunately, no. He tries to get at least one member na naman sa side ng No Namers but won't be able to as paglalaroan lang siya ngayon ni Kishi. Pero sige, ang kulit ni Kishi, oh. Finally, Red Deval gets him. At yung mga miyembro ng No Namers, ticket na ipit na naman. Vera tries to get it up! He gets two! At siya na lang kagad ang natitira. Complicated nga lang to para sa kanya dahil wala nga siya ngayong armor. Meron lang siyang 53 HP. So, pupuntahan na lang ba siya ng mga miyembro ngayon ng Cerberus, or still he will be able to get the top once again. He gets the third, pero buta na lang Kishi's on that swing. Buta na lang dalawa silang magkasama, and finally Cerberus still manages to win this, pero not bad sa second round ng no-namers.
Yeah, really not bad round na rin naman talaga, no? I mean, as long as nagkakaroon ka naman talaga ng kahit konting kills lang din, nagkakaroon ka ng mga pick-offs, okay na. Lalong-lalo na sa second round. Tinan mo, si Kishi, hindi tuloy nagkaroon ng pera. I mean, sheriff lang din. Pero, if ever natalo ng no-namers ang CES dito, meron pa rin talaga silang pera dito, makakabawi pa rin sila. Si Red Naval, pwede pa siyang drapan eh. Pero yun nga lang, Red Naval with a big pick-off, taking down DXN. Mukhang map pickers nga talaga ang nangyayari dito. Pero Temps, mga kaibigan, na block off mid na lang din. They're gonna go on din, papunta na din sa may orange, mga kaibigan. Pero si Loki, waiting patiently. You need to check all your corners, man. You need to check the corners. Loki with a kill. Spike is dropped. Vera trying to pick off this place lang din dito sa may mid, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, that is the swing. Missing that kill. Sees one dito sa may snow pile. Akashi with a 2K. 3v1 Shun with that Vandal. Catches one dun sa may kitchen. Isa sa snow pile. Isa dun sa may Harry Potter.
Out of charges.
At ngayon, Akashi. Waiting. May swing. 6 HP. Parehas low.
Si Akashi. Hindi niya alam. Doon lang natin pero. Akashi. Akashi senpai. With a kill.
Oh no. No way! Cerberus! Pero kasi Vil, tatandaan natin na si defending din talaga ng mga teams dito sa Icebox, malakas din eh. So it's up to Cerberus talaga, rather it's up to the guys of no namers how they'll be able to handle or at least get and try to win a lot of rounds. Tapos sa next half na lang sila babawi, just like how what Cerberus did to them. Or rather, how no namers did it to Cerberus earlier. Pero si Vera gets a good tap. Hindi naman natutok eh, pero buti na lang. Sumasakto yung trades. Red Devil gets 2. Isa-isang bumabagsak sa kanyang kamay ang mga miyembro kaagad ng no namers. He gets the third kill. Temps na lang at Skyes dyan natitira. Pero all alone na lang siya ngayon. With just a sheriff. Medyo complicated na nga talaga to sa side ni Temps. Dahil alam naman na din na ngayon ng Cerberus how to actually take him down as Akashi spots him out. Still Temps gets it. May heal pa siya. Malaking posibilidad to at haabangan na lang yung isang miyembro pero mukhang magta-timing ata against Kishi and Loki to. Pero hindi niya alam na meron na kang pumupunta sa kanang likod. Always check it and Loki gets him. And still Cerberus wins this with a 4-0.
Medyo delicates ngayon ang mga players ng NN ah. Akala nila sila yung makakakuha pero wala eh. Bawing-bawi. Bawing-bawi ng mga players ng ng CES ito. At least nakabawi na sila kahit pa paano, yun eh, importante ito.
At Cerberus, ayaw pa talaga umuwi. Siyempre, di ba? Ano na to? Do or die na to.
Here.
Yung mga nagpe-predict na ata ng third game, oh. Na isusulat na daw nila. Nagpe-predict sila ng NAOS versus ONIC. Omsim. 13-8 yan eh, panalo NAOS. Nakakita ko na din yan eh. Pero ngayon, no namers. Still commits here in A site. Na-slow na nga si Temps lahat. Binawian lang din kagad. Ako rin, pero high cute gets him. At ipit na naman ang mga miyembro ng no namers. Talagang puro dito. Bila one-sided sa first half ang mga teams natin ah.
Napaka one-sided and hindi nila talaga hindi nila mabawi ito. Kailangan talaga nila mabawi para lang syempre magkaroon pa sila ng kahit konting points lang din. If ever na ipagpapatuloy ito ng CS, talaga magiging game number 3 na talaga. I mean, no question for that. Pero yun nga, SkySG catches 1v3. Medyo mahirap to and they know it. Kung nasa ba si SkySG ngayon, SkySG with a pick off. onto the players of CES right now. Pero that verticality na ginagawa ngayon ni Daikut, waiting for that
30 seconds left.
wrap around na pwede rin gawin ni Loki, and they're gonna go there in A na rin talaga siguro. Pero iniisip nila na baka umalis na si ano. Daikut though. We're gonna go down. Viper versus Viper. 17 seconds remaining. Iko-contest ba to ni Sky SG or not? And yes, he will. But Loki ang nakakuha ng kill na yon.
Mga teams na to ang lalakas. Cerberus naman ngayon. We already see na kanilang defending side is really something to take note of. No namers na papunish lang sila just because of Daikut, just because of Loki. Lahat ng mga miyembro ng Cerberus, nakakapitas sila ng isa or dalawa just holding those angles. So alam nila na nasa kanila yung opportunity, kaya ang no namers ngayon maraming pag-aalinlangan, especially pagdating dito na Vera, nati-trade off si Temps din, hindi makapag-push forward because of that Sage. Siguro pag defend yung kanyang agent, baka pwede na lang niya asimin parate, pero hindi nga mag-work yun alongside 1x1. Pero si Vera quite confident already, he gets the 2, and finally makakapass pa sila, makakapag-plant na rin after a lot of rounds, and it's on the hands na lang ng Cerberus kung anong gagawin nila with that retake, kasi sinabayan na din kagad ni Sky ngayon ng kanyang Viper's ult.
Viper's ult is online already, activated here in A. The clock is ticking at mukhang ito na ata ang tsansa sa no-namers para makabawi rin talaga. And wala talagang gagawin ng CS dito. I mean, look at their money. Hindi na sila makakabili ng operator ulit next round, so hindi na talaga nila kinontes. Kahit 3 sila, kahit 4 sila. Apat oo, talaga i-contest nila. Pero knowing na lockdown na ng no-namers yung A site, hindi na lalabanan to. They're gonna go on the safer side rather than being like a madman going in and trying to fight these players lang talaga sa A. Alam nila na sobrang lugi sila doon kasi papasok pa lang sila Papasok pa lang ang CES. Wala silang info. Pero ang NN nakapwesto na. Papasok ka pa ba o hindi na? Syempre, wag na. Tama na. Kasi ang sakit-sakit na.
Sorry. May nakita lang ako na tawang-tawa talaga ako, Vil. Mamaya. Sad ko sa'yo. Pero ngayon, 5-1 na nga. Pagdating niya sa no-namers and suddenly Red Naval, marami naman kasing pera. So why not just get that operator and those long angles contested already against Cerberus. Pero ngayon, umiikot lang ang mga no-namers. Pero ingat na lang at baka mahuli pa sila ng denies coming in from Loki. Pero speaking of, there's just setup, diba? Gandang setup yan. Yung gagaling lang naman sa parehas na Vipers yan ang kahit anong team, pero they try to just play along with it pa sa no-namers dahil mahirap na pag nahuli sila sa mga corners ngayon. And speaking of, sabi ni Temps, I'm still gonna go with that risk. Okay. Linat niya pa rin. May heal naman daw siya. Na-counted yun. At kahit low na nga siya, he's just gonna go with it. Pero speaking of, the deny lang din ang wall because of Kishi just spraying her through it, destroying it. At may counter wall pa siya which he can use to defuse it. At nango, hindi nag-work ang paglalaban ni Red Naval together with Temps. Pero as he tried to go with the defuse, nakabus na kagad si Sky S. Kung saan niya i-expect ang isang magtatap. Pero mukhang hindi mag-work kayo pa isa-isa na sa labang. Bagsak siya na lang kagad natitira. Pero Daikut gets him with a 2-de-force. And Cerberus still wins this into 6-1 against no-namers.
On to these players though, CES, bawi na yung mga nawala sa kanila kanina. I mean, yes, nagkaroon ng konting problema ang CES, pero I mean, konting bawi lang naman, 'di ba? Hindi lang naman na talaga nila ibabato na lang ito bigla kung sa wala. Kasi knowing na pag natalo ka dito, it's over already. Elimination na to. So, if ever you're gonna lose this, once again, you're gonna go bye-bye. Na rin talaga.
May may sound effect dun na Villa.
Yeah.
Pero no namers. Kailangan lang nila siguro if 4 or 3 makuha nila on the first half. Okay na din yun. A good sign that makakabawi sila sa second half. Pero kailangan ngayon is to be able to just close the gap talaga eh. Kasi kapag hindi, we all know na malaki na probabilidad na Cerberus might be overtaking the size box at mapupunta nga tayo sa bind, which is gonna be, I think, dito talaga Icebox Ascent, nakita natin lahat ng teams malakas nga sa defending. Pero sa bind, it's a different, grasp na pagdating sa mga teams. So, we don't usually see bind talaga all over dito sa mga teams. Usually, decider map nga siya. So, excited ako kung ano mang pwedeng mailabas nga ng no-namers together with Cerberus. Pero as this gonna be just a push, mayroon bang mababawasan ni Redeval ngayon na nakita siya, ilalabas na nga din kagad ngayon ang Hunter's Fury, and Akashi was able to deny DXN. Vera sumunod na nga din kagad, but there's just Resu na nanggagaling kay Temps para makaikot sila ng B-side. Pero kokomit pa rin to ng no-namers.
Makikita natin ngayon kung talaga sino pa talaga magko-commit dito mga kami. Pero nga na shot with a kill onto Dykit right now, putting it on 4v4 situation. Kita naman sa GXN talagang na-flash na rin talaga in real life, pero slowed. Grabe, isipin mo naman si Temps naglalaro pero meron pa siyang fan sa gilid eh. Big shoutout to all of my fans out there. Kishi, tamang grim wall lang din. Hindi na ini-expect na dito lang din talaga si Kishi mga kaibigan. Pero just gonna deny that wall para makapasok, para talaga ma-delay yung pagpasok dito ng no-namers. Maraming opening dito ba. Tamang smoke na din para dito ka makita. Pero nga lang, Kashi with a kill on the sky right now. Pero where are the flashes? Where are the AoE damage? Napakaganda ng hold ng Cerberus dito sa A.
Ay. Try yung no-namers. Di na nga mag-work eh. Bakit pa itatry? Di na nga kaya mag-work. Kailangan na ng bagong gagawin ngayon sa no-namers. Try. Wala na nga pag-asa. Pero sa side naman ng Cerberus, it's just some wonderful execution. Pero okay, nakita tayo ng mga highlights nila sa mga previous rounds, sa first 2 rounds. Pero ngayon, no-namers. What will be the next thing? Dahil ngayon ay makakapag-force dito si Vera ng kanyang hero buy. But at the same time, looks like Loki just wants to block them out with that ultimate of his. At medyo ipit na naman ang mga miyembro ng no-namers as Loki tries to play along with them. Temps got the kill, pero nga lang, it won't work dahil nakabang na nga din kagad ang mga katulad ni Kishi at ni Red Deval kung nasaan sila, at si Shun na lang natitira together with DXN. Pero may ultimate nga dito na nagagaling kay DXN at mahalata ba nila na may isang miyembro na manggagaling sa no-namers? Si Shun yun! Shun Ogura gets Dykut. 2v2, may pag-asa pa makuha ito ng mga taga no-namers. At kailangan lang nilang abangan kung saan manggagaling ang Cerberus.
Lavender, we're gonna be revived na lang din dito. Ginagawa talaga ng DX. Nagbabantay lang siya, naghahanap lang siya ng perfect angle, perfect entry, and perfect kill with that tour de force na hawak niya. Pero Sean, gonna go here in A instead. Nagkakarinigan na nga sila. Ito ang importante si Sean, meron siyang Hunter's Fury. So, pwede pa siyang makabawi dito kahit pa paano. Meron din siyang shock dart if ever, dalawa pa. Ika-cut off na ba ni Shunto o babawiin niya? Pwede siyang malayo dito. Meron siyang shock dart. Ay, meron din siyang Hunter's Fury. Men, pag-isipan mo ha. Aagree ka ba o hindi? Magka-cut off ka na ba o hindi? Alam na lang meron sa backside. Akashi! We're gonna be dead. Walang natamaan dito. DX, I will not pushing ito 2v1. May nagdi-defuse, may Kishi! It is gonna be a winning position for the side of CS, para sabi ni Sean, hindi!
Oh, no-namers! Sa Thrifty naman pala mananalo to Village. Talagang buti na lang, na-pick off kagad ni Temps tong si Lowe. Kasi siya talaga magiging problem si Shun. Is it someone na they actually saw So, DXN on the other side, very useful talaga tong 2-4 sa mga 350 rounds. Kaya may kinda get it talaga. White teams get that chamber. At the same time, pagdating dito sa Icebox, super workable naman. But right now that we have a 7-2 scoreline, what can no-namers do? Dahil denied lang ngayon si Lavender kasama ang kanyang Blade Storm. Pero buti na lang, isa pa lang ang napipick off sa Cerberus. They can just still manage to wait for them. Pero after si Daikit sumilip na nga kagad, nagpaka-aggressive, naghahabol ba ang mga taga-Cerberus? Baka oo, dahil si Shun takes the head of Kushi. Picks off that recon, pero I think it won't work well already against Cerberus dahil panalo na nga kagad ang mga taga no-namers sa numbers game pa lang. As si Loki going up against Vibe, super complicated na to.
Pero Loki, mga kaibigan, let's see. The God of Mischief. Ang sinakal ni Thor. Ang step bro ni... Ang step bro ni Thor, mga kaibigan, tignan natin. What are you doing, step bro? With the kill on to Sky SG. Op! Alam na nasa si Loki ngayon, mga kaibigan. The clock is ticking, 3v1. Hindi na nila i-contest. Sige Loki, umalis ka na.
At ayun. Loki, save na lang yan. No namers really tries to close the gap against Cerberus. And finally, nakakuha na sila ng confidence. Red Devil, pag hindi sila na-deny, it's an okay. At ito, medyo inagyo talaga nila kasi they were thinking na nag-hold lang tong mga miyembro ng no-namers pagdating sa side nila. Pero nga lang, di na ganoon dahil they're much more careful than before. And Loki, he just grabbed some good credits for him to use on towards the next round. At ngayon, makakabili pa rin naman sila. Akashi with its Spectre and the rest has their Vandals. But no namers. May advantage na kayo. So, kailangan talaga nilang ipaglaban na para lang talagang makakuha sila ng momentum and maybe still grab that second half later against the hands of Cerberus.
It's just gonna be a 9 takers or 7-5. Mga kaibigan, makikita natin yan in the next few seconds of the round. Pero si DXN with that operator, let's see if ever makakakuha siya ng isa dito. Pero yung nga lang, kailangan niya umusog ng konti lang sa unahan para syempre makakuha siya ng isa. Pero kung napapansin mo, inaantay lang talaga ni DXN dito is probably makakuha siya doon sa may yellow. Pero medyo mahirap na rin naman talaga. But alam nila na sobrang na-fortify na ng CES yung mid, ay yung B rather, pero die cute. This is actually a really good thing dito kay Daikut if ever talaga nakakuha siya ng pick off dito, if ever nakahanap siya ng isa, pero yung nga lang, they know it already na may nagpupush dito sa side ng NN. Pero kung napapansin mo, sabi na Daikut, hindi. At least you have the information na hindi ka nagpipick kasi malay mo, dalawa yung pumik sa kanila. So, medyo delikado na rin talaga yung mga players dito ng NN if ever. And all you gotta do is just try to be sneaky and syempre, wag malaman, wag sabihin ko sa talaga sila pumunta dito mga kami, pero yun nga, nasira na ngayon, trap na sila, napatay na rin si Kish dito. So, no more central dito sa side ng CES. And Akashi is gonna be down as well. Vera popping up agad-agad. Pero meron pa sa central which is si Daikut pa naman with that chamber. Pero yung lang, kaya pa ba nilang talunin ito kahit 3v5. Sasabi ng NN, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. That is the wall coming in from that Viper just to make the post plant even harder. Pero nga Loki na ako ng isa pushing ito 1v3 but Sky SG meron silang date mamaya.
May habol na, no? O ba naman, di ba? Ang cuties. Pero as for no-namers, that was just really them going back up with the confidence already that they have kanina. Ang daming pag-aalangan, but they're much more smarter in handling those post plants kapag nire-retake na sila ng Cerberus. And this is a good half already sa no-namers na kapag i-give ka ng 4 sa attacking side mo, sobrang laking pabor na yon. And bonus na lang kapag 7-5 to kasi marami pang advantages pagdating sa kanila. Usual problem is their B-long. Pero mukhang Ashun tries to get a lot of opportunities, clearing out everything and getting a good information as to where they are. Masisimulan nga nila to. But as for Loki, passive muna tayo. Mahirap nang mapitas kagad sa side ng no-namers. Pero after hitting it out and after getting already that Hunter's Fury, distracted na nga kagad ang katulad ni Red Rival. At makakapag-plant na nga sila ngayon ng spike pagdating kay Temps. They try to take off si Loki and sumakto na nga kagad ang huling bala ni SkySG against him and they take out already that Viper's pit. So medyo complicated na nga talaga to. So Cerberus and Vera gets the die kick. So dalawa na lang kagad na natitira sa isang iglap at isa-isa na silang bumabagsak as we only have Akashi coming in. Tries to play it all along pero true na nga siya dito ni Shun and 7-5 Vela. Kala natin magiging momentum na ng Cerberus pero no namers nagising na rin. Ang dalawa lang ang advantage ng Cerberus sa kanila sa first half.
Pero
Enemy kill.
Temps tinry nila eh, no? Pero for the side of CES, kailangan talaga nila makabawi dito. Map pickers ang iniisip lang nila, promise.
Walang map pickers eh. 7-5 eh. Nanalo na pistol dito ng no namers, alam mo na. Pero may pang pwedeng magawa ang mga taga Cerberus ngayon. Nanalo sila ng pistol, malaking advantage yun. Pero hayaan ba sila ng no-namers? Kasi no-namers, discipline din sa defending nila.
Yeah.
May nagtatanong. Meta lang din talaga. Depende sa team mo eh. Kasi iba, KO talaga. KO chamber talagang usually natin na nakikita na mina-maximize ng mga teams pagdating sa icebox. So, depende na lang yun. Or malay nyo, alam din nila na ito yung roster. Siyempre, nanonood ng mga VODs yan na mga kalaban nila. Inaaral din naman ng no-namers yan. Kahit yung roster sila pag nakita natin. Pero nakakasabay sila with the Cerberus, di ba? Si Akashi, Red Devil, kinakas na namin to last year pa lang eh. 3 nga lang kami doon sa Masters pa nga yun, di ba, Bill? Tama ba? Oo, Masters pa yun.
Oo, yung ilang oras na, yung tagal nilang maglaro. Grabe yun. Tapos walang panel, kasi tayo rin yung panel.
Grabe nga pala yun, no? Tapos
grabe yun, men.
Ano oras nag-start yun? Ganto din, di ba? Hindi,
ano yung after lunch nag-start. Alauna nag-start yun. Tapos umabot hanggang madaling araw.
May time na natapos kayo ng isang caster 2 AM ata, di ba?
Huh?
Oo, almost 2 AM.
Ano to? VCT ba to?
Oh, VCT to, Masters ata to or yung Stage 2.
Stage 2? Ah, ewan ko, hindi ko alam. Pero na-try ko na yung matulog ng 8 AM dahil nagsimula ng gabi pero natapos ng umaga. Yeah, naranasan ko na yan. Ano yan, sa Champions lang din yun eh. Ganun pala yung feeling.
Oo.
Hindi pong alas 8 na. Alas 8 na yun. Alas 8 na ako natulog. Si may tulog na pero ako nagsasalita pa rin ng alas 8.
Ako nga, umabot 9 AM eh.
Yun talaga yung malala. Pero tamang wala na ginagawa dito ng CES mga kaibigan. Pero NN, makakabawi mo ba sila kahit pa paano? Kishi, low on HP pero meron naman siyang heal so makakabawi pa naman siya. Pero this is gonna be a full on 5-man retake if ever na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng CES. Pero nga Red Naval with like 100 times right now. Pero wala na silang recon bolt mga kaibigan. Pero nasa ba yung mga ibang players dito ng CES? Wala na silang wall dito. Catches the player, seeing the heads of these players lang din naman talaga. Pero yung alang DXL with a kill auto one Kishi from the backside. Red Devil with another one right now, pushing it to a 1v4. SkySG, we're gonna be dead. 8-5, still in favor of CES in game number 3. Ang ine-expect natin.
Ayaw pa. Wala pang give up dito sa Cerberus. At tingin ko pag pistol round, especially sa B-side, na na-plant mo na, alam mo, sobrang complicated na yun. Dahil yung mga kalaban mo, out and sa defending, you're just out in the open. You just practice those long angle shots. And that's just it. Cerberus, 8-5 and most likely 9-5 pa nga to. So no-namers sila pa ngayon ang nasa dehado instead of closing this already in the clean 2-0. Di pa nga mag-work yun. But oh! Si DXN! Napitas ng isa. Pero aware ba si Kishi? Yes, buti na lang. May advantage pagdating sa baril. Makakapitas pa nga dito sila ng dalawang miyembro kagad ng no-namers. But as a mid, mukhang may nabawasan na rin. That's gonna be sure. May follow-up pa mula kay Temps. At si Vera na lang kagad ang natitira all by himself. Naka-9 out. Pero the top will actually work against Red Naval and CERBERUS. It is a blink of an eye. Panalo nga nila tong round na to once again. And they're just down to 4 rounds before finally makukuha na nga nilang steal dito sa Icebox against No Namers.
Good attempt. One enemy
Ito na
remaining.
ba ang 6-9 na inaantay natin?
What a suck.
And once again, no namers, full buy na sila ngayon. Is this it? Yung sign na makakabawi na nga sila? O talagang CERBERUS, they just have an outstanding performance pagdating sa Icebox na hindi nga kinakaya ngayon ng no namers so far. But then, Temps tries to pick them off. Pero Kishi goes for a plant at hinaharangan na lang talaga sila. 1 by 1, dinedenay lang sila. At ngayon, pwede na sana i-wall ni Temps just to be able to deny Loki. Pero what a quick take. Ang bilis ng previous one, pero mas mabilis to. Nasprayan lang sila.
Isang iglap! Biglang nanalo na dito ang no namers. Tatakoy, ang chan ko ay kumakalam na. Paano nag-breakfast? Tamang kape-kape lang sa umaga mga kaibigan, tsaka tamang hipak lang. Yun ang breakfast ng mga magigiting.
Wala nga. At init.
Loki! Ha? Ano buti pa
Buti
ako?
pa dyan malamig.
Oo. Hindi naman, never naman ako nagpatay ng aircon eh.
Oh.
Ang tawag doon, nagpapatay lang ako ng aircon kunyari. Alas 4 na, tina-timer ko na lang, tapos bubuksan ko ng... Ang pahinga na to aircon ko siguro sa loob ng isang linggo. Siguro mga 6 times 7. Ganun lang, yun lang. Tapos lahat yun nakabukas.
Init eh.
Oh? Actually, oo. Oo nga, mainit nga. Pag lumalabas ako, mainit eh. Pero, Sky SG? Oh, nakakita lang isa! Oh no, hindi tumingin sa likod si Sky SG, mga kaibigan!
Spike planted.
At ngayon, Peps tries to pull off something. Pero, natulala lang ata sila doon, Bill. Binigyan lang nila na space si Red Naval. At, here it goes.
Hindi pa tumatama dito.
Tatamaan mo na rin.
Okay lang, dalawa naman ang napatay mo, kaya okay lang pre. Mukhang magta-third game ata tayo dito, DXN. Catching one, killing another one right now, pero Temps, oh! 10-6.
10-6, mukhang sasave pa yung no-namers dito. So, gipit na gipit sila ngayon pagdating sa Icebox. They only just got 1 round, but the rest, wala. But I think, hindi na talaga nila nakuha at all dito si Red Naval. May timing din kasi galing sa isang miyembro ng CERBERUS. And that's Loki. Rather, ang isa pang miyembro, si Kishi nga pala from CERBERUS. So, naging complicated na nga to sa no-namers. And right now, instead of batting it out just to make it into a 7-9, it won't work out anymore dahil save na naman sila ngayon. Just some sheriffs coming in. Vera makes a lot of distractions, pero nga lang after some sprays, si Akashi, he gets the Vera once again. Aggressiveness, it kinda works, pero nga lang, meron naman kasing ultimate dito si Kishi para may second chance muli ang isa sa kanilang mga miyembro. Isa-isa na kanilang pababagsakin ang mga taga no-namers. Pero nga lang si DXN!
Let's go! Let's go, no-namers! Para 2-0! Para mamaya, ano na? Tawag doon?
NAOS.
NAOS na. Wala ka sa ata ang letter N ngayon ah. Yan, ganda yan. Op. Pero meron bang ano, yan, may pwesto, makakapag-plan si Kishi dito. Pero, this is not the retake na pwedeng gawin ng no-namers mga kaibigan. Actually, maganda yung ginawa nila kasi nakapag-ano lang sila eh. Tamang save lang din eh, no? Pero yun nga lang, oh, Daikute playing close. Napakabilis na nangyari. Dalawa kay Loki, isa kay Daikute. Napakaganda ng posisyon.
At, ayun, ang mga taga no-namers, ipit na nga sa first half, natalo pa dito sa second half instead of them taking over just to be able to make it to a tie. And mukhang hindi nila ngayon ma-shutdown gaano kainit si Red Devil and how the trade-offs of CERBERUS is actually working. At ngayon, aside from that, pagdating din sa mga aggressiveness, nag-work naman ng no-namers pero parating may follow-up. CERBERUS, so that's the dangerous thing. And SkySG, medyo nahihirapan talaga siya mag-anchor. So, medyo nalilate siya to get that perfect timing. But let's see, after a lot of tries, itong mga CERBERUS are just trying out with those same plays pagdating sa both of the sides kasi may confident naman rather sila na pagdating sa post plant, ipapanalo nila kasi ang ganda ng cover-ups nila sa isa't isa.
Yeah. Daikute trying to be sneaky. Nag-check lang if ever meron bang flank dito ang CS mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo, napakaganda ng pwestuhan ng dito ng CS. Diyos ko. Pero, DXN, catches one. So let's see if ever makakobal ng isa. Pero nga ng SkySG! Nasilip si Loki! Spray and pray! Muntik na makuha dito si Kishi Vera.
You want to play? Let's
with
play.
that operator. Ito na si Pastor Chamber mga kaibigan. Naghahanap ng mga kasapi niya. Daikute, tour de force, might actually catch a DXN. Trying to go with this. What? Daikute! How did he get that? While
out of charges.
While si Sage, si Temps, nagde-defuse 11-7. Look at the kill. Look at the kill of Daikute. Ay, si Viper pala yung nag-ano, si KSG pala yung nag-defuse. Pero sayang di natin nakita yung ginawa ni Daikute, man.
Dinanay lang ni Daikute doon. Pero wala eh. Si Sky, hindi binibitawan eh. At yun ang kailangan, Vil. Hindi mo binibitawan talaga. And yun yung mga advantages and disadvantages pag may mga katulad ka ng walls ni Sage plus yung mga smokes coming in from Viper. Pwede mo lang i-push through yun eh. Pinilit na lang niya. But even if pagdating nga sa ganun, wala pa rin sila ganong pera dahil nga Akashi was able to wash them down. Pero they're just into last 4 rounds left before they can manage to tie this against CERBERUS. Kaya ngayon, minamaximize na nila yung timeout nila para pag-usapan ano nga ba yung next move. Kasi kaya naman pala. Sadyang hinahayaan lang nila yung CERBERUS get the upper hand pagdating nga sa pagbantay sa retake nila. So, if they definitely gotta improve it and much more aware na sila sa mga pestuhan ng CERBERUS, this can be the big comeback na inaabangan nga din natin galing sa no-namers.
Yeah. Kaya pa. Kaya pa. Yan ang sinasabi ngayon ng mga players ito for sure. As long as hindi pa naman 13 yung kalaban is meron pang chance, ladies and gentlemen. Matik. Pero dito naman sa pinapakita ng NNS, yes, nahihirapan sila pero bawi pa rin. Konting bawi lang, okay na. Hindi naman kailangan na talagang todo nila yung powers nila eh. Hindi ko alam kung sinasabi ko pero hindi ko na alamin. Pero Temps mga kaibigan will actually shut down the Red Naval right now. Pwede siya mag-wall para syempre hindi na talaga siya makakuha ng isa, pero nga lang Temps with that verticality, hindi nila ina-expect na sa taas lang talaga si Temps dito. Ayun nga, nakakita pa rin siya, pero nga lang Kishi, we're gonna shot you down na lang din talaga, pero Kishi, low on HP. Hinil dito yung sarili niya para makabawi pa siya ng kahit papano. Pero sa Sky SG, kung napapansin mo, talagang nag-Viper spin dito sa may A with that judge as well. Pero, Die Cute flanking these players, pupuntahan ata si Sky SG dito. Pero anong magagawa ng ng judge sa Vandal? Walang magagawa yan, men. At saka ginagawa na talaga dito ng players ng NN, I mean ng CS, they're actually really cutting off everyone para syempre makakuha dito ng pwesto si Die Cute. I think he knows already. Oh no, hindi. Shun, tumitingin sa likod. Asan si Die Cute? Alam nila na meron nagko-flank ka. Hindi pa lumalabas si Die Cute dito. Bumaba na dito si Sky SG. Pero Shun! We're gonna shut down Die Cute right now. Kiss you another one. Sky SG with that judge on hand. Kaharap na niya. Pero sabi ni Akashi, nope. 12-7. Match point already for the side of CES.
Tandaan natin, risk na ng no-namers yung buy nila. So ngayon, hindi na siya kasing strong compared sa previous round na natalo nga sila. They still bought their Vandals in. Although si Temps, there was just an attempt to take them out. Pero nga lang, looks like yung mga membro kagad ng Cerberus, they already know the advantage. They have the strength already para lang i-eradicate ang mga taga-no-namers pa isa-isa. And the pickoffs is really doing pretty. Pero as Akashi tries to get off with that recon, baka ito na nga ang huling halakhak ng Cerberus at mapupunta nga tayo sa last map, which is going to be the bind map. And no-namers tries to get a good attempt pa para ma-pick off nila mga miyembro ng no-namers. Si Shun tries to shut them down with that Hunter's Beauty pero won't be able to! At buti na lang nakuha ni Sky SG yun, pero nga lang, bakit 3v3? May kasamang rest pa nga. Shun na lang at DXN ang natitira sa kanila na lang magmamatter to. And seems like it's gonna be a 1v1! May papanalo pa nga ni Red Devil ba to against kay DXN? Or si DXN na nga ang magkaka-advantage pero titignan mo low on HP na rin siya ngayon, Vil.
Yeah, medyo mahihirap to. So, tignan natin if makakawawi pa ba dito yung mga players nga ng NN if ever pa Red Neval! We're gonna be dead. Muntik na. Konti na lang. Diyos ko, nagulat tayo.
Hindi pa pala tapos din.
Hindi pa pala tapos. Meron pa. Marami pa rin.
Oy, may pag-asa pa ata tong no-namers Pero feel ko, tignan natin. Malay mo, itong round na to na ginawa ni DXN pala yung make or break ng no-namers. And actually, they survived it. Ngayon, na si Akashi, medyo kumukuha lang ng information ang mga no-namers. Gusto na nalang saktuhan ngayon. Pero upos pa rin halos yung mga economy ng mga taga-no-namers. Pero si Vera pumapalo na din kaga ticks off si Red Deval. And finally, there's already the force coming in from DX and a possibility of them being taken off. And speaking of, nape-pressure nga ang mga taga-Cerberus para lang makuha yung plant. And buti na lang, ay, hinarangan yung sarili ng team. Okay lang yan, meron namang Viper Spit. Pero kailangan nila mag-ingat ngayon dahil nandito na nga kagad ang mga miyembro ng no-namers as they just go with the contest at hindi pa napaplant yung spike after all. Teps gets the head of Loki. Dalawa na lang versus sa 4 na miyembro ng no-namers at ang Cerberus ay hindi pa rin makapag-aggressive papunta sa may plant site mismo while the members of no-namers are just playing along with them. And nakita na nga kagad ni Shun si Akashi and Vera finally unleashing on what he has. He takes Kishi at 3 na lang before no-namers can finally make an outstanding play and make this maybe into an overtime.
Nakabawi ang mga players ngayon ng NN, and it's just pinapakita lang talaga natin na it's not yet over dito. It's not really over for the side of NN right now. Baka baka malay mo mag-overtime pa to. Pero yeah, we're gonna see that if ever that's gonna happen though. Pero tingnan natin if ever magkakaroon ba talaga. Nasa sa kanila naman yan kung paano nila talaga ibabawiin lahat nung meron sila. Pero 12-9, winnable pa sa side ng no-namers. Parang ito lang din yung nakita natin sa first map natin. We really thought that CES would win this. Pero, I mean, we really thought that NN would win that. Pero, medyo bumagal ata yung pace din ng NN na nakabawi pa konti ang CES. Pero ngayon, dito sa round na to, dito sa game na to, malaki ang tsansa ng na mag-game 3 talaga tayo. Feeling ko, I have a huge feeling na talaga mag-game 3 talaga tayo. There's no way na baka hindi. If ever na nag 2-0, ay Diyos ko. Ewan ko na lang.
Paalam talaga. Kaso yung retake magagaling. Alam na nga ni Vera kung nasaan. Shoot, tax down. Ngayon ang mga katulad ni Loki. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap. Pero mukhang na-pinch off na nga ni Vera. Together with the Shun, ang last two members ng CERBERUS at 12-10 pa nga ang score dito. At titingnan naman din natin, wala naman kasi talagang pera yung CERBERUS sa round na yon. So baka ito na kagad ang last call para sa side ng CERBERUS, and if magiging successful sila, it's still a close match between no-namers.
Last player standing.
Puso lang. Puso lang dito sa which is yung ginagawa ngayon ng NN, ng no-namers. Kasi they really want to end this right now.
Deploying drone.
Kailangan na nila kung ayaw pa nilang umuwi, syempre. At grabe na naman kasi yung ginawa dito ng CERBERUS so far. But Vera, quick takes against him. At ipit na naman ngayon ang mga miyembro ng CERBERUS. They're doing it. They're trusting already kung ano ba ang kaya pang ilabas ni Vera ngayon. And that's a good sign na gusto pang tapusin to ng no-namers into a clean take. And ngayon si Shun takes down si Red Neval. Tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa side ng CERBERUS. At nakita na naman natin na kulang-kulang na nga sila. And that's gonna be the weakest sign na meron sila at some point. Pero ngayon na inaabangan na nga nila na meron ng isa na manggagaling. And it's gonna be Kishi tries to go for a plant. May line-up position dito just to deny the possibility of planting. And speaking of, di pa rin naman nawawala ang mga miyembro ng CERBERUS. Pero ito na nga, finally, there's just a trade coming from Shun once again. And Vil, no-namers gets this. At ano pa ang meron CERBERUS sa next round? Dahil wala na naman silang pera at all. At advantage muli ito ng no-namers.
Uy, mukhang babawi ang no-namers. Parang gusto ata 2-0 ah. Ayos ah.
Oo, go.
Yan, nabubuhayan na ng onti si Kuya Bill. Yan ang gusto na pag 2-0 eh.
Oo. May nag-comment nga dito. Sheesh! Kaya pa ikas hanggang now? Siyempre. Sila na yun.
Tingnan natin kung siya na yun.
You want to play?
Let's
play.
Ito na ang sign of the times.
Ito na! Magkakaalaman na kung overtime ba. Sana overtime nga!
Overtime na panalo, no-namers.
Uy! Red Neval, tigilan nyo si Lavender! My God, walang tumama sa'yo, Vera! Gisingin nyo yung mga players ng no-namers ngayon para mag 2-0 na.
Bumulong na. Okay, alam na ni Sky SG.
Sky SG trying to cut off these players ng CES ngayon. So, all they need to do is push out. B lang din talaga, pero die cute. Lalabanan ata yung mga nasa mid, pero yun nga lang ang tanong, kaya pa ba napigilan to ng mga players ng NN? Pero gusto ko makita kita si Lavender. Pero oh, Diyos ko po, muntik na. Mamamatay na ba yun? Naku po, muntik na. Oh, hindi. Hindi pa namatay si Kishi pero meron naman siyang heal, so okay lang yan. The clock is ticking already for V5. Lamang pa ang Cerberus dito. Paano ang retake ang gagawin nila, men? Miski ako hindi ko alam eh. Pero bahala na. Sisimulan na lang muna with that utilities. Pero Hunter's Fury coming in from these players, from Akashi. Pero Ver, we're gonna be going down. Pero Shun, mukhang hindi na kaya. Sige, game 3 na. 1v4. Yeah, game 3 na talaga, man.
Tanggapin na natin ang katotohanan na mag-game 3 tayo in Cerberus. After giving out a lot of rounds, after pa magkaroon ng probabilidad na mga nalo ang mga taga-no-namers, sabi nila, tapusin na natin to. Let's just head off towards the third map. Syempre, mga teams ito, it's do or die. At ayaw pa nila talagang umuwi, syempre, the best from the regions. And this is it. Pero Vil, napakadikit ng laban dito. The Ascent map, yep, lumaban din talaga ang mga katulad ng Cerberus. It's still a close game, and dito din lalo sa Icebox sa 13-11. A map pickers definitely, but you can see all of the members ngayon ng each team is making a huge impact talaga as to how they make their moves. Pero once again, it's just Shuna together with Vera saving the day para sa kanilang teammates. But on the other side, si Red Nival tsaka si Akashi din. So yung mga Sova tsaka yung mga Jet. Pero di natin kakalimutan ang ginagawa ni Daikute, ang ginawa ni Kishi, at ang ginawa ni Loki sa side ng Cerberus para lang talagang manalo sila, especially in this in that last round. Dahil particular doon, you take off one member ng no-namers, alam mo na sign na yon na mananalo na kagad ang Cerberus.
Pero, I mean, map pickers nga talaga, Ray. Ano ba last map natin to? Bind. Okay. Dito sa mapa na to, magkakaalaman kung makakaisa pa ba ang NN or CES. Pero, I mean, napag-usapan naman natin talaga, Ray. I mean, para sa akin, it's gonna be CES on who's gonna win this because of their experience na rin talaga. Lalong-lalo na, ilang beses sila napunta dito sa Suki sila ng APAC ng C playoffs. Suki sila dito Hindi sila nawala dito They are the pride of Vietnam. Every time, andito sila. Ang Cerberus ba nasa LCQ? Andun sila, no?
Cerberus?
Ata, ewan ko. Nakakalimutan ko na last year pa kasi yun Pero hindi sila nawala sa mga ganitong stage. Sa mga sa mga malalakas na per region. Asahan mo ang Cerberus all the time. They're here. They never left. Hindi mo lang nakita.
Alam ko, hindi. Alam ko, oo ata. Nandito yung Cerberus sa LCQ. Medyo nakakala. Daming teams Pero, one way or another, they are still the strong team. And consistent sila every stage, diba? It's still Cerberus. Hindi na nga nalang dinedeny yun. And ngayon kahit mahirap, yung amount of experience na meron sila against no-namers is what they have. But at the same time, nakita mo na nagpo-close na ang gap between those who are actually the strongest teams in their own region and yung mga teams na nagsa-start off pa lang. And that is no-namers themselves. And even if this is a 13-11, konting mistakes lang ng Cerberus, magiging pabor pa sa no-namers one way or another. Pero ngayon, as we're gonna go into Bind, a lot of questions is at stake dito. Pero tatandaan natin that Cerberus has some experience pagdating sa international scene, pagdating sa Bind. Pero I think dito sa no-namers din naman nalaban pa rin sila hanggang sa huli at ayaw pa umuwi. At syempre, ito na ang huling araw kung kailan nila talaga mapapakita ang lahat ng meron sila. But still, meron pa tayong map 3 dito, Vil. At wala ata yung clean 2-0s yesterday. Kundi ngayon talaga ang araw na do or die for all of the teams. And happy pa rin naman tayo to see yung performance ng Cerberus together with the guys of no-namers.
Yeah, pero kung mabilis kahapon, syempre, ganun na yun. Kung matagal ng isang araw, mabilis ngayon, tapos matagal, then mabilis pa, ikot-ikot lang yan, Ray. Bale, may oras yung curse mo. Pero, yun nga, we're just gonna head out to a very short break. Once again, Villain Ray. See ya.
But I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
We are still here sa third map between No Namers and Cerberus dahil nga bakbakan na ngayon kung sino nga ba ang magbababay na here in APAC Challengers. Kami ang your shoutcasters niyo pa rin. Ako si Raylet, syempre kasama ko dito si Vil at nakita na nga natin ang ticket na laban. First in Ascent, second in Icebox at sa tingin ko dito sa bind baka mag-iiba na ang ihip ng hangin dahil we all know that this map has those sudden changes bigla. So ngayon natin may kita paano nga ba makakapag-recover mga katulad ng No Namers na medyo naging draining ang Icebox or kaya talaga yung experience ng Cerberus as the kings of their own region says na di pa talaga over sa amin at kayang-kaya namin. Tiwala lang. So, saan naman dyan, Vil?
Yeah. Tiwala lang, busyan, mga kaibigan. Ganun na talaga yung pwedeng mangyari dito. Pero yeah, we've seen it already, yung lakas ng Cerberus at lakas ng NN dun sa game number 1 and game number 2. Pero dito sa bayan, magkakaalaman kung sino talaga mag-a-advance, sino ang uuwi. Pero actually, napakaganda ng ginawa ng Cerberus talaga dito. They really never want to go home na 2-0. Syempre, babawiin nila to. Probably we're gonna see a reverse sweep. And dito naman dito talaga makikita natin if magpa-pop off din talaga yung mga jet nung mga players ito kasi si Vera kanina nagwala no. Grabe yung pagwawala talaga ni Vera dito. I mean, really never thought that mapupunta tayo sa 11-1 na score, which is yun na ata sa pinakamalalang score so far dito sa VCT APAC sa first half. Pero well, yun yung unang nakast ko. Hindi ko alam kila Riri if ever meron pa siya nakas na 11-1 score, hindi ko lang alam. Pero yun nga, I mean, at least nagkaroon talaga sila nagkaroon yung Cerberus ng pagkabawi dun sa game number 1, lalo na dun sa game number 2 though. I mean, ang galawan ng Cerberus ngayon, okay, it's fine if ever they're gonna lose game number 1, at least para sa game number 2, para syempre meron silang momentum pagdating ng game number 3. Pero for sure, meron din namang momentum ang NN dito na wala nga lang. Well, yeah, here in Bind, 50-50. It can be Cerberus. It can be no-namers as well. Pagalingan na lang mag-computer.
Palakasan na lang ng resistensya. At palakasan ng mental fortitude towards the game. Paano ba nila i-handle yung mga gantong rounds where it could have been yours, pero hindi pa pala ang second map. And yan yung mga kailangan i-face ngayon ng mga katulad ng no-namers. But at the same time naman, Cerberus, alam naman natin na itong team na to, isa sa mga pinakamahirap i-tackle last year, diba? Especially when they went up a lot against a lot of Stage teams also. So, nagiging problema talaga sila usually ng maraming teams. But then ngayon, problema nila muna ito. At kung nakapag-survive sila, they're still gonna be going on the lower bracket finals para makapasok sila sa sarili nilang group. But here in Bind talaga, ano kaya yung magiging changes ng mga teams? Will there actually be the double controller once again na hindi na dapat ngayon nagiging meta dahil nga na-nerf nga ang mga katulad ni Astra, or still the double initiator is up to there, but maybe no-namers can come up with something na surpresahin tayo.
Paano sorpresa, Riri? Ayan, ganun sorpresa makikita natin if ever kung sino ba talaga ang makakabawi dito sa mga games na to. Pero yun nga, I mean, the damage is done already, is dealt already dito sa mga players ng NN and si Cerberus, which is sa game number 1 and game number 2. Well, nakadepende rin naman talaga si Agent Pix of Effort. Napansin natin na talagang dumarating din na talaga sa puntos na ano tayo na mirror match tayo Kasi syempre, hindi lang naman yung nag-usap-usap, because that is their comfort pick. That is the best agents na pwede mong gamitin sa ibang mapa. Kompletong-kompleto, yeah. Lalo na doon sa Icebox, you have the chamber, para syempre double sentinel sila with that Sage. I mean, hindi nawawala ang Sage Icebox kasi if ever gonna plant sa A or B, hindi ka pwedeng mag-plant ng walang wall. Kailangan muna talaga i-wall ni Sage yan. Pero kung napapansin mo, it's just for NN, pinapakita nila na ito pa rin talaga yung mapa ni Brimstone.
Oh, no-namers, magsisettle sila sa Brimstone, which is really, I'm a big fan of Brimstone, especially ngayon. Pero sa no-namers, pero sa side ng Cerberus, kanina nag-asta sila, pero sa Ascent, hindi sobra naging effective dahil nanalo pa rin all throughout ang lineup ng no-namers. Pero ngayon sa Haven, Sky, and that Sova. So, interesting. That's Chamber as usual. That's how they want to manage things. Vera with that Jet. But then, dito sa Cerberus naman, they're still gonna be sticking with that Astra. And with that Rich X Sova composition. So, talagang may sarili talaga silang styles dito sa... Oh, Haven pala. Sorry. Kala ko Bind. Sorry, akin. Pero, yun. Haven pala. Oh, parehas wala sa teams dito. Sa Bind, malalaman mo pa na merong mas may weak team. Pero dito sa Haven, think no-namers yung performance nila dito okay din na Cerberus. Tie din na Parehas lang. Sorry, akin.
Pareho lang naman no?
Oo, ganun lang din Pagdating sa agent ng Bind, parehas lang yung mga composition ng teams pati sa Haven.
Yeah.
Here.
Tama, we're not gonna see anything na pwede nilang maabawi dito. Pero going back here in this game, going back sa lahat ng mga laban na ginagawa nila yung no-namers pupunta dito sa A. Flashing onto the backside right now, pero Vera just finding all the perfect angles, pero si Red Devil nakaisa dito actually with another one right now. Si Vera trying to go on with a 2K, pero yun nga, it's just the players of CES, it's just all over the place right now here in A. Posisyon mga kaibigan, trying to stay alive, trying to get all the headshots on the players of CES. Pero yun sa 2v1. And Kishi getting all the damage para syempre mapatay ni Loki. 1-0 in favor of the Vietnam team CES.
Parang nabuhayan na ang Cerberus pagdating kay Kishi, kay Akashi. Tignan pa natin. Pang itong no-namers kinakapa pa naman nila. Just the first round, there's still a lot of what we can see here. But then, on the other side, no-namers attempts ngayon with that Sky. Excited ako to see kung ano pa ang may lalabas ng potential ng player na ito. Pero ngayon, mid-take ang meron dahil nga sa disadvantage pagdating sa kanilang mga barel. Pero i-deny lang ata sila. And finally, nauntog lang ng meron si Vera. Pero ito na nga, Kokonkas denied by Kishi once again. Dalawa pa ang na-pick off. So makikita na natin ang mga miyembro kagad ng Cerberus na mag-rotate na against B and just potentially denying them. And speaking of, Red Devil on towards the flank. Tinignan nyo dapat parati yung likod nyo. Dahil apat na tap lang sa ulo with that ghost. And Cerberus still wins this. Kahit isa ang napitas, pero marami pa rin comeback pagdating sa kanila.
Yeah. Is this gonna be the comeback na pwedeng gawin ng Cerberus mga kaibigan? They have the momentum already. So, might as well get that win, bro. Get that big W, bro. Pero yeah, I mean, nasa kanila naman yung favor talaga kung kukunin nila. Pero as long as nandito sila, talagang lalaban sila. Kishi andun lang sa corner ng garage. Pero Vera pot shot onto the players though. Pero yung nga nabawasan ng konti si Daikut ngayon. Pero yung nga na flash. Pero tamang chup-chup lang din. Pero smoke para hindi siya makakuha dito. Daikut with just that Spectre on hand. Sino ang mananalo dito? Lalabanan ng CES na malapitan to. Hindi pwede silang lumaban ng malayuan. Vandal lang gamit ng NN ngayon. Alam nila nalugi rin sila pero they're not gonna go anywhere. Just gonna go here in the C instead. Pero merong trap si Chamber dun lang sa gilid. Baka nga makita pa sila. Pero yun nga, yun. Alam na nila. They know it already na nasa C yung mga players ngayon ng NN. Pero kung napapansin nyo, nag-out na din sila. They really don't wanna contest. Kailangan, if mag-retake sila, kailangan hindi dapat isa-isa. Kailangan sabay-sabay. Someone will go here dito sa may city. Someone will go here sa garage. And probably gonna wait for some rotations lang if ever kung gusto nila mag-flank. Pero hindi. C is locked already. It's already locked. And all they're gonna do is unlock their possessions. Get those kills. The entry is down there. Look with a 2K. Daikut will gonna fall down as well. Pero yun nga, Vandal pa rin ang hawak nila. Pero Diyos ko po, mukha CS pa nga ata makakakuha nito. Shock Dart will connect. Pero, perfect retake na ginawa ng Cerberus mga kaibigan. Napakagandang retake. Ganda nun.
Goodness, ang tinis nun. Kishi, Loki, hello? Ang confident kagad ng ginawa ng team ito. Sayang, ayan, yung replay after popping off that alam na din nila saan ang mga pwestuhan kagad ng mga miyembro ng Cerberus after that recon no? Kita kagad scan to and ngayon medyo yung spike hindi na, medyo wala sa posisyon na angulo talaga sa pabor sa no-namers and suddenly 3-0 in favor of Cerberus. Red Devil gets it to wins kagad. Vera together with Temps. May gusto pa bang sumali next pa para mag-take off ni Red Devil? At mukhang sabi ng no-namers, wag na natin i-contest after all. Pero si Red Devil, nakita na nga natin yung talent ng duelist ng Cerberus and outstanding talaga siya ever since. But he just gonna make it work para lang talagang di pa umuwi and make a good comeback reverse sweep against no-namers here at the last map.
Yeah. Red Devil. Nakaisa dito. Go with the second one. Pero Sky SG. With that Sheriff on hand. With shot down. Red Devil nila din talaga. Sky SG being found by that recon bot, mga kaibigan, needs to flee out of battle. Kailangan na hindi magpaka-aggro dito kasi kung napapansin nyo, Akashi is super low on HP. 1 HP na lang dito sa Akashi, pero yung Shun nakaisa pa nga. Akashi, dos na lang din. 1v3. Si Akashi kahit 2 HP yan, a damage is still a damage, a 1-tap is still a 1-tap. Pero tingnan natin kung makakakuha pa siya ng isang kill dito. Akashi nagtatago rin din sa Ecoms, mga kaibigan. Hindi na nga nagkakitaan, pero naririnig ni Shun. Pwedeng lumabas si Akashi. Oh! What?
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
What? Oh no, Daikit nasa likod lang.
Okay.
Shun! We're gonna be dead.
Nice try. Asan yun? Bakit? I think, timing, nag-guess lang din niya na na-expect niya na merong dun. So, that's just it. Pero ganda ng fall ng spray niya dun, ha? Pero dito din, si Red Devil, denied din. Pero I think kasi, ano naman save sila Pero to, alam na, narinig niya din ata. So, that's just it. Kung siguro mas na-timingan din ni Shun doon, baka maklatch pa na yun. So, still, Cerberus manifesting the clean takes 4-0 is what we have. They're like denying already ang no-namers. And tatandaan natin, itong no-namers, if na-deny lang sila all throughout, at masastop si Vera tsaka si Temps from actually popping off, medyo nasa magiging delubyo na to sa no-namers dahil mahirap talagang i-tackle down ang defensive side ng Cerberus.
Yeah. Pero sana makabawi kahit papano. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ng mga players na, so makikita natin if ever talaga makakakuha sila ng isang game lang din. Red Neval, mga kaibigan, waiting patient, pero there's a lot of utilities right now. Nilabas ng Hunter's Field, nilabas na rin ng ang ultimation ni Sky SG with that orbital strike. Very kill onto one, die cute. It's a tough fight right now kasi apat pa ang kalaban niya. Tamang ADS natin pero wala siya na makukuha. Pero nga lang, Temps will gonna shut you down while fleeing out of the battle. Mainit.
Gamers, hindi pa tinatapos pero baka kailangan lang talaga nila ngayon. Just to take a look. How do we even pick Cerberus in such a way? Pero kasi sabay-sabay din yung mga ultimates nila na naging advantage din nila Kaya siguro tong Cerberus naging nasa disadvantage din sila. We all know that it's just the breakthroughs na nakukuha ng no-namers against them. Pero once again, marami nga sinayang no-namers doon. Marami silang ginamit just to be able to confirm this round. But as Daikute pulls off that the force, baka maging iba na naman ang ihip ng hangin at bumabol sa Cerberus. Pero as Vera tries to pick in and at least make some cute noises here sa garage, baka ito na naman ang way where he can actually pick off and make those good entries para sa kanyang teammates.
Yeah. What's gonna be the next battle dito sa CES kasi talagang sobrang nahihirapan na talaga sila. It's not really working for their side and for themselves. Pero Shun trying to play close, trying to be focused onto these matches na nangyari sa kanila. Pero ngayon Daikute missing that shot and Temps with a big punish onto Daikute right now. Loki, mga kaibigan, trying to go in already. Loki, natamaan siya dito ng Petchay ni Sky, pero yun nga lang Loki pero na nakakuha ng patay. Pero Shockdart not connecting dun sa may backside. Hindi man lang tinamaan si Loki dito ng mga Shockdart na binabato ni Shun. 2v4. This is gonna be really hard for NN right now. 30 seconds left. Loki with another one and Loki with a fourth. Wala man lang siyang bawas na natanggap. Napakadaming dumating sa kanyang skills. Pero wala man lang bawas si Loki kahit isa.
Okay lang yan. Ruin mo. Lahat tinapon kay Loki. Pero still, walang nangyari. Naipit na naman sila all along. And it seems like the timing hits perfect onto the side of Cerberus while no-namers talagang nagiging alanganin to sa kanila. Pero Akashi is still, pero sinayawan lang, won't be able to get through. But some way or another, at least no-namers, they're kind of aware how we will be able to get it. Pero ngayon na naghihintay lang ang mga katulad ng Universe trying to get information. Tatlo na kagad nag-aabang sa kanila sa Ace. So medyo kipit sila dito. Especially if nakapagbawas kagad si Red Neval with that operator of his. Pero sasakto ba kagad? Huwag masyadong i-aggressive dahil nasa kanan mo sila! And speaking of, there's just the trade. And still, good work for both of the teams. Pero aware na din kagad si Vera. Saan ba natin i-expect ang mga miyembro ng no-namers? Takbo na tayo kung saan tayo mas komportable. At next na naman na lang kailangan dito i-handle si Loki na hindi man lang nila sobrang nabawasan after he was able to get 2 out of 5 members ng no-namers.
Yeah. Pero as long as hindi pa naman, as long as nakakabawi pa ba naman yung mga players dito ng no-namers, kahit medyo mahirap, malay mo, makayanan na talaga nila. Pero mga kaibigan, this is gonna be an amazing thing to do for the side of it. And if ever nakapag-comeback pa sila, pushing it to a 3v1. Loki, the only man remaining here. Vera is in a tough spot right now. Loki with that big kill. Loki with another one. Just ko po! CES! With all these kills na ginagawa niya, really great of a player though. I love it.
Congratulations.
Yung mo, mag-isa ka sa C, hindi ka na naman napitas ng no-namers muli. At ngayon, na kahit in-expect nila, look at Loki. Just getting them all together. Palong-palo sila. Sa Ascent lang pala baka inaantok pa. Pero dito, Vil, Cerberus, this is how people look up to them. And they're finally at that point na pinapa-impress nila yung expectations ng mga tao. Pero ngayon, the no-namers, seed na naman sila. Complicated to sa kanila. And cute, buta na lang, hindi siya napitas, kundi yun ang oras kung kailan ang no-namers makakapasok na kagad dito sa mid. Pero as Daikut tries to play with them, getting a lot of information as to where they are, Vera gets it! And Daikut is up to follow up together with them. Pero may mga smokes nandito, si Loki, mga utilities lang na itatapon sa kanila. And seems like magbaback off ang mga miyembro ng no-namers.
They need to back out, pero 4v4 onto this game right now. Less than a minute left in the clock right now, pero mukhang this is gonna be an easy round for the side of CES, sa totoo lang. Kasi wala, I mean, ano naman sila eh. At the end of the day, naka-save lang naman yung mga players ngayon na NN, pero ang problema yung isa, which is si DX, na nakakuha na nga rin ng Vandal dito. Pwede na ibigay yung Vandal niya kasi meron naman siya tour de force. Pero mukhang hindi na rin talaga. Siya yung magko-contest, siya yung mag-a-anchor dito sa may short if ever. Pero it's just to mga players ng CES, mga kaibigan, tinatanggal na talaga yung player dito sa may Hell. Daikut with a kill on to one right now. Pushing at the 2v3. Kishi with another one. At mukhang winnable pa nga to. 1v1 with a great one. Si Shun. Sheriff! Missing that shot, but Kishi will gonna get that kill instead.
Kanina pa to. Bebe, Esports clutch na naman sila ng Cerberus. Every time it's like this, and seems like sa mga moments na ganon, no-namers, nawawala yung disiplina, nandun na sana eh. Pero still, siguro advantage din talaga pagdating sa baril. Pero nga lang, the 3v1 ni Kishi, ang mga miyembro ng no-namers once again, at mukhang no-namers, natatalo nga sila sa mga crucial moments. Sa mga moments na kailangan nila kunin. Kaya ngayon, mapapa-time out nga talaga sila at Cerberus still. Parang all the way na lang, press W, sige, matapang tayo eh.
Matapang tayo, man. Sobrang tapang mo. Sobrang tapang mo, wala na nangyayari. Pero puso lang. Puso lang.
Ay, wow. Tiwala at puso sa no-namers. Ganda na ng ascent nila, pero ayun. Mukhang naiipit talaga sila against dito. At yun, may naban na nga sa Twitch. Shoutout sa inyo. Pakabait kayo dyan. Mga anak kayo ni Bill.
What's up mga babies? Gusto ko lang naman happy kayo. Pero mamaya yung main event guys, kalma lang kayo. Mamaya yung main
kalma
event.
lang kayo. Kayo. Tatlo lang kami, kailangan namin isa pa.
Kalma lang kayo, kalma lang kayo. Alam ko naman na kalmado lang kayo. Mamaya yung main event, doon tayo babawi.
Oo. Ay, mabawi guys. At hanggang din Vera still Bunny just makakapag-ente siya pero nga lang yung mga moments na kailangan nila maging careful, hindi yun, mas lalo pa silang naipit. We weren't able to contest yung Garage. This is gonna be the huge problem already. But then, Akashi, as he's just trying to eradicate nga ang setup ng no-namers up until here, he tries to call for a backup already. Speaking of, pulls off that recon, all of the members kagad ng no-namers makukuha. But after attempts gets Akashi, baka mahuli din nila after walang isa pang miyembro ng Cerberus. Pero remember, meron pa ditong ultimate si Kishi, and if he uses that, baka may ipit na naman ang mga miyembro ng no-namers. But speaking of Daikute, mapipitas na nga kagad si DXN, and isa-isa na nga kagad may ipit ang mga miyembro ng no-namers. As si Sky na lang ang natitira, ng Loki gets him. And that ultimate nga ni Kishi talaga ang magiging rason for them to actually take this round. 8-1 still, no-namers. Hindi pa rin talaga sila nakakapalag ngayon.
Oo, mahirap na talaga pamalag dito mga kaibigan. Pero, kung ano ang ginawa ng NN sa game number 1, wala, yun talaga gagawin ng Cerberus sa game number 2 and game number 3. They have the advantage, all they gonna do is win. They have the momentum already, and all they're gonna do is make that momentum more intense. Intensify everything para syempre hindi na makabawi ngayon ang no-namers. Pero CE is trying to be really aggressive with that operator though. Mukhang makakuha at isa dito si Lavender, pero nga lang Vera pushing in really slowly toward dito sa may A. Pero Aldron, just to check out these players kung meron ba talaga nagpo-push dito sa may A or wala, pero nga lang Lavender na high sa dito onto Sean. Vera trying to play close, trying to play really safe right now. Kishi outskirts lang out of the battle, pero Diyos ko po, hindi mo nakita ni Kishi yung Jace ni Vera dito. Nakita niya yung sneakers, man. High cut daw kasi.
Thou shall not buy the high cut. Akashi gets Sky at small mistakes. Yet, I think, alanganin pa rin naman yung no-namers kung naging different way yun. Pero, ayun na kagad yung sign. Alam na kagad nasan ba mga miyembro ng no-namers. Nakita din yung tuhod eh.
Oo, nakakita yung tuhod, men. Nakakita yung G's, pare.
Enemy remaining.
Witchong.
Nine 1. Ba 11-1 course to Vil.
Oo.
Si Vera. Next try. An attempt. Pero nga lang, kita na din kung nasan siya. Expected na din sila. Red Neval gets 1. Sino pa ang susunod? May follow-up talaga sila. The connection talaga between Cerberus, sobrang on point. The early frags, the first frags is up to Red Neval to handle it. and super successful siya. Wala nang katakot-takot. But on the other side, ang mga taga no-namers, hindi talaga makapag-pop off si Vera as what we've seen sa may ascent na wala talaga yung isang mga kalakasan ng team na to dahil nga sa icebox din na momentum. Pero ito na ata yung sign. He gets red the ball. The timing hits perfect. Meron pang isang naghihintay sa kanila. That's gonna be Akash himself. He tries to get in pero nga lang won't be able to work through. At ngayon, mga taga no-namers magpupush na nga kagad sa may side. Pero pagdating sa barrel, advantage talaga to ng mga taga CERBERUS at dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa kanila. Shoot together with VXN. And they're just gonna go down one by one.
10-1.
Pinaglaruan.
In-11-1 nyo kami kanina, ha? Sige. Pag gumugusto. Hoy. Ano? Binibigyan, sabihin mo.
Binibigyan.
Ayan.
Akala ko, nagsa-stop ka eh. Mag-uugusa. Binibigyan ka.
Akala ko, hindi mo ko papansinin eh. Kinabahan ako eh.
Hindi naman. Hindi ako mate-tech post dito, Phil. Yun. They are so dead! So dead talaga kay Daikyu to. May follow-up magaling kay Loki. Sakto talaga. Pulat sila na trap. At ngayon, hipit na naman ang mga miyembro ng no-namers. Still, they try to get into C. Pero nga lang, lahat ng member kagad ng CERBERUS nakaabang na sa kanila. Si Shu na lang kagad ang natitira. And still, Red Deval finishes him out. 11-1 it is. Pero ito nga nakakatakot eh. 11-1 curse, 11-1 comeback, pero I think knowing si no-namers, pag nasa-shot off sila completely, mukhang hindi sila makakapag-grab ng chance na yun. Pero malay nyo dito sa pistol round, maybe it will be different. Puso lang.
Makikita natin yan dito. If mapupusuan pa ba ng no-namers itong mga to. Konti na lang.
Ayan. Shoutout din sa mga YouTubers dyan na nanonood. Okay lang yan, guys. Sana masaya kayo.
That's a good spot.
At ngayon, pag nanalo pa yung CERBERUS dito, Bill, love na this. Pero minsan, dahil sa mga ganun, di ba? Nanalo nga ng pistol din yung ibang mga taga no-namers, yet nakahabol pa rin yung CERBERUS. So, baka maging iba pa dito sa Haven, especially on the comfort side ng no-namers. Pero to, ganito kalaking pressure, 10 rounds to make it work. Not impossible, but yung chances very low, but there's still a chance. And ngayon, ang CERBERUS talaga, bumabawi sila on how to play it. The retakes has been perfect. The denies from Red Neval and Kishi is there. And Loki with the clutch together with Akashi. So nakita niya talaga na bawat isang miyembro ng CERBERUS ay not aside from being on point, they know how to handle yung mga crucial situations. Very, very perfect.
Yeah. It's all about the perfect execution ng mga players na nandun talaga dito. Pero, makakaisa pa kaya? Patingin mo.
Ito din eh. Ikaw, Bill.
Puso lang, man. Mana gift.
Destroyed.
Okay. Naglalaro ang mga taga no-namers. Di nila alam, nakapasok na kagad sa seaside. Yung mga taga CERBERUS after making some cute distractions. Pero as of now, Thames 9 HP na lang. Makukuha na nga kagad din Loki after he tries going in through the smoke. At ngayon ang mga no-namers, denied na naman sila, but soon still, there's a leap of faith pa para sa side ng no-namers to actually get this, but there's no stopping si Red Deval dahil dalawa na nga lang din siya kagad. Si DXN na lang kagad natitira, and finally, Daikit is there for the backstop. 12-1. Isa na lang. CERBERUS is doing it.
Match point it is. para dito sa side ng Cerberus, mga kaibigan. And ito din inaantay na kanina man. I mean, nagkaroon pa talaga ng comeback na ginawa nga ng Cerberus dito. Nakaisa pa no? I mean, reverse sweep ang ginawa ng Cerberus. I mean, nagpainit pa kasi ng masyado ang ang Cerberus. Kala natin malala na yung kanina, mas malala pala yung makikita natin ngayon. Really never thought that would happen. Pero nga ng Red Naval pushing in already past that updraft though. Pero this is gonna be really hard for the side of NN kasi wala silang pera. So talagang kailangan talaga nilang bumawi dito. Sana nga si Sky SG, sana bumili din lang siya dito ng probably a Spectre. Pwede, pero mukhang si Sky SG, mukhang hindi na ata siya talaga siya bumili, no? Talaga siya may pinakamaraming pera. Sabi na, sige, bahala na. Kung ma-eliminate tayo, sige, good luck na lang. Salamat na lang sa lahat mga tropa. Pero, die cute. Oh, Sky SG will again kahit classic lang ang gamit ng mga kaibigan. Para sige, siya nakaisa pa nga talaga. Mukhang this is gonna be a 4v2. I mean, 3v3 situation right now. Temps, nakakulit dito ng Spectre. Si Shun, meron pa na siyang sheriff dito. So talaga makakabawi pa siya. Pero si Kishi, meron pa siya isang kill dito. Pwede siya gumamit dito ng mga skills na meron siya. Pero nga, it's all up to Temps though. Pushing in already. Akashi, we're gonna end the life. And NN is eliminated.
Good run sa no-namers dito sa APAC Challengers. At the fact na nakapasok sila here sa group stage is really big, and the start of this no-namers can finally have that name here sa mismo nga Challengers. Pero GG's pa rin sa Cerberus. The amount ng willpower ang meron ng team na to, dahil kamuntikin na sila matalo sa Icebox, and yet maybe pagdating sa experience plus how low-key, how Red Naval saves the day for their team, it's very a big opportunity that Cerberus has. Pero dito talaga sa Heaven yung naging something na pumitik sa parehas na teams ngayon. Pero I think 13-1, sobrang flawless ang execution dito ng Cerberus. Hindi na lang pinagalaw Nakita mo naman, Vil, na the fact na nakakapag-shotdown si Red Naval, si Vera talaga, is not popping off. Nakita mo na I think it's just gonna be Cerberus all over again sa sunod-sunod na rounds.
Yeah, nakabawi ang Cerberus dito. I mean, ito yung nangyari. Ito na ata isa sa pinakamalala so far na nakita natin na natapos na game, 13-1. Yeah, ito na yun. Yeah, ito na nga, tama yun. Pero kung napapansin mo, di ba, in terms of headshot percentage, parang
pantay lang.
Pantay lang As in, sobrang pantay lang kasi konti lang naman ang headshot, konti lang naman ang damage ng NN dito. So, ibig sabihin, mas mataas pa rin talaga ang CES kasi they have a lot of damage. Napakadaming balang tumama sa NN. And, it's just, sobrang on point. Sa Red Naval, so sa Lavender, sobrang on point na mga headshots ng kuya mo. And, wow, Shun. That shot, that second shot, man. What? Ganda lang talaga.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi.
Ayan, malapit na.
Oo, malapit na guys. Alam ko naghihintay kayo
Malapit na ang ating watch party. Konti na lang.
Enemy remaining.
Watch party na ito. Nag-upgrade na. Hindi na casting.
Watch party.
Watch party na. Next game. It's going to be Bonkers versus ang mga taga Fancy United. Isang representative din from Vietnam. And finally, mabubuhay pa rin naman ang Cerberus. Pwede pa silang, may pag-asa pa silang makapasok guys. Dito, papuntang knockout stages next week. So talagang marami pa silang syempre kailangan ipanalo, but at least this is a way of hope sa kanilang region na pwede pa nila itong ma-pull through. But on the other hand, the next question na dito is that masurvive ba nila ang next nilang makakalaban once again?
Yeah, and we've seen it already, and talaga napunta tayo sa game number 3, but I really never expected na it's gonna be a 13-1 score, and pwede natin sabihin na that's gonna be like the best score na nakuha ng isang team dito. Pero yeah, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. And after the break, mga kaibigan, it's gonna be the series number 2 here in VCT APAC. Watch party natin later. Third series yon. Once again, we are casters. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Ray Ray. See ya.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
No Namer started out strong, but then ended it on a sad note. Cerberus Esports managed to take that 2-1 victory against No Namers, and more important to talk about here is the 13-1 victory the Cerberus had on Haven. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. I want to talk about Haven specifically because No Namers, they only really had the 5th round and nothing else in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was the closest kind of, rather, the most, I guess, dominating win we've seen this entire week, this entire stage even. And as I was going to say, it's the closest thing we've gotten to a 13-1. We've had 13-2s, we've had 13-3s, 13-4s, but not a 13-1. I think we're getting closer to a 13-0 at some point, but I mean, with the competition kind of stiffening up, I think it's going to be far-fetched.
Yeah, stiffening up, going in hard. Again, these were points that Asarai brought up, and my goodness, he is absolutely great at that motion. The smile on your face is really indicative. But again, let's look at the game right now. Map 1 looked absolutely fantastic for NN. I feel like this is where they kind of really set in stone that, hey guys, we have to take this early momentum away from Cerberus because they're so absolutely fantastic at that too. They took that supercharge using that strength against them, but despite the great baseline of mechanics NN showed, they really, once again, took the more cerebral approach. Now, going into map 2 where it kind of went wayward, I feel like the root reason of this was because of Cerberus' pretty deep agent pool.
Well, I mean, when you do look at the composition that they did bring into it, nothing really too fancy, I guess, here. I mean, they had the standard kind of composition you would see now in Icebox, with them having, you know, that chamber here for the side of No Namers, and on Cerberus' side actually was a mirror match. I think the more important factor is, like, contrary to how Vietnamese teams typically go, where they start off early strong, they kind of fizzle out in the end, Cerberus is the complete opposite of that. They start off map number 1 and only take like a round in that opening half and then bring it somehow to a 13-8 before, you know, losing to it. But then they go to an Icebox, and that just is a back and forth for the most part. They start off really strong in that map, especially in the first half. They were able to get, you know, a 7-5 half, then they continue on forward, and into Haven, they get better. So much like, you know, many of the other #1 seeds, like from Thailand, for example, and Sersha, the longer the game gets, the longer the series goes, the hotter they get as well. And so they just are going nuclear at that point and gave us the most dominating win we've seen this entire stage, as I said.
Well, for No Namers, do you guys think that after Icebox, everything just started to fizzle on for them on Haven?
Well, again, they are a fairly new team and they are fairly young, so that mental endurance to really kind of sift over whatever notes they had during the strat talk may have somewhat escaped their mind because, like we mentioned, they're super young, they don't have that scalability that a lot of our veteran teams have. And if we really take a look at Haven, they tried to suffocate Cerberus early on, but Cerberus, they caught wind of this very, very quickly. They adjusted their positioning accordingly and let and kind of walk into that trap.
Yeah, I mean, one could argue like maybe what Cerberus were doing were really kind of hampering what the intent here of No Namers was. But when you look at the scoreboard, you know, there's pretty much Shun and Vera doing most of the heavy lifting, and then Temps, DXN, and Sky in that order as well for all 3 maps. Never were really able to do much in terms of the fragging power. They helped, I guess, you know, players like Shun frag out, but he's a Sova. It should be the other way around, and you know, maybe just could be an off day for the No Namer squad. Looking really good early on, but as you said, they kind of fizzle out, and sometimes it just, you use too much energy up front that you don't have enough left in the gas to cross the finish line.
And with that, that is one representative from the MYSG Challengers fizzling out of the competition. No Namers will bid farewell for their run in the Masters, and Cerberus Esports, they will still guard Hades in the lower bracket, and hopefully they will make it into the knockouts. And with that said, we have to flip the page on over to the next chapter that we have here in our day. It's Fancy United Esports versus Bonkers in another best of 3. It's Oceania's last chance to get into the knockout stage. Last year we didn't really get to see a little bit of Oceania competing in the international stage, and hopefully we get to see that now. Without further ado, we got Bonkers Esports. A team who has won the hearts of a lot of the people over in the social media space. We got Bonkers, Kulth, Minimize, NAOS, RDW, and Scrawl.
Oops, I forgot to unmute. Again, here we are. We have the Bonkers squad We saw quite a bit of them in their first map. I believe that was Haven against it escapes me, but there's just so
Persija.
many things. Persija. One of the strongest teams we've had, of course, from that region. Bonkers, we really thought they had a good grasp of that situation. They had showings of an op-centric defense. They played so well around RDW. But when it came to, once again, that marathon, that endurance that we are looking for in this circuit, they kind of fell short.
Well, I mean, they kind of have proven, at least in their own circuit, their own qualifier, that they're definitely a team that can go, at least longevity-wise, a distance. They'll lose early on, but then they come back super hard, start sweeping, destroying everybody in that lower bracket, and make it on through. So they lost their opening match, maybe, yes, of this group stage. I'm hoping for them that they can actually do kind of the same that they did in the Oceania Tour, where they're kind of super able to come back and really find themselves and find their groove and get the Oceania, the only Oceania team, by the way, in here, into the playoffs.
Yeah, speaking of finding their groove, we got Fancy United Esports up next. Hoots trying to find their groove after having a smooth run in the play-ins. Well, not as much because they did lose to no-namers in their qualifiers. Hopefully, they get a smoother run here after that loss in Paper Rex. We got Fancy United Esports. They're so fancy, and they already know. They all want to know if they can get that dubbed against Bonkers. We got Acerola, BMVZ, Heisey, Killers, and Kawa.
This team, coming from a region that a lot of people aren't, I guess, too familiar with when you go look at that Vietnamese scene in terms of, the top end, because we have teams like CERBERUS, we had teams like BAM last year, although they were in the tournament earlier on, but it comes down to, basically, even though you might not know these guys specifically, it doesn't matter, because these guys can perform, and they've proved that to you with players like Killers and Acerola really popping off. Heisey has also had his great moments, and when you look at the teams that they've gone up against and the run that they went through, it's kind of similar to Bonkers as well, where they start off in their own local qualifier, in their own tour, kind of struggling, and then they just come back and try and dominate almost everybody, barring the top one seed, in this case Cerberus. So they, during their play-ins, it was kind of something like that. They struggled against no-namers, not winning a single map, but then they 2-0 Global, they 2-0 Griffin, and that's how they make their way here. Obviously, in their own group stages, they went up against Paper Rex, which is, well, they're the indomitable Paper Rex, and so understandably they're sent here to the lower bracket. Difficult to say the very least here, Raf. I mean, that's putting it kindly, but yeah, these guys, I mean, they've proven that they have what it takes to be above the rest, and that's why they qualified through the play-ins, but I'm not too sure about their chances necessarily of making it out of this lower bracket further deeper in.
Honestly, just to reference that Cerberus match we just had, maybe a lot of our VN teams, they kind of have, like, what, maybe let's pull our punches just a tiny bit. Let's coast into the lower brackets, and that's when we kind of start revving up those fryers, because Cerberus, that kind of explosion we saw from them was honestly such a treat. I'm hoping Fancy is going to do the same, because I've always said Fancy has been fundamentally strong. They rely on quite a few defaults, and just like the theme that we're running with is that they're excellent starters. But now, since this is their last chance, and of course, hoping for a shot at redemption against the team that took their #1 seed away from them, maybe this is where they kind of open up their strat book and start really flexing their knowledge, honestly, the volume of matches they've had.
Well, this actually begs to ask the question, because Bonkers and Fancy United Esports, they kind of are on the same boat here in terms of just the previous matches, their opening matches in the group stages. Paper Rex, they beat Fancy United Esports 2-0, and it was a very decisive 2-0 by Paper Rex as well. And they left Fancy United Esports with a 13-5 scoreline and a 13-9 scoreline compared to Bonkers, who actually got the one of the worst, I would say, scorelines we've seen, bar the CERBERUS and the CERBERUS matchup earlier on. It was a 13-7 good start, and then it was a 13-3 and a 13-2 on Breeze and Vine. Do you guys think that their mental is properly reset now, or would you guys think that they could actually reset themselves going into this matchup?
I do think so. I mean, either this team, I think that should be true for them, even though they got sent down here. New day, new matchup, new opponent, and a new series to be played, and they're new kids on the block as well. So even though, you know, they don't have maybe the same experience, I'm sure, you know, a team of their caliber to be able to make it this far, go through their own local qualifiers, and yeah, as I said, make it this far, that already is enough reason to give them the benefit of the doubt to really, I guess, kind of assume that they should be able to reset themselves. And I'm pretty sure both of these teams realize that you know, like the mental aspect of the game is just as important as in the server as it is to the out of it. So can they do it? Probably. Will they? Let's find out and see.
Absolutely. And no matter how you put this, no matter how you put a spin on it, veteran or not, lower brackets pressure is lower brackets pressure. You think about it, you take one tiny mistake that could snowball and create a bit of a domino effect that the opposing team can really, once again, harp on. But speaking of the lower bracket, I'd like to go back on Bonkers because we kind of did see them fall in their first map on their local qualifiers, and then they kind of did that Hades run in the respective lower bracket. They had their revenge very, very cleanly, and once again, they kind of trumped our, I guess, expected representative in order. Maybe they can do the same thing here. Again, the mechanics of the matchup isn't the clearest this time around because there's still so many overarching themes that we kind of have to dig through just a tiny bit more.
Yeah, we'll dig through those themes a little bit further on, a la Minecraft, but we have to dig into these two players that we have to focus on this matchup. It's the controllers and the initiators. We're looking at the next head-to-head for this matchup. It's Tix and Yes I Can for this.
Yes,
two different. Yes I Can. And Tix, he is a controller. On that Astra, he has a 204 ACS, and Yes I Can on that Sky, he has 194 ACS on that.
Oh, well, I mean, I think the important thing here is, even though, you know, the numbers are okay, they're not insane numbers, but where it really reflects their value is within the team itself. When you're actually watching them play, you see Yes I Can kind of flex into many different roles, sometimes a Sky, sometimes, you know, more controller like a Viper, for example. And on Tix's side, maybe not exactly the same case, although he does have a bit of that, I guess, in him. He's more definitely a hard controller than the opposing side here coming from Yes I Can is, who kind of flexes about more. So they definitely bring different kind of looks to their team, but they're just both equally as important.
So one thing that I have to talk about too is Yes I Can, once again, bringing back to the nature of him flexing and playing this guy, he's a little more far forward than Tix. If we just look at the VODs from the previous matches of Bonkers, rather, Tix is almost always last in or fourth in. One thing that I want to point out in that stat line, I think he had like a 39% headshot rate, so he must be absolutely sharp on those trades. And once again, just the nature of his position and the order of which he enters the site into.
Yeah, well, speaking of order, we'll actually find out the order of things, of how the entirety of the game is going to be played as we go into the map veto. But I have to ask a question here. The Oceania region as a whole is a new region going into the Asia Pacific region. Southeast Asia, very much familiar with each other. Oceania, not as much. I mean, considering the fact that Bonkers, they've only had a couple of days to scrim with the Southeast Asian teams. Do you guys feel that Bonkers have finally adjusted, especially after that match against Persija?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, Persija, to be fair, is a really difficult opponent for you to be playing if it's your first time playing against the rest of the APAC teams. You know, them coming from Indonesia, probably the strongest region when you look at the top-heavy side of that, aside from like Thailand. It really goes to show that they did have a lot to adjust and a lot to learn. And fortunately for them, going up against Fancy, I'm not putting down what Fancy can or has done, but it should be, on paper at least, theoretically, an easier matchup here for the Bonkers squad.
There's a lot of theory crafting, and I was just glossing over the stats. Fancy taking that breeze away despite that performance by Bonkers. Once again, it comes down to unfamiliarity and just the geographical location of being an Oceania team. Fancy, honestly, this first pick could go anywhere, man. They've been pretty solid on Bind, but I'm pretty sure they're going to leave that for the decider. Haven is still out in the open for both these teams, but instead we go with Split. If I remember correctly, Split hasn't been all that reliable for Fancy, so I guess this is a little bit peculiar in my eyes.
Well, they go for Split, and actually, to the contrary of that draft, they did beat Griffin on Split, and so far in the past 3 months, they're almost perfect on the darn map, so I don't think that's necessarily where the point of contention is. I do kind of wonder, though, about that map ban from Bonkers. I mean, we haven't really seen much from them when playing on Ascent, and Ascent has actually been, frankly, terrible map for Fancy lately, so I think that's where they really kind of make their case. But when we go to this next ban here for the side of Bonkers, they're picking Haven, which actually is a pretty decent map for them, but you can also say the same when it comes to the Fancy United squad.
I mean, if we look at Haven, right, I think this was the most coherent we saw of Bonkers. They had the proper plan. They played around the operator, and they placed their utility around it, as simple as we can put it, right? Because when we moved on to Bind and onto the previous, or rather the maps in the previous series, I just feel like that the strat calling and the theory crafting wasn't all that present. It again, in just comparison to their Haven play.
Well, let's see how things will actually go. I mean, as we say a lot of the times, Raph, right? Sometimes the statistics don't really tell the whole picture. Actually, they rarely actually do. And we get Fracture banned. I mean, what is there to talk about Fracture? It was kind of like Breeze a year ago, where you're like, okay, it's a new
Just
map.
don't play
they just don't want to play it. Like, the strats just aren't as solid just yet. So when we ever have a new map, maybe we're gonna see Fracture quite a lot more often, because that new map's gonna be banned quite more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this isn't really much of a talking point, but the next map is what I'm curious about, because that decides what the final one is. And drum roll, it's Bind to be banned by Bonk.
I was thinking maybe they're gonna go for an icebox play, because their icebox has been pretty solid. They're buying, like I mentioned, not much to talk about. They honestly got, in the words of one of their players, they got Neon Diff. I hate saying that on air, but what else is there to say? Hopefully this is where Bonkers kind of rectify all their mistakes and have gone through all that tape to back up that wonderful social media presence they have. If they're as strong as their Sockmed, oh boy, Bonkers is absolutely dangerous.
I mean, Icebox is a better map for them statistically here on the Bonkers side. But the thing is, it's also a pretty good map for Fancy, all things considered. Maybe, their confidence has been shaken, has wavered just a bit because of their loss to Persija on Bind, as you said, Raph. So that whole Neon kind of diff could actually be true and could be extending past the server. So let's hope that they're able to kind of reset themselves and get back into the game, at least on the mental level of things, because they're going to be going up against this Fancy squad, who maybe isn't the most impressive team from Vietnam lately, but they are definitely formidable. And for Bonkers, going up against basically their first time playing against, for the most part, Southeast Asian teams, they are going to struggle if they don't go into this head on.
Yeah, and it kind of begs to ask the question, right? Yeah, you guys are touting it as a Bonkers looking like they could come out against Fancy United Esports, but there's still that X factor that Fancy United Esports has, and that's because of just the sheer fact that Bonkers haven't really gotten the chance to play against the Vietnamese teams in any official outing here. Do you guys think that with that being considered, Fancy United Esports, do you think that they can steal a map away or potentially steal the series away from Bonkers?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that is a possibility. You know, Fantasy United, they, if anything, I don't think they're meant to steal this one away. I think they're the favorites to kind of win this matchup. Although I like rooting for the underdog. So, I mean, if you're gonna ask me my predictions, which we'll get to later on, I might go the other way. But I do think Fantasy have some sort of, experience in dealing with these type of teams. I'm just worried for their sake because Bonkers have shown to be incredibly mechanically gifted as well, and sometimes, you know, you might put yourself into a bad situation, but you can also shoot yourself out of one, and that's what Bonkers have proven to be able to do, at least during map number 1 when they played Persige on that.
I'm just sifting through as many notes as we can because, once again, this is something that we kind of have to dissect just a little bit more with the eye test. But we're talking about the predictions here, right? Fancy, once again, they have the volume of games against the more familiar opponent. They have, honestly, once again, quite a number of agents they can pick from. But I want to go with Dogwood Stick. Why? Dogwood Stick, Bonkers. Yes, 2-1.
Okay, well, he kind of jumped the gun there with the predictions there. So he's going Bonkers. What about you, Black and Blue? Is it a Bonkers game? Is it a Fancy United Esports game?
My prediction, I think, is going to go the other way around. I'm kind of feeling, I mean, it's really tough. This is a tough matchup, the same as I said during No Namers versus CERBERUS. But in my opinion, I think this could go in the way of Bonkers. Fancy, I think they have experience. They have that big org backing, at least for their region. And as I said, they came from, I guess, a region that has more experience generally when playing, you know, in the VCT. Even though they're one of the latter additions to the VCT Southeast Asian circuit last year, they still do have that kind of edge over the Oceania teams. But Oceania has proven that while, I guess, the lower mid end of theirs isn't something that is necessarily anything to write home about, whoever is at number 1 seed, typically from what I've seen in games, is a team that really can push things forward, is a team that really can push the rest of the nearby regions really, I guess, to their limits. And I think that's what Bonkers are going to do here today. So the Bonkers, I think today, they're going to bonk this 2-1.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to agree with you guys, and despite what happened to Bonkers there in their match against Persige Esports, I feel like they finally adjusted themselves to the playstyle of Southeast Asia, and all of us in the panel here are gonna go Aussie, 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 and it's time to oi ourselves into the series here in best of 3 elimination matchup between Bonkers and Fancy United Esports.
Welcome sa ating pangalawang series of today. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor, and with me is syempre ang napakaganda at napaka-cute na si Rere. Ayos ba yun? Anong skin ibibigay mo sa akin mamaya?
Gusto mo ng RGX?
Yan ang gusto ko. Nakakalakas daw yung RGX eh. Pero ito na nga yung inaabangan din ng mga viewers natin. Oh. All the way from Oceania, ito na yung huling pagkakataon para sa Bonkers to actually prove themselves pagdating sa Asia Pacific stage. At para naman sa Fancy, nakita na natin yung mga matches din nila for the previous weeks that we are doing this broadcast. At sasabihin lang natin, when it comes to the panel predictions, punta naman tayo sa caster predictions natin. Ano ba, mga tropa ba natin sa Australia mananalo dito, Ray, sa tingin mo?
Tingin ko, pwedeng mapunta pa to sa Fancy, pero di natin na ma-eradicate na may pag-asa pa na pwedeng mapunta to sa Bonkers at the same time. Dikit lang eh. Nakita mo yung map statistics and discussion din ng mismong panel.
True.
It's really hard to say kung Bonkers ba or Fancy. It's just the same as what we've seen sa no-namers together with the CERBERUS. Dahil siguro, Taylor, ngayong araw talaga na to ay hindi mo na alam kung ano nga ba ang amount of inspiration, amount of giggle na gusto ng mga teams para lang talaga hindi sila matanggal and mag-proceed pa nga sila sa mga susunod na laban nila. Pero ako, all I have to say is this is the first map dito sa split. Ay never pa natin nakita si Bonkers dito sa kanilang own region. So,
tsaka ito din, no, when it comes to map picks pagdating sa mga players, teams natin, especially with regards to Bonkers, ano kasi to isang team to na talagang balong-balo sila, tas nagsama-sama lang sila. Hindi nila in-expect makakapasok sila dito sa Asia Pacific stage. So, wala talaga masyadong statistics when it comes to VLR kapag sinilip natin itong Bonkers because they haven't much had matches literally pagdating sa ating mga tournaments like this. This is their debut pagdating sa international stage. At during the time na kinasko rin sila from the previous match na napanood natin with Bonkers, they were actually able to take map 1 against I forgot the team already, pero against one of the teams na matatagal na sa VCT stage. So, kahit pa paano, they have a foundation as a team na kailangan lang talaga nilang linisin. Kaso nga lang, hindi mo makukuha agad-agad yung experience na yun It really takes time.
A lot of time to actually get the upper hands there. But then, excited ako sa Bonk. Ang cute, sorry. Nakakatawa kasi yung pangalan na Bonk So, sobrang talino nila to actually come up with that name. But on the other hand, ang Fancy, ngayon, nasa mid-control lang sila. They try to put up with something sa mga miyembro ng Bonk. But I think when it comes here sa mga crossfires, ang ganda na ng hold position ng Bonk. But as you can see here, ano lang sila dito nagde-destroy lang ng ginawang wall. Dahil lang sa wall, napatigil yung mundo ng Fancy United. Pero mukhang gusto na lang gumante na yung Cerberus nakapasok. So dapat sila din daw. Pero looks like NAOS won't be able to allow them to do that. At isa na lang kagad ang natitira sa kanila.
They just got bonked right in mid. At nakita mo naman, the chamber actually set up yung traps na yon kanina. But it was super obvious that he was so close. May wall dun So hanggang hindi mo sinisira yung buong panel, there's just yung panel ng mga wall, there's just a specific spot na makakapasok ka. Syempre, gagawin ng mga players dito ng Bonkers, mag-aabang lang kasi alam nilang close na dahil nga dun sa pag-setup ng trap ng chamber. And because of that, nagulat sila. They thought that they would go back more pagdating sa Bonkers on mail dito. Ito yung pag-setup Then, they all just popped out because they didn't destroy all of the panels. Syempre, kita agad yung mga baril nila and they have that angle advantage. Para sa Bonkers, 1-0 na to for them. Laglagan portion na to no?
Ano na theater. Syempre, ayaw mo pa umuwi. Sayang yung punta ng mga Bonkers.
Oo, kakarating lang nila ng Thailand, uuwi na agad. Mga ganon, men. So, kung napapansin nyo, this is Oceania region all the way from Australia, by the way. Kaya naman, lumipad ang aming team. Lumipad sila para same pagdating sa mga ping at walang difference na malaki. At makakapag-adjust sila na maayos. But on the other hand, we are back to it as Tix was able to take one already. Yan si Yes I Can. Sumunod na rin dito yung ibang players ng Fancy. Napapansin ko dito rin sa Fancy, whenever they don't get the eco or rather the pistol round, yung second round nila, it's more of a throwaway round na parang kung anong gusto nilang gawin, sometimes that's what they usually just do.
And just follow on what the Bonk has against Fancy. And ngayon, mukhang tong double controller ng Fancy not yet working. Pero mo may Omen ka na nga, may Astra ka pa, may Sentinel ka pa. So, hindi sila the usual na double duelist. Pero I think let's see pa. Baka ngayon, medyo naalat lang pagdating sa pistol. But in this buy, maybe it is already the way that they can grab through. Pero ngayon, after getting that, mukhang hindi mag-work dahil wala silang wall ni Sage, diba? Helpful, pero not gonna work. It's not unlike the Viper and together with that Astra, diba? May ipit lang din talaga sila along it. And that was just a good concuss just to tackle down si Killer S.
Naku, lumabas na nga dito yung ibang players pero nahuli nga si Scroll. On the other hand, si NAOS sumama rin sa hukay. 3v2 situation. This is the first buy round of Fancy United pero mukhang bonus round data ang magwawagi dito. There is that flash coming in mula kay Minimize. Na-blind niya yung ibang players dito. On the other hand, talagang ginawa niya dito. Nilabas niya yung guiding light niya all the way to the right side. So they would assume na nandoon siya sa may kanan, no? Nandoon na siya on site. But this is already Bonkers moving out, popping out, getting the kill, and getting their win para sa kanilang bonus round.
nabonk talaga siya doon ng judge.
Ano kasi itong Bonkers, Ray eh. Mapapansin mo nasa player camps, once na bumaliktad o talagang sobrang lamang yung kabilang team, makikita mo yung mga mukha nila parang medyo natitil sila ng kaunti. Alam mo yun? Siyempre, mental fortitude ang labanan dito.
Pero ngayon, here, this is what we can see outstanding. Side ng Bonk dahil ngayon na wala talagang lamang fancy how Bonk plays this. Mas maraming sikreto ang pwedeng gamitin ng Bonk against them. And kita mo naman how disciplined they're in a way na di nila hayaan si Killer S makapag-entry kagad. The knives are there. And this is the thing about also having that Viper in your lineup. So, a lot of what we can see, pero there were just some of the trades. Buti na lang napansin ni IZ na meron nag-aabang na si Noz, and now they were gonna be climbing up here sa B, pero mag-deny lang sila ngayon ng paint shells, but minimize. Siya pa kagad ang makaka-pick off, pero there were just some clean takes. At don't tell me, may pag-asa pa atang ma-eco ang mga taga-bonk, pero hindi pa nga nila pababayaan yon dahil i-deny din. Let's scroll on the other side. Ang pag-push sana ng fancy pagdating dito sa may A side.
Good snake bite just to delay the players from pushing, but I would have put it down more dahil nasa baba na rin naman na yung iba players sana, but it still makes sense, it still work para hindi sila mag-push talaga ng todo and repositions themselves. But this time around, Fancy United, meron na silang Phantom na hawak dito. Low in HP na kaso dito si BMVZ. Isang bala na lang yan. At makikita naman natin for the side of Bonkers, they're taking sides one at a time. Yung Viper nasa A, yung Sage nasa B main. Kaya naman magkakarinigan to once the spike is tapped. A big rotation should come in, but that is bit quite far para sa akin. And this is Ardu already spotting one. Pumush siya. I feel and assume na sana na inantay niya na yung rotation ng kanyang teammate dito. No? On the other hand, it's all up to Scroll right now.
Ngayon, Scroll. Ikaw na lang mag-isa na timingan pang isa mong kakampi. So, looking at this, meron pa siyang gamitin na snake bite. Pero kita mo naman yung plant. Pagkatapos swingan ka. Pero actually, pwede madisiplina sana as of ngayon na handa na kagad si BMVs with that flash. And that thrifty nga ng fancy ang mga taga-bonk. At ngayon ako, nakita ng plant na ganon there. Sorry akin, pero out of all the VCTs I've casted, doon lang ako nakita na for the first time doon. So that's actually a smart trade din. So you can really see why they're having the reason to actually plant it there. And ready na din kagad ang mga miyembro ng Fancy to tackle on to that. Pero, Taylor, pag tayo talagang caster at unang mapa, tech pause agad.
Matik yan. Hindi na kayo nagulat. Di na ako nagugulat pag nagte-tech pause tapos kami ni Riri yung nagkakaste. Normal na yon para sa aming lahat. So, ready ka na sa German word of the day mo?
Ano yan? German word. Okay, ito na. Ready na ako. Maging
Ready
German. Oo.
So, turo ko sa'yo ngayon kung paano sabihin yung how are you. Naturo ko na ba yun?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa. Madali lang. Mapopronounce mo. Napakadali. V-Gates.
V-Gates?
Yan!
V-Gates?
Nice, Ray. Oo, yan. Ibig sabihin yan, how are you? Tapos, naalala mo pa yung isa kong tinuro.
Ano yan?
Yung alles good.
Okay.
Ibig
All is
sabihin
good.
nun, okay.
Ay!
Okay lang
Alam
lahat.
ko yan.
So, pag tinanong kita, Ray, V-Gates.
All is good.
Yan!
Oh, pwede na ako pumunta ng Germany.
Pwede na pali pa rin tong Iceland.
Paalam sa inyong lahat. Salamat sa lahat.
Si Ray na ang tunay na caster ng Masters Iceland, guys, dahil lang marunong siya mag-German words. Pero hindi naman sa Germany, no? Sa Iceland na punta. Nag-aral ka German, pero sa Iceland ka mapupunta, men.
Sa Masters kasi, Masters 2 tayo pupunta. Si Teo nakapunta na eh. So, kailangan kami rin. Kami rin ni Vil. Kasi 3 lang tayo eh. So, tapos,
God.
baka may isa pang mata, mabawasan pa to. Akala ko mababawasan na naman eh. May isa sa atin magiging trader ata dahil may mga pangangailangan din na kailangang asikasuhin.
Kaya nga eh.
Oo, di ba?
Ay, nako. Ito ang isa sa mga malalaking problema. Isipin mo, ang dami nilang kalaban, no? Yung kalaban nila, Fancy United, Tech Post, pati na rin yung comment section. Madami talagang kailangan ditong factors na i-consider, lalo na yung mga coach. Ang daming coach eh. Lalo na pag Pinoy team yung naglalaro, tas medyo tagilid muna.
Sa 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 YouTube doon daw talaga pinakamarami. Kasi dito sa sa PPGL tsaka sa PPGL page tsaka sa Twitch, may mga the mods kasi. So, medyo mahirap talagang tapatan 'yon. Pero sa YouTube doon lahat ng analyst, ng coach, ng player. Pati shoutcaster nandun na din. Kaya andun lahat. Pero big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood pa rin ngayon sa ating laban. Pero na-remind ko lang kayo na next game na yun, Naos. So, abangan
next
nyo pa
game
yung
na yung
pasensya.
naos. Yung pagtitiis nyo, yung paghihigante, yung lumbay, lungkot, maalis din yan maya-maya. Kasi yung next series natin, naos na ang maglalaro. 3 lang series natin for today, guys eh. So, sa 6 days nating magtutuloy-tuloy, itong araw na ito, 3 series ang mapapanood nyo. Kasi kahapon, di ba, 4. Tsaka yung mga nakaraang araw, 4 din. Pero this time, 3 lang muna. Pwede magpahinga.
Ano lang guys, chill lang kayo. Kami nga, tignan mo yung Bonk, nagiging ang chill lang din ng mga taga-Bonk. So, ano muna natin yan? Relax na kayo. Sayang yung, akala ko pagkatapos ng German word of the day, Taylor, okay na yung ano natin eh. Tech Post. Hindi pa pala. Kaya
Apay, gusto mo pa ba ng isa?
Ano yan? Ano next?
Tutuloy-tuloy na natin yung conversation mo. Siyempre, pag tinanong ka, kamusta ka? Sasagot ka ng alles good, di ba? Siyempre, tatanungin mo din yung kausap mo. Sasabihin mo, and you, di ba? Parang, and you, kamusta ka? Ikaw, kamusta? Sasabihin mo, Ray, undir?
Undir?
Yan.
Ah!
Madaling-madali. Isang mabilisang conversation nga. Ray, bigates?
Alice good.
Undir?
Yan!
yung German sa likod ko, tuwan-tuwa. Nakiki-cheer.
Ang saya-saya ko eh. Yan naman,
ang saya-saya ni Ray.
Ang saya-saya.
Dami na naman natututunan yung natin dito. Yung viewers natin. Marunong na rin mag-German yung mga viewers. Pati lahat ng nanonood. Lahat na. Ano bang pwedeng ituro sa kasi yung mga Pinoy words. Tinanong nga ako eh. Sabi, ano ba yung cheers sa Tagalog? Ganun daw. Sabi, hindi ko masagot eh. Cheers lang din nata yung sinasabi nating madalas. Pero, meron pala. Makaririnig mo lang pag dumadaan ka ng mga Just Tondo things, mga ganon, tsaka sa mga lugar namin. Tagay ang tawag. Nalimutan ko eh.
Tagay!
Alam kong na-miss nyo kami, guys. Kaya nandito kami ngayon sa inyong mga screens. But there is a technical pause. Apologies on behalf of syempre doon sa team na nagkakaroon ng technical difficulty. Pero syempre, ayusin muna natin yan and let them adjust whichever. But right now, I think we are gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Sa pagbalik natin, muling magbabalik din ang match-up natin. That is gonna be Bonkers versus Fancy United. Don't go away.
guys, magandang hapon muli mula sa aming mga German casters. Ako si Rere at syempre kasama ko dito si Taylor. At may tech pause nga tayo, pero to, nagbabalik. After short while, nandito na kami ulit. At may nagko-comment dito, wala pa kang Rayrakers. Pag yan hinanap nyo mamaya sa laban ng NAOS, tatandaan ko yung mga pangalan nyo.
Kaya nga, pag may Rayrakers nagre-reklamo, pero pag Pinoy team na humahabol sa score, naghahanap kayo ng Rayrakers. Ano ba talaga? Saan ba kami lulugar? Yan ang katanungan namin dito, guys. Pero back at it again, syempre, bago ang lahat, papakilala muna kami. Taylor nga pala at Ray. Syempre, while we are still waiting for our teams dito, nag-technical pause kasi tayo sa glitan I-mention ko na rin sa inyo ang ating sponsor, of course, Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber Unlimited, man. Only 20 or 2,099 ng globe at home. Game with speeds up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Yan gamit ko
Ako din Kaya, kita nyo, ang saya-saya namin, di ba?
Dito lang kami. Chill lang kami dito.
At
Walang
sana,
problema.
at sana, masaya din kayo. At wala na problema.
Ano lang to panimula, commercial, kumbaga, bago yung laban ng mga Pinoy team natin. Pero tama na daw ang commercial because this is now Fancy United. Si Killer S, ang dami niya nang tinanggap na damage before he goes down in the hands of Ardu. 4 na nga dito, or rather 3 players na lang ng Fancy United ang natitira. Meron pang sumama na isa, that is Heizy. But there are certain agents dito na nakakabalik ng mga kills na yan. But this is the Rolling Thunder coming in. 5 bullets remaining para sa kanya. Mukhang makakapag-reload. Hindi na siya magre-reload dito. Isilip lang siya ng ganon. Grabe, sobrang tiwala mo sa sarili mo. 5 bullets, 3 papatayin mo.
Talagang itong si Bonk leading by 3 rounds already, and I think they're actually prepared to take on against Fancy dito. They know yung mga situation where they can just take off ang mga katulad ni Killer S, and yes, I can. Mga usual problems. Although si Acerola is kind of doing the trades, and that's already a good sign. Pero as for the side ng Fancy, talagang sila ngayon yung parang hindi nila ma-figure out at all. Parang sa crush mo lang yan. Di mo ma-figure out kung gusto ka. Okay. Di mo si Ardu. Nauna na.
Kahit bulag siya doon, estimate na lang ang gawain dito ni Ardu. Kumbaga, he was able to take 1 down, and that is Killer S. Although nakapag-entry naman na kahit paano yung FCY, magpa-plant sila ng spike, this is still a 5-man retake. Talagang makikita mo yung ibang members dito ng Bonkers, nag-aantayan sila sa mga nila, sa players nila, sa teammates nila.
Talagang Fancy, at least one is pick off, but the post plant, maybe that's the time that they can take care of it. Pero nga lang, may showstopper lang. Nag-forward lang dito si NAOS, and everything biglang nawala sa isang iglap. Pero si Heizy, he might get an ace or a clutch. Nope, di na siya papayagan ngayon ng Bonk. At this is it for the side of Bonk once again, leading by 4 rounds against Fancy. Sorry. Once.
Bias kami.
Sino bias mo? Bias kasi.
Si NAOS.
Ako din. Bias ko yan, NAOS. Mga paborito namin yan. Alam mo ba, so far, kasi kami mga mahilig tayo mag-yaya, di ba, ng mga hangouts. So far, isa sa mga kalad ka rin ay ang mga taga-NAOS.
Talaga? Pag niyaya mo, G agad?
Oo, promise.
Yan ang gusto ko. Yan ang gusto ko. Tara, Iceland, NAOS. Masters tayo. Pwede ba yon?
Pwede yon. Sasama yan.
Gusto ko mga G lang pag niyaya mo sa plano. Pero back to the game. Nakikita natin, nag-swing na nga agad dito si Killer S on that wall. There is no one behind him to do refrags at all. And this is just ultimate domination mula sa Bonkers on mid. Isa na lang natitira. That is Acerola na nakasurvive dahil dito siya dumaan sa may ramps.
biglang sa isang iglap na naman, parang natanos yung mga miyembro ng Fancy. And ito na ata yung mga oras na hindi nag-work yung ginagawa na lang push. They're just gonna be giving it all kay Killers, but unfortunately, it won't be like that. Kasi yung setup pa lang ni Scroll eh. Pati setup pa lang ni Tix, alam mo na maiipit talaga ang Fancy in such a way. And finally, Tix takes Acerola out. Ito yung kapatid niya kasi Acerola 2.
Acerola 2. Si Bunso to na naglalaro
Hindi si
ngayon.
Kuya.
Hindi si Kuya eh. Kaya nahihirapan sila eh. Wala yung si Kuya, busy yata. But this positioning coming in from Killer S, I don't think it was a good idea. I get it kapag naka-eco ka talaga, tapos you're stuck in a position you want to take mid control that you have to push or advance. But the Viper wall, it wasn't helping them at all because vulnerable ka na agad nun eh. So parang matik, lumabas ka dun. GG ka agad, isang 2 bala o 3 bala lang kailanganin mo. And isa lang once na it was a headshot obviously. But this is very much going to the side of Bonkers right now. At di natin masasabi rin kahit paano because when a map is like split, it can go both ways.
This is the big problem ng Fancy has to face. Pero ngayon, na time out. Kailangan
Sila
talaga
pumili
pag-usapan.
nito,
Oo. Kaya nga, siguro inisip nila. Siguro may isang point din na okay, wala tayong nakitang experience ng Bonk pagdating sa split. And tayo naman, we're a good team pagdating sa split. So, I think wala naman tayong magiging problema if kinuha nga natin tong map na to. Pero pagdating din naman kasi sa next map tier, parang dikit din eh. So, medyo crucial talaga to sa side ng para sa teams. But I think Bonk also has a statement in regards to how they play this against Fancy. And a first time nga na makita nga tayo here in APAC, and yet they're actually impressing us with the 6-1 scoreline once again.
Nako. Itong Fancy United, hirap na hirap sila makabuelo kung paano sila entry. Nilapagan na rin sila ng Viper Spit on mid so they can't take mid control unless i-force talaga nila to. But it seems like they're gonna go in a B push instead. They wanna pounce on it but it's gonna be a problem. Makikita sila ng Astra, pull agad yan, Matic. So it might be waiting for this to end or papasukin talaga nila. With Killer S doing the entry, at least he was able to go inside but Tix was able to just punish him. The triple kill comes in para kay Tix dito. 2 na lang agad ang natitira for Fancy United. They still have the utilities na pwedeng gamitin at syempre may lineup din na nagmumula doon sa Viper. Once na lumabas ka dyan, minimize naman ang Silip. On the other hand, Heisey trying to do this post plan but it's not gonna happen in the hands of Bonker. They're gonna make this a 7-1.
My gosh, sure. Ang ganda nung lineup na yun. So, pero kung siguro hindi naabutan si BMVs, maging pabor pa din sa Fancy Slike. Pero hindi rin eh. Yung Scroll House to make the timing very, very perfect. And right now, meron na siyang Viper's ult. Pero ito din, diba? Naka-entry si Killers. Pero yung follow-up pagdating sa mga members niya, naipit pa rin sila sa
Hindi sila
Stars.
makapasok
Diba? Sa Concast din. So, medyo complicated pa rin talaga pagdating sa entry points ng Fancy. And tatandaan natin, dito sa Bonk, wala naman silang breach and yet it's really gonna taking them out kasi pwede naman gawin dito ni minimize. Gawin lang natin counter flash. Sakto naman parati si Scroll together with Tix. So this is a good way but on the other side mid control once again. Try lang ng try siguro sa parte ng Fancy.
Di nila masabayan yung entry ni Killer S dito. They have to have the perfect timing. The ultimate. Hindi nag-connect, nag-Rosa ult pa. My God! Si NAOS pa ang nakakuha ng kill doon with the paint shells. And this is yet again, Bonk taking players down on the side of Fancy United. Tix was able to punish one, looking for another, and he gets it. They 8-1 to score para sa ating Bonkers dito. Parang ang lamig ng Fancy United. Nanggaling ata sila ng Baguio dito. Kahit yung showstopper, harap-harapan na, hindi pa rin nag-connect.
Wala talaga favor. Mukhang Hindi.
Enemy
Kung
remaining.
pabor sa fancy, wala talaga eh. Bago yung ginagawa nila. Nag-pressure din sila kasama ang showstopper, pero wala pa rin. 8-1. Still a bonk. At sa side ng fancy, they just can't figure out. They have the place naman. Pero parating perfect yung ginagawa ng bonk against them. And so far, hindi nila makuha to. And kita mo parang kada kill kasi na nakuha ng bonk, may napuput off sila kagad na game changer na ultimate. So yun din talaga yung inaabangan ng fancy, okay? Papaka-aggressive sila. Unfortunately, wala na yung mga miyembro ng fancy there. They're just gonna be moving along here in mid once again. And the next problem is just gonna be scroll delaying so much. Mayroon pa siyang available dito na snake bite.
Ito na naman, susubok na naman silang umentry. The fault line comes in. Saki-saki, finally, it worked out. Ang dami nilang kailangan gawin dito just to get that entry or make that entry happen for Fancy. Heisey was able to spot one and get the kill. Pero itong Seekers, hinahanap na yung mga players ng Fancy na out naman nila with the showstopper connecting. Ganon mag-showstopper, sir. Yan ang sabi dito ni NAOS. Para naman sa ultimate ng isang breach, they were finally able to secure the kill on the next agent. Pero isa pa ang hinahanap nila dito. Si Ardu, hindi pa tapos ang laban. It's still a 1v2 situation. He has the heal. Doesn't have any utilities to use anymore. Aside from that, slowly but surely, hindi niya na nakita, hindi na siya nag-swing on B main. 8-2 na ang score natin, Ray. Kailangan ng Fancy at least an 8-4. Make rounds happen.
At ngayon, this is just Fancy. Maybe this is the way already. Talagang tapatan lang nila kasi kaya naman pala. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa bonk, the confidence is up there naman kahit papano. Pero I think all of the angles sa bantayan na din ng Fancy. Buti na lang Terror after a few rounds once again. Nakapag-igib sila 8-2 pero medyo malayo-layo pa rin yun dahil nakita na naman ang shoulders dito ni Acerola and si Ardu, di ba? Sage yun na nga. Duelist pa. Ano pa? Operator user pa. So lahat na.
Battle Sage.
Oo. May katulong naman pala si NAOS. Tsaka si Minimize. At kita mo sinilipan na lang din niya kagad si Heisey. And I think yung Bonk, they just have the confidence na mag-asim and it's a perfect asim. Hindi siya yung maasim na in a bad way. Ito yung kailangan pagdating sa mga players mo, especially if you know naman pala na may advantage ka kahit pa. Paano ba Killer S suddenly makes a statement but unfortunately won't be able to dahil may tatlong nakatingin sa kanila and it's just gonna be Bonk winning this round once again with a 9-2 score against Fancy.
Ako? Ito na lang yung round na natitira dito for the first half at medyo malayo pa rin ang gap pagdating sa Fancy United. Nakakapasok. Kanina nakabuelo na sila eh. But it just seems to take a toll. A lot on utilities and a lot of engagements. Hindi nila nakukuha rin as well. At si Killer S, siya yung tumatrabaho dito with the entry, making space happen. Now, once na ma-shutdown mo si Killer S, everything just crumbles because they depend on this player to actually open up the site.
Hindi naman parating kaya ni Killer S na gawin lahat, di ba? And binuwi mo, may dalawa lang ang police.
Yung showstopper hindi nag-connect pero yung snake bite, yun yung makakapatay ng dalawa. What's happening, Fancy United? That is 16 orbs completely wasted from the showstopper a while ago too. Ang tagal niyang pinag-ipunan yun. Now left with 2 players remaining on the side of Fancy. Heisey and BMZ, they have to make things happen if they want to keep continuing on taking that rounds. Pero flawless pa nga ang makukuhang round dito ng Bonkers.
Switching sides.
2-10. Favor of Bonk, man. Napag-reset yung Bonk ngayon ah. Pero to be fair, sobrang dikit din naman ng laban nila last time. So, these guys are really actually telling us na we have what it takes. We just need a lot of experience lang then going up against other APAC teams. At ngayon, baka makita tayo ng 2-10 curse, pero no, kasi si NAOS, siya si Minimize, talagang nakita mo how they're also having that aggressive place eh. So ngayon, kailangan lang nila magdidepend lang sila dito sa Viper's wall ni Scroll. And I think kaya nila ma-overcome yung Fancy kasi sobrang laki ng impact pagdating ng Viper dito sa mapang to. And that toxic screen is gonna help you so much just to be able to cross ang certain side. And sa A, di ba? Sobrang success. Sa B din, kayang-kaya mo eradicate kagad yung titingin sa'yo sa may heaven side.
At least with a swap, maybe Fancy United, pwede silang makapag-reset dito. At it seems like for Fancy United though, yung pagdating doon sa entry kanina nila, it doesn't have yung oomph factor na tinatawag natin, no? Yung wala man lang kahit anong factor, at least or the least na talagang makakagawa sila ng play. Because it seems like they just wanna try to keep entrying. Kung meron silang mapatay, then that's the only time they're gonna open the site. Yun lang yung chance nila na nakabukas na yung site. But other than that, it seems like the team of Fancy United having a hard time trying to make a strategy, trying to make a play happen. And knowing that Bonkers as a team, of course, debut nila to sa international stage, this is a team na hindi naman ganun katindi yung background when it comes to Valorant Esports. So, I think if they just think of outside the box, maaari nilang makuha pa yung mga susunod na rounds.
Yeah.
Tsaka typically yung mga nagpe-perform dito na sina Acerola tsaka Yes I Can, makikita mo pagdating pa lang sa frags, nahihirapan talaga sila eh.
Usually, di ba, kahit ipit sila, they are just able to counter it.
Naipit na.
Oo. Mahirap to. Okay, tatapatan. Ay, naku po. Dito pa sila naglaban, no? Kala mo talaga.
Sabay-sabay.
Oo, sabay-sabay tayo.
Yun ang kinagandahan actually sa Bonkers. Lagi silang magkakasama dito, kaya may trades na nangyayari.
Nagulat ako.
Umuupo pa. Nagta-tactical crouch pa dito yung Astra nila. Pero ito na nga, nag-ingay na rin si Hyzy. They all know that he is gonna be here. Pagel's out, Minimize out as well to secure the round. 11-2, fast lang. Kasi daw para NAOS na ang maglaro. Omsim.
Sabi, huwag na natin perapan si Tier tsaka si Ray.
Oo nga. Commercial lang naman eh.
Oo. Mamaya ni main event.
Oo, mamaya watch party main event. Tandaan niyo yan at syempre susuportahan natin yung NAOS. But looking at the two teams right now, this is a make or break situation because natalo na sila doon sa first map or first games nila, first series nila during the other days. Kaya kailangan nila makuha to or else they're not gonna make it to the next or rather sa ating knockouts. Yun ba yung tawag? Knockout stage. Oo, tama. Knockout stage ang tawag doon.
Kami ding mga casters sa PH. Mana-knockout. Kada isang araw, isang alay, Taylor. Turuin nyo, guys. Excited ako sa knockout stage. Isang araw, may mga alay sa caster ng PH. Kaya, kung ngayon na dyan at nanonood kayo parati ng PH broadcast, alam nyo na yan kung ano nangyayari usually. Pero ito na. Bonk. Mag-ingat kayo, may 3 boga dyan. Mahirap yan. Tatapatan mo sa close, mahawak-hawak ni Yesaiken tsaka ni Killers. Ako may mabibiktima dito. And speaking of, nauna na nga kagad si Scroll, pero buti na lang, hindi lahat makakapagsilip sa kanila. And finally, they're able to just go in here in A-side. At meron pang tumatalon-talon, may jumping lason pa, pero buti na lang, nakita na nga din na kagad at si Yesaiken na lang ang natitira. And Pix tries to spray it right through. Oh! Si Yesaiken pa!
Nang totroll ka pa, ha? Gumugusto ka pa, ha? But of course, Yesaiken, still a 1v2, winnable.
Kayang-kaya.
May oras pa, magkasama pa yung dalawa. Isang matinding swing lang, Yesaiken. Baka kakayanin mo. Hindi niya nakita sa baba, but maybe here, he sees one, but the next kill won't happen. Sayang yun. I feel like if he dropped right in front of them, get the double headshot dahil magkatabi lang. Pero who am I to judge? Nagkakas lang naman ako.
Ano lang?
Maganda sana yung position ni Ray. Kaya sanang maklatch yun eh.
Kaso siguro kasi HP na din siya. Pero dito mo, asim mo sabi niya Tix. Maghihintay lang. Pero alam mo, alanganin din yung position kasi nila. Pero I think it's just it. Medyo di lang yun nabusing ng maayos, pero match point na yung Bonk. Nagmamadali. Excited na din sila manood ng NAOS tsaka ng ONIC. Sino bang hindi ma-excite, di ba? NAOS tsaka ONIC, tas kayo pa ni Vil yung magkakas? Syempre naman. Pero to din, syempre si Killers makakuna na kagad ng crossfire sa Valorant. Si Azerola binigyan ng momentum at kagad. Isa-isa na, mapipick off. And babay ka na.
Ang daming utilities dito. Ito naman ang kinaganahan para sa Fancy United. Ang dami nilang utilities na pwedeng gamitin. On the other hand, that Viper wall definitely helped out Fancy United in trying to pinpoint the enemies then as well. At nakita mo naman, it was a bit messy. A messy engagement here in Raptors or rather Ramps. Kaya naman, feeling ko, para sa Bonkers, hindi na sila dapat dito maging overconfident because even if it's a 12-3, a match point score for Bonkers right now is still very much possible to make a comeback, lalo na kapag nakakuha ng confidence ang Fancy United. They are so dead.
Sabi na talaga gusto na tapusin ng Bonk. Kanina, napagbigyan kasi nga, ang nangyari, advantage lang sa baril. Ngayon, parang gusto na tapusin pero iniwan muna nila yung spike para makabawas sila. This is dangerous. If yung dalawang membro ng Fancy sa vents ay mapipitas, baka ito na yung sign na mananalo na talaga ang mga taga-Fancy. Pero di nila alam na may timing pa galing kay Killers dito together BMVs. Pero pa-pop off kaya naling crush. Pero aware din sila somehow. One way or another, sinamahan pa kagad na smoke coming in. And speaking of, pinatalon lang, mga kapitas. Ay, wala! Nag-whiff! Hindi pa tumama, Taylor. Bigay na sana!
Ang grabe naman yun. Nabulag lang siya doon, pero may delay yung bulag. Kita niya na kung nasan yung kalaban. But the whiff, not too good for Fancy United. That para naman sa Bonkers, this just means na mas konti na lang ang poproblemahin nila dito. But this is a buddy system. Bait and switch that might happen on ramps if they decide to push this. Nabulag yung isa, but still, nag-whiff pa rin. Hindi pa rin nila talaga makuha yung mga shots na gusto nilang kuhanin dito despite information, despite all the blinds and utilities. Kung hindi ka mananalo pagdating sa engagement, hindi ka rin makakapasok or hindi mo rin madedenay yung pag-entry ng mga players. On the other hand, Azerola, with Tour de Force in action, he can still manage to go in at itong wall na to problema para sa kanya because he can't swing out completely and he has to take care. A clean 13-3 para sa side ng Bonkers dito, taking game number 1. Mabilis lang.
Speed.
Speed.
Yun namang unrated.
Speed run.
At ito tatandaan nyo, walang dito, difference pagdating sa mga ping, guys. Kasi, nasan ba mga Bonkers ngayon? Nasa Thailand. Lumipad ang kanilang team papuntang Thailand. At may kita nyo naman na walang kahasal-hasal for them to actually win that. A good experience that they have pagdating sa split. And I think nabulaga talaga ang mga katulad ng Fancy United when it comes to this. And I think wala talaga silang certain strategy, walang form ang Fancy United. And yun din yung nagiging question natin usually sa kanila when they go up against a lot of strong teams here in the APAC Challengers. Ano nga ba ang formula nila to have that good form to take off yung mga malalaking teams such as Bonk, ang kaisa-isang representative galing nga sa kanilang region. But looking at it, palong-paro si Noz, 3.5 KDA. One of the pwede nating makita na matataas talaga so far here sa mga matches natin.
Di mo rin masabi because Fancy United going up against other teams, especially like from the previous, they went up against Paper Rex, and Paper Rex, of course, is the strongest team. One of the strongest team that we have here in Southeast Asia. But when they went up against Global Esports at Griven Esports, ito yung dalawang teams din na natanggal na immediately. They actually won against them. Ang problema nga lang when it comes to really big or upper league teams na napapanood natin dito, like no-namers, CERBERUS, na pati yung Paper Rex, hindi talaga sila manalo-nalo. And with regards naman sa Bonkers, they still stay here in the tournament and they will still go for that game number 2. Nandito pa rin naman yung Fancy United, but it is already, kumbaga, bingit na ng kamatayan ang problema dito ng Fancy United because 1-0 na nga yung best of 3 series natin dito at nasa pabor yan ng Bonkers. Nakikita nyo naman, just with a quick game highlights for you, they try to keep on doing an entry para kay Killer S. He goes in, pero yung utility usage dito ng Bonkers was actually stopping the players of FCY, the other remaining players of FCY, to actually react to the play that Killer S was doing. So wala talagang form when it comes to the strategy. And aside from that, Bonkers, they have the firepower. Hindi sila nag-whiff dito at nagagamit nila yung utilities nila na maayos.
Well, and ito din yun. Ito lang yung ginagawa nila, Taylor. Sabi nila, gawin lang natin lahat paulit-ulit and it's not gonna work anymore. Plus, hindi din parate na kailangan magdependa ka kay Killer S. But at the same time, may mga few rounds naman na naipanalo nila. Pero I think that was just the moments na underman na ang mga tropa natin coming in from Bonk. But all the way it is Bonk. Namimiss ko talaga kapag may mga Viper yung mga teams dito sa split. And we've seen how effective it is, especially for those teams na talagang kayang-kaya ma-utilize. Make your Viper, make that the double controller as a bridgeway pagdating sa split, and na-maximize nga talaga ng Bonk kung ano man meron sila. I think talaga after that second half, nasa momentum na talaga sila all throughout at hindi mo na mapigilan in this map pick. Map pick to ng Fancy United Esports at mukhang dito na nga tayo sa second map and matapusin na nga ba kagad to ng Bonkers? Speedrun nga ba ulit katulad ng nangyari kani-kanina lang? Or babawi pa rin naman ang Fancy United knowing that in our next map, it's still a good map on where you can actually see that Fancy United is doing well here. Marami silang natalo na teams dito pero mamaya pag-uusapan pa natin yan dahil magbe-break muna tayo dito sa second series between these two teams. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko si Taylor, guys, and see you after the short break.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito pa rin tayo guys para sa ating game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. Kasama ko si Ray Ray at ako naman si Taylor. At para sa second map natin, this is actually a pick by Bonkers at syempre, Fancy United, kailangan nilang makahabol dito na matindi-tindi, Ray. Pero bago natin simulan ang discussion na yan, syempre, we would just like to thank our sponsor, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G Fiber, only $2,099 ng Globe at home. Game with speeds up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na at unlimited pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Habang ayan ay sinasabi ko, balikan natin yung kanina naman na minention ko, Ray. Pagdating sa FCY, wala talaga silang structure dito.
Tamang-tama ka dyan, dito sa, minsan meron, pero kapag alam nilang na-outsmart sila, biglang poof, hindi siya naging Coco Crunch. Nawala siya talaga pagdating sa iniisip sana ng Fancy United. Although nakita naman natin yung potential, yes, double controller is what they have, but it seems like yung upper hand with that Viper talaga naging problema nila how to take on the mid. Tapos wala pa silang Sage. So, di ba, di nila naka-cut off yung angulo dito sa may B-side just to eradicate nga yung pag-set up sa kanila ng mga walls plus the concuss coming in from Astra. Pero moving on, dito na nga tayo sa susunod na map. And we've seen how both of these teams are actually good statistically. Pagdating nga sa Haven, actually, fun fact lang, dito sa Haven map, 67%. Pagdating sa Bonkers sa Fancy United, 66%.
Uy, dikit na dikit.
Pero, ang magkakaiba lang dito ay sa Bonkers kasi, mga 6 times lang sila talaga dito nanalo. So, maybe, 6 times lang din sila nagkaroon ng experience. So, maybe, pagdating sa experience dito, Fancy United ang meron. Pero I think, dahil dito sa split, medyo nagkakaroon na ako ng doubts na tong Bonkers, pagdating sa experience, di sila makasabay. Actually, nakakasabay sila ng sobrang laki against Fancy.
Ang kailangan talaga actually ng Fancy dito is to regroup themselves, have a proper structure, have a proper strategy because that would definitely work out. Aside from that, hindi lang kasi yun yung naging issue nila on that first game. Maliban pa dun sa strategy, even if you have the perfect strategy, kung gagamit ka ng mga utilities, lahat na nakongkas mo na, nabulag mo na, but you actually know or don't hit your shots, how are you gonna be successful? 'Di ba? So, kailangan din nila ma-hit yung shots nila. So, maraming factors ang hinahabol dito ng Fancy United, and if they don't fix that ASAP, they're gonna have a hard time. It's gonna be a slump yet again mula dito sa Bonkers. Kasi magro-roll over lang Magsa-snowball lang yung momentum na nakuha nila from that first game. The confidence is real pagdating sa Bonkers right now, but you can't be too overconfident. Yun yung nangyari. That's what happened last time when Bonkers were playing. They got map number 1. Pagdating dun sa mga sumusunod na map na kahit sila yung pumili, they didn't make it happen. They got too comfortable.
It is very bad, to be honest. Fancy. Napasok na. Yung Cerberus, humihinga pa So, dapat sila din or else, isa na lang ang magiging representative in their own region. Sabi nga ng mga nanonood, ang bilis daw ng mga pangyayari. Kahit kami nagulat, akala nga namin super bilis lang ng pwedeng mangyari, but unfortunately nga, nagulat tayo sa Bonkers. Ako din, nakita ko nga, diba, na medyo nahirapan sila. Pero ngayon, bumabawi na ang Bonkers. Nakapag-adjust na siguro sila. Kasi mahirap, diba, pag galing kang Australia at papuntang Thailand, may mga onting adjustments. Kahit at sabihin mo na hindi, you have the time zone, you have the everything pa, tapos sa bagong place. So, it will take so much time. But at least, right now, they're really comfortable with it. On the other side of Fancy United, this is one of the maps na may mga nakakalaban sila dito sa mismong APAC Challengers. And they actually got the upper hand. But then, ano kaya yung magiging total reset nila? Dahil lahat ng kalakasan nawala. And parati ba silang aasa lang sa kanilang duelist? Kasi ito din nangyari sa no-namers. Umaasa lang sila kay Vera. Aasa lang ba sila every time kay Killers and Asirola to actually make the dream work? Or will they actually get up and finally, baka mapunta pa nga tayo sa Icebox match?
Nako, kung mag-game 3 pa to, Ray, feeling ko pag nag-game 3, makukuha ng Fancy United. Kasi, gaya ng na-mention ko kanina, from the previous time, I'm just basing this opinion from the previous time that I've casted them, na once na matilt, kumbaga, kahit papaano, doon nga sa mental fortitude nagkakatalo. Once the maps, the rounds just goes longer and longer, I feel like Bonkers along the way, once na nabasa sila, hindi sila maka-figure out ng way kung paano sila makakabalik. But this is the map. This is the second map para sa Bonkers. If they take this, they're gonna win. They're gonna push forward pagdating sa knockout stage natin. Para naman sa Fancy United, magbabay-bye sila dito.
Mamamaalam na. Mamamahinga na ata. Taylor, bawi. Siguro, ang pwedeng gawin na, but here it is, attacking side ang start ng Fancy. Usual, di ba? Wala silang, di talaga sila nagsisova dito. Nagbag, usually Disky and Breach. While on the other side, si Bonk naman ay magsisettle sila with that double sentinel. Okay. Ang ganda nito kasi itong double sentinel, ibig sabihin, kailangan lang nila, shut down ang mga Fancy in a way na magiging aggressive and with the chamber and Sage. Pero it's been a while since I've last seen a Sage dito sa Haven. At Ardu gets the first one. Pero mo na-tap ka lang na 100 pesos.
Nahuli ka lang, no? ROI kung ROI. Parang ganun yung problema nila dito eh. But anyway, location has been revealed. Yan ang sabi para sa isang Sova. Killer S yet again doing an entry. He's trying to pinpoint where the enemy is. Pero si Ardu nga ang nakakahanap kung nasaan sila habang nakaboost. Si Scroll naman to finish things off with the final 2 kills of himself.
Akala ko sino na yung kamay na humahawak.
Oo nga. Bakit may gumakapit?
Nagulat ako eh. Nakakatakot yun, Taylor ha. Kasi kanina din, balita ko si Derek nagulat din eh. Ako sino-sino na eh.
Oo, yung tumataas yung mga kamay.
Oo.
Nagugulat si Derek eh.
Pero, at least Taylor, diba, nakita ka natin na medyo yung Bonk pag nawala ng momentum, talagang nagko-collapse. Pero at least yun, they got okay, nice one. May taga nice one, baby. Ang mga taga-Bonk.
Yun nga eh.
Lugi.
Katabi lang si Baby. Kumakapit. Pero ito na, 1-0 na ang score. Siyempre, makakabili sila ng mga Spectre. The setup coming in mula sa players ng Fancy United. Pasok na sila on site. There is that slow orb that might be used para naman sa NAOS. Plant ka pa dyan. Masyado kang nabibisi. Dalawang napatay pagdating sa paint shell, pagdating sa boom bot. May kasama pang kill mula doon sa Spectre. My God, Fancy United, clear out the site before you plant. Nagagalit na naman ako.
Ginagalit niyo si Coach. Sabi na Taylor eh. Alam mo kung ako ngayon Fancy, parating ini-stress si Taylor kapag kinakas kayo. Diba? Last time din, na-stress din tayo sa kanila. Ay! Okay. Sige pa. Kaya pa yan. 13 HP. Pwede pa to. Papalag pa. Nope. Di na sinabi ni Scroll. No. At ngayon, naihampas na naman, na-bonk na naman ang Fancy once again. Kita mo naman the denies, the everything. Nahuhuli lang sila eh. Alam mo yung parati na lang problem, paano iwasan yung mga ganun na timing? Kasi press W lang sila and it's not gonna be like that always. Bawal kayo magpahuli. Especially with the part ng merong double sentinel lang Bonk dito. Tapos magbabato lang kagad si NAOS ng kanyang paint shells. So medyo kailangan talaga ingatan to ng Fancy.
Nakahuli na naman sila dito. Yes, I can. He goes down. Wala na naman silang pang-flash. Wala na naman silang pang-clear ng corners. Maliban na lang sa mga aftershock o iisang aftershock na pwedeng gamitin ni BMVC dito. On the other hand, that swing isn't very viable for Acerola. He gets out a bit. Siyempre, alam na ni Ardu yung location niya. Sumilip pa. Gumugusto. Binigyan.
Sabi sa'yo.
Dito mama, sinuwerte pa sila doon.
Buti pa. Medyo nakakatakot to, Taylor, kasi yung Fancy, full buy nila, yet talo. kapag to nag-continue na naman, unstoppable yung Bonk. And yung Bonk, 'di ba? Sobrang heavily relying on ano sila, on on those agents na kayang mag-stop ng aggressiveness lang ng kalaban nila. Kita mo naman, di ba? Nag-settle sila sa double controller. Ngayon, nag-settle sila sa double sentinel.
30
You kinda
seconds
see
left.
the reason. And usually dito kasi sa Haven, double initiator yung nakikita natin. And si Fancy, ganun ang meron. Pero magsisave na lang sila. Lugi na eh. Mag-cross pa ba sila sa C? Medyo mahirap-hirap na yon. And the Brimstone also, kita mo naman yung buff sa kanya ngayon. Sobrang sakto, the Raze and that
10 seconds
Brimstone to
left.
actually just make the fast moves. And yeah, Bonk still wins this round. 3-0 against Fancy.
Di na naman sila makakabuelo dito. Si-save na lang nila tong mga baril nila. Parang story lang kanina, game number 1, parang replay pinapanood natin. Nag-iba lang yung mapa. Bonkers was still able to take that bonus round yet again on the side of Fancy United. Nakita mo, sinubukan naman nila eh. They were able to open up and get a kill. But this one, you have to really take care of those angles na feeling mo hindi ka nakikita but actually yung mga barrel nung Vandal mo kita na o kaya yung mga shoulder pick na ganun. Kasi dry pick yun eh. Wala kang utilities na ginagamit man lang kahit blind or anything else. You just dry pick and just pray na tumama yung shots.
At, Bonk? Okay. Hinarangan. Grabe ka naman, Minimus. Maawa ka naman. Hindi na pinag-get. Kinot off yung A-side kagad up for grabs on the side of Fancy. And yet, pardon, naipit siya. Oh, good way to actually manage to get that nice move for Macerola. Nagpa-pop off na muli siya. 3 na lang kagad ang natitira sa mga miyembro ng Bonk. Pero always watch for the flank. Pero buti na lang luckily, Biav is getting that. And babuhay pa siya doon. May second life. At buti nakapita siya ng 2 at si Minimize na lang ang natitira.
Oh, Azarola! Finally nakakuha na ng round dito ang Fancy United. At nagigain nila yung confidence. Flawless round pa nga, 5 pa silang buhay doon. So, Fancy United, meron silang pera, may arep sila dito. Aside from that, meron din silang mga baril na kakailanganin nila. That was such a good blind also na nagmula dito kay BMVC. He was able to take the kills despite being pressured pagdating sa shock dart. Dito na sila nagba-body-body system finally and I can see the light pagdating sa Fancy United.
Fancy, buti naman nakakagalaw na muli sila ngayon. I think pagdating na talaga sa Haven, alam naman natin that it's the specialty of every team. Pero nalabas kagad ang Hunters during his scroll. Wala man lang siyang mapipitas, but at least pagdating sa Arbor, meron. And Acerola, may gusto siyang bawasan and looks like it's not gonna connect, but at least it's okay so far. And now, going at the Bonk. Medyo pinipigilan lang nila ngayon ng fans. And it's a good way. Very passive lang. We can still get on with the retake. And NAOS finally puts a shutdown na naman pagdating sa lahat. Naiipit ang mga miyembro ng Fancy pa isa-isa. And Tex finally gets a timing sana to swing him out. Pero won't be. And finally, Fancy gets the trades. NAOS, Minimize, lahat na nagbabantay sa may seaside. Lahat na bawasan na. Scroll na lang together with Ardu. And finally, nagiging comfortable ng Fancy how to play this out. At hindi na sila nagpapabaya with those trades.
Naspata na nga yung isa but Scroll hopped out. BMVC on point with their shots with 1 HP remaining. At least they planted the spike and it's all up to Ardu. Feeling ko save na lang to para sa Bonkers because they're not gonna have any money for an operator on the next following round. He might go or maybe take an exit frag even. But I think this is gonna be on the round for Fancy United already. Ang kinagandahan naman dito, Ray, nagkakaroon na finally yung mga engagement eh. Sabi ko kanina, hindi lang sa skills utilities basehan pagdating sa pag-e-entry ng players dito ng FCY. Kailangan talaga nila makakuha ng kills para lumamang kahit papano dun sa manpower ng Bonkers. And BMBZ, nabuhay na siya dito. Sabi niya, itabi nyo guys, ako nang bahala. Tsaka si Acerola, tumatama na sila. Nakapag-warm up na sila sa first game.
Warm up lang pala yung first game, no?
Oo, sabi nila, teka lang, hindi kami nakapag-deathmatch eh. Masyadong maaga. Kaya, eto, game number 1, bigay na muna namin. But that's not a good plan. Hindi totoo yung sinasabi namin dito. Dahil hindi dapat binibigay yung mga rounds na yan, pati yung mga games na yan.
Huwag kayo
Because
magtitiwala.
elimination match na to.
At syempre yung Bonk, sila lang nag-iisang pride. Meron pa daw kasing bonus na isa yung Fancy. Okay na din Cerberus, na joke lang. Pero I think yung Bonk, medyo nagugulat lang sila. Kasi ang Fancy, alam nila na shutdown sila sa A. So far sa dalawang rounds na to, sa C sila mas lalo nagiging comfortable. So they're just gonna keep trying, di ba? Until they're winning. But so far, nilagyan na nga nila talaga ng dalawang tao na ang garage. And ngayon, maglalagay ng pressure mga katulad ni Ardu. Di nag-connect. Iman-ticket pa siyang masilip kagad ni Killer. Isang tap ka lang dyan ng kanyang Vandal. Tapos ka dyan.
Oh, nako. Matap-tap ka. Kumbaga, kawawa ka. Ulo lang puna. Pero ito, na-clear out agad nila dito. Si Noz, on the other hand, makakapasok, makakabuelo ang FCY kahit pa paano. Acerola! Knives out, guns out, sir! Para sa'yo, buti na lang hindi ka pa nahuli. Acerola was able to take that 2 kills instead. The turnaround, parang FCY na ngayon yung Bonkers.
Ay, si Acerola, sabi na yung chamber nyo, nagiging duelist talaga. And we've seen him. Kahit ano mang ibigay mo sa kanya is currently kind of the flex role pagdating sa kanyang team. Nakakapag-frag siya ng sobra. Parang siya ang nagiging pangalawa nilang duelist. And finally, Fancy will be able to tie the scoreline at Bonk. Medyo naiipit sila sa ganitong sitwasyon at papapasave talaga sila. So, Fancy, medyo nagiging comfortable na nga sila. Nagre-rely na sila sa mga katulad ni Acerola. And those holds, Bonk, they started real good. But then, bigla silang na-shutdown. Naging okay na si Acerola. Nagising na. Siguro uminom na to ng tubig. Kaya, ano na.
Kailangan lang ng pampagising eh. Kailangan matinding kumbaga kinuha yung braso sabay shinake. Gumising ka na, pre. At ito na yung elimination match natin. Kailangan na namin kayong mabuhay. At ayan na nga si BMVC stepping up and Acerola as well. At si Killer S naman, nakakabuelo na siya dito kahit papano because BMVC actually has control over the utilities, di ba? Pagdating doon sa fault line, pagdating din sa blind, kaya nakakapasok sila. On the other hand, si Yes I Can, he's really having a hard time since game number 1. Pero the least that they can do right now for Fancy United is actually step up from the previous game. A little step up can already help a lot kahit hindi 100%.
That's a good spot.
So, si Yes I Can. Baka mata na mga PTC si Yes I Can ha. Baka mapo na. Yes I Can. Galaw-galaw na. Kahapon daw. Doon nanalo ang Pinoy sa 2-0.
Kaya nga eh. Ito, na-smoke na yung mid. Laki na ng smoke ng Astra ngayon, pati ng Brimstone eh. Cover buong street. Kumbaga, sinarado mo yung Emerald Avenue ng Ortigas. Parang ganun yung pakiramdam.
Nakaka-miss pala yung mga moments. Babiyahe lang papuntang Ortigas. Pero, Ardu, baka kakaroon ba tayo dito ng chamber defense? Ready na siya Next wing? Nope. Wala pa. Magalaw-galaw yung mga member ng Fancy. Siguro hinihintay nila mag-asinto mga Bonk. Kasi nagiging problema nila yun kanina. So, let's play it in a more disciplined one. But Skrull gets 2! And that's it! Is that already a sign? Medyo may second life pa ngayon si Acerola. And pwede pa siyang ma-heal ngayon ng katulad ni Yes I Can. And speaking of, magbaback off lang sila. Pero meron pala si Ardo. Hindi kumukurap to! He gets the perfect timing. Pero nga lang, wala pa rin. And looks like the flash is gonna come out first before he can finally manage to get it. Pero meron na nga idea ang mga katulad ng Fancy saan ba ang iba nating mga kalaban.
30 seconds left.
And ipit na sila ngayon. 30 seconds before they can finally na-pressure na nga sila. Pero hinihintay na lang sila na mga katulad ng Bonk. Shutdown is what they have. Acerola is really there. Pero may natuhog si Noz! Natuhog yung dalawang membro. Nag-line up sa harapan niya. At si Heizi na lang ang natitira. Pero yung oras, he tries to fake it. He still gets somehow. Hindi pa nga. Napitas
na.
pa nga yung
Not
bomb.
enough time.
Pero bye-bye. Okay. Thrifty.
Out of charges.
Sa bagay, kahit silipin naman niya yon, may isang matitira at si Ardu yan. They just played out the time. Bonkers was able to take that round. Ito yung kailangan ngayon ingatan ng players ng Fancy United. But looking at a quick replay, this is actually an eco round coming in from Bonkers, no? Tapos hindi sila nakapasok on the site itself. He tapped the spike, the fake work a bit, but of course, Styx is just gonna push, lalo na kung alam niya na 4 seconds remaining na lang to plant the spike, meron pa siyang kakamping isa. Anyway, going ahead dito sa ating susunod na round with Fancy United, I think they're gonna play this really, really fast. They're already on garage right here at nasa dulo na ng C yung mga players dito ng FCY. This is actually a good day. They take it completely in their hands and they're gonna plant this spike. May mga shock darts sigurong magkoconnect kung sakasakali man, pero mukhang wala ng lineup na piniprepare at sinet-up dito ang Bonkers. On the other hand, Tix has 2 more smokes that he can definitely use for this retake. Kompleto sirkados pa mga players dito. The ultimate coming in from that breach para hindi pumush talaga ng todo-todo itong mga players ng FCY, just trying to see kung saan niya mapuputok, and finally he can get one minimized to get the other. Para naman sa dalawang players remaining of FCY, how can they handle this? It's just too much.
Alam mo, nagkagulo-gulo lahat. Ang Fancy. Pagka-pop off ng showstopper. Pero kinabahan ako doon, Taylor, kasi akala ko ang masasabugan niya sarili ng teammate eh. Siguro siya mismo nalito kung sino ba yung nasa katabi niya. At sabi niya, ito na nga pala. And they were just able to get that. A lot of pressure is onto the side of Bonk once again. And yung mga teams natin ngayon, especially here in Haven, they give those rounds sometimes na trying to figure it out, you know. Pero ngayon, sa Fancy, you're seeing already na they have the new strat. Yep. Pero Bonk suddenly realizes saan na nga ba pumapush ang mga katulad ng Fancy. Let's be more disciplined as usual. And finally, next stage na naman ang kailangan ilabas ng Bonk ngayon against Fancy. Pero Scroll, meron ba siyang makikita ngayon? Nope, wala siyang mapipitas pero nakaabang na kagad si Ardu with that operator. Bawas na naman ng controller ang mga taga-Fancy.
Sabay TP out eh. Eat and run ang ginawa dito ni Ardu. I've got your trails with the Seekers out trying to find where the enemy is. Dahil sa paint shells na yan, mapapabalik yung dalawang players dito ng Fancy United. Madedelay na naman sila with Acerola taking 1 kill. But of course, for the Bonkers side, nakalabas yung baril mo sa smoke, sir. Si NAOS, my God, paulit-ulit silang nahuhuli ng buong bot. Ilang rounds, Ray, simula first game kanina na yung boombot pati yung paint shells dito ni NAOS nakakapatay. 3, 4, 4 times atang nangyari yun sa kanila and they still haven't learned.
Taylor, I think kanina din sa split, ito din yung problema nila.
4 na beses na in total nangyayari, binibilangan ko na sila, sir.
Dahil sa uwu-bot. Sinabihan sila na ng Bonk. Bonk na nga,
sabay
may
sabog
uwu pa. Bonk kuwu ang sinabi ng Bonkers against Fancy. But then, okay, medyo nakikita na natin yung nagiging restless somehow ang mga katulad ng Fancy. Muli, ang dapat nila iwasan. But buti na lang, Acerola. He takes 1.
Natuto siya sa kanina niyang pagkakamali, guys. Sinilip niya kasi na shoulder pick niya kanina at sabay sumilip siya palabas. But anyway, Acerola, he was able to take down 1. Pero may rest sila na kayang gamitin. And with that location being revealed, wala silang magagawa dito dahil may Sage Wall din. They cannot push A main right now because they have to completely destroy maybe that wall. I would have assumed na babasagin nila at least yung wall ng mas maraming beses pa. But trying to make noise. Kaso nga lang, nag-ultimate rotation agad ang ginawa dito ng Fancy United. Sinalo niya yung paint shells. Pwede naman siya umatras.
Diba? Ang daming little details na makita mo kung bakit nagkakamali ang Fancy. Pero nakapagpasok na kagad si Killer S dito. Pero nga alam na nila saan magagaling ang mga miyembro ng Fancy isa-isa. Ba't nila pinupush? There are just really a lot of recklessness that we're spotting. But BM Base gets one. 1v1 sila ni Scroll. Finally spots him out. Naku po!
Akala niya
Pwede
patay na.
Oh, no!
It was still around for Bonkers, ladies and gents. It was a very messy round coming in from FCY. So many unnecessary things that happened. Kagaya ng paint shells on Garage and also for the player or rather the chamber na hindi umiwas on that paint shells. Nakita niya nabawasan na siya on the first few paint shells that exploded. Tapos nagstay pa rin siya, man. Alam mo yung nasasaktan ka na pero nagstay ka pa din.
Marami akong kilala.
Martir na yun.
Pag nagmahal, all out. Shout out nga pala sa mga nagmahal. Pero, di rin nagtagal. At ngayon, Fancy, okay. Good call to actually push into that. Di lang dapat sila magpapabaya, but buti na lang may mga trade-offs. Sa Cerola din, nakapag-spot pa ng isa. But Scroll is up there. Lahat na kagad ng mga miyembro ng Bonk nasa A-side. Pero meron pang pag-asa ata ang Fancy to actually make this into a good stand of 8-4 unless there's Sticks and Ardu to finally manage to tackling them down. Pero di nalalayaan, di-risk sa A. Instead, they might be playing it on a turnaround going into B. Pero meron si Tix na nakatingin sa kanila. At matatrade off lang ni Acerola. Yes. At isa na lang natitira. Chambers to Chambers. Ready nga lang si Ardu with that to the force. Pero I think it won't gonna be helping him. Dahil si Acerola naman ngayon ay may advantage pagdating into just playing this out. Pero tignan natin, yung mga crucial moments here na dapat mananalo na ang Bonk. Pero minsan talaga nagiging yung decisions nila medyo nagiging mali. Pero Ardu, nasa sayo, marami ka pa namang oras para kunin ito against sa Fancy. Pero ito na, nag-switch na siya. Di na pwedeng one tap to.
Oh, tinap na yung spike. Fake lang, alam ni Acerola yan. On the other hand, Ardu, so close for the kill, but it's not gonna happen. Fancy United takes it away instead. 7-4, last round na tayo bago mag-switch yung sides dito ng Bonkers at Fancy United. But just looking at how they're performing right now, Fancy United kahit papano, meron na sila ditong trades na nangyayari. Kanina kasi naiiwan lang talaga yung ibang mga players nila dito. It seems like they don't know which angle to look at. They don't know which spot they're gonna take. At very messy talaga. But at least here on the map Haven, they're trying to look for that structure. Nakita mo, even on an eco, nakakasubok sila or muntik pa silang mananalo. So, it just really depends on the players right now if they still gain that confidence. And on the other hand, mapipigilan ba yung Bonkers dito at least? Tinatanggap ni Killer S agad yung damage na yan. The slow might have given him away. Tinanggap niya rin yung damage when it comes to the molly. Wah.
My God. Wah!
Wah! May molly. Wah! Masakit. Pinasok ko pa din. Wah! No. Anyway, Bonkers 4v3. Kaya antay na lang sila dito na merong mag-plan si Tix hindi tumama yung shots niya doon. Pero si Minimize to actually take control this time around. With the divide of the ultimate mula dito kay Hyzy. Tingnan natin kung makakabuelo ang Bonkers.
Meron pang namikon dito Para lang malito, pwede na lang sabayan kagad. Try to detect something. Oh! Alam na nila kung nasaan. Just because of someone destroying the wall. Pero Bonk was able to take at least one. Naglalaro-laro na lang sila. And there's just a trade coming from Ardu. Ang ganda.
Mahuli pa sila doon.
Na-destroy nila at mayonting butas. Pero still, Bonk will be leading by 4 rounds against Fancy on the first half. Pero next question, second half na tayo. At yung lineup ng Bonk, I think based naman sa performance ni Ardu, they can just duel it after all. Pero will it give much of an impact? Especially na they're be putting with that Raze instead of Jet. Pero I think wala namang problema kasi kita mo naman yung comfortable shutdowns eh.
Saan
Pagdating sa
nakatingin yung
utilities eh.
Astra? Di ko alam kung saan nakatingin yung Astra eh. Parang sa sahig lang ata nakatingin yung Astra.
Nalito siya kung anong uunahin niya ata. Dalawa na yun eh.
Naikutan pa sila dun. Yung Cosmic Divide, parang ang nangyari, Cosmic Divide ng Bonkers. Sila yung naglaro instead of FCY. The thing is, they have to take control. Kumbaga, hindi na dapat si Jesus take the wheel. Dapat Fancy United takes the wheel right now for the team because look at Acerola's performance. It's not bad. BMV was also performing really well a while ago.
So, just really say na di talaga parating may ibang miyembro kagad ng Fancy. Hindi sila nagiging consistent parati. And tatandaan natin, sa Fancy, sino ba nag-pop off last time when we've seen them sa Haven? Hindi si Killer S eh, kundi si Yes I Can together with Acerola. So talagang malaking problema to dahil si Yes I Can, he's not fragging too much. Pero there's the assist, yes. But alam mo yun, kailangan din talaga minsan dumidepende kayo sa Sky nyo. Marami naman siyang utilities na pwede din niya ma-shutdown yung iba na lang nakakalaban. Kaya ngayon nararamdaman niya na si Yes I Can, he can't be able to do it. So that's already the sign ng Fancy medyo nagiging uncomfy about how they executed sa first half. But maybe ngayon, yung daming pang-counter din naman ng Fancy sa defending side nila. You have that breach, you have that Sky. So we've seen this, but at the same time, baka may rason na ng Bonk kung bakit sila nag-raise. So kung hindi nila matimingan si NAOS after all, together with
alam mo kung ano yung
Minimize,
rason nila
GG.
bakit sila nag-raise?
Bakit?
Kasi nakita nila sinasalo lahat ng Fancy United yung utilities eh. Ay, may boombot tayo, may paint shells tayo, ito na lang ulit gamitin natin. Total, sinasalo naman nila lahat. Insta-take mula sa Bonkers dito as they leave B-side completely open and this is gonna be a 4-man rotation coming in from Fancy United. Ardu, sinasabi niya na dito sa mga kakampi niya, men, naririnig ko na yung players dito ng Fancy United. Magro-rotate na sila at napakaganda actually ng posisyon niya doon to actually take that information. Nakatalikod lahat ng mga kuya mo. Kaso nga lang si Ardu, merong kasamang whip ng kaunti. 3v3 situation right now as they want to take the side. They go for the blind. They take 2 kills. The last remaining player right now is Crawl. Lalabas na nga dito si Yes I Can and he is gonna go down. A successful take on site mula sa Bonkers. Ganda ng posisyon ni Ardu. Walang nakakita man lang kahit isa.
Terror. 9-4.
No.
Ay! Medyo mahirap to ah. At saka tignan mo, nabigay kagad ng napakalaki yung B-site ng ganun-ganun lang. Ng ganun-ganun lang. As in, diretso press W. Sabi ng Bonk. And this is a real big problem that Fancy has to take care of. Na yung round na to, dalawang naka-shorty. Yes. Pero kakainin ba ng Bonk yung bait na to na nanggagaling? Or talagang pwedeng posibilidad pa na ma-thrifty nila? Kasi
isipin mo, Ray, kapag hindi pumunta ng A-site to, bali wala yung setup nila dyan, tapos hindi sila makaka-retake ng todo dahil nga pangmalapitan yan eh. Pangmalapitan niya ang shorty mo, men. So, ang problema pa dito ng Bonkers actually is they are planning to go on A. No one is actually going on short right now. Nag-aabang lang yung Chamber, but this is Acerola taking the kill on that shotgun. Shorty lang para sa kanila. Aftershock comes in, but this is Bonk taking over, taking complete control of the site, making this a 10-4 immediately.
Isang iglap teardrop. Yes, may isa lang. Very good. Pero hindi din talaga ganong impact. Kasi meron pang noise coming in from sewers plus the flash also. Okay na sana sa side ng Fancy but di din naman nila maka-counter. So, buti na lang din. Naglabas kagad ng si Scroll ang kanang utility years short just to be able to tackle down saan ba yung mga ibang miyembro ng Fancy nagtatago. And now that we're here, go by for Fancy. Maybe this is it. Okay, masya-shutdown isa-isa and we only have one. Si Hardu. So makikita
Bilis,
na natin yung potential
Parang
na
nag-chat
problema.
ng ano. Parang nag-all chat lang, Ray.
All
Tara, all mid tayo. Isa na lang naabangan nila dito si Ardu kung sakali man lumabas. He has the Phantom. He takes the kill. But the retrade, the refrag is there mula kay Heizi. Closing things off to a 10-5. May pag-asa pa.
Fancy? 5 lang naman ang kailangan nilang gawin. Grabe yung, alam mo yung nag-play kayo ng rank game at may isa kayong teammate, Radiant. Tapos napunta siya sa, ibang queue. Tapos yung mga kalaban nila, may Radiant, may Emo 3. Ganun na nangyayari. Pero malay natin, mag-iba pa ihip ng hangin. Hindi naman yan posible.
You never know. Kasi mabilis-bilis din tong tumagilid ng vapor pagdating sa Bonkers. Kailangan mo lang talaga guluhin yung kanilang isipan because right now they know they have control over what they're doing and the map itself. So they just need to find a way how they can do a much cleaner entry. And they still have rounds to lose kung sakasakali man. But for Fancy United, this is already a double-digit score. You don't have any rounds to lose kagaya ng Bonkers. Kaya kailangan ayusin nyo na ang mga plano nyo sa buhay. They're clearing out this spot. Ito na naman si Killer S with the help of the slow. He wouldn't be able to go back completely. But pinipinpoint niya kung nasan yung mga kalaban. The kill on that smoke is very viable for the team of FCY. Napasok napasok na nila dito yung B site, no? And there is a wall coming in from the stage. But they're actually gonna plant right in the smack of the right side of B. On the other hand, inaabangan nila dito yung yung rotations ng mga players. Ang ganda ng posisyon at angle na tinitake ni Minimize dito. He will be able to spot the players, especially with the help of tricks as well if they double swing on this. With the guiding light, pati ako napaiwas, napatingin ako sa left. Kala ko ako yung naglalaro.
Complicated pa ba to? Okay. Gumaganda ang retake ng Fancy. Hindi namin magagalit ni Coach. Okay, bumawas na naman na isa. Hiketsu! Oh my! Kanabahan
Kala
pa
ko
ako.
mauubos pa sila dun. Good take coming in from Fancy United and shutting down actually Minimize. Ang dami niyang damage na binigay doon. Especially when they were doing the retake on Link and on entrance ng B. Kaya naman kudos para sa players ng FCY on taking that round.
Oh no. Fancy. They're getting the cleanup. That was also a good way. Pressured nga lang ang Bonk dito dahil those plays pagdating sa post plant not working anymore. So ano yung next move nila? Yung mid take nila nung pistol lang gumana. Pero ngayon, Asti pull up with something. Oh, hindi tumama.
Sa gitna nung legs tumama Tumama dun sa pader.
Na Chinese garter sila dito.
Tinalunan lang, may Chinese garter pala sa Australia, men. Pasok na naman sila on-site. Eco lang nila to. Na-punish na nila si Acerola. But with this, ito na ang plano nila for a retake. Kaso, the TP out. Pati siya napasigaw ng Nakita mo ba yung mukha ni Ardu doon? Pati siya Sabi niya, nakatakas ako, men. Nasa high ko sila. Di sila makalabas dahil may showstopper, no? Kasi lahat sinasalo nila. Sabi ko naman sa'yo, Ray. Isa pa.
Sino ba yan nakagad? Kinonfirm na. Nagmadali na masyado. Medyo mahirap na.
Diyos ko. Na-ult mo na, na-concuss mo na, na-thrifty ka pa. Bonkers taking this to an 11-6 scoreline right now. They're really dominating the match, especially on those post-plant situation. They're capitalizing on those mistakes of FCY. Napatepos.
May nagsabi dito, di ba? Yes, I can. May nag-comment dito sa Twitch. No, I can't.
No, I can't ang nangyari dito, Ray. Talaga. pati yung casters nasi-stress na eh.
Oo, nasa-stress kami ni Coach eh.
Coach Taylor, tsaka Coach Ray Ray. Hindi, pero para sa side ng FCY, kaya lang naman tayo nasi-stress kasi elimination match na to. Wala nang wala nang bawian, kumbaga sa lower bracket. Kasi ito na yung lower bracket. So, Bonkers, they are on the 11th scoreline. At para naman sa FCY, madami pang bigas ang kakainin dahil medyo malayo pa yung gap nila dito. Pero hindi ganun kalayo actually.
Marami na nga nagsasabi din dito, Terror. Ipakita nyo, fancy yung nilabas nyo against Paper Rex. Wala eh. Ikaw ba naman? Kalaban mo ng bobonk?
Oo eh.
Oo, hirap yan.
Tatamaan ka ng baseball bat sa noo? Atras na lang ako kung ganyan. But anyway, if you've just tuned in, guys, paalala ko, next match natin is actually gonna be NAOS playing. Kaya supportahan natin yung ating mga Filipino teams dito. At syempre, i-share nyo na rin yung stream para maraming manood. Para laging may broadcast.
Oo, guys.
Pag sinare nyo yung stream, siswertihin kayo. Parang sa IG, di ba? Ano ba yung sikat na sikat ngayon? Pag hindi mo to pinost, hindi ka magkakapera buong taon. Ito na yun. Pag hindi nyo sinare, pag hindi nyo sinare yung stream, hindi kayo magkakapera. Sa mga ugali eh, no?
Dati, Gcash lang ngayon.
Oo, dati nangihingi lang ng Gcash. Ngayon, hindi kayo magkakapera pag hindi nyo sinare yung stream namin.
Alam ko na, guys. Para iba naman. Na to. Sa pilitan, okay. Follow nyo kami sa aming Twitter account. Ayan. Ako at
since
Riri.
nandito na tayo eh. Ano sa'yo?
Ako, Riri_Uwu. Ikaw, Terror.
Terror, pero doon sa roar, 3 yung A.
Yan, guys. Kay Terror.
Ganun kahaba. Ang, wala eh. Ninakauna kasi yung normal na Terror eh. Ewan ko ba kung sino pang nakapag-isip na gawing IGN yun? Pangalan ko naman yun.
Oo nga, naging ganito kasi sa Twitch, ito yung channel ko. So, sabi ko, ito na nga lang gagawin ko. Pero pagdating sa Instagram, may umagaw pa naman din ng Riri_Uwu.
Uwu? Meron Riri_Uwu pa? Akala, ibo yung maaagawan ka pa nun. Kakaiba na yun Pero ito, balik na tayo sa laro. The technical pause podcast is over. As the recon comes in, wala silang masaspatan. This is already the boom bot coming in from NAOS. Baka saluhin na naman ng players ng FCY. Kaya naman aatras dito yung iba, no? They actually know na yung tatlo ay nagro-rotate all the way from T-spawn right now, but what they can do and manage for Bonks is actually clear out the site, and they already know the information kung saan nga ba sila. Si Ardu medyo malapit ang kanyang gustong posisyon ditong i-take. Actually, if he positioned himself better on A-long, he would have gotten a shot in and be able to bounce back, or rather makapag-dash out dito. Si Trix, hindi nila sinilip. Check your corners. On the other side is NAOS. On the other hand, Minimize is still alive, but it would be over and done with as FCY would take this round away from Bonkers.
Thrifty.
Kanina may thrifty to then gumante. Parang malalim tayo na hininga dito kasi yung Bonk, sila pa ngayon na problema. Ang ganda kanina sa defending. Pero ngayon sa attacking, nag-aalangan sila. Ang daming timing din na perfect. And ito yung meron talagang kailangan na lang i-face off if you have that Sky. Biruin mo na pick off lang sa dalawang nagpa-flank.
Nabuhay na si Yesaiken eh. Nakakakuha na siya ng kills dito. That's what I was trying to say a while ago. For Team FCY, they're not bad of a team. Hindi sila ganito kasama maglaro last time. And panood naman natin yan, lumaban sila talaga. But moving forward, in this specific round, they're finally getting their groove back together. Sasaluhin na naman ng Boombot, and Tix was able to capitalize on that. He gets 2 kills, 2v3 situation right now.
Okay, so ba ma-thrifty pa tong fancy. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. May pag-asa pa. Minimize is ready for that rest. Pero feel ko di na niya gagamitin. Medyo may pagka 50-50 pa yon. At ngayon, Yes, I can. Tries to get at least some of the information. Denied lang ang mga miyembro ng Bonk galing sa may garage. Pero baka makapasok sila, makakakuha sila ngayon ng loophole. Wala sila dyan, mga friends. Sige, okay lang. Bumoto bigla sa Bonk.
Oh, para ano na, para NAOS the time na.
Oh, excited na kasi yung NAOS eh. So,
30 seconds left.
at dito sa shoutout nga pala kay Boss Lodi Kicks Hot Sauce. Sana mabuhay ka pa ng mahaba. Wala talaga sila! Mga kapagres, makakuha pa ng baril. Oh my! Anong nangyari sa isang iglap? Hello, nagtago-taguan.
Pinilit kasi ng FCY na yung hahanapin at hahanapin nila. So what they did, instead of defending those sites, they were lurking all throughout the map. And with these gunshots, binibigay na nila yung position nila. They see the fault line. They also see the blind here coming in. Ay syempre yung breach sky combination, ultimate bulag yan. Kumbaga, gigising ka na lang kinabukasan, bulag ka pa din as Killeres wraps around the corner. They finally take the win yet again para sa Bonkers. Eco round nila to. Kahit pa paano nakapitalize nila with the 2 kills and the plant on the spike.
Sage. But then, may mga onting nasayang lang sa Bonk doon. Nag-risk pa rin sila for that rest. And sumabay lang sana sa ibang utilities din na nanggagaling sa Fancy. And Acerola, gising na. So, this is the complicated part when you have that advantage pagdating sa dalawang initiator ng Fancy. 11-8, they're counting it. Pero Bonk, when kaya makakuha ng match point dito? You don't want that to go into icebox dahil baka makita na naman tayo ng reverse sweep! Butoy! Anong nangyari dun?
Nag-entry yung defenders.
Sila na ngayon ng Bonk. Oh. Nagpalit sila.
Gusto nga, ang feeling ko kasi ang gumagana para sa FCY ngayon, yung pag-wrap around nila na hindi sila mag-aantay on-site. Kasi nako-cut off guard nila dito yung Bonkers eh. So they're trying that again by being really aggressive here. Kaso nga lang, hindi nag-pay off. It's a 4v3 right now. The spike has now been planted all the way on C. Umaatras na ang players ng Bonkers to play for that post-plant position. Habang ang isang player naman nila dito, which is the Sage, Minimize, is actually on mid, preparing to take the kill as NAOS speaks out. He gets another. Para sa kanila, trade lang for Bonkers. It was good enough that NAOS was there to actually take the refrag.
May, save na lang yan, Izzy. Kung ako sa'yo. That operator is gonna give a good impact against Bonk later on. Pero good thing na, talaga lang ni-risk na ni-scroll siya ni Tix yung kanilang ultimate. Kasi kailangan, kasi natuto na sila. Hindi sila na-retake sila ng maayos ng Fancy. So they just need to get a lot of time before it's gonna be too late. Especially do sa contest kanina sa may garage. And looking at ito, naging good call naman yun. Pero I think sa moment na dapat nag-wait na lang kayo, tingin ko hindi naging perfect yun. And tita mo naman, pumunta pa kagad yung Bonk sa side ng garage. So the timing also is there. And finally, Bonk pang magta-timeout. Siguro kailangan na strategize there. One last time.
Pangpasira ng momentum ang ginagawa dito ng Bonkers. Kasi syempre, pag nag-timeout sila, magkakaroon din ng chance ang FCY na makaplano dito. The unstoppable force right now for Fancy United is actually Acerola with 27 kills. But tumatrabaho na dito ngayon si BMV tsaka si Yes I Can. Sabay sila kanina on that entry, and because of the dual initiator that we are looking at, meron silang guiding light, meron silang blind because they were rotating all the way doon sa across the map that we are looking at. So masisilip mo yung playstyle dito ng Fancy United na talagang iniikutan nila yung mga players ng Bonkers, and it works. But sometimes those aggressive pushes, may nag-aabang na because Bonkers is playing for default as well.
This is gonna be fun. It is time to finish this. Gusto na lang mag-NAOS eh.
Oo, di ba? Tapos na ito para NAOS na. Oo.
So Gusto namin makita yung mga NAOS eh. Tsaka kita ko, balita ko may facecam parehas eh. So,
Oo, may facecam yan. Kung ito may facecam eh, syempre yun din. NAOS actually took a shot in A long, giving the sound cue para kay Killer S. On the other hand, na-shutdown na sila dito. Itong problema ngayon ng Bonkers. Paano sila mag-i-entry? Kasi nawala yung ano nila eh. Yung boombot nila na laging sinasalo ng FCY. Hoy! He failed that jump pick. He wasn't expecting that at all. Masyadong malaki yung talon mo dyan, sir. Habang itong Tour de Force, ginamit pang shutdown lang ng Rico. Isipin mo yon.
Siya yung baby sa Chinese Garter Terror. Oh! Killer S gets minimized. Text na lang together with Scroll. Di pa tapos ang laban. Oh, tapo pa to Scroll. Ingatan.
Lurk operator ang nangyari dito. Tex is well aware that there is someone
30
on
seconds left.
window right now. Ang di niya alam, meron na ring umiikot on garage, and Acerola with his own Tour de Force is gonna be able to take the kill. 12-9. Isa na lang ang kailangan ng Bonkers dito. Wala kasi, namatay kasi si Noz eh.
Nos kasi. Sinisi si Nos. Nos. Gising. Yung mga chamber pa yung nagiging duelist dito ah. Ay, sayang lang din yung pinule off nila sa with that team beacon. And si Killer S nakakuha na nga din kagad ng peacocks. Nag-stretch na siya coming in from A site now going into window. So talagang may kita mo yung mga miyembro ng ng fancy na nagiging comfortable na nga sila to play along. Pero to, ni-risk pa rin ng bonk yung buy nila. So, maybe this is it. And once na taking out that bot, meron ba silang mapipitas? Wala. Walang mga miyembro ng fancy na naghihintay dyan. Kundi, Killer. So, nasa na siya? Doon na siya. Papunta sa may pocket side. Para
Lagi
lang
naman
makita. Oo. Agre na yan.
Yun kasi nag-workout for them. Pag nag-aantay sila on site, lagi lang sila napapunish eh. But because of the rotations coming in, specifically from Killer S, despite having the operator, it's a big worry for Bonkers right now. Stars being set up by, of course, Astra para sa side dito ng Fancy United. Habang napakatahimik ng buong mapa. Di ko alam kung na-stuck na yung players dito hata.
Tech pause.
Na-tech pause sila in real life eh. Pati ako nagulat, sabi ko, nandito pa ba ako? Buti na lang, nagsalita si Ray Ray.
30 seconds left.
Hindi nga sila gumagalaw. Oh, hindi nga sila gumagalaw.
No, I feel like they're facing a technical issue right now for the team of Bonkers. So, I feel like this is gonna go on a technical pause in just a bit. Kasi, finorce nila yan eh. Finorce nila yung buy round na to. So, for sure, they were supposed to go in and make things happen for the side of Bonkers. But the FCY, yung kaninang sila yung nagpo-push, umatras sila. So, I feel like may nangyayari nga on the backside or background of this matchup that we are looking at. We're gonna go in attack pause. Yappy.
Oo nga.
Sino ba kalaban ng NAOS mamaya?
Ay, baka nag-save talaga sila. ONIC G.
ONIC G. Natalo nila yung Sersha, no?
Oo.
Grabe, natalo nila yung dating X10.
Hindi. Natalo sila.
Hindi, natalo sila. Ay, actually, nanalo sila sa first game tapos comeback ng Sersha.
Feel ko talaga yung naging, doon, Taylor, naging problem doon is yung icebox ng ONIC. Biruin mo ha, 10-2 na yun, Terror.
Oo, nakita ko yun eh.
Sakit
Na-comeback
sa
talaga
ulo.
eh.
Nawala ning kapangyarihan sa asset eh. Nahigop. Gumana.
Naubos lahat eh. Paano ulit, Ray?
Ay, ito na, wait na mamaya. Mamaya sa sound effects. Gagawin, yan? Mangyayari yan. Pero, ito na nga. So, 12-10.
Isa na lang. Ayaw
nangyari?
nyo
Isa
pang
na lang.
patapusin yung match na to. Gusto na namin manood ng NAOS eh. Watch party na sana ang mangyayari.
Hindi. Ginagawa nila to para talaga ma-prepare yung NAOS.
Kasi yung iba nagluluto pa daw ng late lunch. O ng merienda. Kaya sabi nila dito, ay silang kayo, kami na bahala. Ite-tech post namin para magkaroon kayo ng chance na magluto na ng merienda dahil the next matchup is gonna be NAOS versus ONIC G. Pero hindi pa tapos yung map 2 natin when it comes to this second series, no? Bonkers, they perform really well pagdating sa depensa. Kaso on the offense, nakahanap na ng paraan ng Fancy United to stop them on their toes.
Talagang medyo na-cut off yun. I-execute nila yung mid na usual.
Na-excite
Pero,
na eh.
nandun na eh. Pero guys, huwag kayo mag-alala. Alam ko excited kayo. But we're just gonna be going on a short break. Mamaya-maya lang makikita na natin sino mananalo. Once again, kami yung Shotcasters. Ako si Riri. Kasama ko si Taylor, guys. See you in a bit.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah. Yeah.
Alam ko, na-miss nyo kami. Pero nandito na nga muli tayo sa match between Bonkers together with Fancy United Esports. Kami mali ang Shoutcasters. Ako si Riri at syempre sama ko si Taylor. Nakita nyo nga yung nangyari. Pero huwag kayo mag-alala guys. Dahil makita na nga muli natin yung match na to. 12-9 ha? Mamagulat kayo. Bakit naging 10 kanina? 12-9 to. Match point nga ang mga katulad ng Bonkers. At nag-full buy nga sila when you take a look at it.
Yun nga, no? And the same hand, pagdating naman dito sa Fancy United, nakakabawi na rin sila kahit papano. The last scoreline was actually 12-10 guys, bago tayo magkaroon ng technical pause. But of course, expect a rollback when it comes to the score dahil nga nagkaroon lang ng technical issues yung mga players natin. But heading towards this maybe the final round even, baka sakali na makuha na ng Fancy United yung momentum nila at talagang mabalik pa o mabaliktad pa rather yung scoreline natin, no? But on the hands of Bonkers right now, ito na yung chance nyo guys na i-screenshot yung nakikita nyo sa screen habang si Ray Ray ay hindi gumagalaw. And then, oras na to. Pero babalik din yan si Ray Ray guys. Going back to this game though, Bonkers, para sa mga viewers natin kung hindi nila kilala, medyo meme yung dating dito ng kanilang logo, no? Welcome back, Ray Ray. You are risen from, para kang ni-res ni Sage.
Salamat. Nagpasalamat. Ano yan?
Pero ito nga, balikan ko
alien.
lang yung sinasabi ko, tatapusin ko lang. With Bonkers, kung napapansin nyo, parang meme yung logo nila. But this is actually a team fairly new to the competitive scene when it comes sa international stage. Kumbaga, debut nila to. And they're finally making it happen.
Hopefully, what we expected coming in from this team is what they have. And this time, yung style nila, it's actually working pretty good against the APAC teams, diba? Lumipad nga sila, nasa Thailand sila ngayon. Sa mga nagtataka dyan, nakikita ko, baka kaya lang natatalo yung Bonkers kasi ganito, ganyan. Hindi guys, nakakasabay naman sila and you can really see it on how they play the styles, how they put off a good shutdown. At nakita nga sabi nga ni Taylor, di ba, yung mga utilities na mga taga Bonkers, it's actually just eradicating lang yung mga pinpoints ng Fancy United. Pero ngayon, na nag-switch yung sides, biglang nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin and yung Bonkers somehow, in one way or another, medyo nagsistruggle sila with how they went into the entry or hindi lang doon sa mga post-plant nila, naiipit na sila nung naplaman na ni Killer S na kailangan ko na magpaka-aggressive ngayon.
Yun lang pala kailangan ng Bonkers or rather ng FCY, no? Yung lurking capability ng ibang players dito. At it definitely works out pag naglo-lurk sila. Lalo na nga when Bonkers, despite leaving sites open for FCY, napapasok nila yung site but when it comes to post-plant situation, they're not expecting those lurks kaya nauubos sila. And that works out for Fancy United and we might see more of that even pagdating din dito sa ating mga following rounds. On the other hand naman, para sa Bonkers naman, ano ba ang kailangan talaga nila dito when it comes to the attacking to be successful in finally taking that one round that they actually need? Isa na lang nag-force sila on this round, di ba?
Oo, nag-force sila. At kanina nakita niyo yung plano nila to actually go with that mid-pick. So, let's see. If gusto nga gawin to ng Bonk once again or talagang Fancy, meron pa yung actually eradicate them. Uy, get that 30 bro na si Acerola. So, makikipaglaro nga ba muli siya sa mga miyembro ngayon ng Fancy? Killer S tries to put off the members ng Bonk sa kasakali man. But seems like they're just waiting for something to happen. But on the other side, maganda yung pwesto kaagad ni BMVs. May dalawa silang initiator na nandito sa may B para lang ma-deny kung sakasakaling gusto nila i-pull off to.
Actually, kaya sila nakapwesto ng default right now kasi nga dahil dun sa mga lurk na napanood natin from FCY a while ago. At 12-9 yung score. We had a rollback because of that specific round na nagkaroon ng technical difficulty. But going back to what I was saying, Bonkers, they know the positioning right now of FCY na mahilig sila mag-lurk. That's why they're playing default until they have to push out. This gravity well just connects perfectly. Acerola was able to take that 2K. IZ on the other hand, nakapatay na rin ng isa dito. At matindi-tindi ang kailangan gawin ng last remaining players of Team Bonkers right now. But they were able to punish some actually for FCY. 2v1 ata yung nangyari dito ngayon with right now Killer S the only man remaining. He has to find the last remaining player. Tix very low on HP na kaya naman hindi na siya sisilip dito even with the shoulder peak or anything else. With Killer S tapping the spike, this would give sound cues. Baka lumabas dito si Tix at umatras siya, nakita niya hindi naman pala nagde-defuse.
Hala! Sige, saan siya nakatingin? He still gets it. Oh, 12-10. Bonk. Nag-force sila. Oh, sayang. Nasayang. talaga ang mangyayari. Nakuha naman nila yung plant eh. Sadya nga pagdating dito sa...
Feeling ko
Pagiging
kulang lang
aggressive
siya sa HP.
Siguro pwede na siguro din sayang kung meron lang din siyang ultimate pero kulang eh. Kulang pa yung
Tsaka
skills
ang ganda
din.
nung ang ganda nung gravity well nung Astra. Sakto doon sa dalawang players na pumupush, no? So this is good communication coming in from Fancy United. They're finally they went back to the drawing board. They finally made the plan happen. So, isa na lang kailangan nila
Top 10
dito.
yan ah. Yeah, baka magulat kayo guys. And Bonk, ready si NAOS with that showstopper. Maybe, pag itong showstopper, may naman mapita silang isa or kaya they got 2 trades actually. That's already big. Makakapulot pa sila ng barrel. Here is the setup coming in. At sumasakto na naman utilities to puta na stop. Pero nga lang hindi nag-work sa side ni NAOS at isa-isa na lang sila kagad nakukuha. Pero Scroll makes it. He gets 2. Hello, makakuha pa sila ngayon ng barrel. Mapapasa pa nga ito. At isa na lang, before they can finally go into it, ito, makukompleto na nga kagad ang ultimate ni Brimstone. At ano na ang gagawin ni Heizy together with Killer S?
Naikaw matos ata sila dito ng Bonkers. Guys, 3 laban sa 2. May ultimate pa. He hops in, but there's the whiff coming in from Killer S. He didn't have any choice. He was too close already. The Salvadrone will expect Heizy to come out. Hindi na siya makalabas dito ng basta-basta lang. Tix and Scroll very low in HP right now. They really have to play this really well as he swings out. He's not gonna take the kill as he doesn't get the shot in. Bonkers finally finishing it with a clean 2-0 watch party na mga kaibigan.
Hey, Bonk!
Saya nila,
Oh, saya. Ako din eh! Ang saya ko! Akala ko after ng tech post, Taylor, may pag-asa pa yung fancy.
Babalik?
But babalik pa eh. Baka pumunta pa tayo ng last map. But I think overall, it's just really Bonk taking a lot of time to adjust. But I think talaga yung advantage pa lang nila ng first half, medyo na draining din talaga sa side of Fancy United to actually make this. But then, na-thrifty nga sila dito. Nag-focus sila masyado dun sa ginagawa ni NAOS with that showstopper. Tapos, meron na din kagad slow orbs para di sila makapag-tackle sa may backside. And that's just it. Bonk, it's a closer one compared sa pinakaunang map nga natin with a 13-10. And yet, they're proving to us that they still have what it takes para lang makapag-proceed on towards the next week. And GG's na nga sa isang representative galing sa Vietnam region.
Ayun na nga, mamamaalam na ngayon ang Fancy United. It was a good game, well played para sa kanila, no? GG go next and they wouldn't be able to continue papunta sa ating knockout stage. At on the other hand, Bonkers, they're still alive and kicking in this tournament, guys. At nandito pa rin sila para i-bonk lahat ng mga susunod pang teams na makakatapat at makakalaban nila dito. For Fancy United, I really felt that the first map that they actually had a while ago was just not enough. They weren't doing enough for that map. It was really messy for them. And here on the second, during the first half, hindi talaga nila mahanap yung momentum nila as a team.
Talagang dito pa lang first, very confident ang Bonk. And they're just, at least yung Fancy, nakahabol sila. Pero yung first half, it's just really Bonk all over. But after nun, yung Fancy, sabi nila, dito tayo babawi sa second half. Although, hindi na talaga kinaya. Sabi ko nga, diba, they just need to be careful kung nanalo sila doon sa pinakahuling round. That could have been an overtime. And maybe, mananalo pang Fancy into making that into a game 3. Pero ayaw na nila. Kasi gusto na lang mapanood ang laban ng NAOS. Pero, kidding aside, yung stronghold ng Bonk nandirito, kailangan lang nila mag-ingat every time na nasa second half sila. Kasi mukhang nahirapan sila mag-close ng series in a way na kapag itong Fancy gets the upper hand, they get to be so afraid sometimes of dueling with them and magiging reckless pa nga minsan. Pero yun din kasi yung nangyayari kapag may double initiator ka, nakatulad ni Breach and Sky kapag nasa defending.
Nabasa na sana ng FCY eh. Nabuhay na sina Acerola during that time and the other team members as well. They were using or utilizing those skills yet again But sometimes the shot doesn't connect and sometimes it doesn't. Whenever it does, talagang malaking disadvantage ang napupunta for Bonkers. But the winning moment actually for this moment is Scroll. Siya yung nakapatay nung dalawang players doon sa E-site. And because of that, it was completely open for Bonkers to take. And they were just able to capitalize on that, get the guns that they need, at na-eco matos in short ang mga players dito ng Fancy United. But that was game 2 para sa inyong lahat na nanonood para sa ating Series 2. Clean 2-0 nga ang ating score. Ibig sabihin yan, magiging panel show na later on. And aside from that, susunod na match na natin ang NAOS versus ONIC G. But right now, we're just gonna go in a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be panel and then it's gonna be NAOS versus ONIC G. See you later, guys. Magkikita-kita tayo. The mods ang magkakas niyan, kaya huwag kayong aalis.
The celestial scope, the stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Well, Bonkers bonked the competition out of their run for a Masters 2-0 victory for them. Fancy United Esports has to bid farewell in their run here in the group stages. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Raph. And that game, we saw signs of hope there for Fancy United Esports in game number 2. Game number 1, a completely different story.
Very true. It's kind of what we also saw between the other Vietnamese team a while ago in Cerberus, where it took them quite a bit to try and get started. Map number 1 was completely one-sided, and map number 2 continues on looking better. But in the end, I guess the disparity that was built early on, that huge lead that Bonkers made, was twice in a row a bit too difficult and a bit too large for the Fancy United squad to come back into.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Maybe this was where Fancy would bring out that bigger book of knowledge that we assumed that they would have, but with the adjustments that the Bonkers squad made, especially super apparent in the first map, again, it's paid dividends. I just really think that there were some curious choices on the side of Fancy, like, for example, constantly challenging that Viper while knowing that there's a raise, there's an Astra to follow up, and just overall, a little bit of an overextension, just like what Killer S did in that push.
Yeah, and when you look at the compositions they bring into the table, I mean, you look at the side here, Fancy on that split side, they're not running a Viper, and on the opposing end of things, it's Bonkers running that Viper, running double controller, which I think me and Raph kind of agree is maybe one of the best ways that you can play split, especially with the meta right now to stack them. They did run double controller, yes, but the other one was an Omen to pair up with that Astra, and we just felt, at least me, I felt like it was kind of a contrast in the, I guess, they're kind of, I guess, disagreeing with the composition. It just didn't make sense to put, an Omen and like an Astra together, in my opinion, for what they were trying to do. Omen great on split, Astra great on split together, maybe not so much. But then we go on to Haven. We look at the composition there. I think they had a better idea, and I think that's also why it was a bit more successful for them throughout the entire map, right? The other chamber has their Soul Sentinel. Yes, that's a bit unorthodox, but it's fine. But they got the Breach and Sky together, which I think was very effective for them. On the other end of things, though, composition-wise, Raph, you look at, they only got that Brimstone on Bonkers' side, but it played really well for what they were trying to do.
I like that Bonkers is also showing a great contrast to their playstyles, because we saw in Split that they had a very, very tactical side where a lot of their utility made sense. Again, we talked about how if you're playing against a Viper Astra, you are not going to win that utility staggered duel. And again, that's just another layer that Bonkers have been showing. Maybe potentially they are one of those teams that really get fired up in the lower bracket. And it just seemed that when we came to Haven, maybe Fancy was expecting more of the same, but no, this is where they centered around RDW and the rest of the boys really chiming in with raw firepower. We also talked about how Tix, if he ends up being the third person in, or that third string of contact, he's almost always successful.
And
yeah, and, you look at the other players as well that we have to talk about on that Bonkers side. NAOS and RD, they all kind of had actually the three of them, as we talked about the final ones, NAOS, Dio, and Tix were 33 frags apiece. And you look at the opposing side, it was a bit more one-sided, a bit top-heavy on the fragging capabilities. It was Acerola who was the only one who went positive in that entire series, on the chamber as well. So when you don't really have your duelists going too well and the backline isn't doing that either, it just, you kind of lack the firepower needed to sometimes win these fights. It is a utility game, and the Bonkers, they did play a utility game, but at some point someone's going to get peaked and someone's got to peak, and on those peaks, Bonkers won.
Yeah, they definitely peaked in this game. Hopefully we see a little bit more of their peaks moving forward in this group stages. They will potentially get the rematch against Persija Esports, or they may face off against Paper Rex. Who knows? We'll find that out in the next couple of days, but we have to move forward to the final match that we have for today. It's ONIC G and NAOS Esports. NAOS Esports definitely having a relatively rough time in their start here in the group stages, losing 2-1 to Bleed Esports. But if that's an indication, NAOS Esports may just have a chance to bounce back in this competition in the lower bracket. Without further ado, let's introduce NAOS Esports. Now it's Esports looking to get their mojo from the VCT PH all the way here in the group stages for their last chance of survival. We got Blast, Blur, G-Licious, Kakarot, and Kevs joining in on the fray.
That they have. This is the team that honestly really grew on me as time passed, because I touted them to be one of those teams where they might have a little bit of chemistry issues. Just if we really take this at a day one value, right? Back in the PH qualifiers, like, this is pretty frag heavy, but how are they going to fare when it comes to a systemic approach? But they proved everybody wrong. They honestly have all the tools to succeed. It's just a matter of expanding their knowledge on how to use that. We all know that every single one of these boys are absolutely capable of frying everything in front of their path. It's just the question is, this is still their debut. I mean, this is their only second international appearance. They've had a pretty rough journey going in. First full sense, now ONIC. This is truly the ringer. They have to keep enduring. They still have to do that, but you can see that they're still pretty much brimming with confidence. Once again, NAOS, hopefully this is the stage where they can spread their wings and truly ascend.
Yeah, and now the thing is, they're a very tactical team, but there is that kind of crutch of them with Kakarot on the KO. He's very good on it, but whenever he isn't on the KO, like on Split that we saw last time around, like on Bind that we saw during the local qualifiers versus Action PH, when he's not on that KO, they definitely do struggle. So they have a really kind of good trick in their sleeve, but that seems to be the only trick that they've got. And for a team like ONIC, they're a team that is very good at kind of, I guess, disassembling that type of playstyle and really figuring out what the solution is.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked about that too. The KO has been a center point, has been a focal point. We see quite a bit of defensive layouts and rotational layouts that are centered on the 0 point, which they've used to absolute perfection when they win. But when we did see that split, that was the first time ever, by the way, we saw Kakarot swap to the Neon. The thing is, even if they did take that L on that map, at least we saw a different layer to them. At least they are very willing to experiment and refine different playstyles to just, once again, expand that reach, that range of playstyles. But this is APAC Challengers. It is so incredibly merciless and unforgiving.
And speaking of unforgiving, ONIC G, they are a formidable opponent. They've already seen their fair share in international competitions, and they want to make it into the Masters here. And we have to introduce them properly, the Indonesian team that we have. It's ONIC G. ONIC G, same boat here for NAOS Esports in terms of just the score lines. They went through 2-1 against Xerxia Esports. They got knocked down to the lower bracket, but that's Xerxia we're talking about. Now this is a completely different competition. We got Elmi Moore, Monyet, NT Slasher, Severine, and Shiro.
And to be fair, it was a very, very close series between them and Xerxia, the #1 seed of Thailand, by the way, who's made it to multiple LAN last year. So ONIC, their team, and I was talking about this with Dax when we were casting it yesterday versus Xerxia, that we were looking at them late last year and we were thinking, these guys, they are a bit later to the scene than maybe some of their Indonesian counterparts, but they are just as good and could potentially be even better. And if not for basically Boom existing because of the merger between Alter Ego and the former Boom roster, then you're pretty much going to have these guys be the #1. So they're, in my opinion, the #2 Indonesian team right now. And that's saying a lot because Boom are just really good, but they are so good as well. And at any given point, they could overtake that throne and even win this entire tournament. They could be the champions at the end of this. And they are honestly one of my picks to go deep, to even make it into Berlin. If I was going to pick a top 3, they'd be one of those. So, ONIC are a really good team. We've seen them be very tactical, know how to reset themselves, refine their gameplay, and they've been improving every step constantly taken forward, even though it might be small, it's always been towards that end goal. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why these Hedgehogs keep on persisting, keep on running through every ring and make every checkpoint matter, because they know what the goal is and they know how to get there.
Definitely, they've already passed the green zone. Now we are in the APAC Challengers. We've talked about the consistency. We've always championed that tactical approach on how they've used intelligence as a main weapon, and certainly we've seen so much of that. We see so many VODs, right? But they do it on the fly. It just makes it so difficult to play against ONIC. And I have to say, with the matchup ahead, so incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of matchup, the head-to-head that we have is also so incredibly exciting. You guys talked a little bit about Kakarot, and you guys will talk about him a lot more here as we go into the head-to-head of this matchup. We got Kakarot and NC Slasher going in here.
Ooh, Kakarot and NC Slasher themselves. I mean, they're both kind of like the KO mains between these two teams, and well, at least for Kakarot, he's the one who's kind of been more of the mainstay KO that we do see on the NAOS side, where on the opposing end of things, NC Slasher does flex to quite a bit of different roles, more than we do see Kakarot do. He has played KO, yes, but typically you'd expect him to be their controller, expect him to be the Astra. Now that Astra is kind of, I guess, not really fallen out of the meta, but she has received some nerfs. You do end up seeing NC Slasher play a few different agents, like the Omen, like the Sage, and every now and then he does play the Kaio as well, the KO, as some might like to say. So both of these players, they're very capable of fragging. Well, if anything, Raph, they're pretty much Terminators, I guess, to be the most appropriate thing, because Kakarot, he's going to be a complete sentry in every sense of the word, not going to miss a shot, and so will NC Slasher. So reliability is where these two players come on in, because they might not always be at the top of the scoreboard, but they're going to damn well be there, and they're going to get quality frags that ensure they will get the round.
Quality frags, I love that word. It's just the impact that both these players contribute to their team. It's just undeniable. And yeah, might as well talk about that, right? Kakarot and NC Slasher have been prolific fraggers at some point in their career, if not still. And I know a lot of people, oh, but how come they're not playing duelists? Well, Kakarot and NC Slasher have something to say about that. They're gonna say, here's some dirt in your eye. But again, these are both focal points on their respective teams. We've talked about how Kakarot's KO play has honestly been such a huge help to NAOS, as well as NC Slasher's uncanny ability to just be in the perfect positions with you know, like Omen and everything that he throws into the mix.
Now, as we hello,
man connected, I think.
Hello, well, yeah, as we head into this match,
speaking in a tongue where technology has not superseded yet.
We're not too sure if Nomad is making it through.
Hello, there you go.
There he is.
All right, now as we head into this matchup, I'm sorry about that. Apologies. As we head into this matchup, the question I kind of want to ask here is, how will NAOS Esports adjust to the international competition? You guys mentioned that they have some experience, but not this experience where the stakes are high. Now it's qualification for Masters, where everything all matters here every single round. And NAOS Esports being the new blood coming into the series against ONIC G, who's already played multiple times in Southeast NC Challengers all throughout last year. Do you think, or is it even possible for NAOS Esports to adjust after what they've experienced against Bleed Esports today?
I definitely do think they're going to be able to adjust, but it's going to be a lot more difficult for them as compared to the ONIC squad, who, you know, aside from obviously them playing in the VCT Southeast Stage last year, where they played against teams like PaperRush, Full Sense, Bigatron, Boom, all that. They also played a ton of community tournaments off season, where they played many other teams, like, once again, the new Boom, the Sharper Esports squad, South Build, Kingsman. So lots of definitely kind of formidable teams, and ONIC getting that experience is a lot bigger for them. Now, as they have played against international teams before, when they played, you know, a bunch of South Asia teams, for example, and a bunch of other maybe like third, second seed teams for you know, in different tournaments. But it's a very different landscape than compared to what ONIC are really playing, and that was even before NAOS had the title. NAOS, when they were still Fallen 5. So can they adjust? Yes. Probability, yes, but I don't think to the same high degree ONIC are capable of.
Well, yes, we've talked about how they've, you know, gathered as much experience as they could possibly do in our community circuits in pre-VCT, but like we said, the possibility is definitely there. I feel like the app speed is still not very present. Again, that bleed matchup, we were talking about how Pith and Maxi's contribution as absolutely grizzled veterans of the international scene was that, well, one edge that Bleed had. Now selecting Bind as the first map, I'd like to talk about that. This is not something we see very often. Usually we would see an Icebox as an opener, hell, maybe even sometimes an Ascent.
I'm not sure why they would pick Bind, considering the last time they played Bind was against Action PH and they lost that. And as I said a while ago, on the maps that they don't have Kakarot on a KO, they struggle to get things going. And more importantly, aside from that as well, aside from them struggling on maps like Bind or Split without that KO, ONIC are really good on Bind. This is one of their best maps statistically in the past, 3-4 months, and it's just something that I wouldn't have expected them to go at. They brought Full Sense to the distance on Bind, by the way, the last time they played. Actually, they beat Full Sense in overtime on Bind the last time they played it, so I'm very curious why they would pick that. But for ONIC to go Icebox, I think this is a good decision for them.
Absolutely. We talked about the gauntlet that they've been running. It still has not ended. You could have honestly just stopped that ONIC's really good. You know, you could have just stopped there and like everybody's like, oh yeah, absolutely. But the Icebox pick, we've also heard that NAOS, or rather we've talked about how this is also their pocket pick, so they definitely have a fighting chance. But the flavors that they've been somewhat been exposed to, they've all been so contrasting. I feel like ONIC could be one of their biggest challenges yet because, see, the way NAOS approaches the game when it comes to defense, it's a web system, right? But ONIC has something incredibly similar. How these two are going to clash, I just don't... It's hard to picture, really. But we have Ascent being removed by NAOS, which is arguably one of their maps where they're pretty comfy on, but the numbers, they don't necessarily translate well.
Yeah, and you know, you look at ONIC and you look at Icebox as well. They ban Ascent and Split. Split, I understand if it was a NAOS ban, but it's not. They ban Ascent, which you would think they would go for first because it is a pretty decent KO map. We end up on Breeze, which is a decent map for NAOS, all things considered, but I don't know, man. I really think they're shooting themselves in the foot with this map veto. I think barring that third map, this map veto heavily favors them. The last time we did see them play Icebox here, and for them to leave that open, NAOS, that was against South Built in their grand final, and ONIC and South Built kind of play pretty similar. So the matchup, I think, there heavily favors ONIC when it comes to that Icebox map. And as I said, this veto is looking pretty one-sided to me.
I wonder how South Built snuck into our conversation there.
They're the last
Please
team they played on Icebox. I've been bringing all them up the whole day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
of course, definitely.
Again, no,
I talked about Action too.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
No, okay. Let's talk about Breeze. I feel like Breeze, they're probably gonna be fielding Z in. I think Bind could be the same thing too, because sometimes I feel like we don't see enough of Z. They talk about Z as their big weapon. You know, if they wanna get that absolute raw fragging power, they're gonna put Z in. We saw a little bit of his Chamber, we saw a little bit of his Reyna, but I feel like this is where he also kind of needs to extend his range, because this is pretty much science upon science. This matchup is.
Well, data aside, maps aside, I mean, we've already talked about what we can talk about ONIC G and NAOS Esports. I gotta ask a hard question here. Who do you guys think will move on forward here and kick their opponent out of the contention for Masters? I'll start with you, Black and Blue.
You know, as painful as it is to say, being Filipino, you know, you look at the Philippine scene and the representatives right now, all of them, it's their first outing to the international VCT scene, and they really are, in one way or another, lacking in experience as compared to the second, third seeds of these other regions we got, and that really pays dividends to the fact that, you know, ONIC are also such a great team as well. That's not to diminish what they're done, but they are the heavy favorites here, and for them to not win this series would honestly be kind of a big disappointment in terms of them losing to an underdog, a definite underdog. And so now it's a great team, but they're a young team, and for a very good reason. I think ONIC should have this potentially 2-0 even.
I'd say it's the Houston Rockets. No, I'm kidding. Going back into this, right? This is just a little bit of tough love. So many points that were given by Black and Blue have already crossed my mind, and I would have said the same thing if he didn't. But now, again, they have the tools. They just don't have that range just yet to fully be an international powerhouse. I would love to be proven wrong, but ONIC got to that spot first, so I'm gonna say it's gonna be ONIC 2-1. As I hate to say it, this is just a little bit of tough love again.
I mean, like what Uncle Drew said, don't reach young blood. That's what ONIC might just be saying to NAOS Esports here. And with that, I'm inclined to say I'm going to have to go 2-0 for ONIC G in this matchup. A little bit more experience from NAOS Esports. Next, the second challenge that we have, they may just be able to get that rematch and get rid of ONIC G once and for all. And for all that being said, we have to go into this matchup to see if NAOS will prove us wrong. It's the first game in this best of 3 series between NAOS Esports and ONIC G.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, sa laban ng Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. It's do or die, it's now or never. At andito na ang huling sayaw. Pero alam ko na hindi naman ito ang huli dahil meron po tayong papuntang championships ng APAC Challengers, mga kaibigan. Master, ako nga pala si Vil at kasama ko si Eliza Taylor at kami ay tinatawag na ano?
The Mods, mga kaibigan. Welcome sa match party! Watch party ng NAOS! Match party no? Kita nyo naman si Vil all the way from Japan. Pumunta pa dito para mag-cast, mga kaibigan. At makikita nyo naman talaga. Anyway, agent selection na ang mangyayari para sa atin dito. Isang mabilisan lang, fast lang, kumbaga, as we are looking at NAOS Esports on the attacker. Para sa ating unang mapa, Bind, kukuha sila dito ng kanilang duelist at maglalabas sila dito ng double controller. Parehas, halos
Kitang-kita naman natin yung camera ko medyo blurred Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi merong blurred sa NAOS. Oo, kaya ganun ang ginawa ko.
Ganun ka die-hard si Vil.
Oo, ganun ako ka die-hard. Wala akong pakialam kung clear ako o hindi, kung HO o hindi. Basta susuportahan kayo yung Pilipinas. Pero ngayon, andito tayo ulit sa watch party. Anong broadcast, PH broadcast? Watch party to. Nung ka, balita ko si PTC, wala daw ambag Kahapon?
Oo.
Diyos ko po, inupuan pa yung mga Pinoy. Akala mo naman talaga.
Nakaramdam. Tapos sabay balik ka ng
ko.
cast no? Ma-realize mo na baliktad pala nung full sense kahapon. Pero okay lang yun,
sabay
guys.
bawi
Sabay
Pero partner,
bawi na lang.
Partner, isipin mo ganito, 2-0 ang full sense at SBE. Pero wag kayong mag-alala kasi 0-2 naman ang casters kalaban ng full sense. Wala silang nagawa sa amin.
Wala silang nagawa, hindi man lang naka-refrag walang critic Ano pinagsasabi nitong mga to? Hindi naman nila maintindihan din wala silang magagawa. Pero nandito na tayo ngayon para sa susunod na match, ONIC G. Naglalaro sila sa Parapilig ngayon. Medyo may advantage pero yung kabilang team, fly high like butterfly ang kanilang logo. Syempre, mas lamang ang NAOS dun.
Mas lamang na lamang talaga ang NAOS. Isipin mo, ano bang hedgehog ba to? Ay, hindi hedgehog to.
Hedgehog yata yan. Parang si Sonic.
Hedgehog. Mabilis lang yan, pero kami nakakalipat, okay lang yan. Oy, galing nga pala kami sa galing kami sa partners, hindi ka nakasama. Kasi galing kami sa NAOS. Na bootcamp.
Di pa ako nakaka-uwi ng Pilipinas noong mga panahon na yan Kaya di ko pa nasabayan.
Si Jelicious. Isa pala siya. Siya pala ang pinakamaingay na player sa NAOS, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo na talagang nag-jiggle pick lang, sumisigaw pa. Jiggle pick pa lang yung ginagawa Isipin mo, jiggle pick lang, nag-nice one Paano ba kaya pag nakapatay si Jelicious?
Tapos yung mga triple kill niya pa na lagi mong napapanood, ewan ko na lang ONIC G, kabahan na kayo kung ako sa inyo. Pero ito, this is the start of something new. Sabi nga sa High School Musical.
Oo.
Pistolan muna ang labanan dito.
Oo nga, pistolan mo ng laglagan na to mga kaibigan. Alam na natin na ilang beses natin nilaglag ang mga taga-Indonesia and talagang Philippines talaga ang nananaig dito. Pero ito na, kitang-kita mo naman si Blurred. Sobrang focus mga kaibigan. Talagang gustong-gusto talaga ng durugin mga players ng ONIC G. Pero kaya sinabas muna si Doggy ngayon. Pero hindi na nakita si Viper na doon na sa gameplay.
Nako po. NAOS, nagpi-play pa rin sila dito with the default setup right now. Nag-aabang sila baka makapitas ng isa. Pero movements coming in from ONIC G. Rotations, tatlo sa players dito ng ONIC G. Alam na nila na it's gonna be an A push because there is no one around the corner on a B site. On the other hand, nag-aabang naman sa Gedli dito si Delicious with the snake bite. He will take 2 down instead. 2-1 trade para sa kanila. Just such a good snake bite and a good decision making coming in from Delicious instead of just hopping out and trying to get the kill. Pushing itong player dito ng ONIC G. Naglabas na nga ng recon. Naisagot din naman para kay Kakarot. Trying to find another para kay Elmore. Nakakuha siya dito ng dalawa. It's a triple kill already pero lamang pa rin ang NAOS when it comes to manpower. Na-flat na nila or rather isa-isa versus ano na pala to 1v1.
With a kill and your champions!
Wala pa.
Sorry. Ano kasi nandun eh. Kala ko round 1 pa lang, andun na talaga. Doon na sila mananalo eh. Sorry. 1-0 na guys. O game.
Pa lang. O game.
Next map na. Next map na.
Matik na to. Paano kung yung Valorant, no, yung labanan ng tournament, pistol round lang?
O pwede. Wala nang problema dun eh.
Sino mga 1-0, yun na yung mananalo?
O next map na.
Wala
Tama
pa.
na. Tama na, 1-0
eh.
no. Sorry. Oras na.
Okay lang. Basta nakakain ka na.
Oo, busog na ako mga kaibigan. Pero ito ang hinahabol. Hinahabol si Remy Moore ng crash gear, ladies and gentlemen, pero biglang nakatakbo. Pero Jelacious biglang sumabog yung ulo. Dalawa lang players dito lang sa may teleporter. Wala kayong magagawa dyan. Wala kayong malalabasan dyan. Dyan lang kayo, stuck kayo dyan, step bro. Pero Kevs naka-isa pa kami ng wallbang as well. Pero hindi pa talaga lumalabas na sa may teleporter. Pero ito lang lumalabas na pero Blurred catches 4. Pero yun nga lang si Shiro. Nakapag-headhunter na nga rin na isa. 4v3 situation right now. Tamang smoke lang dito ginagawa ni Kakarot mga kaibigan. Pero si Monyet, talagang sobrang si Monyet kahapon, kala mo kung sino no? Talagang galit na galit dito nung kalaban niyo yung Cirque siya. Pero alam naman natin na hindi nila kakayanin tatalon nito mga Pinoy. Kebs, partida nakapikit pa yan habang naglalaro.
Kaya nga, hindi niya nakita. Nakasarado pa yung monitor. Kumbaga, 3v2 situation. Blast was able to take 1 and they make this a clean round for now Esports as they take this 2-2. Oh, tapos ang boxing.
Nice. 2-0
na pala eh. Best of 3 lang to, di ba?
O, tawa na. Game. Next matchup na. Diyos ko. Ang dali-dali Tira mo, ang dali-dali mag-Valorant. Ewan ko ba sa ONIC G?
Retake pa. Kala mo talaga. Pero ito, ONIC G.
Balita ko, andito to si B-Wise sa ONIC eh.
Sino?
Si B-Wise.
Nakasub.
Oo. Ibang bang ata yun. Sorry.
Ay, ba yun?
Ibang bang ata si B-Wise.
Na rin sila eh.
Sorry.
Isipin mo, paano kung nasa isang org ka talaga, tas 2 game nilalaro mo, pro player ka on both games din.
Hindi pa nagbabalorant ka, di ba? Sub ka muna, okay lang. Pero at
Si Jesse Pash, kaya niya sigurong mag-Dota pa hanggang ngayon.
Oo, lahat sabay-sabay yan nilalaro.
Kung ano-ano na lang. Pero anyway, getting back to the game, 2-0 is the score right now. NAOS is on the lead pero kailangan nila mag-ingat dito because this is actually the buy round mula sa ONIC G. Monyet was able to punish 2 players on showers. Si NC Slasher, nakapatay na rin siya ng isa. That is Kakarot down.
Pero ito na nga, 2v5 situation right now. It's all to Jelacious and Blurred lang din talaga. Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi talaga sila bumili ng mga barrel dito. Kasi if ever talagang kinumit nila to, medyo delikado din sila partner. Kasi if ever you have a Spectre, and napatay ka, wala kang pere. Pero at least ngayon, sana makakuha sila ng enough damage, enough kills para lang syempre masira din yung economy din dito ng ONIC G. Pero it's all up to 1. Jelacious mga kaibigan, the loudest Valorant player alive. Nakakita ng isa pero tamang jiggle pick na mga kaibigan nilabas ang sheriff. Pero Monyet, nakachamba ng isa.
Triple kill, partida lang para sa team ng NAOS. It was the bonus round anyway para sa NAOS Esports. Kaya naman, it was still fine. They're still gonna have money para makabili sa ating susunod na round. On the other hand, na-stuck sila dito sa showers eh. Kanina dun sa pag-push rin nung Raze na may hawak ng ating spike. Nag-push si Blur doon, but they have the utilities to actually cancel him out. May snake bite din sila na pangsagot. And on the other hand, when he hops out, syempre sisilipin lang din siya dito ng ibang players ng ONIC G. On the other hand, punta na tayo dito sa ating susunod na round as we see, nakabili dito kompleto. Pero si Kevs, nakaano lang, frenzy lang.
Okay lang yan, okay lang. Syempre, kailangan muna na mag-protection bago umaksyon. Okay lang yan. Kasi dinrapan niya yung isa. Pero kung napapansin mo, Taylor, wala atang gumagamit ng jet dito sa laban na to. Kasi ang bind kasi, okay. Ang Raze kasi, ang mapa niyan ay bind. So talagang makikita talaga natin si Blood tsaka si Monitor na magpapasabugan ng mukha dito. Pero at the end of the day, si PTC wala pa rin ambag. Pero NAOS, ladies and gentlemen, trying to catch someone off guard, trying to push out short. Pero meron din tao dito sa may showers, which is si Kevs. Nilabas na kasunod-sunod na nga dito yung mga pasabog ng mga players ng NAOS right now. Pero mukhang, kala ko may nag-teleport yun pala wala. Pero kailang kakaroon ng spike or walang magawa ngayon mga players ng ONIC G. Hindi na alam kung saan titingin dito. Humonyeto, wala ka ng bala pre. Hindi kaya na 8 bullets mo, maubos itong mga player ng NAOS. Pero it's just Kakarot and the other players of NAOS right now. It's just talagang nababawasan sila dito sa mga punches na ginagawa ng ONIC G. Pero kung si Blast, nakakulang isa. Wala nang smoke yung mga players dito ng ONIC. Pero Shiro, nakachamba na din dito. Wala na silang siege though. Pero at least they still have that hold para dito sa NAOS partner.
Si Blur din, nagwa-wide pick na rin. Baka sakaling meron siya mas patahan. That is a perfect flash coming in doon sa Sky, which is Kevs. But this is Elremore trying to defuse the spike. Hindi sila makakapush dito. Wala silang magagawa. NAOS takes this round away from ONIC G. Ang ganda ng hold nila doon. Ang ganda ng flash ni Kevs. That was possible because of Kevs.
Yun nga yung nakita natin kanina, partner. I mean, yes, yung mga players napatay si Sage dito. Pero at least, sobrang ganda pa rin ang hold, sobrang ganda ng position. Alam mo partner, yung isa sa pinaka-okay sa NAOS is just their fundamentals. At saka, okay na yung fundamentals, panalo din sila sa aim duels. So talagang solid talaga ang pinapakita dito ng NAOS.
Setup lang mga nila dito, mga player nila. Maganda sa NAOS, nagde-default play talaga sila dito. And when you see that default play in place, they really have that discipline of not giving the shots or not giving the kills away papunta sa side ng ONIC G. At so far, so good when it comes to takes. Pagdating sa mga site din na meron tayo, they set up the wall of the Viper on A actually, but Shiro was able to spot the one with his operator at isa-smoke off to ng players ng NAOS Esports para umatras siya kahit papano in that position. On the other hand, tatlo pa rin ang nakastack on A site dahil inaabangan nga nila na baka sakaling may lumabas because of this toxic screen na nakataas ngayon on A. Pero mukhang sinasayko lang sila ng NAOS.
Nagkakasayko na din talaga sila. Ito yung maganda sa fundamentals din talaga na ginagawa nila. Yung mga pagbibait na ginagawa dito ng NAOS, just kala nila, pupunta sila sa A, pero yung nga lang, sabi talaga sila nakastack. Pero nga lang, ito na yung mga smoke na ginagawa nila. Pero Shiro, nakita yung ulo ni Kakarot na nakachamba na naman ng isa. Pero napakaganda. Oh my God, Shiro! Seeing all these players through that smoke because of that gap. Napakaganda ng gap. Alam mo tawag dyan, one-way smoke yan, men!
Galing eh, no? Matatalinang gumawa. Tumigil ang mundo.
Tumigil ang mundo. Gumagalaw na pero na-chop-chop all the way from India, mga kaibigan. Indonesia.
Oh! Lumabas, 4K.
Shiro with the 4K.
Shiro. Feeling ko dapat din na nila pinush to si Shiro kasi alam nilang naka-off eh.
Oo.
Saka wala sila yung kanina nga nahuli ni Shiro yung pumupush na on long or rather yung sumisilip which is si Blast, no? But they still decided after such a long time that they would go to B side still. And because of this one-way smoke that is wonderfully placed on Octa, hindi nila napansin na pag tuwawid sila, makikita sila ng ONIC G. And they didn't flinch even with the fake setup of the toxic screen on A side.
And dito naman sa round na to, I mean, for Lemimore and the other players of ONIC right now, at least they're actually stacking up all the momentum na kailangan nila dito. Pero for NAOS naman, at the end of the day, sila pa rin talaga yung namang dito. Pero we can say na talagang gustong-gusto talaga nila gawin talagang they really need to shut down ONIC na thrifty lang din talaga sila because ang pinakamasakit na kalaban ngayon ng NAOS is yung pera. Wala silang pera. Lagi na lang silang nagkukulang sa economy. Like si Kevs, naka-frenzy lang kanina. Yung iba wala naman talagang binibiling AR or anything like that, like Vandals, Phantom or like Operator. Talagang yun yung number one problem ngayon ng NAOS. Pero kung napapansin mo, Bes, medyo matagal na silang nagsistack dito sa A. Pero pwede pa silang pumunta sa B pala yun, sorry. Pero pwede silang pumunta sa A though. Pero yun nga lang, parang nababasa na ng ONIC kasi paulit-ulit lang din ang nangyayari dito. That is the same thing that they did a while ago. So pwede natin sabihin na nabasa na rin ng onte ng ONIC yung ginagawa dito ng NAOS. Pero 28 seconds remaining. Meron tao lang dito sa may labas ng hookah, mga kaibigan. Pero nag-aantay lang tayo ng smoke na pwede na ibigay Kakarot. Buhay pa dito, pero yun nga lang, Severin tsaka yung mga tropa ni Monyet, mga kaibigan, just waited for that perfect opportunity for them to pull that trigger, taking down all the player of NAOS, pero okay lang yan. Kasi kailangan nating pagbigyan yung mga yung mga dayo.
Mga dayo Siyempre for mga banyaga, sila muna ang uunahin. Hospitable nga tayong mga Pinoy, gaya ng sabi natin. On the other hand naman, the default setup of NAOS, feeling ko ito na yung oras na kailangan nilang biglain na yung ONIC G because of those default plays na pinapakita nila dito sa ONIC G, they actually expect them to just push and they literally just wait. The default setups, wala silang ma-pick off kahit isa man lang. And on the other hand naman, they use the utilities fairly well kaso walang tao sa pocket Tapos yung guiding light hindi nag-connect doon sa tao na nasa ilalim nung kanina. Anong tawag doon? Hookah.
Pero Shiro trying to catch them, and Shiro will take down Blast. Pero eto na,
sa TP niya hanggang B-side.
Eto na yung Boka ni Blurred, mga kaibigan. Meron ba siya makikita?
Hello?
NC Stasher!
Nahuli pa siya.
Okay lang kung napatay mo ko, pero papatayin din kita. Tikpan mo ang Boka ko. 4v3 Kevs, low on HP. Kevs, the only player in Valorant na nakapikit habang naglalaro. Kakarot, mga kaibigan. Best interview 2022.
4v3.
Iko-contest ba to? Grabe si Monyet, meron ata fever to
May lagnat ata si Monyet.
Isipin mo, di ba may band-aid sa ulo?
Baka pampaswerte yun, men. Pero hindi ma-shutdown ni Kakarot yung Sova drone. At hindi ko sure kung na-spot din si Kevs. Oh, that swing from Kakarot trying to pinpoint the enemy. Nahuli pa siya nung nasa corner before the wall or the toxic screen actually went up. Delicious nandito sa showers. Mahuhuli yata siya dito ni Shiro. Maliban na lang kung maunahan niya. But that is Shiro getting the kill instead for the triple. Is Shiro yet again binuhat?
Wala men. Napakasaklap, napakasakit ng operator ni Shiro. And if ever lang talagang gusto nang manalo dito na NAOS, you need to take down Shiro first. Pero ang problema is sobrang bilis ni Shiro. Yung agility niya, yung rendezvous niya, it's just really on point.
Nakita mo yung TP niya all the way to B.
Yun nga
So, ibig sabihin nun, kung meron man nagle-lurk on A, pero B push talaga, makakabalik agad siya. Mabilis yung rotation na manggagaling dito for Shiro because of the setup that he's making. Look at how he used up the rendezvous. He's all the way back to A side.
Dun sa may B, sa gilid, papunta dito sa may gilid ng lamps.
Tapos balik na naman ulit siya sa B side kasi nakaramdam Oo nga tapos hindi na gumagalaw.
Okay na ulit,
lumaline up si Severin. Baka sakaling matamaan niya kung sakasakali man.
Partner, kung iisipin mo, I mean, yes, wala silang jet, pero si Shiro ang kanilang jet. Si Shiro yung sududuwilis nila.
No, Blurred. Slowly but surely, itong players ng NAOS Esports sumubok ng pumush on A side. This is the Seekers out na ginamit nila. Ang dami ng setup dito. Almemore was able to take one kill away and that is Kevs down para sa team nila. And this is the coming in with Viper's Pit Top and all lang mahuhuli dito si Konyet kaya ng ONIC G. Hahanap pa si Kakarot. On the Viper's Pit still up para sa kanila. Delicious na lang ang natitira and Elmemore is gonna finish this round 5 ng ONIC G as they defuse the spike. Napakabilis na rotation ng nanggagaling dito for ONIC G. This pick of the chain very viable for the team because of how fast it just rotates. Kung makikita si Philip nyo when it comes to the replay, syempre that Viper's Pit is coming in mula doon sa sariling Viper ng ONIC G. No? Once that settled down, once it was pulled down, yet was able to spot one. Doon na nga nag-crumble lahat ng team members ng NAOS Esports. May pambili naman sila on this next round dahil eco nila yung nangyari na yon. And despite that, 5-3 ang score. Yung kalayo ang hahabulin nila.
I'm back, partner.
Oy, welcome.
Sorry. Pumunta ako sa bootcamp ng NAOS eh. Sinabi ko sa kanya yung play. Sabi ko sa kanila push B. If ever hindi sila nag-push B, sorry. Tinext ko lang sila.
Pinabihan lang ni Vil, guys. Kaya nawala ng kaunti si Vil doon. Pero going back to this matchup though, 2 rounds lang naman ang kailangan habulin ng NAOS and especially with an N3 panimula pagdating dito sa mapa like Bind. It's so difficult to do entries when this map is over yours at makikita mo talaga na whenever Blurred tries to entry, the other players have to act synchronized as well with a technical pause coming up. Talagang kailangan na natin patulugin si Ray, kumbaga.
Okay lang si Ray kasi pati ako naman eh. I mean, nalulungkot ako sa nangyayari sa akin na makabawi na itong NAOS kasi alam naman natin, dalawa na lang ang Pinoy dito. Sadly, pareho silang nasa baba. Sila. Well, apparently, sana talaga makaisa lang NAOS dito para syempre, tuloy-tuloy yung saya. Kasi alam naman dun sila babawi. Ito ang Cinderella story na meron ang SBE. Pero syempre, ang NAOS ganito rin.
Yun nga eh. Ang iniisip na lang dito rin ng mga players ng ONIC as well. If you think about it, kapag ang ONIC G, syempre, nakabuelo to on the defense. Mahihirapan along the way ang NAOS despite being them on the defenders. Magkakaroon na o makakaipon na rin ng points dito ang ONIC G. But I think we are finally going back here sa ating matchup as NAOS and ONIC G is on its way. Best of 3 series to, guys. First game pa lang tayo. At nandito nga tayo sa ating mapa na tinatawag na Bind. Baka kakatunin nyo lang. I-share nyo na rin yung ating live stream. But heading towards this round, maagang flash papunta dito sa showers. Baka sakaling meron silang ma-pick up. At baka sakaling merong mapatay ang players dito ng ONIC. But Shiro is the force to be reckoned with when it comes to B site as well. Kevs na-detect ng Sova drone. They know that there is someone or there are people on showers. Other team members of Shiro ay, or rather, other team members of NAOS ay baka tumulong na rin on taking showers right here. There is the Trailblazer out para sa kanila and nagpupush na nga dito ang players ng NAOS. They're not gonna spot anyone here on showers though habang yung iba nag-aantay lang on site. The push? No, na-delay ng kaunti yung blind mula doon sa sky. Blast was able to take one. That is NT Slasher, 3v5. Tatlong players na lang natitira for ONIC. Nagpaplanta rin sila dito ng spike and this is Lememore getting the 2K. Para naman si Severin pala ang nakakuha ng 2 kill na yan. But anyway, now it's Blurred. He was able to take one with the paint shells. Ito na ang force to be reckoned with na si Shiro. Meron ba siyang magagawa with his operator and the sheriff or rather yung kanyang utility na pwedeng gamitin using the headhunter. Will he be able to spot any heads right here?
And hopefully talaga makakuha dito si Shiro ng kahit isa lang kasi pero sana wag na kasi alam lang nag-iisip lang sa di pero Shiro nakachapa na naman isa mga kaibigan 2 versus 1 situation right now. Shiro, ano ba nangyayari sa'yo? Pero nga, sabi ni Kakarot, hindi! Ito na ang pagbago ng Pinoy, pinagbigyan lang kayo 5 beses gusto pa manalo! Pero ito, I'm back! I'm back na talaga, hindi na mawawala to!
Tournament na yan?
Oh, tournament na to, man, promise!
Nakita mo when it comes to the replay and it comes to the take of NAOS right here, just to be sure, talagang nakuha nila yung site, no? Aside from that, nakapag-plant sila ng spike. And also, si Shiro na iwasan din nila. Kasi kanina, shutdown lang naman nila talaga dito is actually Shiro eh.
Dito naman sa side ng NAOS, talagang they're having so much struggles and problems. Magkabawian na nga itong mga players na ito mga kaibigan, pero ito na din talaga yung mga players din ng ONIC talagang nag-iisip sila ng magandang mga stats lang din talaga on how can they shut down NAOS, pero at the end of the day it's just NAOS pa rin talaga ang lamang kahit anong mangyari. But Blurred starting off with that pain shells though, pero it's just muntik na siyang muntik na siyang mga isa dito, but Severin pushing in. Blurred got no idea at all na meron ng tao sa kanila. You need to check your corners, my guy.
Nako, checking corners, yun yung magiging problema ngayon ng NAOS Esports. 2 players naman ang nakatingin dito eh. Yun nga lang, hindi sila nag-check, no? Will there be a trade? There will be, as Delicious takes the kill. Nabawasan nila kahit papano because of that snake bite and also yung molly nung Brimstone, itong si Shiro. Pero hindi pa rin siya namamatay dito. 73 HP for Shiro and still alive and kicking para sa kanya. Pero ito na nga ata ang makakapatay. Hindi pa din. Lahat na naiwasan dito ni Shiro. Pati ultimate nung Brimstone, naiwasan niya pa din.
Kaibigan, pero ito 6-4 for the Snake G, pero yun nga rin talaga yung part na yun, talaga you need to check your corners and it's really hard for these guys to shut down Shiro na lang din ta.
Oh man, ONIC, they're really finding a way how they can stop and punish itong players ng NAOS, and so far it works out for them. Pero this time napatime out na sila ang ONIC dito, guys, para naman na
part na isipin mo, sila ay nanalo, sila pa yung napatime out, di ba? Talagang hirap na hirap to na bawiin itong punta sa NAOS.
Kung maiisip, kung sisilipin din naman natin on how the performance of ONIC G the past days, the past weeks din as well, they got a map against Sersha. That just means that there is, or they are a formidable team. Because Sersha, yung dating Extend players, or yung dating Extend nakilala natin, nandun na yung mga players nila. And definitely, ito yung isa sa top teams ng Southeast Asia eh. So, top teams or top players ng Southeast Asia. So, getting a map against them just proves that, this is a team na kaya ring pumalag in another level. Especially when NAOS, this is their debut in an international stage din para sa ating mga young guns dito for the side of NAOS at Team Pilipinas. Eco muna.
Yeah. Pero mga kaibigan, ito na ulit. G na ulit. Itong mga matches ngayon dito sa bind, pero for the side of NAOS naman, they're really struggling as well. They don't have any firepower, they don't have any economy, which is yun kailangan nilang bawiin sa NAOS. Is just ano yung next thing sa kanila para makakuha ng bawi. Kasi it's just, to be honest, yung mga posisyon ni Shiro, every time na merong sumisilip na NAOS, meron talaga siyang nakukuha. Meron talaga siyang napipitas. Napipitas talaga yung isang player dito ng NAOS, mga kaibigan. Pero hindi nila mabasa kung nasan pa si Shiro. Bakit sobrang kulit na ito? Sinabi mo, Taylor, kagabi, para siyang uod na
Hindi na makalikot eh. Kumbaga eh, hindi na maligalig. itong mga
30
players
seconds left.
natin. Pero 6-4 score, ito, 3 players pa ng NAOS ang buhay. They can still make this happen with the Sheriff at isang classic lang para kay Kakaro. Tignan natin kung ano ba ang kaya nilang gawin dito. With the guiding light coming out, mabubulag si Monyet, repositioning themselves. Shiro was able to take 1 kill and si Slasher as well. Nasa loob na ang Spike, wala nang magagawa si
10
Kevs
seconds
dito.
left.
Nag-iisa na lang siya laban sa 5 and the Spike is all the way inside site. Pero iniiwan nila actually. They're taking this into a reposition. Ayaw na nilang maubusan o ayaw na nilang mapitas dito kahit isa.
Yeah, but dito naman
Last
ngayon
round
sa
before the
last round ng first half and talaga inaantay talaga natin na makaka-comeback dito ang NAOS. Konti na lang din talaga. They're having struggles, yes, pero itong mga struggles na yan, partner, itong mga kahirapan na yan, yun yung nagpapalakas sa atin eh. Di ba?
True. Doon ka
Okay lang na
natututo
mahirapan.
eh.
Oo, tama. Okay lang na mahirapan. Okay lang na masaktan.
Basta matuto ka.
Oo, tama. Pero wag mo nang araw-arawin kasi sakit yun eh.
Kumbaga, naramdaman mo na, gusto mo pa. Diba?
Oo, tama,
Masaktan ka
oo.
na, gugusto ka pa.
Oo,
Ba-
tama namin.
My God!
Tama na dahil ang sakit-sakit na. Tulad ng mga nakikita natin ngayon. Pero, hindi naman sobrang iwan ng NAOS eh. Babangon to. Babawi to.
Kasi 7-4 na yung score natin. Hindi naman, actually, this is not too bad when it comes to worst kung makarating man ng 8-4. Because on the defense naman, this is still a defensive side map in any case, in any sense. So, using these utilities that they have, despite not having the chamber mula dito sa NAOS na kayang maglipat-lipat ng site ng basta-basta at bigla-bigla, they still have a very formidable team with a double controller setup that they're using. And aside from that, may wall din sila dito ni Blast. And on the other hand, may information na magmumula rin kay Kevs. But when it comes to information game din naman, Shiro, Lememore, ang dami rin lang nakukuha dito. Because Shiro, he's just gonna peek. And then if he sees one, if he doesn't take the shot at hindi niya nakuha, he's gonna reposition himself, TP out lang.
Dito, yun yung number one problem talaga yung ng NAOS eh. Hindi nila malaman kung nasan ba si Shiro ka. If kunyari nasa B, okay, pupunta ako sa B. If kunyari nasa A, okay, I can run the full back to A immediately. Hindi immediately, instantly nga eh, di ba? And si Shiro, andun sa mga corners na rin talaga kung saan mo nakikita ang jet. To be honest, if ever you are a jet player, a jet main, talagang you will love etong si Chamber na rin talaga. Kasi number 1, you can play like jet. Number 2, you can play like literally siguro Cypher. Solid.
Talagang
Really solid.
magandang control din to eh sa buong mapa. Itong chamber pick. Napakalaking meta na nitong chamber pagdating sa international stage, pagdating sa mga VCT at pati na rin sa ibang regions. Lagi nang ginagamit ang chamber. So adding chamber to the lineup and also formation of the team changes a lot. Also when it comes to the playstyle, tsaka yung mabilisang rotations na pinapakita nga nila dito kanina. On the other hand, for now, Esports, they're just having a hard time looking to open up sites dahil nga may biglang nakaabang na agad. Kung mapapansin nyo, Shiro is already on a 16 score line, 4 deaths, 13-5 para kay Monyet at para sa ibang players dito. Trabaho lang for supporting these 2 fraggers that we have, Shiro and Monyet.
Pero ang hirap din kasi sa NAOS, 3 ang kalaban nila, partner, no?
Oo, madami ang kalaban. Sino-sino ba mga kalaban yan? Una, ONIC G.
Oh.
Pangalawa, Tech Boss. Pangatlo,
Economy.
yung economy. May pang-apat pa.
Oh, actually,
Yung bashers.
Oh, yung mga bashers, 'di ba? Uulitin namin sa inyo, guys. Kada bash nyo, kada isang bash, isang punto sa kalaban. Kada isang coach, isang punto sa kalaban. Kahit na natalo ang NAOS, go pa rin. 'Di ba?
Yeah,
puso lang, men.
Pusong Pinoy, men. Pusong Pinoy.
Oo nga, pinupusuan na namin Trey Taylor eh. 'Di ba? Kahit anong mangyari. Tignan mo nga si PTC, di naman kasali dito, pero sinasali namin eh. Pero shoutout nga pala sa inyo lahat. Importante masaya tayo dito.
Live tayo sa YouTube, live tayo sa YouTube, live tayo sa Twitch, live din tayo sa Facebook. Aside from that, meron tayong English broadcast nasa Valorant Esports 3 kung gusto nyong silipin. But on the other hand, it is tech pause right now kaya alam nyo na ang mangyayari sa mga bagay na ganyan, guys. At nandito pa rin naman tayo. This is still NAOS versus ONIC G playing right now.
Dito na pala kayo. Sorry. Nagulat ako kasi naka-camera na pala tayo. Pero yeah. But still, I mean, we've seen it na talagang napansin natin na yung mga players ng NAOS area, they're having really that struggle na din talaga. Number one, it's Shiro. Kasi he is actually single-handedly just shutting down the players of NAOS plus the follow-ups ng iba. Kasi sa totoo lang, if hindi naman ganoon maglaro si Shiro talagang lamang na lamang dito ang NAOS Pero sa totoo lang, ito sa true lang sobrang ganda ng mga position dito ni Shiro. I mean, all these off angles lang din talaga na kinukuha niya. Kasi if ever like kunyari, walang pera yung kakampi niya, tapos Shiro lagi naman nakakapatay, ibibigay niya yung operator niya dun sa isa para at least makapag-double up setup sila, di ba? Isa sa A, isa sa B. Or si Shiro, pwede namang instantly, pwedeng A, pwedeng B. So kahit naman saan, di ba? So okay lang.
But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, syempre, ONIC G pa rin versus NAOS Esports ang naglalaban. Hindi pa tapos to. Again, this is this is not Ray. This is Vil and Taylor casting for you guys. See you in a bit.
Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, witty in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Let's get money.
If I could describe it in one word, I would say it's a roller coaster. Because on the first week of our group stage, we managed to beat every single team in our groups. And by that second week in group stage, we managed to not win a single series. And therefore, I think that the word roller coaster fits what our journey toward the APAC Challengers Playoffs.
I think the word for our run is unforgettable because this is actually the first VCT of Blurred and Delicious and for us as a team.
The best word to describe it is fulfilling. Mainly because that's how I felt when we won against every single team in VCT Challengers Playoffs. And I think that proves to everyone that we deserve this slot in APAC along with NAOS and Action PH.
I think we have what it takes to be victorious in the upcoming APAC Challenger Playoffs because we are confident individually, and by using our chemistry, I think we can beat every single team that we're going to face and going up against.
Absolutely, yes. But I know the competition is going to be hard, but I'm confident with my team to make it to Masters.
Yes, I think we have what it takes to win APAC Challengers because I know me and my teammates worked very hard to be able to compete against top tier teams here in Southeast Asia. I also believe that we have what it takes to compete not just in Southeast Asia, but also in Europe, North America, and other regions around the world.
The competitive edge that we have, I think, is we have nothing to lose coming here in the APAC Challenger Playoffs because I believe that we are the underdogs in this tournament, and I think that teams are not expecting us to win against them, but with the experience that we have, I think we have everything that we need to beat these teams that we're going up against.
I'm gonna say it again, it's banding deep, guys. Yeah. Because we make sure that we enjoy every moment in this VCT Stage 1 run.
For me, I think our competitive edge against the other team is our mentality and our willingness to win, and also accepting our mistakes, which helps us improve our game day by day.
The most difficult team that we have fought against in the Philippine stage is NAOS because we haven't been able to beat them yet, and we've got destroyed in our best map, and I hope that we can fight them again to show that we can get our revenge and get the win against them.
Of course, it's SBE. Our matches against them are always close, and with their experience, you know that anything can happen between SBE and NAOS.
The team that we're looking up against to fight with is Malaysia or Singapore because with the new addition of Pith and Maxi, I think Blade is a strong opponent, as well as PRX that maintained their roster and their firepower. I think that we're gonna have a very hard time fighting those two teams.
I'm looking forward to face with Thailand because they have unique playstyle against the but urgent to beat.
I think that would be NAOS Esports because their roster is really formidable and their team chemistry is one of the strongest levels that we have ever seen. And also all of their strategies were connected all together. So during the group stages and playoffs, I think we fought for like 3 times and I think we lost all of the matches. So we were down by 0-6, and by the championship, I think we won, and I think that's it.
If I were to build a super team, I would be choosing Jing and Forsaken as the duelist and the second duelist. Then I'll be choosing Blaze King as the Sova main of the team. Meanwhile, the smoker would be SS Carry, and lastly, I think Sushi Boys would be the last fit that would make my super team in this competition.
I already have my super team with NAOS, but except them, it's gonna be I think PTC from Full Sets, Forsaken from PaperX, and Flip Jitter from Boom, and Pati Chulo from SB. And me.
My message to our fans is I want to thank them, especially to my friends and family that have been supporting me and my team throughout our journey. And with the help of them, I think we're really motivated to go even further that people are expecting us to go. And as well as thank you everyone for helping us and getting the courage that we need to get through this, and that's it.
To all NAOS fans, thank you for supporting us this past VCT Challengers Stage 1. We will do our best to represent the Philippines and Laban Pilipinas.
Just wanna back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
River of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stuck. She knows this 'cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 'cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific, ladies and gents. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. Kasama ko pa rin ang aking kaduo dito na bumubuhat ng napakarami. 10 civil. Sanity lang naman.
10.
Ayos ba yun? Lahat, pati kakalaban, binubuhat mo eh.
Oh, pati observer, binubuhat ko rin eh. Actually, ilan ba yun? 10 rin, di ba? 20! Etneb ang... plus yung dalawang coach sa ano.
Kasama mo na lahat, pati buong pamilya, sabi nga nila. Napanood mo na yung interview, Vil. Napanood mo na. Sabi ni Kakarot, ang pinagkaiba daw talaga nila dito, meron silang bonding
oh,
dip.
Yun nga. Kumbaga, ang sabi ni, parang sinabi ni Kakarot, mga kaibigan, meron parang dream, believe, survive. Starstruck. Yan ang sinabi ni Kakarot mismo. And isipin mo, nagsorry na nga siya sa dati ng agent kasi gusto na nang gamitin si Chamber kasi sobrang sarap daw gamitin. Lalong-lalo na si kay nagsorry kay Neon o kay Chamber. Basta yun na, nagsorry siya kahit dun sa dalawang yun. Pero on to these players though, eto na yung last round ng first half, mga kaibigan. Iba na naman yung pwesto ni Shiro.
Yun nga, dito nila hindi mahuli si Shiro eh. Ito naman kinagalingan ni Shiro din. Kung saan-saan siya nakakarating, men. Isipin mo parang 10 piso lang pera niya pero nakaabot siya hanggang MOA.
Oo. Exactly.
1, 2, 3, takbo.
Isipin mo, 20. Taga Quezon City ka, 20 lang ang dala mo pero nakaabot na ng Baguio. Yung mga tipong gano'n.
Nag 1, 2, 3. Itong si Chamber eh. Matindi-tindi yung mga gawain dito ni Shiro. Pero at least di siya nakapitas para sa side ng NAOS.
Yun ang importante, pero at least napakabilis ang reflexes ni Blur. Dito talaga din na agad yung trap dito na meron si...
Kuya mo Chamber, si Pastor.
Si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan, na naghahanap ng kanyang mga kaliga. Pero ito na ngayon si Shiro ulit. Oh, missing that shot! Nice one! Pero Diyos ko pa, natamaan pa! Napakabilis naman kasi mag-recover ng ultimate dito ni Chamber, pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talaga bawas sila yung mga players ng ONIC, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na binuhang si Kakarot, pero hopefully makabawi sila. Pero napakadaming Napakatamig binampot ng mga players ngayon ng ONIC, pero finally, na-plant rin yung spike. Pushing it out, 2v3 situation right now. Blast dito sa matatamaan ito, shock dart mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if talagang mauubos pa ng NAOS ang ONIC. Pero Shiro, with just that Vandal on hand, we're winning on to one right now. Pero tikman mo, ang boga ko. Pero hindi yata na matama. Pero hindi yata na si Severin. Pushing ito, 1v1. Blast versus Severin. Who's gonna win this? Tamang classic lang din mga kaibigan, tamang right click. Pero Severin, Diyos ko po! Frostone thing, hindi siya tumatigil! Ay! Malapit na! Blast! Nasa kanan mo, idol! Sayang.
My God. 7-4, make that an 8-4. Yan ang sabi dito ng ONIC G. 8-4 isn't too bad though para sa side ng NAOS. That easily can be replaced with an 8-6 once na makuha nila itong pistol. Ito pinaka-importanting pistol round sa buhay nila, guys.
Pero sayang lang talaga hindi natama ni Blasi Severin eh. Natawa si Monyet eh, no? Tawa-tawa lang yan, pero mamaya lungkot na yan. Ganyan yan kahapon eh, diba? Yung kahapon kasi yung kalaban nila yung search siya, sa icebox yun. Tapos sasabi ni Monyet, gumaganon-ganon siya. Pero dito, tignan natin kung magagawa mo pa dito sa second half.
Paano ulit?
Gumagano-ganon siya? Promise? Alam mo naman talaga?
Diyos ko. 8-4. 4 na rounds lang naman yan. Basic. Pero to be fair, for ONIC G, para sa side nila, it would rely heavily sa play na gagawin ni Monyet at ni Nina Sova, ni Elmemore, pati ni NC Slasher dito. Yung how will they control to entry sites like here. Kagaya nung nakita natin for the lineup of NAOS, meron silang dito. May duelist sila eh. Itong si Blurred, siya yung Raze. But definitely, they are being shut down by Shiro. So dapat magawa rin nila yon once na sumubok umentry din tong players ng ONIC G, especially as Monyet hops in. Kasi malikot to maligalig to si Monyet eh.
Oo, knowing na Raze pa talaga gamit niya with all these double satchels na pwede lang iba to dito. Pero malakas ang ONIC sa defending. Sige, pagbigyan natin. Pero antayin nyo, mag-defending ang NAOS. Ito na ang Great Wall of NAOS mga kaibigan. Makikita nyo na in 20 seconds.
20 seconds pa, easy lang kayo. Ito na yung time nyo. Kunin yung mga chicharon, chicheria, lahat na ng chicha.
Oo, lahat na ng chicha, men. Mamon, kung gusto nyo. Sarap yun.
Oo nga, no? Nakakagutom naman.
Sisig, no? Tas maraming crispy na sisig. Sarap. Tas extra rice. Pero si Monyet, dire-diretso lang talaga papunta dito sa showers, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, what? Are you kidding me? Delicious is now dead. Pero nga lang, hopefully makabawi si Blast kahit sa talagang binibitan talaga ng orb of Blast with a peek! But Monyet with a kill! Ay.
Naku, naghahanap pa sila dito ng pwedeng mapitas. Dalawa na napitas ng ONIC G. That is Delicious at saka si Blast. Si Blast rather. At nagpa-planta nga ng spike.
One down. Bomb buddy out.
Ting mapatay. 19 HP na lang dito. Si kuya natin Blurred, si Kakarot naman full pa, pero nasan nga ba siya? Sabay dito, double trouble, napapasok ang players ng NAOS. They have to defuse the spike as they take one. Kakarot was able to secure a kill on Lememore and Severin. Isa pa ang kailangan niyang patayin dito, and this is NC Slasher. No, maatras lang, nagsiset-up lang ng stars, paatras lang siya ng paatras, and he's just gonna play it out para hindi ma-defuse yung spike. There is no full lalabas dito, and it's not gonna be enough time to defuse the spike or even get the kill.
Sayang hindi pa natamaan dito, pero yun nga, I mean, kahit naman ano mangyari, lamang na lamang talaga ang mga players ng ONIC doon because it's just the time is always in their favor. Na-push nga ng 1v1, pero the clock is ticking, malapit na sa sabog. Sa tao lang, if ever na kunyari pinatay pa ni Brimstone yun, kukulangin din siya sa oras eh. So, yeah, it's just hopefully talagang dito sa second half talaga makabawi ngayon ang mga players ng NAOS. Kasi yan naman talaga ang inaantay natin. Yan ang gusto natin mangyari. Jumpies on the corner of that area of the map, which is showers. Wala sa nakita dito at all, pero andun lang si Astra, waiting patiently para i-deploy niya ang kanyang mga stars para syempre malaman ako saan ba sila papasok dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, split yung players ngayon ng ONIC. Yung iba nasa B, yung iba nasa A, pero saan ba talaga magpupush ang mga players ngayon ng ONIC? Pero yung Spike is, yes, nasa may bandang B, pero madali naman pumunta ng A. Naghahanap lang sila ng magandang opening, lalong-lalo na yung mga players ng ONIC dito sa A. If ever napatay nila dito si Viper, if ever napatay nila si Brimstone, that is a perfect opening already for them to go here in A.
Opening ang ngayon ng ONIC G rin, as well as they are trying to see and play default kung meron silang pass.
Poison's off.
Or going back to this though, umatras ng kaunti si Severin.
One down.
Nice!
30 seconds left. Hawk out.
To A site here. Severin was able to spot one. 7 HP remaining para sa kanya. Kakarot, chinotgun lang si kuya mo. At ito na nga si Monyet pumapasok na rin with blast right around the corner. They will spot him out. 9 seconds para makapag-plant ng spike dito para sa side ng ONIC G. Madedelay ba nila the hop out mula sa players of now? Si Esports Monyet is down. Kevs, naghahanap. It's all up to him and Blurred.
Meron pa siyang meron siyang trailblazer dito if ever, pero nga nagpaparamdam dito si Kevs, mga kaibigan, pero sa totoo lang lamang talaga dito si NC Slasher. Pero let's see if ever makukuha ba ni Kevs to. NC Slasher is super low on HP, half HP na siya, pero nga nagkakachup-chup pa rin, pero nga bumaba ng yun si Kevs. Pero hindi pa sila nagkakatingin talagang it's time was already ticking at kailangan talaga mapatay ni Kevs, pero yun nga! Napatay na ni Kevs si NC Slasher, 9-5 already! And that is a big thrifty na ginawa ngayon ng NAOS.
Grabe!
Wala silang pera, partner. It's si Blast, naka-classic lang, pero na-right click lang din yung isa.
One down. 30 seconds.
Naubos dito players ng ONIC G. And as you can see, a thrifty 350
10 seconds
para sa NAOS Esports. At makakabawi ang ganti ng api. Sabi nga natin at tinatawag natin para dito sa mga players ng NAOS Esports. Sana masakyan nila yung momentum na pwede nilang makuha from this round. Lalo na they are on the defense. Of course, with this map, mas matindi ang depensa na kailangan mo rin gawin. Lalo na kung explosive ang mga entry na ginagawa ng players dito ng ONIC G.
Oo. Pero on to this map naman talaga si Blurred na nga. Isa pa nga, mukhang gusto talagang niyang mataya pa yung sir, pero Blurred with another one right now. Pero tingnan mo, makakaisa pa ata. Lemon more, wala nang buhay. Piso na lang yan. Kevs will kill again and si Sashi with another one. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang sa NAOS. Walang kabawas-bawas, oh. Kahit piso wala. Pero may namatay. Okay lang yun. Isa lang yun eh.
Oh my God.
Ito na ang ganti ng api.
Tagal nating inantay to all the way from that first half. On the other hand, NAOS finally shining para sa mapa na to. And 9-6 na nga ang score natin. Ekin!
Nice! Nice para sa NAOS! Kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin ang NAOS! Time!
Para sa amin, puso lang!
Oo, puso lang!
Puhunan namin dito. Anong skin yan?
Yung ano?
Green screen? Yung parang may snow.
Oo, green screen yun. Yung Winter Wonder, pero ka ng Blurred. Woptik! Woptik! Wala nang tamahan dito kasi
sayang, nag-TP out eh, natakot.
Oo, natakot siya eh.
Dapat
Diyos ko po,
rendezvous.
kinabahan na yun. Ano siya, men? Pinagpawisan siya sa nangyayari sa nakita natin dito kay Blurred. Iron Phantom, pinakamagandang skin sa lahat, no cap. Well, lahat naman ng Iron partner. Alam natin yan.
Oo, parang lumalakas times 10 yung tutok mo kapag yan yung gamit mo eh.
Oh, tapos meron damage plus 5 tsaka plus 5% damage to demi-human. Pero nga, ibang bang trend. Pero Kevs gonna kill on to Severin right now. Napakagandang hold na ginagawa ng NAOS ngayon. Ito na ang ganti ng api. Ito na, lalaban na ulit mga players ngayon na Pilipinas, mga engineers with another one right now. Shiro, wala nang magawa. Ha? Opa! Pero 5 versus 3 right now. Unti-unti na nawawala yung mga players dito ng ONIC G. Pero ito na papasok na yung mga players dito ng NAOS, mga kaibigan. Monyet nag-aantay dito sa Gedi. Yes, meron siyang meron siyang showstopper though, pero magkoconnect pero hindi. Medyo kinulang ata yung shock dart dito ni Lemmy Moore mga kaibigan, pero nag-aantay na sila the perfect timing before makapasok sila dito sa may B. Pero Lemmy Moore pushing in, pero Blurred with that operator, hindi na natatama mga kaibigan, pero okay lang yan. Kakarot with another one right now. 2v2, tinap na nga yung spike. Dinidefuse ni Kakarot mga kaibigan. Gelicious with a kill again, pero Gelicious the other one, pero yun nga, Gelicious with a big kill! 7-9! Unti-unti nang bumabawi ang Pilipinas mga kaibigan. Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Naos the time. Tama ba yun? Yun di ba? Naos the time.
Naos the time ang sinasabi natin dyan. Hashtag Naos the time.
Kitang-kita yung ulo.
My God.
Na-slash yung ulo ni NC Slasher dito, partner.
9-7 na score natin. Si Monyet na dito yung top fragger. Kanina si Shiro, pero this time Monyet is taking the frags in para naman sa players ng NAOS. Ang gagawin lang nila dito at kailangan nilang problemahin is to stop ONIC G on their toes. Si Lememore magre-rico na rin para makahanap kung sakasakali man ng informasyon na yan. Nakapasok na dito. They were able to take lamps already habang yung ibang players ng ONIC G parang nagluluksong baka.
May patalon-talon lang sila dito no? Kala mo may paligan ng luksong baka dito Varsity. Pero blast. Spot shots, medyo tinamaan ngayon si NC Slash yung mga kami, pero dahil sa orbitals are coming in from Kakarot, pero wala tamaan dito yung mga players ng ONIC G. Pero kala tapos na, ubus na dito yung smoke ng mga players natin sa ONIC para lang syempre magkaroon na sila ng magandang entry kung sino talagang papatayin nila. Trailblazer spotting one already, pero Diyos ko po, blasted it one down. Hindi na kailangan makita yung kalaban niya para makapatay siya. Ang kailangan lang niya either sa telekinesis at telepathy, lahat lang yun okay na. Pero natakot ata yung mga players ng ONIC G mga kaibigan, they're gonna go here and B na lang din talaga. Pero mukhang iikot ata no? Ginejabate yung mga players ng NAOS, pero akala mo naman talaga magpapajabate ba yung NAOS? Hindi!
Isipin mo, kakampi nila dito, pangalan, Gelicious. Gelicious equals debated. Yan ang mangyayari para sa ONIC G as he takes the double kill, the quadra even, and he takes the round for the team of NAOS. 69 HP remaining.
Nice talaga. Isipin mo, partner, umiikot-ikot pa sila. Ano yun, fake? Pero wala namang ganun. Anong fake? Bitch lang ang peke.
Sabi si Gelicious, yung napakatinding hold niya dito with the 4K. Ang gandang finisher para sa kanya, Parang present lang, parang Pasko.
Diyos ko, ito, niregaluhan yung ONIC. Ito, regalo ko sino yung mga niregalo ko sino yung mga kakampi nyo. Ito, Merry Christmas. Hindi ko alam kung sinasabi ko, pero sana manalo NAOS.
Lahat naman kasyon
Oo, pero ito yung long katog ni Lemmy Moore mga kaibigan. Parang wala naman bawas dito. Hindi naman okay yung long katog mo, pero nga nakakaroon ng kill on to one now. Kakaroon sees the players of ONIC right now. Pero yung nga tamang steam beacon na in-steam. Pati yung kalaban in-steam beacon na. Para syempre magkaroon lang din ng konting advantage dito.
Oo, kawawa naman sila Tulong-tulong na to, bayanihan, sabi dito ng NAOS Esports.
My God, pati yung kalaban. In-steam beacon na kahit hindi naman gumagana, pero kasi Lemmy Moore nakachapa na naman ng isa po. Check ito, 3 versus 4 situation right now. Blast going in, pero meron siyang pambuhay dito. Kakaroon na isa pa. Wall bang! All walls are wangable. Anong bangable? Hindi, wangable yun!
May bago na pinalitan na actually. Your duty is not over. Binuhay ang patay para sa side ng NAOS Esports 2v2. And kailangan lang nila hawakan yung post plant na yan. Si Blurred nakapatay. And this is now up to Shiro with a very low HP. Nag-TP. Akala mo talaga.
Oh no.
Guguloy na lang dito. Oh no. Oh my God. Bumaril lang siya dito. Ay!
Sayang. Okay lang.
Wala na akong masasabi. Sayang. Nice try.
Give chance. NT. Give chance to others. Masyadong generous. Kasi, alam mo ba, itong band kasi mapa ng Pinoy ito Disyerto. Saan ba yung disyerto? Saan ba?
Saan ba?
Meron bang disyerto sa Pilipinas?
Walang disyerto sa Pilipinas,
meron.
Ay, mga sand dunes.
Ay, yun, oo. Saan nga ulit yun?
Sa Iloilo ba yun?
Sand dunes.
Sa Iloilo ata yun
Wait lang, Philippines. Wait lang, ginugoogle ko.
Sa Ilocos ba?
Sand dunes. Sa Ilocos Norte. Diba? Sa Ilocos Norte to, bind Ilocos Norte, dun lang to, men. Maraming mga shorties dito, sabi sa akin ng friend ko. Pero hindi ko alam yun kasi wala naman akong interest sa mga shorties, pare.
Ang bilis naman ng save mo doon, Bill.
Oo, si Taylor meron.
Ligtas agad Nabawasan ka ng ligtas points pero bumalik din naman agad-agad. Mahal ka talaga ni Lord pero NC Slasher planting the spike already. Up and online na rin yung Cosmic Divide, pati na rin yung Viper Spit na yan. Coming in here from ONIC G. They are in a broken buy right now. Pinilit na nila ito, force kung force para sa kanila habang yung Blast habang si Blast naman ay naka-bulldog lang. But this smoke, they are having a hard time seeing enemies right now para magkatulungan sila dito. Monyet inside the Viper's Pit trying to see kung nasan yung mga kalaban. Blast already tapping the spike. The spike diffuser has been killed. Yan ang sabi. And with a little amount of HP, problema talaga nila dito ay Viper's Pit. Siyempre, hindi nila mahanap kung nasan nga ba nagtatago talaga. Lahat ng mga players dito ng ONIC G, ginugulo lang sila. Hindi nila makuha. Hindi nila balik.
Patay si... Diyos ko po, jumping leg clip of that judge, man. Ay! Natamaan nung judge? Pwede pala yun? Pwede yun, syempre. Pwede yun. Grabe yung ginawa ni Monyet dito no? Alam mo, sobrang chill lang sa backside. Tumatalon-talon lang siya. Talon lang ang punuhan, spacebar lang. Tinan mo, talon-talon lang. Bam! Yun yung ginagawa niya.
Ilang rounds na itong ginagawa ng ONIC G. Yung magpa-plant sila ng spike tapos talagang guguluhin lang nila yung NAOS dahil sa dami ng utilities nila, nakakataka sila. So, I really think that NAOS should probably try engaging with them na hindi talaga sila makapasok all throughout for the post-plant situation because maganda post-plant ng ONIC On the other hand, ginamit na rin nila dito yung Viper Spit ni Delicious para lang kahit pa paano bumalik at hindi sila magplano na mag-A-site. Pero posible pa rin na baka i-take nila yan, no? But we are already seeing rotations coming in from ONIC all the way to long at mukhang B-take ata ang plano nila.
B-take it is. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, meron naman pera yung mga players ng NAOS dito pero hindi talaga sila nag-commit ng Vandals and nag-full buys nito talaga. Kasi syempre parang lang at least meron pa silang pera pagdating dito ng match point ng ONIC pero nga lang blurred. Medyo na-reveal siya ng konti pero nga lang Kevs. Meron naman siyang ibon dito na lumilipad pero nga lang nakakita ng isa. That's way coming in from blurred right now. Catches one. Pero Shiro yung natin pero kakarot! Sinampal ng Sheriff si Shiro sa mukha! 2v3! Eto Monyet with that bazooka! With that showstopper!
Pang-cancel niya lang yan pang-delay niya lang yan para hindi walang pumasok din at sumili. Pero actually, yung dalawang players dito ng NAOS is on TT already. They are quite aware kaya hinahanap nila with the showstopper. But good thing, hindi sila lumabas dito. 23 seconds remaining. Mukhang malaking rotation ang gagawin nila dito with the TP out. At may kasama ring recon. Pero wala naman silang masaspatan on A-site because there is actually no one there. Kailangan lang nila dito is pigilan mag-plant ng spike or they would do a retake. It's already 7 seconds. And this volley! This volley! Na-plant pa din!
Nalusaw si Lemimor, mga kaibigan! Napakasakit! Kuya Eddie! Wala siya nagawa Kitang-kita si Kakarot
Gandang lineup nung Molly. Buti na lang si Kakarot yung buhay dito. Ang ganda nung lineup niya with the Molly. Or even Delicious, if Delicious was still alive, kaya nilang lineup pa naman din dito. And just those kinds of little plays can make things happen for the team. Muntik nga makancel yung pag-plant ng spike, but at least it was able to kill this Sova. Kasi hindi niya talaga bibitawan yan, men. Kasi wala nang oras
Ay! Buhay pa rin ang mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan. 9-11. Talagang babawi at babawi. Iba talaga ang pusong Pinoy. Kahit mag-5 games tayo, pero sana wag naman ganun.
Okay. Best of 3 pero 5 games.
Oo. A big shoutout nga pala kay PPGL. Hello!
Hello!
Hi.
Umaatras sila dito. Nakatalikod sila maglakad. Alam nyo kung bakit. Dahil ayaw nilang ma-flash. Pero si Blurred, very low on HP is Monyet. Napapatay na dito with Kevs getting that 2K. Blurred was able to take 2 as well. Isa-isa nilang inubos. Dalawa lang sila sa site pero inubos nila yung 5.
Ubos! Pati pantubos! 2v5! Ang sabi ng mga players sa tatlo doon, pre, sali naman kami. Hindi nila sinali, pre. Sila lang yung nag-enjoy.
Alam mo yung feeling na pagdating mo doon, tapos na? Parang kailangan nyo pa ba ako?
Alam mo, sana talaga nung nag-1-0 kanina nung first round, dinanalo na NAOS, feeling ko sana next map na Pinatag...
11-10 at least hindi na ganun kalaki yung gap dito. At the same hand, syempre, ONIC, natalo sila on that round. I'm not quite sure kung may pera sila pambili for the next rounds that is about to come. At para naman sa NAOS, looking good para sa kanilang depensa. So far, so good para sa kanila. Wag lang talaga, pagdating sa post-plant lang ng ONIC yung pag natitake nila talaga yung site, doon sila nagkakaproblema, tapos sa dami ng utilities din na kayang ilabas dito ng ONIC.
Men, andito, yung isa sa ka-teammate ko, si Dispenser, nanonood sa Twitch. Hello! Hi! Kasi, itatago ko na siya sa pangalang Kevin, te.
Laging nanonood yan.
Oo, men. Idol ko yan.
Tsaka sina Jessie Vash din, laging nanonood din ng ng PPGL stream natin eh.
Yung mga teammates ko talaga nanonood talaga sila lagi. Ikaw ba? Kailan ka nasali sa amin?
Kasi kumpleto na ata kayo. Sidestep is all they need.
Oo, tama. Salamat. Lalaro kami next
na ako
stage.
sa inyo, kaya nyo na yan. Stage 2. Sabi nga nila. Pero back to the game. Tama na ang bolahan dito sa stream. Masyado nang lumalaki ang problema ng ONIC G. Kasi ang laki na nung gap nila kanina. Pero ngayon, nahabol talaga ng NAOS. Tuloy nyo lang.
Alam nyo ba, okay lang. Kasi ang NAOS talaga mabilis talaga humabol yan, men.
Sanay na sanay tumakbo yan eh.
Oo, men. Diyos ko yung tipong pagkuha, takbo agad, batsi agad, alam mo yun? Mga tipong ganun. Hindi pa pagkakain sa handaan, out lang, aawit na agad.
May dala pang may dala pang Tupperware, tapos kakausapin pa yung pinsan mo.
Oo, nagsukbit pa ng lumpia.
Binulsa?
Binulsa yung yung lumpia. Oo, alam mo, ang kapal na mukha, humingi pa ng ketchup. Humingi pa ng sausawan.
Nilagay pa sa supot kung saan nilalagay yung yelo.
Oo. Gusto pa yung branded na Tupperware. Pero itong mga players na yung mga kaibigan, ito na yung long gatong ng mga players ng ONIC mga kaibigan, pero hindi naman yan masarap. Pero ito na rin yung boga na nilalabas dito ng Raze mga kaibigan, pero nasan ba yun? Si Gelicious may hawak din. Si Blurred meron din hawak, pero kala Blurred! Coming in from behind! Tumigil kayo sa likod nyo! Always check your six! Bili-bili pa kayo! Ha? Bawas naman daw ulit kahit armor lang!
11-11, make a wish, sir. Mukhang matinding dasalan ang ginawa dito ng NAOS Esports as they take rounds after rounds pagdating sa match na ito. This showstopper connecting and making the opening happen. Isipin mo, yung lurk na yan mula kay Blurred ang bumuo ng momentum for the specific round and for them to take the round yet again. Wala atang pera na naman. Nakaiko ba sila dun kanina?
Ha? Nakaiko? Hindi! Nag-buy sila!
Naku po.
Nag-buy sila, wala silang
ngayon.
Tira mo, wala silang kapera-pera. Oh, Diyos ko po. Naos, kung ako sa inyo, bigyan sila ng pera eh. Mag-drop kayo dyan sa mid. Di ba? Pero ito, Naos magwa-match point na ata itong mga players at mga kaibigan. Comeback is real. Tandaan nyo, ang mga Pilipino, sanay matalo yan. Kasi alam naman natin na talagang bumabangon tayo sa lahat. Yun yung motivation natin pag natalo tayo nalakas. Oh, resiliency, di ba? Diyos ko, pinunit na nila ang sedula. Lalaban sila.
Pinunit ang sedula. Delicious! He was able to take one. Si Munyet nakaisa lang din dito. Balik-balik lang pero blast with a triple with a 4K to finish things off. NAOS! They are on a match point.
Ay, nako mga
maganda,
kaibigan.
The future is bright.
Men, 2-0 to eh. We came from the future and the future is bright. Naisusulat sa Biblia na wala ng OT-OT to. Mamaya, merong date yung NAOS, men. Si Kakarot nag-PM sa akin, pre. Gusto ko lang tapusin to kasi may date ako.
Kailangan na eh. Kumbaga, kunin mo na, nandyan na oh. Kukunin mo na lang oh. Isang ano na lang yan. Isang hablot na lang, kumbaga. Para sa players dito ng NAOS Esports. The other hand, simula na baka dito na magkakaalaman, OT nga ba ang mangyayari? Or is it gonna be NAOS Esports taking this game away from ONIC? Napakuna yung score ng ONIC dito. On the other hand, Monyet is they are just playing default. Naghahanap sila ng pwedeng ma-pick off. At syempre, on the other hand, andito rin naman si Kevs para i-cancel out kung sino man ang mga gustong pumasok dito. Hindi nag-connect yung flash na yan. The paint shells come in at habang busy si Bird na sinisira yung recon na yan, sumilip naman si Kevs to take that refrag. Buti na lang, merong connection na matitindi para naman sa Molly, para sa NC Slasher, planting the spike already. 4v4, Bill.
Hinati ang mundo mga kami, pero di natin kasi ba makakapunta, pero in-steam B ko na kay Sarina, pero yung ngalang Kevs, Charlie Bush, pero Diyos ko po, ginawang barbecue, ginawang isaw, yung dalawang players ng ONIC mga kaibigan, tinuhog, ladies and gentlemen, Bush ka to, 3v1 situation right now, flash na sinong kakampi ko, kakaroon na nasali ka dito, and
nice!
Naos!
Tapos ang boxing, defuse
nyo na, pre! Defuse nyo! Pre, defuse nyo! Ayan!
OMG, nakalimutan nila. Nauna yung celebration.
Nauna yung nice kung i-defuse nyo muna, ayan!
Nauna yung celebration nila doon.
Diyos
Anak ng
ko!
toka, pampakaba effect pa tong mga players ng NAOS Esports. They take game number 1 in a comeback fashion mula dito sa ONIC G. Parang storya lang ng ONIC at sure siya nangyari with the comeback.
Comeback Israel, ladies and gentlemen, naisusulat yan. Kasi tulad nga ng sinabi namin sa inyo, kailangan lang talaga ng patalo ang NAOS ng ilang rounds para syempre comeback. Kasi alam naman natin, mga action star yan, di ba? Pag diesel nga, di ba, kailangan mo munang painitin. Kailangan mo munang i-rev.
Bago mo i-drive.
Kailangan mo munang ganunin. At yun, pinainit na ng mga NAOS yung mga kamay nila. Gigil na. May kasamang lip bite pa.
Yung namumuti na yung labi.
Oo, yung may kasamang ugat-ugat
na na maging magigil talaga. Pero ito na nga, stats looking here, we have Monyet as the MVP of ONIC. Para naman sa side ng NAOS, it's gonna be Blurred with 19 kills in total, 1.4 KDA and 251 combat score. But honestly, along the rounds, pagdating doon sa dulong part ng match natin, for the side of NAOS Esports, it was actually all the players for the team na tumatrabaho talaga. They were really holding down the fort pagdating sa mga site. Mapa-A man yan, mapa-B site, talagang matindi ang depensa, parang Great Wall of China.
Oh, men, wala nang A, B hanggang Z na yan, men. A to Z. Kung meron mga Z
Di nila
site,
mapasok.
hindi talaga nila mapapasok yan kasi masyadong masikip. Yung kailangan nilang pasukan na butas. Which is yan ang ginagawa ng NAOS.
Sige, tuloy mo!
Ayun!
Player standing.
Mahirap. Muntik na. Pero, ito yung 1-0 na di ba? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, sino na panalo na first round? NAOS, di ba? Oh, pinatagal pa nila. Nagpagod pa sila. Kung sa inyo, talagang
pinatapos na lang nila para at least hindi na sayang yung oras nila, di ba?
Oo, next map na sana. Diyos ka naman. Ang dali-dali mag-Valorant. Ba't ginagawa niyo pang komplikado?
Game highlights for you guys. Pero ang ganda din talaga ng hold ni Shiro during the time that they were on the defense. Kaya kaya hindi makapasok at all itong mga players ng NAOS Esports. One of the reason is Shiro. Look at the game highlights. Parang siya na lang each and every round. Buhat na buhat.
Buhat no? Wala eh. I mean, walang nagawa. Yung mga players ng ONIC dito, pinakabalang yung mga Pinoy. Ganun lang yun. Akala nyo maratalo kami, no? It's a prank! Pero sabi ng NAOS sa akin.
Napako sila sa 11 score eh. Hindi na sila nakabuelo. Lalo na they are forced into an eco position. Of course, it's gonna be quite difficult. Pero ang ganda na sana ng mga simulang rounds nila dito. Nabasa rin sila ng NAOS Esports definitely in how they play. Because a while ago, pagdating sa post-plan situation, it was unstoppable for ONIC G. Lalo na pag gumagamit sila ng matitinding utilities dito. But natutong mag-lurk si Kuya mo Blurred.
Oo, diba? Men, pangalan pa lang, diba? Baka makikita mo si Blurred. Ganun lang yun, men. Hindi mo makikita yan. Pero it's just the players of NAOS din talaga. Kasi mo tinuho, ginawang isaw, ginawang barbecue, ginawang Betamax, ginawang zigzags, pare.
Nakita mo naman, that was the first game and now takes it away for ONIC G. Mapapanood natin later on, syempre yung game number 2 and hopefully NAOS ang makapasok, no? Alam naman natin na watch party talaga to, kaya sinusuportahan natin yung ating mga Pinoy team. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, it's gonna be game number 2.
belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every day. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground, and no matter I do.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Andito pa rin tayo, syempre, para sa ating huling series for today. Kami nga pa lang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Vil. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa game number 2, syempre, just wanna remind you guys, Fiber Strong, Family Strong. Alam nyo na ang aking sasabihin with the new G-Fiber Only 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds up to 150 Mbps.
Makita naman natin yan talaga
unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.com.
It's just yung mga players and syempre yung mga coaches on screen nakikita natin talaga sobrang galit na galit. And sorry dun sa medyo putol ata ng konti, pero importante konti lang. Pero alam nyo kung anong marami ang supporters ng NAOS, marami ang pag-asa ng NAOS na ma-2-0 ito. Easy 2-0. Yan lang daw yun. Sabi ni Monyet to, gumagano'n siya. Legit, gumagano'n talaga siya, men. Akala niyo kung sino siya?
Inaaway na naman ng caster. Pero
ko nang
pagdating
gawin
dito
to.
sa susunod na match natin, syempre, ito na nga ang tunay at totoo. Maliban na lang kung makabawi pa ang ONIC G pagdating sa ating game number 2. But looking at how this map is gonna play out, ang NAOS actually ang pumili ng bind, no? And rather,
Yeah.
after that, ONIC is gonna be picking Icebox. Sila yung pumili ng Icebox. So itong mapa na to is actually in the hands of ONIC G. May map pickers ba nangyayari for ONIC G? Hindi natin alam. But of course, with the side of NAOS, when we look and check up kung ano ba ang mga recent played matches nila dito, especially when we really take a look on their ice, it's actually 71% win rate. Pero napakaliit lang ng sample size na yan. It's just a total of 7 times that they played Icebox in tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, kahit pinili naman ng ONIC ang Icebox daw, syempre, meron din naman natatago dyan ng NAOS if ever. Kasi that's one of their not comfy, pero comfortable maps din talaga dito sa side ng mga Filipino teams. So, we're gonna get to see if ever talaga magpupush pa tayo ng 1-1 or probably straight up 2-0 na lang din talaga. Pero ito partner, they really need to shut down si yung chamber kanina. Nakalimutan ko na yung pangalan eh. Hindi naman kasi relevant. Pero
si yung chamber kanina?
Oo.
Si Shiro.
Ayun, si Shiro. Ayun. Sobrang solid talaga nung yung mga positionings nila dito. So, yeah, let's see if ever they can actually shut down. Chamber na lang din talaga dito sa bind. Pero napansin natin na talagang malakas nga rin talaga. Mahirap din talaga mag-attacking dito sa mapa na to. And nakita naman natin yan dito sa ginawa nga ng ONIC G na NAOS talagang sobrang they had a hard time dealing with the players of ONIC G whenever nung attacking sila. Pero nung nag-second half na rin tayo, at least nakabawan nila na kahit paano ang NAOS nung sila na nag-defender. Kasi, I mean, it is given already. Yes, I mean, the chamber is really strong whenever you are playing na nasa defender side. And that is the thing that Shiro capitalized. That ability of him to go to A and sub B instantly. So, parang literal na naglalaro-laro lang siya doon, palipat-lipat lang siya. Pero meron naman siyang cooldown. Probably like siguro mga 20 plus seconds or like 15 to 30 seconds. I guess, basta yun yung cooldown nun. So, I mean, 30 seconds, mga 15 seconds, that is huge already.
Kumbaga, yun ang ultimate defense ng
sobrang ultimate
dito.
Ng
ONIC G.
Tama. Siya yung talagang Great Wall eh. Great Wall of ONIC G na rin talaga siya. Kasi, I mean, operator, then chamber, siya ang ultimate defense and ultimate sentinel dito sa mapa na to.
Definitely true. Ang laki nung impact niya pagdating doon sa ating second map. Especially on the time na defense ang posisyon dito ng ONIC G. Ganun nga rin ba ang magiging impact ng isang Shiro when it comes to this next match-up? Syempre, Icebox nga yung susunod natin na mapa. And based on their statistics or their recent matches as well, they played out itong chamber 5 times or 6 times rather consecutively. Ito ang ginagamit nila na lineup. So for sure magsi-Shiro or rather mag-aano na naman sila dito, magsi-chamber pick na naman dito yung players ng ONIC G for sure. But on the other hand, is it gonna be a KO? Yun nga ba yung pipiliin ng isang kakarot or mag-iiba na naman yung setup ng NAOS Esports when it comes to this second game that we are having?
Yeah, we're gonna get to see naman talaga kung sino ba ang magko-pop off dito. Well, we're actually waiting rin din kung ipapasok nila si Z. So, tingin mo, partner?
Actually, feeling ko din na baka ipasok nila si Z dito, no? Last time that they played against Southbuilt Esports on the map like Icebox, ito yung huling matchup nila dito. They played against Southbuilt Esports. I think they lost this map against Southbuilt. On the other hand, ito yung lineup nila. Ito yung kumbaga agent pick nila during that time in the Icebox. Si Kakarot nag-KO pa rin siya. Pumasok si Z. Tapos nilabas muna nila dito yung ibang players, syempre. At he used the chamber pick para sa mapa na to. So, he might come out on this map, specific map that we are looking at. Maybe it's gonna be a comfort pick or comfort lineup pa rin para sa NAOS Esports. They're gonna stick to that 5-man.
Wala. Napanood ko na to, bes. Ito na talaga. Sipin mo, mirror match. Nag-mirror match din kanina dito sa mapa na to. Pero kung mapapansin mo, ito talaga yung pinaka-the best na composition dito sa no? dito sa A talaga. I mean, dito sa Icebox, no? Jet, Sage, Viper, Sova, Chamber.
Si
Ito na
Kakarot
talaga,
yung nag-chamber.
Yeah. Babalik siya dito kay Chamber.
Talagang makikita mo naman when it comes to lineups, pagalingan na lang. Si Kevs, napakalakas na itong mag-Sova din. The lineups that he can make, very formidable for the team, especially when taking sides and also trying to retake sides apparently. And aside from that, 1-0 na eh. Nasa side ng NAOS ngayon yung momentum. Isipin mo, nauna pa silang mag-celebrate bago mag-defuse ng spike kanina. Nagulat ako, hindi sila gumagalaw.
Yeah. Nagulat lang din ako dun eh. Pero, partner sa tingin mo ba? Chamber or KO?
Oh.
Chamber pa rin siguro, no?
Pagdating kasi dito sa Icebox, long range battle din kasi to. So, that tour de force, yung kanyang operator na tinatawag natin, at yung kanyang, especially in the first few rounds, lalo na sa mga eco, pag nagagamit niya rin yung headhunter, if they really wanna be aggressive, this can be actually picked out. Aside from that, yung traps naman ng Chamber is very efficiently used pagdating dito, lalo na kung mabilis ang push ang gustong gawin ng ONIC G because of the slow that it can be giving, or it can give rather, para sa side ng ONIC.
Oo, tama. Pero ngayon, naglalaban na tayo dito sa Icebox! Pagkatapos nating pumunta sa mainit-init na bind, pupunta naman tayo dito sa malamig-lamig na Icebox, mga kaibigan. Pero mukhang sobrang aggressive ata ng mga players ngayon. Nang NAOS talagang harapan na ata yung ONIC, pero yung nga Kakarot catches one, pero wala na patay! Sobrang sayang lang!
Naku po. 3 players na ng NAOS ang napatay dito. Ganun talaga. Sa una, nagpapabugbog ang mga bida. But this is NC Slasher planting the spike right now. Up to Kevs at up to Blurred ngayon on how can they retake this. Si Shiro ang magsusova. Mukhang si Chamber mapupunta sa kamay ni Severin on this map that we are looking at. At dito na nga si Kuya mo Blurred, kaso nga lang wala siyang maakyatan dito dahil na-wall off nung Sage, no? So kailangan nilang basagin to, either that or talagang hanapin na ngayon yung mga kalaban. Kevs was already tagged. He's doing the shock darts right now and the double kill from Onyet. A double shot to the head as well.
Double trouble, partner. Yan. Partner, pwede mo na akong gawing 100% mo na ako ulit.
Pwede na.
Ayan. Direct 100% mo na ako ulit para hindi na ganun kalakas yung boses ko. Kanina pala kasi, sorry. Yung kanina guys, mahina pa yung mic ko noon.
Mahina pa yon. Isipin nyo, pero nasasaktan na yung tenga ko. Paano pa kaya ngayon?
Oo. Isipin mo bes no? 8 years, 9 years na
Ikaw
tayong...
na sumisigaw sa tenga ko,
Oo. Salamat kasi hindi pa sira yung tenga mo. Ibig sabihin nun, chill pa. Hindi pa ako...
Hindi pa yun yung final form mo. TP out si Kuya mo Severin. Pagdating dyan at nabawasan ba siya? Nakabawas siya.
Nakabawas siya.
Very low.
Oo. Kahit pa paano, pero yun nga lang si Severin, importante is bawas din siya, pero nagkakabawas na nga yung mga players natin, pero okay lang yun kasi si NC Slasher meron naman siyang heal do, pero yung nga lang NC Slasher will plant the spike already, and for now siguro go on a full on 5-man retake, mga kaibigan. They don't have the snake bite, pero si KFC dito wala na siyang shock dart, no? So ang pinaka-problema din talaga dito ng NAOS, mga kaibigan, is just the utilities lang din na meron ang ONIC. Syempre nawala ang NAOS, pero alam mo din nakatatlo na nga rin talaga, pero makakakuha pa ba naka-isang kill dito ang NAOS, mga kaibigan. Pero ang more with a kill on to 1 as well, pero Monyet with a 4K.
Yun.
Si Monyet kasi gumagano'n, ginagaya ko lang kasi parang ang sarap gawin.
Sige, ikaw na lang gumaya. Bahala ka na sa buhay mo. Pero 6-0 na siya agad dito, second round pa lang. Gising na si Kuya mo Monyet. Isipin mo, parang nilalagnat pa ata siya, ha?
Kalma lang tayo kasi nagsisimula pa lang naman tayo eh. Mamaya tayo mamaya tayo magagalit.
Alam mo naman,
tama.
Yung NAOS, ganyan naman yung nila eh. Mga trip nila eh. Kumbaga, first 2 rounds, sige na nga, pagbigyan na natin yan para maramdaman nila yung magka-score. Kasi maya sa shutdown din naman natin to. Isipin mo nga, na-comeback natin sila kanina.
Oo. Alam mo ba sa Twitch, mga kaibigan, si Coast by Coast, naggo-go NAOS, pero ang pinredict niya ONIC G, di ba? Nice one, di ba? Oo.
At least nakasuporta verbally.
Oo, di ba? Kahit gano'n lang yan. Pero yun nga lang. Oh, Blurred with a kill on to nice. Go for the second one. Diyos ko po, inupos si Blurred. Hindi nyo makikita si Blurred, baby boy! Nice! Apat mga ata with a dash! Blurred, meron ka ng pang-ace! Meron ka ng pang-pull sa Valorant PH, mga kaibigan! Blurred with an ace! Sinaksak pa!
Insta screenshot! Insta screenshot! Insta
Pull sa
record!
Valo PH!
Tignan mo, magta-timeout yan. Isi-save na sa PC, tapos ipopost na yan sa Twitter. My God!
Oh, man!
Hindi nila napigilan si Blurred dito. Nag-audition sila. Valorant's Got Talent. Ang nais pala dito ng ONIC G. Mali sila ng sinalihang liga.
Isa-isa sila, no? Isipin mo si Lemmy Moore, naka-spectre pero nakakasik lang si Blurred? Ha? Yung libreng barel? Ano na? Tinan mo si Blurred? Siya lang yung may kill? Siya lang yung naglalaro?
Easy. Naka-maintenance na. Naka-maintenance ka na.
Uy! Baliw ka ba? muntik na kitang ano eh. Oh! Si Blurred, mga kaibigan, nilabas na niya ang kanyang tinidor na galing sa Philippines.
All the way from Philippines with love.
Oo.
Yan ang ipapahatid niya dito at ihahandog para sa ONIC G. Habang si Kakarot naman ay G rin para harapin itong mga players ng ONIC as he kills Monyet with a headshot. He's going for another. He
Nice!
spots the third, but not gonna be able
Chamba.
to take the kill. 2-1 trade ang nangyari doon.
Delicious.
He needs to go back right now. At least na-heal siya dito. At si Severin naman,
Okay lang
very low on HP, but he was able to kill
Uy, naku po!
Ay, isipin mo bago pa mabuo geometry. Alam na ni Kevs yan.
Diyos ko, men, kitang-kita mo. Akala mo, Severin sa jowa mo kikiligin. Hindi!
Sa shock dart lang
Kikiligin
pala.
ka sa shock dart lang ni Kems, mga kaibigan. Partida si Kems, nakapikit habang naglalaro. Tuto na! My God, bili pa! Valorant pa! Umuulan sa labas! Umiiyak na yung langit kasi matatalo ang ONIC! Umuulan ba dyan?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Dito umuulan eh.
Hindi ko na marinig sa sigaw mo, alam mo yun?
Ay, sorry.
Teka, tahimik ka. Hindi umuulan eh.
Ay, hindi. Papunta pala dyan. Na-traffic. Traffic sa
alam
EDSA.
mo naman sa Pilipinas, traffic sa EDSA guys. So,
na-traffic sa
na-traffic
EDSA
yung ulan dito. So, easy lang kayo dyan. Chill lang muna tayo. Pero forced into an eco right now is ONIC at Spectres, or rather, Sheriff lang meron sila dito. Sheriff lang sa kalam. Yan ang sabi ni Monyet. Nag-text eh.
Oo, nag-text lang ba? Sheriff pa kayo. Hindi naman kayo tumatama. Pero, Kebs up, kitang-kita yun. Alam na alam ko yung ginagawa mo, baby boy. Huli ka sa camera.
Lumilipat na CCTV.
Oo, men. Yan, ito rin yung drone, no? Op! Nag-montage pa. Nag-montage pa si Kebs.
Ayun, popost niya sa YouTube eh.
Oo, men.
Yan na nga lang yung kaya
Icebox
nilang gawin
montage.
dito. Icebox
Tama.
montage.
Oo,
Icebox
pero
map.
ito-
Oh!
Chamba. Okay lang yan. Pero si Monyet, mga kaibigan, alam naman natin, pag gipit sa patalim ko makapit, kaya mag-blaze lang din siya. Pero Diyos ko po, mukhang makikita na rin dito yung mga players dito ng NAOS, mga kaibigan, para si Monyet. Let's see if, gusto nang kunin yung operator, pero hindi mo na yung makukuha, baby boy. Monyet, nakachamba na namang isa. Ngayon, pwede ka na mag-contract para kunin yung operator na yan. Pamigay na yan ng NAOS para sa'yo. 2v4. Look at that, delicious. Nakapatay na kasi si Shiro, pero kailangan nilang patayin yung Viper. Kailangan nilang patayin yung Viper Smith here, syempre, para manalo pa ang mga players na
to the face.
right click si Delicious. Pero sabi ni Kebs, kayang-kaya ko yan, men. 1v4, easy.
Siya na natitira dito, and that is NC Slasher taking the final kill to close things off na 350. Yung mga tropa natin dito sa NAOS Esports, pero okay lang yan, tanggap namin kayo. Puso lang. Binigay lang, actually. Sabi na dito, kawawa naman si Monyet, walang operator.
Oh, binibigyan lang, di ba? Kasi nga, mababait ang mga Pinoy. Generous yung mga yan.
Drop, sabi ni Monyet. Ayun, binigay.
Oh, nag-PM. Uy, pero pingin naman operator. Sige, pre, papapatay ako dito sa kunin mo, ha?
Oo. Ang ganda din nangyari doon, top tier analysis, di ba?
Oo.
Naglabanan ng slow. Pero walang nagko-contest ng mga orb eh, no? Hindi na natin masyado nakikita yung orb contest. Dati napakatinding mag-orb contest ng mga players natin pagdating sa tournament. But so far, I haven't seen much orb contest when it comes to the games I've casted here. At makikita natin dito si Kuya Monyet. Umaabante na, bumabante na kahit papaano. Si Delicious naman, popping this one-way, of course, this smoke that he put on long aatras din siya kahit papano para makakuha lang siya ng magandang positioning against the players of ONIC G. On the other hand, para sa NAOS, eco round naman to for them. So they have to be really careful in making a play happen. At syempre, pag binigyan mo ng sheriff tong mga player ng ng NAOS, kaya-kaya nilang pumatay.
Hindi sila nagkakakitaan dito pero nga lang Blurt. Oh, let's see. Oh, Diyos ko po.
TP out, natakot.
TP out, Kinabahan siya. Nakabandal ka na nga. Sheriff lang tong kalaban mo. Pa-TP out ka pa. Ay.
Grabe. Yan, nag-wall na. Ito na ang oras ng ONIC para i-plant ang spike. Easy 200. Magkano ba bigay ng spike? 300 ba?
300 pesos.
300, easy 300. Sige, ipamigay na natin yan. Kumbaga, pwede pa nating dalhin with an ampaw. Pero si Kakarot hindi tumama yung shot niya with this tour de force up and online. Will he be able to get a kill? Nope. Yan ang sabi dito ni Monyet. Pero si Kevs ang bahala sumagot with NAOS trying to pinpoint where the enemy is. Isa-isa silang lumalabas, of course, with that sheriff. Si Blurt nakakuha ng isa, but there's just too much players for ONIC G up and above, pati na rin sa baba. That's why ONIC was able to take this round.
Okay lang yan, partner. Yan din yung nangyari kanina. Galing tayo sa future and the future is bright. Wala nang game 3 to kasi 2-0 lang to. Men! Sana.
Muntik na ma-ace ni Monyet eh. Bakit ibibigay? Si Blurred lang may karapatan mag-ace. Si Blurred ba yung naka-ace kanina? Oo, tama.
Si Blurred. Oo.
Nagugutom na ako.
Sabi nga nung nabasa natin kanina sa comment section, NAOS ang ibig sabihin nun, nag-choke ang ONIC. Sheesh!
Sheesh! Nako. Ito, for the side of NAOS, finally nakabili na sila ng mga Vandals, no? Rendezvous for the player of NAOS pa kay Kakarot. On the other hand, itong mga ONIC G, umaabante na rin on B-Long. Nakita na rin natin kung paano talaga nila i-take ang mga side dito. And Monyet was able to take last round, take 4 kills away. Pero si Blurred nakapitas ng isa on A.
Yan, pitas-pitas lang tayo mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Monyet with that verticality, wala siya makita ulo dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang just gonna deny. That trigger bolt na rin din talaga. Pero tamang out lang din ang ginawa dito.
Alam nila.
Chamber.
Na out.
Alam nila. Ano sila, play safe lang dito partner. Pero ang problema ito, wala na dito si Blast mga kaibigan. Pero ito at least meron pa naman silang, andito pa naman si Kev. So pwede pa siya makapag-shot if ever. Pero nga lang Monyet nakaisa na naman dito. Anong ginagawa dito ng ONIC? Talaga sobrang lalim ng pag-push nila dito. Pero mukhang napakagandang decision din talaga na ginawa talaga ng ng ONIC dito na lang talaga sa likod. Pero nga lang Monyet mga kaibigan,
ipapost to. Yung ace.
Ipapost sa Valorant ID.
Oo, sabi niya kung mayroong post sa Valorant PH, dapat meron ding post sa Valorant ID.
Oo, men, ganoon ang gagawin naman nila. Pero
Jet versus Jet. Jet
1v4. Jet deep, jet lag ang mangyayari dito.
Oh, Monyet was able to take the ace instead. Bumawi dito si Monyet for ONIC, no? And this is 5-2 score para kay Monyet. 18 kills na siya. Grabe.
Hindi, men. Si Blurred, okay na sana eh. Si Blurred meron ng pang-post sa Valorant PH na #mood challenge eh. Pati si Monyet meron na rin eh.
Sabi dito sa comment section, dapat daw pati casters meron ng camera sa game.
Wag
na guys.
Wag na. Kasi minsan pag kunyari nasa LAN setup, nasa studio kami ni Taylor, nagpipisika lang kami niya.
Oo, nagtutulakan pa kami niya.
Nagsusuntukan
pa kami habang nagkakast eh. Ganon kami ka-hyper-productive. Kita nyo naman, commentator kami.
Oo, nagko-comment pa kami.
Ko-comment pa kami sa Facebook chat, pati sa PPGL sa Twitch. Tawag doon, commentator.
Tama ka dyan, partner. Hindi ka nagkakamali. Wala ka sa mali. Lahat nasa tama kasi babae ka naman eh.
Yan ang gusto kong marinig. Pa-time out sila.
18-3 si Monyet Balong-balo.
Binuhat buong kakampi. Feeling ko siya na lang maglaro eh. Masyadong ginagalingan eh.
Oo. CP ko. Monyet G na lang to eh.
Monyet G? Palitan nyo na yung team name nyo. Monyet and Friends.
Oo, ganun na lang. Hindi. Monyet plus 4.
Natatasok na naman itong dalawang caster.
Okay lang, basta at least doon, panalo tayo.
Palitan nyo na yan. Panalo kami sa game 1, kaya may karapatan kami.
Wala silang bawi doon. Pero Kebs, Diyos ko po! Pinakilig din si Kebs dito. My God, all the way from Indonesia. Garuda, Indonesia, mga kaibigan.
Nako po. Napapa-atras yung ibang players dito ng NAOS. At wala nga si Kevs, no? Team na huli na rin siya kanina, napitas na rin siya. At mukhang may iwan si Kuya Mo Severin, manggugulo lang siya dito.
Oo.
Dahil 4-man stack na to on A.
Grabe naman talaga si...
Ang kinagandahan ng mga ganitong 4-man stack, at least sabay-sabay sila papasok sa B para sa retake.
Yeah, tama yun. Para syempre hindi talaga sila magkaroon dito ng pitas na mangyayari. Pero nga si Severin nakakita na nga ng isip pero wala siyang idea at napakaraming players dyan. Pero Severin, pwede sa kanan, pwede sa kaliwa, saan siya pupunta. Severin, tamang beat lang dito. Just taking the time to realize na hindi mo naman talaga kaya ang NAOS. 4v4, the clock is ticking. Wala pa rin sa site yung NAOS, mga kaibigan. Na-stuck sila sa A-step, bro.
Oh no. Nasa base lang naman yung mga kalaban dito.
Akala mo, wala kang mood challenge.
Why they actually push this? But of course, with the spike being planted already, wala na sila magagawa just for the exit frags as well. At nag-aabang dito yung ibang players ng ONIC at that is NC Slasher getting the final kill. Jalicious out. And 6-2. Nakita ko na to eh. Parang replay.
Oo, napanood na natin to. Do you think na nag-worry kami? Hindi. Normal na to sa mga Pinoy. Kasi nga, mahirap din, partner. Kasi sanay ang mga Pinoy sa mainit. Diba? Malamig dito sa sa icebox. Naninigas yung mga kamay niyan. Kunting hilot lang.
Kailangan ng konting adjustment eh. Kailangan nilang mga pampainit. Group hug muna. Kasi bonding diff naman daw, sabi ni Kakarot eh.
Oo, di ba?
Matinding bonding ginagawa nila dito sa NAOS bootcamp.
Oo. Sama-sama sila matulog, kumain, pati maligo siguro. Sama-sama sila.
Save water, di ba? Shower together.
Shower together. Kunyari, hindi mo sabihin, uy, Kakarot, pa-scrub naman ang likod ko, bro. Julius will gonna be that in the hands of NC Stage na rin talaga, pero tamang wall lang din para di makapasok dito yung mga players ng NAOS. Pero andun si Blast! With a kill on one, blasting the head of NC Slasher! Pushing it to a 2v2. 1 minute left. Buhay pa yung Viper. Pero eto na, ang longgatong ni Kems, mga kaibigan. Pipicturean si Lemmy Moore. Pero it's fine, nabawasan siya, okay na yan. Okay namin, walang problema dyan. Recon bot, meron ba makikita?
Malaking factor na din
meron.
yung yung bawas na yun kahit paano sa ult.
Lemmy Moore? Bakit ka sumilip, baby boy? Sumisilip-silip pa, akala mo naman talaga. Pero ngayon, Severin nakachamba na lang isa. Pero Kakarot with a headhunter. Pero let's see, pero may lagel. Kakarot, ladies and gentlemen. May ugat-ugat pa, i-defuse niya.
Na-imagine ko na si Villian. Alam mo yung nagkakaska, tapos parang puputok na yung ugat mo.
Hindi.
Hindi naman.
Hindi.
Okay ka pa. Okay ka ba? Walang sagot.
Okay. I mean, come on, man.
Hindi ko alam kung una matatapos yung laro o si Vil.
3-6?
3-6?
Oo.
Kanina yung score natin 9-6 no? Dun sa first half, dun sa bind kanina. Pero ito, all NAOS has to do right now is actually make these 3 rounds happen again para matay ang score. At once the switch happens, maybe it becomes easier for NAOS. But, Blurred, meron siyang nakita sa mid, kaso hindi niya nakuha yung kill. Kakarot, indirect trade para sa kanila. 1-to-1 trade lang for the players. Ang problema ngayon ng NAOS, syempre wala na si Blurred, wala yung kanilang duelist. Pero at least, nasa depensa naman sila. No need to open up the side, but actually take control over it and make sure no one comes in.
May sinabi si Alrian Likop. Toot! Dito ni Vil daw.
Alin?
Hindi ko pwede sabihin, men. Tayo.
Papagalitan
pero okay lang. Ganito lang yun, men. Ganito lang yun. Alam mo, Alrian Likop. Ganito lang yun, men. Ang lata, pag walang laman, maingay. Ganun lang yan. Hindi kita sasabihin ng kung ano, yun lang yung sasabihin ko. Okay na yan.
Lugi sa'yo no? Walang mare-reply.
Wala silang bawi.
Walang bawi. Hindi man lang maka-comeback. Gaya ng ginawa ng NAOS, pero mukhang pasok na ang ONIC G on site. They're planting the spike with Delicious hopping out. He's gonna spot 2, but he won't be able to do anything else on that side. And ito na naman ang retake na kailangan gawin ni Kakarot. Kev's connection ang magiging magiging tema. On the other hand, Severin was punished already. There is still one player remaining on site. That is Monyet. At nagtatago lang siya dito sa corner. Nagtatago lang sa box. Baka bangable yan, sir.
Kitang-kita kita dyan, baby boy. Eto na. Si Kebs Karot. Hunter's Fury from the side of Shiro. Pero Kebs, we're gonna take you down. Pero okay lang yan.
Defuse!
Kakarot! Defuse! Huwag kang tumigil, Kakarot! Andiyan na yung kalaban mo! Pero okay, tama lang. Pero mamamatay ka rin, baby boy! Debated! Ha? Akala mo ako yung mamamatay? Hindi! Okay lang yan.
Ang bilis ng daliri ni Kakarot. Pindot agad ng rendezvous. Sabay TP out para ma-save yung operator. Sinubukan niya lang naman, baka sakali daw.
Oo, sinubukan niya, man. Okay lang yan.
Sayang, pero...
Bawi!
That's the least that they can do right now. Hashtag bawi NAOS. Muna ang sabihin natin dito. NAOS na time, kumbaga. At kita mo naman, disiplina lang para kay Kakarot. Sabi niya hindi niya pwedeng ibigay yung operator. Kaya TP out na lang ako dito dahil sure naman na hindi mo madedefuse once na binitawan mo na. At with the location being revealed on B main, syempre malalaman dito ng players ng NAOS na marami-rami mga tao. Nag-connect yung shock dart.
What delicious! Oh! Monyet, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna kill Otto. Pero kailang Blurred, tumingin ka sa likod mo, baby boy! Always check your 6. Ikaw ba, partner, lagi mo ba check yung 6 mo?
Oo naman. Okay na okay.
Ay! Kakarot, may nakill Otto Severin, mga kaibigan! Bumalik kayo! Sa Indonesia! Pero andun na sila eh. Delicious! NC Slasher! Makikipag 1v1 sa 4 mga kaibigan, baka!
Baka mana. Yan ang sasabihin dito ng NAOS. Baka manalo. Thrifty round for them even on this specific round. Hawak pa rin nila yung mga armas at syempre pupulutin lang naman nila yung mga binigay at hinakid, dineliver via grab ng mga barel all the way from B main. And of course, the hold of Kakarot, of course, having a chamber on your team, especially kapag nakakakuha talaga ng kills, masuslow at masuslow, no? Mahihirapan makapag-refrag yung ibang players dito maliban kung sobrang dikit nila sa isa't isa. And such a good play coming in from NAOS. Napa-time out si Kuya mo ONIC.
Oh, time out sila eh. Natakot sila eh. Hala, ang lakas, grabe. Hindi ko kaya, bro. Parang ito lang yung nangyari kanina, pare. Ano ba kanina? 7-5 ba kanina or 8-4?
8-4.
Ah, sus. 7-5.
Not too bad kanina eh. Pero importante kunin nila tong last round.
Tingnan mo yung tingnan mo yung yung mga kills ng NAOS. Lahat sila nagper-perform. Yeah. Lahat sila pantay-pantay lang. Itong ONIC,
nagpapabuhat lang sila kay Monyet. Nagpapabuhat
lang sila.
Monyet plus 4.
Oo, Monyet plus 4 na lang talaga. Huwag nating pansinin yung iba, guys. Si Monyet lang talaga naglalaro dito.
Oo.
Okay lang yan.
Wala naman nagagawa yung ibang players dito. Si Monyet lang ang nagtatrabaho eh, kumbaga. Ay, kita mo. Kidding aside though, for Monyet, he's really performing very well pagdating sa mapa na to. But is it enough to actually take control of the entirety of the map, of the entirety of the game? Dahil syempre magsiswitch din naman sila ng side. But so far so good for ONIC G right now as they are on the lead, a big lead. To be fair, para naman kay Blurred, easy lang, Bobby D. Papatayin lang natin kung sino mga gustong umentry dito. Si Monyet gustong umentry, halika dito. Yan ang sasabihin nila. Severin, tour de force up and online. Blurred hops out and gets the kill instead.
Sumisilip-silip pa, pero ito, binuhay ang patay. Pero mamamatay rin din naman. Pero si Blurred, napakadaming pera. May backup sa likod. NC Slasher and Shiro doing the job done onto the players of NAOS right now, pushing it to a 3v4. Blast with a spray and pray, taking one down. Blast with another one right now. Trying to go with a third one. Kinapas ang classic, mga kaibigan. Pero Monyet na guys, mga Blurred. 1v1 win, a great one. Shiro will plant the spike. Blurred. Up. Di sila nagkakaroon. Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Halika, Balbon! 4K on the blind, mga kaibigan. Sabi ko sa inyo, we came from the future. 2-0 talaga to eh. Yung ginagawa nila to, formality lang to.
Replay lang to pinapanood at kinakas natin, guys. Panalo na talaga yung NAOS. Na-post na yan eh. Nasulat na yan. Saan?
Sa Biblia. Sa Biblia, chapter 6, verse 9. Andun yun.
Grabe yung take to mula kay Blurred, no? He really held down the fort for the entire team of NAOS, and good decision making to actually go up the ropes and take a spot on the vertical angle kung saan hindi nila alam yung impormasyon kung nasan nga ba siya doon at nakapagtago siya, nahuli niya. Caught off guard ang nangyari for the side of ONIC. Good up, GH.
GH, good up, GH. Grabe naman talaga yung Monyet plus 4, oh. Dapat palitin yung ONC, dapat M plus 4 dapat nakalagay dyan, men.
Ano yun?
M plus 4, dapat yun ang pangalan nila dito.
Yun nga eh, parang yung ibang players din ng ONIC na naging standstill na, kumbaga, wala na bang bago?
Hindi na sila makagalaw, baby boy. Wala na.
Ganun talaga. Siyempre, switch na tayo ng sides. NAOS would be the one controlling or rather attacking for this time around. At with that kind of switch, isipin mo makuha lang nila yung pistol dito, 6-7 na agad. Oh. Bibili silang Spectre, 7-7.
Bes, nagsabi si Ray, labas tayo Villa-Terror pagkapanalo ng NAOS.
Libre ba niya?
Kung libre niya.
Oo,
kung libre
lalabas lang kami
diba?
pag libre niya. Taghirap na kami dito. Ang daming na-cancel na flight sa akin. Walang lalabas.
Okay lang. Masyado maraming nabili.
Marami ka nang nabili.
Na-check out ko na eh.
Masakit kasi ulo mo eh. Siyempre, ano bang gamot dyan?
Oo. Bili! Add to cart! Check out! Oh, di ba?
Paracetamol, blue switch, mga ganon.
Grabe sakit ng ulo. Grabe, parang gusto ko ng SM7B eh. Grabe, ang dilim dito sa kwarto. Parang gusto ko pa ng more nano-leaf.
Parang nagdidilim yung paningin ko. Kailangan ko na ata ng ng wireless mouse ulit.
Oo, grabe. Pero okay lang yan. Tama lang yan, partner.
Ganun talaga. Ikaw na lang nag-aalaga sa sarili mo eh.
Self-love. Self-love tayo,
Self-love
diba?
ang tawag doon. Bakit ka magigilty?
Busy si Commander.
Trabahuan mo naman.
Exactly. Tsaka syempre, para sa mental health. Diba? At least masaya tayo. Alam mo, tandaan nyo.
Justify.
Tandaan nyo to, ladies and gentlemen, buy now, worry later.
Buy
Ganun
now,
lang yun.
worry later.
Tama lang
kaya
yan.
ang daming nababaon sa utang. Yan ang inisip.
Okay lang. At least masaya ka. Tsaka mo na problemahin. Tsaka ito pa. Magiging
problema. Yun yung sabi ng kapitbahay namin nung umuutang sa amin. Nung may sari-sari store kami. Buy now, worry later. Kami ang namoroblema.
Okay lang yan. Kasi tandaan mo, partner, ganito. Magiging problema lang ang problema kung poproblemahin mo.
Oo, tama ka dyan. Sipin mo, ang dami ko ng problema, dumagdag ka pa.
Sorry, akin.
Dami namin alam, no?
Dami nang alam. Uy, game na pala. 45 seconds in.
Nakala ko replay na eh. Si Monyet.
Nakachamba.
And friends.
Monyet and friends. Umiisa pa nga. Pero tama, hindi lang talaga yung packet Sage para sige patayin mo. Ihil lang kita. Yan lang yung trabaho ng Sage nila. Pero Diyos ko po, Monyet! Ano yung ginagawa mo? Naglalambitin ka na sa bagging! 1v4.
Si Spider-Man pala to.
Men.
Gagamba pala to dati si Monyet.
Oo.
Alam mo yung nilalagay sa walis ting-ting. Nakikipaglaban.
Labanan ng gagamba, men.
Meron
Tapos,
pa pang kaha ng posporo. Doon nilalagay, hahati-hatiin mo pa yun.
Tapos pag kunwari natalo ka, bigla mo na lang kakainin na lang.
Hindi ikaw yung kakain. Ibibigay mo doon sa isa mo pang alaga para yun yung kainin niya.
Alay, yun yung alay.
Ikaw ba kumakain ng gagamba mo?
Sorry, hindi kasi ako naglalaro ng gano'n. Hindi ko alam
Rich kid ka kasi kaya di mo alam yun eh. Kami lang nire yung mga mobs.
Sorry kung galing ko yung malabawang tags, ha. We don't
Sabi
die.
dito, parang dalawang chismosa. May comment dito. Sabi parang dalawang chismosa to si Taylor tsaka si Vil. Grabe naman kayo.
Grabe naman.
Paano nyo nalaman yung tunay at totoo?
Sali ka dito, tara, pag-chismisan natin sila.
5-8 ang score. ONIC ang nakakuha ng pistol round, so makakabili sila. Nag-upgrade na nga si Munyat ng, ng Bulldog eh.
Grabe naman si Munyat, mga kaibigan. Parang 5 PC ata ang hawak niya. Eh, no? Pag namatay siya, biglang lilipat siya sa kabila.
Pag namatay siya yung gagamit ng ibang mga
Oo,
mga
hindi man
agent
altab.
dito. Altab lang niya yan. Ang dami niyang account. Isipin mo yun.
Oo.
Si Slasher Shiro, saka Lememo, saka si Severin.
Oo, pati yung coach
Tingnan mo si
siya rin.
Lememo, di gumagalaw. Siyempre, hindi hawak ni yung PC.
Oo, naka-altab siya eh. Sim.
Isipin mo,
Wala
naglalaban
silang
na ngayon,
bawi.
NAOS tsaka ONIC, may nagko-comment pa rin na walang ambag si PTC.
Oo.
30 seconds.
Sim.
Oh!
Wala naman talaga eh. Bakit meron ba siya nagagawa dito? Wala! Pero ito na nga si mga players ngayon ng NAOS, mga kaibigan, going in already dito sa B. Pero Severin, ladies and gentlemen, with that AD assault, that Bulldog, talagang kakakulit yung mga players ngayon. Pero nga sabi ni Bird, hoy! Tap to the head, 11 seconds, merong oras pa para mapatid fight, pero blind! Na-picturean si Munyat, mga kaibigan! Gusto mo pa na isa, pero kakaroon hindi ba na tumama yung headhunter mo na makamahal niyan kada putok, 100 pesos yan kada putok, pero walang tumama! Diyos ko!
Okay lang yan. Siyempre.
Napamahal!
Binibigay lang muna nila. Alam mo naman, pinapakiramdaman lang nila tong ONIC eh. Pero ang kinagandahan, kahit paano nakakuha sila ng kill dito sa ONIC, no? Yun naman ang pinaka-importante rin. Of course, in an eco disadvantage, ang importante para sa'yo is makuha mo yung kills, at least make some damage on the economy on ONIC. Aside from that, syempre, kapag ginalingan mo ng sobra-sobra, baka makuha mo pa yung panalo. Munyat was able to spot one, pero na-shutdown din naman siya dito agad-agad. With Kakarot going down, at least the players of NAOS still alive and kicking. Buhay pa rin naman si Blur to do entries kung sakasakali man. But they wanna take mid control.
Nice!
Nag-aabang lang ng flank actually dito si Kevs.
Tama. Nag-aabang siya doon. Isa siyang waiterist. Blast. And si Slasher! Nakakuha pa ng isa, pero Blast, kalma ka lang, pre. Hindi mo kailangan pumasok, kalmado ka lang. Hindi nila alam na nandiyan ka. 3v3. Lamang ang NAOS, kahit anong mangyari. Hop! Ano swing yun, Severin? Anong ginagawa mo doon, Severin? Diyos ko po, ano to, luneta? Pero Shiro nakachamba na nga ng isa. Pero okay lang yun. Buhay pa naman si, buhay pa naman si Blurred eh.
Nahulog.
Next round. Nahulog.
Nahulog siya sa bangin.
Full damage, pare. Okay lang yan.
5-10 ang score.
Ganyan talaga. Ganyan talaga ang feeling.
Men, kanina na comeback ng NAOS. So, aasa na naman tayo ulit sa comeback din pagdating dito sa mapa na to. Lahat na ng cheer nyo, lahat na ng enerhiya nyo, ibigay nyo para sa Philippine representative natin dito, which is NAOS Esports. Dahil, ito na. Buhay pa ba yung ano? May SBE match pa eh, no?
Oo, meron pa.
Ito kasi elimination match na to, guys.
Tinatanong ni Joseph Alvin Benho Singson kung ano daw ibig sabihin ng GH. Ang sabi ni Gon, I miss you. Ang sabi ni Gon, I miss you.
Layo. I miss you ata, boss. Tatagalog na pala si Gon ngayon. Yung tropa ko si Kigo, marunong na rin magtagalog eh.
Pero iba pa rin talaga. Ito si Kebs, feeling ko talagang hunter to kasi meron siyang I am the hunter eh.
Pero sa tunay na totoo, ang ibig sabihin ng GH, good hap.
Tama, good hap.
Uy.
2v5, okay lang yan. Pagbigyan nyo lang. Sige lang, okay lang. Wala naman pera yung NAOS eh. Okay lang yan.
Eco round nila to eh. So, tingnan natin, baka merong mapitas si Kakarot. Kahit pa paano eh, makapitas siya dito. At least, makakuha siya ng isang kill. Tapos, sirain at least yung ekonomiya pagdating sa ONIC G. Pero nag-aabang na si Shiro eh. So, that is the swing coming out from Kakarot. And Shiro takes the kill, making the score an 11-5 last time or last game na nakita natin. Sa 11 na pako ang score ng ONIC.
Oo, pare. Napako! Pero, okay lang yan. Natatanggal naman ng pako kahit saan. Tamang pukpuk lang yan, mga kaibigan. Gagalaw din yung mga players ngayon na NAOS. Puso lang. Kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin ang NAOS.
5-11 ang score. NAOS on the lead. Welcome welcome sa watch party ng PPGL.
Nice one. Isa ko yun, partner.
Ang seryoso ko pang sabihin no? Pagdating sa trash talkan, lamang kami.
Oo, lamang kami. Bakit? Nakakabayo ba yung ONIC? Hindi! Ha? Kahit pumunta kayo dun sa stream nila, okay lang yun. Kasi sila lang naman yung nagkakaintindihan
doon. Hindi
naman
nila tayo maintindihan, kaya trash talk lang ng trash talk.
Wala tayong pakialam sa kanila. Masaya tayo dito. Ganun lang yun. Hindi natin sila papakialaman. Huwag nyo kaming pakialaman. Ganun lang yun, men. Kanya-kanyang trip yun. Monyet plus 4.
M+4 yun ang ipapalit dito maya-maya lang, makikita mo. Kasi, siya lang naman bumubuhat dito Si Shiro napagod na siya bubuhat kanina. Kanya ayoko na. Si Botprag na lang siya ngayon. Ako na yung nag-give up sa team na to. Na-comeback pa kami.
Oo, bigat Grabe siguro yung biceps dito ni Monyet no?
Bumubuhat Pero sa kanang kamay lang.
Bakit malaki ang kanang kamay, partner? Kasi alam mo kung bakit? Kasi hawak niya mouse.
Siyempre, grabing mga swipe yung mga pinagagawa niya.
Mabilis.
Mababa kasi yung sensitivity
Okay, mabilis yung pag-swipe left, right, diba? Talagang lalaki talaga yung biceps tsaka triceps mo, men. Pero wala kang leg day.
Walang leg day. Shock dart na po nandito for the side of NAOS. Taking down one player immediately. That is Severin. At least nabawasan nila dito yung capability ngayon ng ONIC G para makabawi o para makakuha ng refrags. On the other hand, Lememore was able to take one. That is Kakarot yet again. Mapapalanta nila yung spike dito sa B.
Nice.
But on the other hand, this wall is broken down already. Holding fort pagdating sa long. Pero ang problema nila, syempre, wala naman actually na umiikot So hawak pa rin naman and they still have complete control on he peeks out. Kevs and Blast was able to take a kill. 2v2. Labanan ng dalawang teams, dalawang members ng parehas na team. Sumilip lang sa saglitan. Pero Kevs na lang ang natitira dito.
Nice!
No one! Instead, ONIC is gonna defuse this fight.
Yeah, but still, Naos leading this game with 5. Okay lang yan, partner. Isa lang yan. Pinili to ng ONIC, ibigay na natin sa kanila.
Oo nga pala, no?
Masyadong mabait.
Map pick pala nila to.
Masyadong. Ano yung last map natin, partner?
Ano lang i-put into spot no?
Breeze.
Last map natin, Breeze.
Breeze. Diba? Boracay.
Sanay na sanay sa init mga Pinoy. Dinala kasi tayo sa Icebox. Siyempre yung NAOS first time nila dito sa international stage.
Malamigin
kailangan
yung
nilang
players
masanay
ng
kasi
NAOS.
pupunta ng Iceland to pag nanalo.
Naninigas yung mga daliri nila, men. Hindi makapindot ng maayos.
Pero 100% win rate sila sa Breeze kasi 3 pa lang yung nilaro nilang Breeze NAOS?
Nice! Diba? Huwag natin laruin yun.
Baka 100% pa rin hanggang ngayon.
Yun na lang yung basehan natin. Buto na lang talaga, Breeze.
Tingnan na lang natin yung stats sa mga dati.
Men, ipapasok nila dun si Z.
Ay, oo.
Diba? Sa Breeze. Oo.
Pwede. May nagtatanong kung Philippine team ba ang ONIC? Hindi po. Galing silang Indonesia.
Oo. Sila B-Wise, ONIC. Dati.
Wala na daw ngayon.
Wala na ba? Sorry.
5-12. Dito tayo sa tunay na bang-bang, kapatid.
Oo, men.
Dito tunay na barilan
Oo, doon hindi naman Ang bang-bang lang doon si Kimi. Tsaka si Clint.
Dito, lahat sila may bang-bang. Pupush. Ay, naku, nahuli.
Diyos ko po! Diyos ko po! Nabuga sa mukha.
At least napatay nila si Lememore. Wala nang Viper Spit.
Si Stasha lumalop. Natamaan pa rin. Diyos ko po! Nahulog si Bird, mga kaibigan. Napilay. 1v3, winnable. Okay lang yan.
There you go. ONIC G was able to take this next game. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Pupunta tayo sa game number 3. With that round, with that game, ONIC G showed na kaya nila tapatan ang NAOS Esports, especially sa mapa na pinili nila.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it already. It's just we can say na siguro talagang they're having a hard time dealing with the players of ONIC G. But still, I mean, sorry. At least, sila pa rin nanalo ng game number 1. Sila pa rin talaga yung lead dito. Pero ang problema lang, it's just that momentum that we are seeing right now. ONIC, they've won that second game. We're gonna go dito sa game number 3. So, the question is, are they gonna transfer their momentum dito sa game 2? Papunta sa game number 3? Knowing then, partner, like what you've said, 100% win rate ang NAOS dito sa Breeze na to na hindi naman talaga sila natatalo.
Very small sample size though. They only played Breeze 3 times as a map in a tournament scale. But other than that, syempre magandang pangitain pa rin yun para sa side ng NAOS Esports. On the other hand, talagang nag-pop off dito si Monyet. 27 kills in total. When it comes to statistics, obviously, it's gonna be on the side of ONIC since napakalaki nung gap din pagdating sa score natin. 13k damage, 13.7 to be exact. 30% headshot rate. That is very, very high headshot rate that we are looking at. And a frag win of 11 at dalawang objective win naman for them. Looking at how they played out this map too, alam naman natin when ONIC picked this map, this is their comfort pick. We've seen how they perform in this map as well, and you can see how definitely comfortable they are with this map, especially Monyet na nakakaikot-ikot lang on site, even getting those multiple kills at a time na walang nakaka-shutdown sa kanya.
For the side of NAOS, mga kaibigan, kailangan talaga nila makabawi ulit sa Breeze though. This is their last chance in order for them to advance dito sa ating bracket. This is like what happened dun sa dun sa match nila against Cirque sa natao lang partner. Kasi ito nag-comeback ang Cirque. Actually yung last time na naglaro dito ang ONIC G, natalo sila ng Cirque. Nag-comeback ang Cirque dito. Hindi na nakagalaw yung mga players ng ONIC dahil sa mga pinagagawa ng Cirque. Pero but still, Cirque is still Cirque. Cirque is X10.
True. Yun ang dating players ng X10 din as well. But just looking at the game highlights, makikita mo talaga, Monyet was really popping off. And you can see almost all, rather, majority of the kills, of course, headshot halos, especially Monyet. So he was really very much on point when it comes to this map. Aside from that, nag-shine din naman yung players natin like Blurred eh.
Yeah. Yeah, tama. Nag-shine si Blurred na lang dito, pero yun nga lang problema. I mean, let's keep it real, man. Hindi lang din talaga nag-perform ng maayos ibang players talaga dito ng NAOS. And we are really hoping na dito sa Breeze na Z-in, apparently. Kasi naglalaro lang naman si Z dito sa Breeze, diba? Yun yung mga yung mga conditional players. Tama ba yung term ko?
Parang ganun na rin.
Depende
yung mga
sa condition.
Specific maps lang sila naglalaro for the team para syempre may certain adjustments pagdating sa agent pick or agent selection na nakikita. At syempre naman, when it comes to that, kaya nga tayo may 6 man kumbaga. Para maiba din yung strategy, para maiba naman.
Yeah, that's true. Nakita natin yan last year sa pag split na kasi sila yung magbe-breach. Parang si Lakia ganun din kasi Sky lang ang ginagamit ni Lakia. Depende lang din talaga sa mapang lalaruin nila. Isipin mo, talagang kukuha ka ng isang player para sa isang map lang. Ganun sila sobrang invested talaga para mapalakas palalo yung team nila and probably change their strategy sa mga susunod pang laro. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 is on its way already. Once again, this is NAOS versus ONIC G. Game number 3 napapunta sa Breeze. But before that, we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters. Vilente. See ya.
I had to show 'em how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Spam nyo na! Hashtag NAOS the time! Hashtag ang pogi ni Pico! Dahil it's finally time for our game number 3. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. Taylor, here, Vil, at Pico all together para i-cast ang ating third match. Ang cute!
Yeah, and say hi to them!
Yung
Say hi to them, baby!
yung kamay niya!
Ayan.
Parang stuffed
kasi
toy.
nag-iingay kasi kanina kasi hindi ko daw siya pinapansin. Nagsabi sa akin, "Hoy, pansinin mo."
Oo, ang ingay mo daw kasi sa room. Oo, kaya siya na yung nag-adjust. Sabi niya, pansinin mo naman ako. Siya na yung nagsalita ng maayos dito. Pero anyway, game number 3. Si Pico, gutom na ata.
Oo, hindi ko pa napapakain ngayon. Dinner ha, kumain ito ako din alas 2. pero at least, diba, I mean, nakita natin ngayon dito sa Breeze, mga kaibigan, we can say, kainin yung kamay ko. We can say na talagang ipapasok nila si Z. Talagang, pwede natin sabihin na si Z yung isang X-Factor eh. Siya yung X-Factor dito eh, no? And knowing na ito yung situation ngayon ng NAOS, talagang at least yung mapa, napunta sa favor nila. Kasi nga, dun sila papasok. Dun sa mapang hindi pa sila natatalo.
100% win rate so far para sa side ng sa side ng NAOS Esports. But we've known yung run nila when it comes to VCT PH. Halos 2-0 din naman kasi lahat. So obviously, not much data when it comes to this specific team. Fairly new team din naman as well ang NAOS Esports eh. So, anyway, nakikita si Pico ginagaya si Vil pag nagkakas, mga kaibigan. Inakagat yung mic, nilulunok yung mic.
Pag wala kang magawa, minakagat ko tong mic na to.
Like father, like son, ang yung sabi dito ni Pico.
Who's the good boy? I am. Pero okay lang yun. I mean, mag-cheer kami ni Pico para sa NAOS talaga. Kasi kailangan natin yan. Kasi syempre, pusong Pinoy ang kailangan nating ilabas dito. Pero yun nga, just like what I've said, elimination na to eh. Ang matalo goes bye-bye. Parang sinasabi ni Astra, partner. And if ever lang na manalo ulit ang SBE dun sa laban nila bukas, ay men, promise, tuloy-tuloy na to hanggang Grand Finals.
Alam naman natin yung SBE, lower bracket boys din yan eh. Simula doon sa VCT PH pa lang against NAOS Esports. Napabother ako. Nakakagat ni Pico yung mga bagay-bagay dito kay Phil. Pero ang importante at mahalaga dito for the side of NAOS, at least they were able to take map 1 and make a comeback on map 1. Kaya naman this map 2, even though it was taken away by ONIC G, nasa posisyon pa rin sila. Kumbaga parang best of 1. Ituturing mo ng best of 1 series to para sa atin. And Z already in blast out.
Oo. At saka ito, ang laging, kung napansin mo partner, yung una nating napanood si Z dito sa Breeze, ang ginamit niya is Reyna. Tapos, nag-switch siya ng iba. Killjoy naman. Tapos ngayon magche-chamber naman siya. Diba, ang hirap basahin kung ano bang gagamitin ni Z. Sobrang flex niya. Pero si Kakarot, look at that.
Siya yung
He's gonna use that Reyna.
Siya na yung magduduel. Hindi, feeling ko ito si Kakarot maglo-lurk to.
Oo, tama.
Sure ako maglo-lurk to si Kakarot. Typically, when you choose Reyna pick, it's either second entry, of course, or the lurker. At si Jet lang naman eh. Kasi typical din naman na nakikita natin sa Breeze. Minsan, isa lang yung duelist natin. Because that Jet is the only duel you need para makapag-entry at makabuelo kahit papano for the entirety of the site. They have other agents anyway as well. Ang issue lang dito is syempre may suppress, may cancellation na magmumula sa isang KO on the sands of ONIC.
Pero sana lang talaga everything will go in the favor of our Filipino team right now. NAOS. Kasi ito ang kalaban din talaga ng NAOS partner is syempre experience. Itong mga players ng ONIC G, sa totoo lang, matagal na ito naglalaro eh. Matagal na sila nagsasama sa amin. Matagal na silang itinatayo ang bandera ng Indonesia. Pero itong NAOS naman, mga baguhan lang to. Pero isipin mo, sobrang lakas na agad.
Yun nga. On the other hand din naman, pagdating din dito sa NAOS, young bloods to eh. Ibig sabihin, kayang-kayang matuto sa mga pagkakamali. Yun yung kinagandahan. They're really open to grow as a team. And even if they don't, in any case, kahit alam naman natin na makakapasok sila sa Masters sa Iceland, in any case, marami silang matututunan dito sa Asia Pacific stage.
Yeah. It's just the, syempre, yung experience din talaga yung makukuha. You need to learn from your mistakes, ika nga. Pero kung napapansin mo, marami ng bawas ngayon sa mga players ng ONIC, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, Gelicious is actually everywhere right now. Pushing at a 4v3. Pero, Gelicious, si J! Nakakuha na naman ng isa pa na siyang pumikap ng barrel dito. Kevs, recon ball. Pero Diyos ko po, nasa gilid na pala si Severin. 2v3 and si Stature. Super low. Nakakita pala si pero Diyos ko po, yun na nga. Gelicious with a kill!
Very winnable.
Akala natin di ba nakikita. Pero kalooan ni Stature on the right side of the map. 2v1. Gelicious. Winnable to!
Ooh. There goes
Sayang.
NC Slasher. Isipin mo kung sinilip lang, kung na-timingan sana ng isang player from NAOS yung pagpasok niya, tapos sa right siya nag-swing, hindi sa left, mapapatay niya yung nag-aantay na yung nag-aantay na 18 HP na lang, which is the KO. Anyway, Gelicious, kung ano yung pwesto niya dito, ang ganda ng pwesto niya. He was able to take 2 players down, and aside from that, for the side of ONIC, they were able to capitalize at least on the opening that they made happen, and nakapag-plant pa sila ng spike. So ONIC, they are in the lead with the 1-0 right now, but of course, they are gonna be able to buy some guns that they need. Makakabili na rin sila dito ng Bulldog.
Yeah. Para si Pico. Dog. Pero, ito na yung mga players ngayon ng ONIC, mga kaibigan, going in already dito lang sa may B. Pero ano ba ang gagawing rotation? Ano ba ang gagawing retake ng NAOS dito if ever? Pero yun nga, Shockers will gonna connect, pero the time is not gonna be enough for you to take down yung nagpa-plant ng spike. Pero, 3 versus 5. It's just that Sheriff ni Kakarot lang talaga ang meron dito. Kung napapansin mo, medyo matagalan din ang push na ginagawa lang din ng NAOS if ever. Kasi ang nasa isip lang nila, they're gonna go on onto that exit frags, partner. Kailangan nilang mamatay dito pero hindi nila i-contest. Exit frag na lang din talaga. At kung napapansin mo, merong tao sa may elbow, merong tao sa may likod, merong tao din sa harap. So wala ka talaga mapupuntahan. Merong mapapatay itong dalawang players ito for sure.
Oy, lumabas na dito si Blurred. Very low on HP. Of course, that's gonna be Severin hopping out. Pero panggulo lang pala si Blurred doon dahil si Delicious at saka si Kakarot ang aabante dito. Kaso namatay lang din sila agad kay Monyet. Mainit pa rin si Monyet.
Oo. Wala eh. Maganda atang kinain niya. Ano ba yung masarap sa si Indonesia?
Yung nasi goreng.
Oo, tsaka Indomie.
Oo, solid yun.
Oo, actually masarap talaga yan. Tapos tapos yung lalagyan mo siya ng egg, pero yung Chinese style na talagang crispy na yung gilid.
Tapos mapapasabi ka na lang ng aroma.
Tigilan mo ako.
Ito na. 2-0 na nga ang score by round. Ibig sabihin for the side of NAOS. They also have that operator on their hands. Kevs was able to take 2 kills down already. May indirect trades mula sa ONIC with 2 themselves. NC Slasher and Severin out. Kevs and Delicious out din para sa kanila. On the other hand, Kakarot was able to spot one overheal for him. Si Blurred hindi tumama yung shot. Nakatanggap siya ng shot. Yun ang nangyari with Shiro and Lememore.
Nice!
Last man remaining. Wala na siya magagawa dito.
Nice! Wala talaga siya magagawa dyan. Baka naos yan. Ano yan, men? Hashtag baka naos yan. Yan.
Now's the time.
Oo. Hashtag now's the time tsaka hashtag baka naos yan. Gumagawa ng pan-trended. Akala mo naman talaga relevant.
Akala mo ba sikat ka?
Akala mo sikat eh, no? Akala mo, Bill, magte-trending ka? Trending.
Hindi, pero... Good take mula sa NAOS. Medyo masakit sa bulsa para kay Kakarot.
Oo, okay lang yan.
Wala na siyang
dami
pera.
Silang pera.
Pero...
Dami silang pera, men.
Sanay na tayo dyan.
Oo, sanay na tayo.
Tagkirap.
Kaka-check out ko lang
Kaka-check out. Sa Lazada, sanay na tayo dyan. Kaya walang problema yan. Walang problema.
Not sponsored.
Tsaka naman eh. Tsaka may overheal naman siya. So, doesn't matter if half armor lang.
Pero yung mga players ngayon ng ONIC, babawiin ba nila tong pagkatalo kanina? Syempre hindi. NAOS pa rin talagang lalamang dito, men. Si Lememore parang umalis na yung hindi. Kala ko wala siyang katabi. Meron pala.
Nag-aabang lang sila dito eh. Parang mga nag-aabang sa sulok na may hawak na patalim.
Oo nga eh. Pero okay lang yun. Huwag kayong mabahala. Kahit nagbabantay sila sa dilim.
Ano yung kasunod nun?
Yung sinabi mo?
Oo, pagtapos ko sinabi ko, nakalimutan ko na eh.
Pero okay lang kasi nandyan naman si Kakarot kasi hindi ka naman niya hahayaan na muli pang masaktan. Kaya huwag ka nang matakot sa dilim.
Tsaka may cool fever buff tong si Monyet.
Oo, men. Pero ka ng Delicious! Kitang-kita na yung pagpasok nyo! Vulnerable na kayo!
Vulnerable kayong lahat!
Vulnerable! Kitang-kita! Lememore, magpa-plant ka para spike 1v4, makikipag 1v1 sa 4!
Umikot pa! Nag-TP out
umikot pa! Pero apat yung kalaban mo!
Hello! Wala na magagawa yan, sir. 2. Napauwi lang agad-agad ng ganun. Tsaka, 4 pa rin yung buhay dito. Ibig sabihin, less casualties. Mas maganda para sa ekonomiya ng bansa.
Oo, men. Okay lang yan. ONIC, bumili. Wala kayong pera ngayon.
Mapipilitan sila ngayon Marshall tsaka classic lang dito. At,
Marshall lang, men.
Magandang balita to para sa NAOS. Syempre, on the defenders. Wala naman silang kailangan gawin kung hindi mag-antay.
Oo, at saka manalo.
Tsaka manalo. Yun lang yun.
Oo. Formality lang to. Napanood na natin to. Fast forward ko.
Fast forward na.
Gusto mo? Sige, wait lang. Pa-play ko in 2 seconds. Ayan.
Ayan. Sige, eto na. Gina, guys. Magre-reco na si Kevs. Tapos ang gagawin yan, magro-rotate yan. Napanood ko na to eh.
Oo nga.
Lalo na si
Delicious dito eh. Makakapatay si Delicious dito, men. Napanood ko na rin to eh.
Lalo na si Jelicious nakita niya na dito. Kaso si Monyet tatang nakapatay. Ibang replay ang napanood mo. Vil, iniiwasan. Grabe ultimate iwas yan pagdating sa ultimate nung Hunter's Fury. Lememore was able to spot Kevs instead. 3v5. Kailangan makapag-retake dito ng NAOS. Siyempre, problema nila dito yung toxic screen. But it's already down. So, makakabuelo sila kahit paano. This is Kakarot. He still has the Leer. He used it up. Meron din siyang ult na pwedeng gamitin kung sakasakali man. Lememore! Oh my God! Si Monyet! May triple kill na naman!
Ito na naman yung Monyet
and friends!
Diyos ko! MP4!
MP4! Pakipalitan na lang yung pangalan.
Oo, hindi na ONC, MP4 na lang,
Monyet plus 4 Kita mo tong ginawa niya sa Ultimate, sa Hunter's Fury. Chumachacha rin Magaling ata sumayaw to si Monyet.
Oo nga
3-2 na 350. Na 350 nila dito yung NAOS Esports.
Okay lang yan.
Pero may pambili pa rin naman sila ng operator.
Sabi ko, maraming pera yung NAOS na yan. Hindi magiging NAOS yan kung mahirap yan.
Oh, sakit. May pang-heal
At least
ba?
hindi namatay.
Wala silang pang-heal dito Walang Sky.
Hindi, meron yung Jet, may revive.
Oo, may rest naman yan. Mamaya pwede nilang gamitin pag namatay si Z. Sige, tuloy mo Yeah! Alam mo, pag tayo talaga yung magko-caster, parang wala nang maniniwala sa atin Uy!
Patay na si RoboCop mga kaibigan! Wala nang gagawin na RoboCop nyo! Pero Blind, with a swing! Walang tinamaan pero okay lang kakaroon nila Ano? Binaball bang! Pero Shiro! Sumisilip-silip ka pa! Akala mo naman talaga tatama ka! Pero Shiro! Shocknight ka pa dyan pero wala ka naman tatamaan dyan! Balbon! 2v1! Lumilipad na kasi Blind dito mga kaibigan pero Shiro! Pushing in! Pero si Blind nagpapatay lang din talaga! Pero talaga ang kalaban mo! Chinesius will kill! Si NC Slasher, si King, pa-ulti-ulti pa naman talaga, kala mo naman talaga may silbi!
Muntik ko nang maintindihan yung sinabi ni Bill pagdating kay Kakarot doon.
Miski ako,
hindi mo naintindihan.
Sinabi ko. Ang naintindihan ko lang, RoboCop.
Hindi, yung dalawang kill dito ni Kakarot Despite having the overheal, it's not gonna be enough. Nag-connect pa rin yung shock dart. Kaso nga lang, nag-crumble talaga ang opensa dito for the side of ONIC Esports. 350 lang pala ang kaya nilang gawin dito kanina. Parang feeling ko, wag na kayong bumili ng Vandal
Tinripti-tripti pa, kaya mo naman talaga makakaisa.
Sabi dito, yung caster lang naman daw yung pinapakinggan talaga nila. Bahala na daw yung match.
Maraming salamat sa suporta. Mahal namin kayo.
May mga YouTube, Twitch, Facebook viewers natin dyan.
Yan sa mga YouTube guys. Don't forget to subscribe sa PPGL.
I-share nyo na yung stream natin kung hindi kayo magkakapera ng 1 year.
Oo nga, tandaan nyo.
Diba sikat yun sa Instagram ngayon?
Oo, men.
Kaya pala hindi pa ako nagkakapera this year. Hindi ko shinare.
Guys, i-text nyo panalo NAOS.
Panalo
Send to
NAOS. 6969. Suportahan natin to. Text BBNC Slasher para ma-evict.
Oo, tama, ganun ang gawin nyo.
Parang PBB lang. 3,
Pag hindi nyo pinasa, magiging robot kayo.
Yung kaibigan ko naging tricycle na.
Ay, yan yung sasabihin ko Isa lang talaga yung nasa isip natin, partner. Pero blurred pop, hindi natin nakikita sa muna dito. Pero isang silip lang. Silip.
Silipin mo, Monyet. Sige na.
Chumachacha ka pa dyan
Tanggalin mo na yan, yung disiplina na yan. Di mo kailangan yan, Monyet. Report ka pa. Di mo, nako.
Diyos ko po, masyadong sexy si Monyet mga kaibigan. Pero pa-coms-coms ka pa, akala mo naman talaga panana. Pero
What? Paano niyo nalaman yun? Good information take mula sa... Paano niya nalaman yun? No way! Oh no! Check PC! Galing ng information game dito ng ONIC G.
Grabe, naka-PowerPoint X.
Tignan mo si Lememore. Pa-practice lang dito. Gagamboy ang trip.
Lumalambit-lambitin lang Wala Ilan yung magagawa niya? Meron ba siyang ambag?
Wala.
Lambitin ka na lang dyan.
At least entertainment.
Sabit-sabit ka lang dyan. Ano nga? Si Tarzan?
Si Monyet na naman ang tatrabaho. MP4. M+4. Monyet +4. ang
Oo,
nangyayari
grabe.
dito.
Kaya nagkasakit si Monete, kaya merong cool fever
Oo,
sa
pagod na
noo.
pagod siya magbuhat.
Oo, guys. Ano ba yan? Sabi naman, ano ba yan, guys? Step up.
Step up. No,
Time out.
Time.
Wait lang. Iinom muna ng tubig na naos, mga kaibigan.
Oo,
Kasi yung ano nila partner, yung bootcamp nila, may libreng kape.
Tsaka may ano sila,
Kaya-
may coffee machine.
Oo, at
Diba?
dami na lang coffee
Coffee
machine,
bar.
pare.
Hindi lang coffee machine,
Oo.
may coffee bar.
Oo, kumanta nga si Aso Ray dyan eh.
Ah, talaga? May karaoke din sila.
Meron, lahat meron sila.
Kung hindi nyo naintindihan yung pinag-uusapan namin ni Vil, guys, meron kasing vlog ang NAOS doon sa
Tama.
bootcamp nila. Tapos binisita sila nung mga casters. Yun yung sila lang, yung hindi ako kasama.
Oo, sige. Baka makasama ka, di ba? Bago ako gumanyang ganyan, ha?
Sunduin mo ako sa Cambodia.
Oo, di ba?
COVID pa more.
Oo, halfway tayo.
Saan tayo magkikita? Singapore.
Oo, yan. Sa dami-dami ng bansang napuntahan ko, Singapore na lang hindi.
Ah, talaga?
Feeling ko, punta na ako dun eh. Oo, men, di ko talaga alam kung bakit.
Maganda doon.
Mas maganda si May.
Pang madulas kasi
Oo,
reflex.
muntik na eh.
Bilis
Buti
na,
lang
bilis ah. Nice save. Para kang
Buti na lang
nag-eco round,
napakabilis.
nakatriptik ka pa. Na-defuse mo pa yung spike na overtime mo pa, Bill. Ang lupit mo.
Alam mo naman tayo mabilis sa mga bunganga natin. We can do a lot of things with our mouth.
Hindi na nila napapansin dito si Kebs na nasa taas. Ang nakapansin is actually Shiro. Welcome to my world. Yan ang sabi dito ng Viper with the Viper spit up and online as well. Blurred was able to spot one and get the kill on Shiro na nakapatay using that shock dart. Near in pero hindi mabubulag si Lememore. Kailangan mag-ingat dito ng players ng NAOS. Ito yung kaibahan. Difference when you don't have that sky using the blind instead. Pero mukhang hindi na to timeout guys. G na to.
Pero tignan natin if makakakuha ba yung mga players ngayon ng NAOS. Pero dalawa lang dito lang yung 2v3 situation right now. Monyet with a push through that smoke mga kaibigan. Pero sana wala siya makita din. Pero si Z, nasa loob lang din. Blur with a 1 kill, 1v2, winnable. Pero tignan mo naman, naglalaro na sila habang naka-timeout ang NAOS.
Di na si Silip. Di na si Silip.
One bullet! Ang kapal ng mukha!
Nakaligtas pa siya. Hindi pa siya nakaligtas doon.
One bullet!
Sakit.
Tira mo!
Pain, pigati.
Pain out, pain, pigati, lumbay!
Grabe yun.
Diyos ko, grabe yun!
Sobrang confident na. Pakicheck nga kung tao ba yan si Monyet o robot.
Si Optimum Pride.
Isipin mo yung viewers, naka 10% na lang yung volume pero rinig na rinig si Bill. Nowhere to run, Shiro using that Hunter's Fury connecting to Z. And he has to go down yet again. 5v4 na dito para sa ONIC. Sila pa rin ang lumalamang when it comes to manpower, but Kevs will do something about that, making this a 4v4. Tumatawa ka kasi nababasa mo yung comment section, no? Kilalang kilala na kita. Kakarot! Dismiss lang! Sabay silip mo yan si Monyet. Namatay din, finally!
Let's go!
Palakpan mo! Yan!
Let's go, Hera! Yun ang kalapate!
Severin! Yung Severin na walang kapakan! Tingnan natin kung kakayanin ba! Nakapatay ng dalawa.
Diyos ko po, tinawag ko na ka lahat ng kalapate! Talo pa rin! Okay lang yan! Bawi next round!
Nakachamba na naman yung ONIC dito.
Chamba!
Kahit ang dami na naming tinawag na kalapate doon.
Oo, men!
Sipin mo pati yung mga dog mula sa ibang mga bansa nakarating na dito.
Oo!
Wala pa din.
Ano daw meron?
Tinawag
Bakit,
yung
bes?
fly high butterfly ata. Kailangan natin tawagin dito.
Oo, tama. Feeling ko mag-TikTok ka na eh.
Isipin mo yung comment. Sabi dito, mas iniintindi ko pa sinasabi ni Bill kaysa sa anong nangyayari sa game.
Sorry, pre. Sorry. Sorry, Adrian, abak.
Na-choke. Parang ONIC nung game 1.
Oo, tama yan. Diba? NAOS! Diba? Nag-choke ang ONIC. Sheesh! Eto na. Monyet, nakapatay na naman siya doon. Diyos ko, Lord, check PC na to. 5v2.
Blurred! And Z na lang naiiwan na itong headhunter nakapitas pa ng isa kahit pa paano. Meron pa ba silang magagawa dito?
Marami, bes, marami.
Winnable.
Marami, puso lang. Winnable to, 3-6. Lamang NAOS.
Nako, ang daming lineup.
Meron pa lineup eh. Nag-alta pa eh, nag-YouTube pa.
Sabi niya may lineup naman ako, pwede na ako mag-post sa Facebook.
Oh man, grabe naman talaga. Isipin mo, walang ginagawa si NC Slasher, may line-up. Habang naglalaban-laban yung mga players dun sa nag-alt-up si NC Slasher. KO line-up malakas.
Napatweet na lang siya dito ng hashtag NAOS the time.
Oh man, Diyos ko. Ayun, ang ni YouTube ni NC Slasher, KO line-up icebox fast. Easy parang ganun.
Grabe si Monyet eh, no? 17 kills, 6 death. Monyet and friends nga naman talaga. Ang pinaka-importante talaga dito eh, walang ambag si PTC.
No way!
Tuwan-tuwa na naman yung viewers. Wala ba dyan? Wala ba tayo dyan? Si Blurred nakapatay.
Pa-Gcash na lang. Blurred, iisa pa to. Oh. Ako ang mga ngaso. Yun ang sabi ni si Kem sa kapatay ng isa. Let me more win it out the river. Just keep on isa na let me more. 2v1.
Grabe.
Let me more, ikot-ikot lang.
Ikot-ikot lang by Sarah G.
Ito ba siya nun? Siya ba yung kumanta nun?
Siya yung kumanta nun.
Siya ba? Hop! Nice! 4-7, let's go.
Let's go.
5-7.
Nice.
Let's go, NAOS!
Let's go!
Does anyone have fun?
Let's go, NAOS!
A! O!
S!
NAOS!
Let's go! Bes, di tayo nag-connect masyado ah.
Hindi, sa stream connect yan. Sabihin ko sa'yo.
Nice. Oh, kasi marami tayong cheer sa kanila, di ba? Sa sobrang nating baon na cheer, iba-iba yung lyrics natin.
Oo, man. May dalawang version kasi yan.
Yung sa akin yung remix, pare.
Oo. Parang kumbaga sa'yo, Ignition remix. Baka ganon. Pero sa akin yung original.
Oo, tama. Ay, nako, ang ganda mo.
Ito na, yung walang mga bago.
Diyos ko, ito na.
Siyempre, nakatayo lang siya dyan.
Oo, hindi, wala silang idea kung nasan si Blurred. Hindi ko alam kung
hindi
pinapanood ko.
Baka
pinapanood ko sa Facebook eh, yung late.
Iba yung makas mo dyan, sir.
Si Blurred.
Yun lang, may tao sa likuran.
Natamaan ng lintik si Blurred, mga kaibigan, pero sana makabawi ngayon. Pero si Z, medyo mabagal talaga lipat. Pero Diyos ko po, Blazer talaga. Akala mo talaga mananak.
Itong ONIC parang may spider sense eh.
Oo nga, it's really tingling.
Tama na yan, Monyet. Tigil-tigilan mo na yan.
NC Slasher!
NC
2v3.
Nako. May slow mula doon sa mga kills ng chamber, syempre. And on the hands of Kevs and Jelicious, this is still winnable. Kung makikita at masaspatan nila dito si Lemimore, kaso nga lang mahirapan sila. With Jelicious spotting one at least, makakabuelo siya dito sa dalawang players ng ONIC G, pero it's not gonna be enough.
Ay, nako. Okay lang yan. Pagbigyan natin. Kasi syempre mga dayo sa Boracay yung mga yan, di ba?
Oo. Mga katiklan eh. Katiklan boys. Ito mga tropa natin sa NAOS. Kaya para sa akin, ano lang to eh. Invitation, kumbaga. Syempre, wala nang PCR test sa Boracay.
Pinapaganda lang yung laban, di ba? Kailangan natin maging generous, mga kaibigan, ganun lang yon. Pero ito na ang pagbangon ng api. Kung nakita nyo, ang ONIC, malakas sila, pero hindi naman naramdam. Ito na, babangon na ang NAOS dito, men. Ito na yung mga kalapati.
Di ko alam. Pag tayo nagkatas na parang nauubos yung brain cells ko.
Okay lang yan, partner, kasi pag magkasama naman tayo, pareho tayo may pasa lagi.
Parang pag, alam mo yun, itong end of day, parang nauubos na lahat. Alam mo yung mga alam kong bagay na totoo? Parang nabuburay, nabibrainwash ako.
Meron ka ng doubt sa sarili mo.
Diyos ko. Ay. Pati yung high instinct natin, hindi na tama to.
Hindi na tama to, bes. Diyos ko po, kailangan natin magpatingin.
Masyado nang mataas yung chemistry. Hi.
Tama na. Ang ginagawa dito ni Viper. Sino ba to? Severin.
Halftime na kasi, kaya medyo 1 minute and 30 seconds pa to, di ba? Kaya easy lang kayo dyan. Ito na yung chance nyong uminom ng tubig. At iinom nyo na rin kami ng tubig.
Oo, inom ng tubig. Puno!
Bakit mo naman sinasabi aggressively? Wala namang masama doon. Bakit ka nagagalit?
Siyempre, inom kayo ng tubig, puno. Siyempre, I mean, alam, best, concerned lang tayo sa kanila, di ba?
Ay.
Hindi na tama to. Hindi na tama to. Grabe na yung chemistry natin.
Sobraan na to. Nasobraan na to. Hindi namin sinasadya yun. Baka isipin mo magkasama kami ni Bill. Hindi kami magkasama. Malayo. Pero ito na, 5 seconds bago magsimula ang ating switch ng side. No? So, for now, very important to actually take this round away from ONIC. Isihan lang muna natin. Pistol lang naman.
Kalma lang. Pistulan lang tayo.
Ito na. For NAOS, ang importante para sa kanila is just to play default here. At mag-aabang lang talaga sila dito kung meron mang magiging aggressive or is there anyone doing an aggressive push for the side of ONIC. But it seems there must be no one else around the area. Kaya naman gagamitin ni Kevs yung kanyang Sova drone. Just making sure na wala talagang naka-forward sa players dito ng ONIC G. Because once they actually set up, at least alam nila na na-check na nila yung mid, pati yung doors na walang nagtatago on the corners. Habang ito naman ang players ng NAOS right now, nagpapasahan ng lunchbox para sabay-sabay pumasok on site. The dash and of course, the Cloudburst is definitely there already. With this, makakatago sila doon sa recon because of the box as well. Kaya naman itong si NC Slasher, ulo lang ang puhunan para sa players ng NAOS. Nakakahanap siya dito ng isa. At Severin, on the other hand, with the classic shots but not spotting anyone else.
Sali ako pa. Sali
ka? Sige, Kasma, ikaw na.
2v4. The clock is ticking for the side of NAOS right now. Pero yung kalang apat pa ang kalaban dito ni Z. At saka ni Kevs. Pero unti-unti na pumapasok yung mga players ng ONIC. Pero kalang Z! Nakapatay pa nga na isa. So it's all up to Kevs. Pero buhay pa. Piso ang buhay dito ni Kevs, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, wala nang nangyari. 4-9. Okay lang yung comeback is real. Naniniwala tayo sa comeback. Naniniwala tayo ang mga Pinoy action stars talaga nabubugbog yan sa umpisa.
Sipin mo, paano tumagal ng napakatagal na season ng probinsyano? Siyempre, nagpapabugbog si Coco Martin eh. Tapos babalik na rin niya rin lang yan. So anyway.
Siya na pa may-ari ng probinsyano, men?
Hindi ko alam eh. Feeling ko siya na nga may-ari ng buong ano na yun. Dahil sa tagal niya ng tinatrabaho yun, ang dami ng artistang dumaan, ikaw na lang ang kulang.
Oo, isipin mo, di ba? Tagal-tagal mo, police ka pa rin eh. Hindi man siya naging general, kumbaga.
Hindi man lang umakyat ng major.
Hindi man lang na-promote si Coco Martin.
Ilang taon na yung 8?
Oo.
Hindi na tama yan. Si Lememore, hindi na tama yan. Lememore, tigil-tigilan mo yan.
Tira mo naman, di ba? Isipin mo, partner si Lememore nakapatay, pero nakatuto kay Monyet. Siya lang naman kasi yung gumagawa dito.
Oo, kaya ito na lang yung pinapanood ng OBS kasi wala naman silang pakialam dito sa 4 na players kasi wala namang ambag eh.
Oo.
Kaya ina-expect nila lahat ng kills kay Monyet. Siya lang naman nagtatrabaho dito. Sabi dito, bakit daw ang hyper ng cast natin ngayon? Final game na kasi, sure na kami.
Oo, man.
Ibig sabihin, wala na susunod pagtapos nito, pahinga na talaga. So, all out na kami. Si Lememore, triple kill already. Si Blurred.
Pagbigyan na lang yan.
Pagbigyan nyo na.
Kaya kanina, kung napapansin nyo, meron super chill lang kami kasi ibubuhos namin dito lahat.
True.
Alam mo, ganito lang kami. Pero sa totoo lang, shy type kami.
Oo.
Shy type kami.
Parang hindi naman.
Hindi ba?
Hindi oh.
Oh, hindi. Sabagay.
Parang hindi ka naman shy type.
Ano ba? Shy type lang ako. Never.
Tigil-tigilan mo yan, Bill.
Sorry.
Iwanan kita dito.
Oh, galit yarn.
Alam mo yung pag nang-aasar ka ng kasama mo maglaro, tapos lalo mong aasarin.
Galit yarn.
Galit yarn. Pero ito na nga, 4-10. Ang score, kailangan makabawi dito ng NAOS. Ang daming rounds nilang kailangang habulin. Pero at least, this time around, sila ang makakabili ng kanilang mga Vandal tsaka Phantom. Si Z, nakapitas na nga ng isa. That is NC Slasher. Habang itong dalawang players ng NAOS, sinashock dart na ni Kuya Moshiro.
Yeah. May mga nagtatanong na, sino ba yung PTs?
Sino ba dito?
Pag nyo lang kilalanin yun! Hindi, pag nyo lang kilalanin, ano ba pag yun? TB3. Genius, we're gonna plant the spike already. Monyet, nakita yung ulo ni Genius, pero ako, Z when I kill on to 1v1 sa dalawa. Kebs, kaya mo yan!
Kevs, all up to him. Meron pa siyang Rico na pwedeng gamitin dito. Post-plant situation! Hindi niya na-spray transfer. Hindi rin niya napatay ang players ng ONIC G. This is gonna be an 11-4 scoreline right now. Sisirain nila yung 100% win rate ng NAOS. Hindi kami papayag niyan.
Hindi kami papayag yan. Okay namin. Puso lang. Lamang pa rin ang NAOS dito.
Sabi nila dito yung high down natin in sync pero yung cheer hindi. Pasensya na kayo ha. Dalawang version kasi yon.
Diba yun yung banda?
Oo, NSYNC. Sina Justin Timberlake yun, di ba?
Oo, kami yun eh.
Pinoy version?
Kami sino, watch party to eh.
Watch party, bye.
Oo.
Ang
kayo
sabi.
nagtanong, ba't ganito mag-cast? Anong cast? Watch party to eh, ba't kami i-cast?
Actually, taga-cheer lang kami dito eh. N! A!
A pala! O!
S! NAOS, let's go!
Ayan, ganun yan. Ito na si
Pagod
Pastor
na
Chamber,
ako.
mga kaibigan. Sarap kumain pagkatapos, no?
Oo, totoo. Tunay at totoo.
Z, sumisilip-silip natin. Pero si Pastor Chamber, mukhang gusto pa talaga ata maghanap ng mga kasapi niya. Z, do you want to pray? Let's pray. Talaga magdadasal tayo dito na sana manalo ang NAOS.
Papadasal ka na lang talaga. Kevs is already shut down. At nakikita nila kung saan nagagaling yung smoke na yan. Pero pang psycho lang ata.
Sinasay ko lang. Pero Severin will gonna be falling down into the hands of Jesus. Pero Monyet na nga. Isa na naman with a Forsaken Vandal. Pero Monyet with a third one though. It's all up to Z.
Hindi talaga sila makabuelo pagdating sa entry. Nasha-shutdown agad sila dito. Yung Viper Spit na sayang from Delicious. And obviously, this is Z with the Tour de Force, or rather, operator ata yung hawak niya na dun.
Oo. Nangyari na, dapat nangyari mga kaibigan. 2-1 man lang ng 2-1 ang score ng NAOS sa ONIC. Pero 2-0 naman ang Casters versus ONIC. Tandaan nyo yan.
Oo, sa puso natin at sa ating isipan, 2-0 ang score nito. Tandaan nyo yan. But it's actually a very, very good defense coming in from ONIC G. Aside from that, na-clear out talaga nila bago pa pumasok. No? They're looking for that engagement immediately dahil nga very comfortable ngayon dito si Monyet. Pati na rin yung kasunod niya na top fragger. And aside from that, for the players of ONIC, they can just throw out the knife and cancel all the utilities immediately na magmumula dito sa KO. Severin, naspata na nga ni Blurred, pero 5 HP na lang siya. Napatay na rin si Kakarot on that snake bite. May pahabol pa si Kuya mo Severin. Si Z at saka si Kevs naman nakakuha rin ng kanilang sariling kills. Now with a 2v2 situation, pantay pa rin ang laban. This is still the final match. This is still the final round para sa ONIC in a 2v1 situation. Si Monyet tinanggap yung damage show snake bite. Isa pa ang sabi ng NAOS.
Bawi. Kaya pa.
No way.
Hindi, anong no way? Yes way. Yeah. Let's go. LFG. Let's freaking go.
Wow.
Muntik na.
Bilis.
Sa bilis pa sa
Pero
fast.
at least, eto ha, kasi syempre, hindi na pwede magkamali yung NAOS eh. So, huling pagkakataon nila every time may bagong round. Parang yun yung feeling. So, anyway, with Kakarot, seems to be like for the hands of Naos, it's not working really well pagdating dito sa lurk at masisilip naman natin on how they do entries. Viper Spit nila pag na rin for ONIC G for Severin, kaya naman kailangan muna nilang hanapin dito si Severin to shut down that Viper Spit kung sakasakali man. And they might be pushing this shotgun nga lang ang
Shorty!
sa kanila.
Ay, Diyos ko po! Outspeed mo pa! Ay, Diyos ko po! Oh my God, Severin! Ano? Man! Hindi mo patay-patay para si Yoda!
OMG. Delicious Z. Sila na lang boy dito. Naubo sila on aiming.
Man, ROI may sobra pa yung 150 na Shorty! Monyet! Nakaisa pa, Z! Puso lang! Oh man, binuksan ng pinto. Binuksan ng pinto, ladies and gentlemen, para mamahinga na tayong lahat.
ONIC G, taking game number 3. Ibig sabihin yan, laglag ang Naos pagdating dito sa ating Asia Pacific. At with that, SBE, ang natitirang tagapag, ano bang tawag doon? Tagataguyod ng ating bandila sa Pilipinas. Nakita nyo naman yung score 5-13 lamang ang Naos pero nahabol talaga ng ONIC G pagdating sa dulo. Sila pa rin ang nanalo dito. Despite the first map being taken away by Naos, it's still not enough.
It's really not that enough. And hopefully makabawi ang Naos sa stage 2. Kaya maganda na meron pa naman isang Filipino team so far. And they're gonna play tomorrow. So we're gonna see if ever at kalaban nila ang OF. Hindi sabihin na OF. Obsidian Force.
Obsidian Force.
Oo.
Ito na nga,
Obsidian
13-5. Looking at stats right now, it's still Monyet on that MVP with 25 kills in total, 3.1 KDA at 368 combat score. On the other hand, for our team here, now Esports, si Kevs lang ang may pinakamataas din na kills dito with total of 12. Aside from that, when we look at stats, obviously, it's the same score. Parehas na score kanina on second map, no? As far as I know, parang 13-5 din ata yun.
Yeah. They tried so hard, man. I mean, wala naman tayong kailangan pang i-comment
Man,
pa. They
isipin
tried
mo
so
naman,
hard.
yung players ng ONIC dito, nagmula rin naman sa boom. Yung iba.
Yeah. Yun nga yung sinabi ko kanina, partner. I mean, they tried their best. And ang kalaban din talaga ng Naos dito, syempre, is yung experience na lang din talaga, di ba? And syempre, kahit anong mangyari, Naos, we are still proud of you guys.
Syempre, pusong ano pa rin to. Hashtag pusong Pinoy pa rin ang mangyayari dito. Pero ang nag-shine talaga sa lahat ng matches natin is actually Monyet. Really good performance coming in from this guy. At ang daming factors na kailangan i-consider, especially when it comes to the Viper Spit na nangyayari pagdating doon sa time na nag-attackers yung Naos Esports. Because napakatinding depensa ang kayang itapat nila dito eh. Monyet pa lang, parang ang hirap-hirap ng patayin. And I think they're also like a little bit doubtful when it comes to the movements that we are seeing coming in mula dito sa Naos Esports. With Z coming in for the team, still didn't work out. There's still something missing for Naos Esports. But still, this is a very good learning curve, learning process for the team. At excited na akong makita sila sa stage 2 kung paano yung growth as a team.
Yeah. Itong stage 2 mga kaibigan, nagsabi na nga dito si Dubstep na maglalaro sila sa stage 2. Makikita na kami dito sa APAC. So, yeah, we are expecting more of these players na lang din talaga na hopefully makabawi sila dito sa mga game na to. Pero sa totoo lang, sobrang on point na din talaga yung pinakita ni Severin. Isipin mo, shorties onto the head of these two players, plus meron pa siyang baril sa likod. So, wala talaga tayong mangyayari doon. Sobrang pinush na rin talaga ng Naos yung Viper Spit eh. Pero,
dumating na yung ulan.
Dumating na?
Dumating na traffic
may stoplight
lang.
kasi. May stoplight siguro kaya talagang matagal dumating. Pero yeah, partner, they tried their best. But yeah, we can say na talagang ONIC G with their performance, with their momentum, and with their experience, they took down Naos. Pero ulit yung sinabi ko sa inyo, okay lang yan. We are still proud of these kids or teens o itong mga tao na to, yung buong team. So yeah,
so many things
keep
to
on
learn.
supporting.
so many things to learn. A very new team coming in here sa VCT PH first, and still they were able to take it like very, very cleanly pagdating dun sa mga brackets nila. But anyway, a lot to learn para sa NAOS Esports. Meron pa tayo isang team na dapat suportahan, which is SBE sa mga susunod na araw. But right now, guys, pupunta tayo later on sa panel natin para himayin kung ano ba nangyari talaga sa matchup na to. Para sa amin ni Vil, magpapaalam muna kami sa inyo. Magkikita-kits pa rin naman tayo kinabukasan. My name is Terror. With me is Vil. Thank you so much for watching VCT Asia Pacific. See you guys tomorrow.
And wow, it's relatively the same story for NAOS when they went up against Bleed Esports, starting off strong. But then the last part there, when we went to Breeze, it really went to ONIC. A 2-1 victory for ONIC G, and they kicked NAOS Esports away from contention here on to Masters. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raf, and this is what we've kind of saw happen there. And we talked about this earlier on in the panel, but if we're going to be looking at the brighter notes here for NAOS Esports, they do have that. They have the idea on how to face some of the other teams that we have here, and I feel like experience is all they need now at this point.
Yeah, and you know, I do applaud for the fact from NAOS that they tried to do different things, right? Typically, when we see them play, they'd have the KO on pretty much every single map. This time, we didn't even see KO once, not a single time from Kakarot. And I'm not too sure if it's maybe people kind of criticizing, oh maybe it's kind of a crutch and they just want to dispel those rumors about that or that kind of notion about that, but it works for a reason. It got them this far for a reason, and it makes me wonder if they should have fallen back to that. But I appreciate them trying different things, like composition wise, and especially who was playing what. Like normally on Breeze we'd see Z on the Reyna, but this time it was Kakarot. Unfortunately, just not enough for them to get over the big hump. Not even a hump, hill, that the mountain that ONIC is.
I mean, we've had our fair share of peaks. It's been a pretty long day for the boys. And we were talking about this too. The attacker side of NAOS was telling of their fairly nascent history, all things considered, right? But the brilliance and shine really came through once it was their turn to fortress up on defense. That strict buddy system and discipline to only peek when necessary kept those bulwarks unbroken on mind. But unfortunately, when we moved away from home court, from their own map selections, this is when the cracks started to show. I really want to talk about Breeze because honestly, that was pretty vintage Kakarot, right? Normally, we don't see him play duelist at all, or very, very rarely. But sometimes, and again, it is just so heartbreaking to see what happened. ONIC put on a clinic. It's very difficult to watch for a lot of NAOS fans.
Well, NAOS, I mean, it's a heartbreaker loss for those Philippine hopefuls, but unfortunately, they will go down to the Titans. That is ONIC, which we know is one of the top 5 teams, arguably top 3 teams that we have in the entirety of APAC. And that is really just a tough, I guess, matchup for a team like NAOS, who this is their first international outing. They've only been together since, what, December at most? So that isn't much time for such a new team like this, and they've already proven themselves to be so formidable. And these guys, it might not be their time just yet, but someday it will. They're not the now, but they are the future. It might be now's the time, but I'm telling you, give these guys a year more, a few more months, stage or 2, and they could be up there just as everybody else has represented APAC. So ONIC, very, very dominant as we expect, very tactical. They know how to adjust, they know what to do to really come back into this game. And I mean, that first map would have been theirs if not for some great play coming from the NAOS defensive side. But in all realities, ONIC just outclassing the competition here because they are just that good.
They are just that good, and they are just that polished. Again, we can't help but sing praise for both these teams now, so they might have to enter that hyperbolic time chamber, come back stronger. Because, again, Black and Blue highlighted, it's only been a few months since this team formed. Strategically, it's really that attacker side that they have to somewhat put on a little bit of time to really develop and complete.
And it kind of, I guess with them moving away from the KO, that was really a big part of why their attack worked. They get the 0 point, they bring it down to the gunfight, they win the utility shuffle and the utility economy, and that helped them get in the site. But without that crutch anymore, without that trick up their sleeve, they did struggle to kind of add the other refinement to the game that other teams might possess without having a KO on store. So unfortunate for the NAOS squad, but ONIC move on forward to be one of the potential Indonesian reps when they go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at the standings. For the most part, the teams that got eliminated here for today, they still have a second shot. Challengers 2 is just a couple of months from now, so they can prep up and get ready for the next battle, so to speak. As we have a look at the standings, the updated standings that we have, CERBERUS Esports will move on forward after getting that 2-1 victory over No Namers. Waiting for their opponent, if it's either going to be Boom Esports and Made in Thailand, and I dare say those may be difficult opponents for CERBERUS Esports. Moving on over towards Group B, we're going to be seeing Bonkers continue on and bonking the opponents going into the knockout stage as they wait for their opponents, if it's either going to be Paper Rex or Persija Esports. And I feel like this is going to be the true proving ground for Bonkers to see if they really have what it takes to go up against Southeast Asia's finest teams in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Things are going to be a little bit different over at Group C. NAOS Esports is out of contention, and ONIC G will move forward, waiting for Cersia Esports and Bleed Esports. Whoever ONIC G is going to be facing, it's not going to be another walk in the park for themselves, all things considered. If Bleed Esports goes down, it's going to be an ultimate test of the imports here going up against ONIC G. Nothing much to say about Group D. just yet as we move there, because South Built Esports and Oblivion Force, they have yet to face off against each other. And we can have a look at the next group just so that you guys can have a bit of a refresher on what happened there. So it's Full Sense and Velocity Gaming going up against each other in South Built Esports and Oblivion Force. In the lower bracket, we have yet to see that match. That's the final elimination match that we have for the first phase of competition here in the group stages. And I kind of want to have a look at the match schedule that we have for tomorrow, because definitely it's not yet quite elimination for the first part, but for the latter half, we will definitely be seeing South Built Esports and Oblivion Force in the last part. But first in the business here is Boom Esports going up against Made in Thailand, followed by Paper Rex and Persija Esports. What are your thoughts on the match that we have for tomorrow?
That's an incredible matchup, but I do believe there's a heavy favorite of this one. I have touted Boom to be the team to beat, to be the #1 team to beat here in APAC. And Myth, they're going to have to prove me wrong, because I firmly believe that to be the case. On the other end of things, though, I will agree that Myth, they're definitely capable of doing that, and so are Persija, against who I would tout as the #2 team currently in APAC in Paper Rex.
I'm honestly so interested in that middle match too, because we haven't really seen the developments on the, once again, strategic side of Paper Rex, because the last time we saw them, or at least in APAC, they just kind of face rolled everybody with sheer mechanics and sheer brute force. But obviously that's not the only layer they have. Once again, the excitement will only mount as they go against, in the words of one of the Bonkers members, that's a pretty good team for a football team.
That team's appropriate, but I'm looking at like half of the teams here, and they look like the same exact teams, Paper Rex, SBE, and Boom, that I was watching like 5 years ago in a very different game. So it's almost like the Boomers have come to blow things up.
Yeah, and everything will be explosive tomorrow, definitely, especially for the last series that we have for tomorrow at the very least. Another elimination matchup. One last chance for the Filipino hopefuls to move forward, and one last chance for Hong Kong and Taiwan to make their mark in the Asia Pacific Challengers. But before we wrap everything up here, what are your final thoughts to partake to the viewers that we have at home?
I mean, it's very unfortunate that, today is the elimination stage, and tomorrow we're going to have an elimination stage as well. But, I mean, push comes to shove, somebody's got to go home. And for the teams that gone home today, don't worry, your shot is not over yet. The end goal is champions, and we hope to see you there.
Everything I just would have loved to share with you has already been given by Black and Blue. But, yeah, I'm just going to reinforce that furthermore. Nobody wants to see any of these teams go home, but the unforgiving nature of VCT, it will not change. So everybody has to step up. The Daves are getting limited and the chances finite.
Yeah, and the gates to see Masters through for the teams is just getting a little bit closer and closer. It's just over the horizon, and we just have a couple more days before we get into knockouts. We'll see you tomorrow for another set of explosive matchups here at the Asia Pacific Challengers. On behalf of every single one on the casting desk in every single region out there in the Asia Pacific region, I'm Nomad with Black and Blue and Raph. We bid you all a good night and good fight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Enemy kill.
chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle.